Keep the apartment, keep the money, I don't need them.
I just got divorced from my wife, with whom I had been building a life in a huge city for 2 years. Her family is rich, while I'm just a guy from a simple background, struggling with a mortgage in a tiny apartment on the outskirts. I wanted to give her a peaceful evening, help her relax after work, but she looked at me coldly, like a stranger. She said we were no longer a couple, that I didn't fit into her new, luxurious life. She threw me out, leaving only emptiness inside. Everything collapsed, and I crashed onto the couch, exhausted. But when I woke up, I was standing in front of my old school. My heart pounded. Had time turned back? I thought I could make a fortune by investing in the future, but I quickly realized the era of easy money was over. Then I discovered something even better. I could jump into a parallel past, take my younger self there, and everything we managed to earn would appear in my real-life bank account. I borrowed money, rented a Rolls-Royce to impress my old classmates, and bet everything on a football match I knew the outcome of. 5 million, clean profit. Now I was back in the present, staring at my phone, my fingers trembling in shock. Then came another surprise. My ex-wife's younger sister showed up, 18 years old, stunningly beautiful, and unaware of the divorce. She barged in, planning to stay with me until college, casually handed me her savings to help me prove myself to her sister, and jokingly said she'd marry me if no one else took me. I nearly choked. Then my ex-mother-in-law called, still thinking I was her son-in-law, and offered me half of their family business to save the marriage. I barely held back a laugh as I stared at her face on the screen. Now, I'm sitting here with millions in my account, this girl blinking at me with wide eyes, and inside me is a storm. I can dive into the past and reshape my fate. Shanghai. In an apartment in the suburbs, Li Jian looked at Ji Mingting, who stood before him in professional attire and red high heels. It was hard to associate her with the innocent and pure girl from their university days. Keep the divorce certificate safe. After our divorce, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Let's not tell our parents for now, or else it'll only cause trouble. The down payment for the house was covered by your family. I don't want it. As for the savings, keep them for yourself. Li Jian nodded. Ji Mingting turned to leave but stopped at the doorway. Li Jian, even though we're divorced, I'll give you some life advice. Don't think about starting a business just to surpass me out of spite. That won't help. We're not kids anymore, we need to be mature. Your current situation is already better than most ordinary people. If you want to remarry, it won't be difficult. Many of my business friends say it's getting harder to do business, and plenty of people are going bankrupt and drowning in debt. Li Jian said nothing. After Ji Mingting left, he stared at the ceiling, feeling lost. He was only 23, soon to be 24, and after nearly 2 years of marriage, this was where he had ended up. He never really longed for marriage, but his parents and grandparents were eager for a grandchild. They pushed him to marry Ji Mingting, his university girlfriend, believing that they would build a better future together. In the end, he gave in. Fortunately, years ago, his parents had bought a house in Shanghai, otherwise, life would have been too difficult now. A house that cost them half a lifetime's savings, a mortgage, plus a 200,000 yuan bride price. That was how he settled down in the suburbs of Shanghai. At first, Li Jian had countless dreams about the city. A metropolis directly administered, with a staggering population of 24 million. By day, the streets were packed with people and cars. By night, the city was ablaze with lights, a place of indulgence and luxury. Its economy was equivalent to that of an entire country like Argentina. People from all over came here to fight for a place. A steel jungle built on dreams and desires, a city adored by countless dreamers. But the glamorous life he once imagined, endless luxury, beautiful women everywhere, had nothing to do with him. Every month, he struggled to pay off his mortgage. For the rich, Shanghai was all about extravagant nights and endless indulgence. For ordinary people, it was nothing but the grind of 996 and relentless pressure. Perhaps from the beginning, he and Ji Mingting were never truly a match. She came from a wealthy merchant family in Zhejiang. His parents, on the other hand, were just lower-level government workers. The economic gap between them was huge. At first, life was still bearable, but as time went on, Ji Mingting became increasingly dissatisfied. 6 months ago, her mother, Zhao Man, a stunningly beautiful woman, gave her more than 3 million yuan to start a small company. Once the company became profitable, Ji Mingting got a taste of the luxurious life. She carried handbags worth tens of thousands. She switched to a BMW 7 Series and even told him she'd buy a Ferrari once the company grew big enough. Her new beauty brand took off rapidly. Gradually, Ji Mingting looked down on his current life. She kept pushing for a divorce. And today, Li Jian finally couldn't take it anymore. He quietly went to the Civil Affairs Bureau and got the divorce. People used to say that hard work pays off, But now, after 10 years of study, how could I possibly compete with someone whose family has been in business for 3 generations? With her mom's guidance, she avoided so many pitfalls in starting her company. The golden age of economic growth is over. Ordinary people can survive, but making it big is nearly impossible. Li Jian thought about that rich second-generation kid from high school. He had terrible grades, never even went to college, went home, took over the family's hotel chain, and now spends his days partying with models at luxury clubs. Compared to that, his life as a struggling mortgage slave seemed like a dead end. He had a lot on his mind. He decided to skip the upcoming class reunion. Eventually, Li Jian drifted off to sleep. He had no idea where his life was heading. When he woke up, he found himself standing in front of his high school. The old Santana, which had been parked at the gate for years, was still covered in dust. As he stepped into the school, his heart skipped a beat. Had he time traveled? Time travel? Invest in Tencent. Invest in Alibaba. Dominate the stock market, make Jack Ma my little brother, and reach the peak of life. Countless thoughts flashed through Li Jian's mind. But then, reality struck. Short videos were already booming in this timeline. What's the point of investing in tech now? Time traveled, yet still no way to make money. What a tragedy. But soon, Li Jian realized, this wasn't just any time travel. He saw his 18-year-old self walking out of the school. Loading traversal program. At regular intervals, the host can choose to return to a parallel past. Profits earned in the parallel past will be reflected in the real world. Excitement surged through Li Jian. Having read countless novels, he quickly accepted the idea of a system. With this, anything was possible. After a long while, he finally calmed down. He glanced at a small shop's TV screen, where the World Cup was playing, and an idea struck him. The best opportunity right now is betting on the World Cup. Borrow some money, and make my first fortune. But then he remembered. Today is also the day my younger self confesses to the class beauty, and gets brutally rejected. That day was an unforgettable regret in his life. His 2 biggest regrets in high school: failing in his confession, not doing well in his exams. His grades couldn't be changed now, but the confession? That was still in his hands. Without hesitation, Li Jian took out loans from every online lender he could find, gathering over 30,000 yuan. Back then, loan regulations weren't strict, and borrowing was fast. Then, he rented a Rolls-Royce and a Mercedes E300. He even hired a few bodyguards from a security company. After getting some fake documents for the E300, he pawned it for 280,000 yuan in cash. With everything ready, Li Jian set off for the class reunion. That night came quickly. Young Li arrived at the reunion, holding a bouquet of roses. He planned to confess to his longtime crush. From afar, in the car, Li Jian knew. At the end of the dinner, his younger self would confess. And get humiliated. An hour later, his classmates walked out of the restaurant, teasing young Li. Hey, Li Jian, who's that bouquet for? The class beauty, right? Drunk, young Li stepped forward to confess. Just as he was about to speak, a Rolls-Royce pulled up. Everyone turned their attention to the luxury car. Whose car is that? That must be worth at least 7 or 8 million. Li Jian stepped out in sunglasses, surrounded by bodyguards. He took the bouquet from his younger self. Young master, your father wants you to come home and take over the family business. The family has several companies about to go public. Silence. His classmates were stunned. They thought Li Jian was just an average guy. But he had a Rolls-Royce and was inheriting a billion-dollar empire? His high school crush turned pale, just as she was about to speak. But Li Jian gave her no chance. He turned to his younger self. Come on, let's go make money. Time to bet on the World Cup. Li shouted with veins popping. Especially when he saw the team he had bet on score a goal. He almost jumped up in excitement. The other lottery players in the betting shop, however, had strange expressions. Who would dare bet on an underdog team? Yet this guy had bet against the odds, practically handing money over to the lottery company. What made them grind their teeth the most was that, judging by the way the match was going, he was actually going to win. Those who had placed huge bets on the favored team were about to lose everything. Many had wagered 70 or 80,000, some even over 100,000, an unbearable loss for the average person. Even the shop owner was fully focused now. These 2 young men, one in sunglasses and the other in a school uniform, had bet hundreds of thousands on the underdog. If the upset really happened, after deducting taxes, they would walk away with 5 million in pure profit. 5 million, he had never seen that much money in his life. As the match progressed, both teams took turns scoring. When the stronger team scored, the other bettors cheered. But when Li Ziyan's chosen team scored, Xiaoli shouted louder than anyone else. Each goal, each kick, was worth a fortune now. Sure enough, the match ended exactly as Li Ziyan had predicted. We won. Xiaoli jumped onto a chair, unable to contain his excitement. At that moment, he fully realized this person in front of him was truly his future self. Dragging Li Ziyan outside to a secluded spot, Xiaoli eagerly said, "You really are me from the future. In that case, we can make a fortune and achieve great things, maybe even become the richest man in the world." 1,000 thoughts raced through Xiaoli's mind. If you make too much money, it won't belong to you anymore. Having just enough is best. Xiaoli was confused, but since it was his future self speaking, there had to be a reason. At that moment, Li Ziyan noticed the countdown on the traversal program was nearly up, so he gave a final instruction. "Remember, Xiaoli, don't brag about this. Don't tell any relatives or friends. After repaying the loans and paying taxes, you'll have around 5 million left. Keep a low profile." Even though he knew he was dreaming, Li Ziyan instinctively gave this advice to his younger self. At such a young age, it would be hard to keep such a huge sum of money safe if he didn't hide it properly. Li Ziyan wanted to say more, but the countdown hit 0. He vanished from that world. Not long after, Li Ziyan returned to reality. Looking around, he found himself back in his small apartment on the outskirts of Shanghai. Everything around him was so familiar. A modest but well-decorated apartment, about 100 square meters. He had slept on the couch last night, and without the air conditioning on, he was drenched in sweat. It's already 10:30. That dream was amazing. Not only did I fix my regret, but I also made 5 million. And I can time travel again. Li Ziyan unlocked his phone. He wanted to check if anyone had messaged him on WeChat. Since becoming an adult, he had gotten used to this routine. But before he could open WeChat, he noticed a message from his bank, CCB. "I didn't spend any money, so why did the bank send me a message?" Li Ziyan opened it. "Your CCB savings account ending in 3435 has received a deposit of 5,011,802 yuan. Current balance, 5,124,332 yuan. 5 million. 5 million. The number instantly cleared all traces of sleep from his mind. He shot up, pinched himself. "I'm not dreaming, right? Or is someone playing a prank on me?" Looking at the divorce certificate beside him, he confirmed. He definitely wasn't dreaming. The banking app, right. Li Ziyan opened his banking app, entered his password, scanned his fingerprint, checked his balance. A moment later, he confirmed. His account really did have over 12 million yuan. Trying to open the traversal program again, Li Ziyan quickly saw the panel. The cooldown for his next time travel was still active. He wasn't dreaming. He had actually traveled back in time. Xiaoli's earnings really transferred to my account. According to the program, my money can't be traced or frozen by anyone. I need to go to the bank and check. Li Ziyan couldn't hold back anymore. The bank wasn't too crowded today. As soon as Li Ziyan sat down, the teller checked his account balance and immediately became extremely polite. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll call our manager." It was Li Ziyan's first time having so much money, and his first time enjoying this kind of VIP treatment. Society truly had its privileges for the wealthy. Soon, a bald middle-aged man walked over. "Mr. Li, I'm Sun Biao, the manager of this branch. Please come to my office. It's too hot out here. You'll be more comfortable inside." Li Ziyan only wanted to confirm if his money was truly safe to use. He followed Sun Biao to the manager's office. "Mr. Li, you're so young, truly successful at an early age. In Shanghai, having 5 million in cash wasn't unusual. Too many people had profited from the city's economic boom. But someone like Li Ziyan, just 23 years old with 5 million cash, was rare. Unless someone was an ultra-wealthy first-generation entrepreneur, no parent would give their child so much money. Nowadays, rich parents weren't afraid of their kids wasting money. They were afraid of them trying to prove themselves. That's why they controlled their children's spending strictly. So, for Li Ziyan to have this much money, his family background must be extraordinary. "What can we help you with today, Mr. Li?" A female bank clerk followed them in, respectfully serving Li Ziyan tea. These clerks usually treated ordinary customers with indifference at the counter. But now, their attitude toward Li Ziyan was exceptionally courteous. "I just want to check my account balance." Hearing this, the manager quickly verified his account. After a while, he spoke seriously. "Your account balance is indeed over 5 million. What surprised him was, the 5 million yuan transfer came from a whitelist source, one he didn't even have permission to check. Hearing this, Li Jian completely relaxed. Mr. Li, are you interested in our high-interest deposit plans? I can offer you an excellent rate. Li Jian shook his head. No, I'm not interested in deposits. The manager continued chatting with him for a long time before Li Jian finally left the bank. At 2:30 p.m., his colleague, He Shirlian, called. His relationship with co-workers was purely professional, so no one knew about his divorce. He Shirlian always thought he was trying to pursue her, so she kept her distance. Li Jian never minded. They only met at work anyway, keeping up appearances was enough. She came from a poor family and was looking for a boyfriend with an annual salary of at least 300,000 yuan to secure her future. Li Jian, why didn't you come to work this morning? I sent you so many messages, but you didn't reply. Our team leader is rushing us to submit the report. I can't finish it alone. Only then did Li Jian remember. He had only taken the afternoon off yesterday to get a divorce. As an employee, he still had to work. And now it was already the next afternoon, he had skipped the whole morning. Sorry, I overslept. I'll be right there. But with this much money, he had a new plan. Once the traversal cooldown ended, he'd see if he could time travel again. If he could, there was no need to keep working at all. On the other end of the call, He Shirlian. She clearly didn't want to have too much interaction with Li Jian, afraid that he might misunderstand something. Got it. Just come over as soon as you can this afternoon. I'll start on my part first. After hanging up, Li Jian was about to head to work, but then, he suddenly remembered something. Sure enough, his ex-mother-in-law, Zhao Manman, was calling him on WeChat video. Soon, Zhao Manman's stunning face appeared on the screen. The weather was scorching, and Li Jian swallowed unconsciously. Damn this heat. It was really hot. Mom! Li Jian instinctively called out. Zhao Manman still didn't know that he and Ji Mingting had divorced. Yes. At 42, Zhao Manman had married Li Jian's father-in-law quite early. With excellent maintenance, despite having 2 daughters, she still looked like she was only in her mid-20s. She didn't even seem much older than Ji Mingting. Jiting is going to your city for college. The semester starts in a few days, so I sent her ahead. You should go pick her up later. She'll be staying at your place during her university years. Hearing this, Li Jian immediately thought of that little foodie. Back in college, when he was pursuing Ji Mingting, he often saw a 12 or 13-year-old kid following her around. That little girl had even more delicate features than Ji Mingting. Lacking a good way to approach Ji Mingting, he set his sights on Ji Jiting instead. At the time, Jiting had been studying in the city for a year. So getting close to her was a way to get Ji Mingting's attention. Their first meeting, he gave her a pack of white rabbit candies and an AD calcium milk drink. That was all it took for them to become friends. After that, he kept buying her snacks regularly. Later, he had her deliver a love letter to Ji Mingting. She came back and told him, "My sister said to keep trying." From then on, the supply of snacks never stopped. He even helped her with her first-year middle school homework. Half a year later, he finally won Ji Mingting over. That night, when Ji Mingting agreed to date him, she asked, "Why are you so persistent? I rejected you so many times, why did you keep chasing me? My mom is really against us being together. If you hadn't been so sincere, we never would have had a chance." Her words confused him. So he went to ask the little rascal. She lowered her head, embarrassed. "Sorry. I was afraid you'd be sad, and then I wouldn't get snacks anymore. My sister wouldn't buy me any, she said I'd get fat. If my sister didn't agree, then when I grow up, I'll make it up to you. I won't let you lose out." Her words had left him completely speechless. During Ji Mingting's time in Shanghai, he and Ji Jiting had gotten along like real siblings, but it had been years since he last saw her. "I got it, Mom. Don't worry." Even though he was divorced from Ji Mingting, his bond with Ji Jiting had always been genuine. So he was more than happy to pick her up. And another thing, I know I gave Mingting some money recently to start a company. She may have become a bit arrogant, but don't worry. I've already decided half of that company's shares will go to you. I want you two to have a good life together. When I visit next time, I'll transfer half of the shares to you. That way, your life won't be difficult in the future. With your current salary, barely over 9,000 yuan a month, she'll only look down on you more and more. To be honest, Zhao Manman also looked down on Li Jian. But once they got married, she had treated him like a son. She was a woman with delicate emotions. Her words completely shocked Li Jian. He never expected that Zhao Manman would be willing to give him half of the company she had set up for her daughter. Thinking back, she had always treated him with kindness. Whenever he visited their home, no matter how busy she was with business, She always took time to cook him a variety of delicious meals. Remembering this, warmth filled Li Jian's heart, but from now on, he wouldn't have such a good mother-in-law anymore. Alright, I have things to do. Jiting left this morning. I told her to call you when she arrives. Just keep an eye out for her. After giving a few instructions, Zhao Manman ended the call. About 10 minutes later, Li Jian received a WeChat voice message from Ji Jiting, since he hadn't seen her in years. In his mind, she was still the fair-skinned little girl with twin ponytails. Brother, I'm at your door. Are you not home? I knocked, but no one answered. Hearing the unfamiliar yet airy voice, he asked, Jiting, why didn't you call me to pick you up from the train station? I'm 18, not 8. I just took a taxi. Alright, I'll be right back. It was just a few minutes walk home. At this time of year, right before the semester started, the heat was unbearable. When he arrived at his apartment floor, he saw a tall, slender girl standing at his door. She was wearing a white t-shirt, denim shorts that covered only half her thighs, and simple canvas shoes. Her hair was tied up in a cute bun. You are. Li Jian hardly recognized her. It was difficult to connect this elegant young woman to the little foodie from years ago. She hadn't attended his wedding due to illness, and when he visited Zhejiang, she always avoided him. To this day, he still didn't know why she had been so distant back then. Looking closely now, Ji Jiting's figure was quite something. Brother, don't you recognize me? I'm your little sister. Ji Jiting was thrilled to see Li Jian again. She rushed forward and grabbed his hand, unwilling to let go. The heat had already made her forehead glisten with sweat. If she had been wearing makeup, it would have melted off by now. But even without it, her skin was far fairer than his. Alright, let's go inside. It's too hot out here. Li Jian gently pulled his hand away. This girl, after growing up, she was really hard to handle. He couldn't keep taking advantage of their family's generosity forever. Once inside, Ji Jiting ran straight to the air conditioner, standing in front of the vent. So hot. Brother, where's my sister? She tilted her head, letting the cold air blow against her bun. Your sister? She's busy with her business. I'll take you to your school later. If this were before, having Ji Jiting stay with him would have been perfectly normal. But now that he and Ji Mingting were divorced, they had nothing to do with each other anymore. A man and a woman living together alone? That wouldn't be appropriate. Brother, you don't want me to stay here, do you? Her voice carried a hint of sadness, her eyes brimming with tears. Don't be upset. Li Jian patted her head. It's not that I don't want you to stay, but your sister and I got divorced yesterday. It wouldn't be right for you to live here anymore. After all, Before he could finish, Ji Jiting cut him off. Oh, is that all? So what if you two got divorced? That doesn't change our relationship. We're best buddies. Once school starts, I'll introduce you to my roommate. If she doesn't love you, someone else will. Hearing that, Li Jian laughed. Come on, I'm way older than those 18-year-old college girls. They wouldn't be interested in me. Ji Jiting hesitated before murmuring. I'm 18 too. If I can't find anyone for you, then I'll just give myself to you. I won't let you lose out. If no one wants you in the future, I'll marry you. Hearing Ji Jiting's words, Li Jian fell silent for a moment. If he took those words seriously, Zhao Manman would definitely come after him. Besides, a child's words didn't count, this could only be taken as a joke. He carefully observed Ji Jiting. She had truly inherited all the genes of that stunning woman. She was much more beautiful than her sister. However, at 18, she still had a bit of youthful innocence, lacking that mature womanly charm. But that youthful energy, it was truly captivating. Spending time with young girls could even make one feel younger. Looking at the girl standing in front of him, Li Jian realized just how much she had grown. She was almost as tall as he was. Jiting, you've gotten really tall. You're wearing flat shoes, and you're already this tall. If you grow another 6 or 7 centimeters, you'll be taller than me. How tall are you now? Ji Jiting spun around in front of him. Brother, I'm 173 centimeters now. I stopped growing a while ago. Her words left Li Jian in a daze. Without realizing it, this little girl had already grown to 173 centimeters? Time really flew. It was hard to connect the graceful young woman in front of him with the greedy little girl he once knew. Brother, actually, my sister divorced you simply because you weren't rich enough. This society is very realistic. Just look at what's being taught on social media, it's all about women being practical. So, you need to have money. Seeing Ji Jiting's serious expression, Li Jian wasn't sure where this conversation was going. Brother, my sister divorcing you was her loss. I've always thought my brother was the best. So what if you don't have money? I'll give you some. Start a small business. I believe that in a few years, you'll become a big boss. Check your WeChat. I sent it to you. As she spoke, Ji Zhiding operated her phone. Li Jian opened WeChat and saw 4 transfers of 50,000 yuan each. Looking at the serious young girl in front of him, something stirred in his heart. Zhiding, where did you get all this money? Ji Zhiding put down her phone, concealing the admiration in her eyes. My mom gave me rewards for good grades. I've been saving up for years. I saved up 300,000 in total, but there's a transfer limit today. Tomorrow, I'll send you another 100,000. Brother, you must prove yourself and make my sister regret it. Li Jian remained silent. The elegant young woman before him overlapped with the little girl in his memory. She had truly grown up tall, curvy, and far more beautiful than Ji Mingting. Cheating, I can't accept this money. Ji Zhiding touched her bun hairstyle. I know, brother, this is about a man's pride. But I'm your sister. Every protagonist needs their first pot of gold, right? The rewards I saved up all these years are your starting capital. Without money, how will you surpass my sister? Even novel protagonists have cheat abilities, you know. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Ji Zhiding had originally planned to use this money to open a milk tea shop near her school. She had dreamed about it for 3 years in middle school. But when she thought about helping her brother, she felt it was worth spending every cent. To Ji Zhiding, Li Jian was her white moonlight. In the past, she could only bury her feelings deep inside. But now that he was divorced from her sister, being with him wasn't morally wrong anymore. Looking at Ji Zhiding, who was jokingly trying to get him to accept the money, Li Jian couldn't help but step forward. He pulled her into a hug. At that moment, he realized she really had grown up. Realizing it wasn't appropriate to hug her like that, he quickly let go. If Zhao Man found out, she would definitely go crazy on him. It's okay. I have money, so don't worry about me, Zhiding. Li Jian didn't plan on hiding his wealth. For now, all he wanted was to sleep and see if he could time travel again. In the long run, 5 million wasn't enough. Ji Zhiding looked at him, trying to understand. It seemed like her brother was just being prideful, but that was normal for men. Maybe she should wait for a better opportunity to transfer the money to him. Li Jian checked the time. It's getting late. You can stay here, Zhiding. I'll cook for you after work. Since she had already insisted, refusing her now would be inappropriate. Letting her stay wasn't a big deal. After all, as she said, their bond was real. Over the years, they had chatted frequently on WeChat. Okay. Ji Zhiding lowered her head, looking a bit shy after what she had just said. Li Jian was slightly stunned. There was a purity in her smile that he hadn't seen in a long time. Since entering society, he had never encountered such a genuine expression again. Hurry back home, brother. I'll wait for you. After a few more words, Li Jian was about to leave when Ji Zhiding stopped him. Brother! Wait, let's take a picture together. It's been so long since we've seen each other. She ran up to him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and took a selfie. Then, right in front of him, she set the picture as her phone's wallpaper. This girl. Smelling the faint fragrance on her, Li Jian realized. She still hadn't transitioned from a child's mindset. She was as affectionate as ever. After a few more words, he finally headed to the company. On the way, he felt incredibly confident. A confidence he had never felt before. Now, he finally understood why slovenly landlords were so self-assured, while well-dressed young men looked like insurance salesmen. For adults, confidence and presence came from having money. At the company, stepping into the office, colleagues greeted him as usual. He Shirlian urged him over. Li Jian, hurry up and finish your work. Today, he Shirlian had light but well-applied makeup. She was even wearing a red dress that she usually wouldn't. Looking nice today, he Shirlian. Got a date? A date? As if. The local guys here are so picky. At the mention of dating, he Shirlian frowned. She wanted to find a man with an annual salary of 300,000 in property in Shanghai. But it was proving difficult. Plenty of men were interested in her, but their income and family background weren't good enough, and those who met her standards looked terrible. She just couldn't bring herself to do it. In the office, she had suitors like Feng Rohai and Yang Shouyu, but most were from rural backgrounds, earning around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, barely enough to survive in Shanghai, let alone buy property. Sitting at his desk, Li Jian pondered what to do with his 5 million. Just then, a WeChat message popped up on his computer. From his former crush, Zhou Lily. He still vividly remembered the graduation party where she rejected him. Li Jian, I heard from our classmates that you're doing well in Shanghai, earning 10,000 a month. I'm getting transferred to Shanghai for work. We'll be living in the same city now. Let's meet for dinner before the class reunion. Clearly, his actions in the past didn't affect Joe Lilly in this timeline. But the 5 million did. Was that past a part of his own timeline? Or a parallel universe? Why had some things changed while others remained the same? Countless questions filled his mind. Looking at Joe Lilly's profile picture, he still felt a slight stir in his heart. She had been the campus beauty, the dream girl of many. And after 5 years, she had fully grown into a mature woman. Forget it. I really don't have time. Everyone will naturally see each other at the class reunion. Li Jian rejected Joe Lilly. On the other side, Joe Lilly, who was sitting in her rented apartment with the air conditioner on, froze in place. Li Jian actually rejected her? Could it be that he still held a grudge over how she repeatedly turned him down when he pursued her during the summer after the college entrance exam? Was he sulking? After thinking for a long time, Joe Lilly continued typing. Li Jian, it's been 5 years. It's time to move on. Don't be mad. We're all classmates. In this big city, we'll have to rely on each other in the future. Soon, Li Jian replied. I'm not sulking. I really don't have time. And I haven't cared about what happened back then for a long time. So let's forget about dinner. Joe Lilly felt her face burn. She had just been rejected by Li Jian twice in a row. At this moment, she seemed to finally understand what Li Jian must have felt when she rejected his public confession at their graduation party. Back then, he had held a bouquet of roses and confessed to her in front of everyone. She turned him down. And now, she was experiencing the same feeling, being rejected by him. And not just once, but twice. Did Li Jian really not have the slightest bit of interest in her anymore? She clicked on her profile picture. Looking at herself, now transformed into a mature and elegant woman, she was quite satisfied. Back in high school, she was the dream girl of many boys. So many had pursued her that she had lost count. And now, in a society where men outnumbered women, even ordinary-looking girls had admirers flocking around them, let alone someone like her. With her current appearance, there was no way Li Jian should be acting so indifferent toward her. Joe Lilly, who was used to being adored, suddenly felt out of place. Li Jian, it's been 5 years. Haven't you ever thought about me? She added a pouting emoji. No, I haven't. We'll see each other at the reunion. Li Jian didn't seem to have anything to say to Joe Lilly. She was stunned again. She had already asked so directly, yet he bluntly said he hadn't thought about her. She had no way to take control of the situation. Li Jian. She started typing, but then deleted everything. If she kept going, she would seem too desperate. In today's world, Li Jian wasn't even on her level. Anywhere she went, she had plenty of admirers. She would wait until the reunion. Maybe he was just playing hard to get. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she was that Li Jian was using a push and pull tactic. After all, a lot of relationship influencers on social media taught this kind of strategy. But her curiosity about Li Jian had already been fully sparked. As for Joe Lilly, Li Jian didn't think much of it. It was her right to reject him. He had simply been too naive at 18. Everyone has moments in their past they'd rather not revisit. After facing the harsh realities of life, Li Jian had moved on. Li Jian, don't forget about the team dinner tonight. Li Jian agreed. After work, he went out to eat with his colleagues. He had too much on his mind, and before he realized it, it was already late. While eating, he suddenly remembered. There was still a little Tingbao waiting for him at home. He took out his phone and checked the time. It was already close to 10. Damn, I totally forgot about Tingbao today. When he got back to his apartment complex, he pressed the elevator button and made his way to his front door. He entered the passcode and opened the door. Jiting, what are you doing? Sorry, I got back a little late. He saw Ji Jiting sitting on the sofa, tapping on her phone. Her fingers made crisp clicking sounds. Are you playing whack-a-mole? Ji Jiting turned around and looked at Li Jian. I'm not playing whack-a-mole. I'm hitting you. It's so late, and you're still not back. You promised to cook for me. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and she looked a little resentful. Li Jian could tell she had really been waiting anxiously. He glanced at her phone screen and saw that it was a picture of the two of them taken earlier that day. No wonder she said she was hitting him. Alright, Jiting, let's go out to eat. Ji Jiting quickly dropped her sulky expression. Then I want street food. Li Jian sighed helplessly. Doesn't mom give you plenty of spending money? A rich young lady like you still wants to eat street food? Ji Jiting grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the door. Street food doesn't matter. What matters is eating with you. Come on, let's go. Soon, 2 plates of fried pancakes, 2 bowls of mung bean soup, and some skewers were brought to the table. Bro, if no one wants you in the future, you can just marry me. Half of our family's wealth will be mine one day. That means what's mine will be yours. I'm at least as good as my sister. Actually, I'm younger and prettier than her, and my legs are longer. Ji Zhiding's long, perfectly proportioned legs were indeed the best Li Ziyan had ever seen. For a moment, he imagined what it would be like to be with Ji Zhiding. His gorgeous mother-in-law would probably storm into the city to kill him. Marrying one daughter wasn't enough. If he divorced, would he then marry the younger one too? He didn't even dare to think about it. Stop joking. Mom would kill me. She's actually always been good to me. Li Jian knew that Zhao Manman was not someone who lied. Her arrogance in many aspects made that clear. The fact that she planned to give him half of Ji Mingtian's shares meant she saw him as family, almost like her own son. Though in terms of business, she never took him seriously. But reality was different from fantasy. He wasn't some overpowered protagonist. He could understand her perspective. Ji Zhiding lowered her head and giggled. If their parents found out, she would definitely be scolded. The two of them continued eating, when suddenly, Zhao Manman called via video chat. Li Ziyan hadn't expected her to call this late. When he answered, her stunning face and figure appeared on the screen. Li Ziyan noticed that she and his father-in-law didn't seem to be sleeping in the same room. Was there family trouble? He started overthinking but quickly reminded himself not to speculate about his elders. He refocused his thoughts. Shayan, has Zhiding settled in? Yes. Ji Zhiding ran over and squeezed into half of the screen. Mom, I'm at my brother's place. We're eating out right now. Seeing how eager her daughter was to leave home, Zhao Manman sighed. The girl hadn't even hesitated before running off. She hadn't even mentioned missing her older sister. It was like Li Ziyan was her real brother, and Ji Mingtian was just his wife. As long as everything's fine. Zhao Manman adjusted her lamp. Mingtian isn't home yet? No. Li Ziyan didn't mention the divorce. That would only cause unnecessary trouble. That girl spends too much time on work. I need to talk to her. Shayan, school starts in a few days. I'll have to trouble you with Zhiding's arrangements. Hearing this, Li Ziyan immediately reassured her. Don't worry, Mom. Zhiding is like my real sister. I'll take good care of her. Zhao Manman could tell he was serious. Good, that puts me at ease. I need to put on a face mask now. You two should head back after eating. She picked up a seaweed mask. Li Ziyan sighed. Mom, your skin is already so fair. You look as young as Mingtian's sister. Do you still need masks? Zhao Manman was momentarily stunned. After a pause, she said, don't comment on your elders. After she hung up, Ji Zhiding laughed. Bro, now you're embarrassed. They continued eating before heading home. Back in his room, Li Ziyan glanced at the cooldown timer on his time travel ability, feeling a little anxious. Time passed quickly. A few nights later, the cooldown finally ended. Li Ziyan activated the system. As soon as he fell asleep, he returned to the past once again. I'm back. A surge of excitement filled his heart. He lowered his head and ran toward Shaoli. At the same time, Shaoli was visibly thrilled. After receiving 5 million, he had been anxiously checking his bank account every day. He couldn't even sleep well, unsure of what to do with the money. He had been waiting for his future self to return. And after several days, his future self was finally here. Let's go somewhere else to talk. With too many people around the neighborhood, it wasn't a suitable place for discussion. Li Ziyan also worried about being recognized, so he wore his sunglasses tightly. Once they arrived at a secluded place, they finally sat down at ease. How much of the 5 million have you spent? Li Ziyan was curious about how his younger self handled it. I've spent a few thousand, almost 10,000. Li Ziyan. But thinking about it, it made sense. At this time, he was only 18 years old. Unlike Ji Zhiding, who had tens of thousands as pocket money, for someone raised with strict financial discipline, even a few hundred yuan was a large sum. A few thousand? That was astronomical for his younger self. What did you buy? An iPhone. Looking at the iPhone 4S in Shaoli's hand, Li Ziyan fell silent. Do you have a WeChat account? Shaoli looked confused, clearly not understanding what WeChat was. WeChat? Is that some futuristic technology? At that moment, Li Ziyan felt like he had discovered a whole new world. It seemed that he had truly traveled to a parallel universe. The place was messy and dirty, but the advantage was that it didn't require an ID to enter. Each of them took a computer. However, Li Ziyan wasn't concerned about the environment. Once they settled in a corner, he began searching for information about this world. The course of history hasn't changed at all, but the timeline for some key developments is different. WeChat hasn't been released yet. Meituan food delivery and Didi ride-hailing don't exist either. It's still a blank era for the internet. Xiaoli asked in a low voice, "Are these things valuable in the future?" While scrolling through search results, Li Jian replied in a hushed voice, "These things will be worth hundreds of billions or even trillions in the future." Hearing that, Xiaoli felt like he was suffocating. 5 million had already made him so excited he could barely sleep. He couldn't even imagine what a billion would be like. Billions? Isn't that way too exaggerated? Even just putting it in the bank and living off interest would be enough forever. Noticing people looking in their direction, Xiaoli lowered his voice. For a publicly traded company, a market value of several billion is nothing special. Li Jian continued gathering information, forming a plan in his mind. With so much money at stake, can't we just invest in these companies, like WeChat? Li Jian shook his head. Even though WeChat hasn't launched yet, it's probably already in development at Tencent. Do you think our 5 million is enough to buy a stake? Not a chance. Ordinary people had no way of getting a piece of that pie. So we're just going to sit back and watch these opportunities slip away? Xiaoli was unwilling to accept it. A young heart was always ambitious and restless. Losing out on so much potential wealth was frustrating. Did you forget what I told you? If you make too much money, it won't belong to you anymore. We don't need that much. Just a few 100 billion will be enough. Xiaoli. A few 100 billion wasn't considered too much? But we have a 5-year advantage in information. We can use this time to build connections with future influential people. In theory, you'll never be wrong about who you befriend. And if history in your timeline advances faster, I can use the information gap from your world as well. Between the two of us, in both worlds, we'll always be on top. Xiaoli clenched his fists, full of ambition. That's right. If I know the right people, there won't be anything I can't accomplish in the future. Where do we start? Li Jian lightly tapped Xiaoli on the head. For now, making money is our priority. He did a quick search. There was no trace of Zhao Manman's company in this timeline. This meant that in this parallel world, Zhao Manman, Zhou Lili, Ji Zhiding, none of them existed. Even the woman Wu Yuxian, who had lived in his home for years, wasn't here. These two worlds were slightly different after all. So how do we make money now? While thinking, Li Jian checked the system and stumbled upon information about an area soon to be demolished. Even the expected profits were clearly listed. It was marked as a newbie gift, a one-time opportunity. He was surprised, but since the system provided this information, he might as well use it. He had already tried communicating with the system and confirmed that it wasn't sentient, just a program. In Yaohai district, they'll be planning a demolition soon. If we buy 2 properties there, we can get compensated around 10 million. I just need to check some official documents to confirm the exact timeline. Hearing this, Xiaoli's breathing grew heavier. Another 10 million? Then let's go now. Xiaoli couldn't wait. Hold on. I need to think of a way to make quick money first. We need more capital. Li Jian searched his mind for financial opportunities, comparing them with the current world's timeline. Finally, he made a decision. I got it, crypto, a place where people get rich overnight. The crypto market, what is it? Xiaoli was clearly unfamiliar with what Li Jian was talking about. If you've never been involved in crypto, it's very likely you've never even heard of it in your time. Have you heard of Bitcoin? Hearing the word Bitcoin, Xiaoli shook his head repeatedly. He had truly never heard of it before. To put it simply, Bitcoin is a type of virtual currency. In the beginning, you could buy a whole bunch of them for just a single yuan. But later on, the price of Bitcoin skyrocketed to over 300,000 yuan per coin. Right now, Bitcoin is trading at around 10,000 yuan per coin. Li Jian looked at Bitcoin's market price on the Yencoin app and said, if you had bought a few hundred Bitcoins at the lowest price and held onto them until they peaked, wouldn't that be worth billions? Li Jian quickly searched online for the latest market trends. He was quite familiar with the crypto world. Back when Bitcoin was being hiked up to nearly 300,000 yuan per coin, he had dabbled in it for a while. At the time, when Musk mentioned discussing Dogecoin in an interview, Li Jian went long on Dogecoin with leverage. But then Musk called Dogecoin a scam, causing his position to be liquidated instantly. He lost over 10,000 yuan. Since then, he had never touched crypto again. However, back then, he had been deeply obsessed with the crypto market. He had done extensive research on market trends and had even gotten to know some of the top players in the industry. That's right, theoretically speaking. But by the time ordinary people hear about it, it's usually from the news. Only a few lucky ones stumble upon opportunities by accident. When I was in the game, the people who actually made money had already cashed out and left. Li Jian glanced at the iPhone 4S in Xiaoli's hand. Now, download the Yencoin app. Based on the timeline, Yencoin launched 2 years after WeChat. But now, they had already released an app. This showed that the timeline of capital development in this world was quite different. I've downloaded it. Now, register an account. Make sure to remember your password and private key. Crypto is one of the most stable ways we can secure a sizable income. In the future, all you need to do is hold on to Bitcoin and sell everything when it reaches 280,000 yuan per coin. That'll be billions in cash flow, but remember, don't get greedy. Know when to stop. Li Jian instructed him while also sharing other simple ways to make money, such as investing in education stocks and multi stock. Alright, I've registered. Xiaoli silently committed Li Jian's words to memory. Now, let's try a contract trade. Use 2 million yuan to buy USDT. Today, we'll do a 50x long contract. Go all in with 1 million, and use the other million as margin. Li Jian had reviewed a lot of information. Thinking back to how some private equity giants had operated in the crypto market, he roughly calculated his next move. At this stage of the crypto market, going long without thinking was like picking up free money. 2 million yuan was a bit extreme, but given his information advantage, making money this way was still relatively easy. Today, he just wanted to test whether his predictions and information advantage were accurate. What's a contract trade? Xiaoli was full of curiosity. Over the past few days, Li Jian had taught him so much. A contract is a double-edged sword that amplifies both your profits and your losses. Simply put, it lets you earn more, but also significantly increases the chances of losing everything. Li Jian briefly explained. Try a long contract first as an experiment. Bitcoin's price has been surging lately. If you dare to go in, there's a high chance you'll make money. Xiaoli cautiously put in 1 USDT for his first contract trade. In the blink of an eye, he had already made 0.05 USDT. This money-making speed is insane. Seeing Xiaoli's shocked expression, Li Jian recalled his own reaction when he first discovered crypto contracts. Smiling, he walked over to the convenience fridge in the internet cafe. There's a saying, one day in crypto is like 10 years in the stock market. The lack of regulation and extreme volatility in the crypto world means some people can get rich overnight, while others can go broke in an instant. The most addictive part is that, as long as your leverage is high enough, you can literally see your wealth explode or disappear every single minute. Alright, go long. Xiaoli nervously placed a 130,000 USDT contract trade. His profits and losses fluctuated by several hundred USDT per second, making his heart race. The price swings by thousands every second. If I get liquidated, the whole 2 million will be gone. Li Jian returned with 2 bottles of Sprite. Don't worry too much. If we get liquidated, we'll just earn it back. Alright, let's play a game for a bit. What are you playing now? Li Jian knew there were some differences between this world and his past, so he wasn't sure what games he used to like. Xiaoli put down his phone and tried to calm himself down. I play Dungeon Fighter and Crossfire. Also, I heard League of Legends is coming out soon. I'm planning to give it a try. Alright, let's run some dungeons in Dungeon Fighter. The two of them teamed up and started farming dungeons. A few hours later, Li Jian finally logged off. Alright, let's check on the contract trade. Only then did Xiaoli remember his 2 million yuan was still floating in the crypto market, at risk of vanishing at any moment. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt a wave of panic. He unlocked his phone and opened the crypto app. What he saw was a bright green profit screen. We made money. The profit is already over 2 million. Bitcoin skyrocketed in just a few hours. This kind of color might only be appreciated at a time like this. At this moment, Xiaoli was so overwhelmed with excitement that he couldn't control his emotions. 2 million just from playing games for a few hours, and it was already in his account. This speed of making money was practically robbery. Alright, let's play some other small games for a while. Whether we win or lose later will just depend on fate. Xiaoli took a deep breath and then put down his phone. Alright, let's play some more games. Li Jian was also excited inside, but he remained much calmer than Xiaoli. Then, the two of them started playing another game. Very soon, a few more hours passed. Let's check the profits again. Xiaoli had actually been wanting to check many times. After all, with 50x leverage, one wrong move could mean total ruin. He unlocked his iPhone 4S. Xiaoli glanced at his earnings. The bright green 4 million in profit made his heart race once again. 4 million. Li Jian thought for a moment and said, close the position. I didn't bring too much with me this time. If this era's crypto market didn't need a miracle, we probably would have already been wiped out by the big players. Xiaoli quickly closed his position, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Only when the 4 million yuan was securely in his pocket did he fully relax. Withdraw it. And before I come back, don't play with this stuff alone. If you want to hold on to something, just buy some actual Bitcoin and hold it. It could make you rich in the future. Xiaoli's hands trembled as he clicked sell. Right now, the crypto market wasn't too large. But selling less than $1 million USDT still happened very quickly. In less than half an hour, several major companies had already bought all of Xiaoli's USDT. This 4 million should be credited to my account soon. Let's go buy a house. Make sure to download QQ and your games first. Li Jian stood up, and Xiaoli followed. For the next few hours, neither of them felt like logging off. As students, they were perfectly happy just sitting there. Once outside, the two of them took a taxi straight to an area 100 miles away. Li Ji, did you buy a car in your world? Yeah, I bought one for $1 million. But this time when I go back, I can buy a sports car. I think I'll have to wait until I start university to buy a car. I want a Ferrari, but right now at home, it would be hard to explain. They didn't talk too deeply, but the driver was already speechless. What was wrong with young people these days? Were they delusional? Owning million yuan sports cars yet taking a taxi? The two continued chatting until they arrived at the redevelopment zone. At the local office, they saw only 3 houses listed for sale. Each was priced at 1 million yuan. There had been talk of demolishing this area a few years ago, but after a powerful figure said it wouldn't be demolished, the residents lost hope. Some decided to sell. Li Jian and Xiaoli easily purchased 3 properties. After finalizing everything, Li Jian and Xiaoli went their separate ways. Li Jian returned to the future. The next morning, the first thing Li Jian did was check his phone messages. The bank had deposited another 4 million. Today, Jiding starts school. Let's buy a new car first. Now that he had no financial worries, Li Jian headed straight to the auto sales center, planning to pick a luxury car worth around $1 million. He first stopped by the BMW dealership for a look but decided to check out other brands as well. A beautiful saleswoman eagerly added him on WeChat, telling him to contact her if he was interested. Li Jian didn't refuse. He really needed to think about what car to buy. As he stepped outside, he spotted He Shirlian standing in front of the Wuling dealership next door. His colleagues were there too, including his supervisor, his boss, Dong Meng. What a coincidence. At that moment, He Shirlian had just picked up her new Mini. Lu Tao, take a few photos for me. I want to post them on my moments. After taking pictures, He Shirlian and her friends noticed Li Jian and walked over. Li Jian, what a coincidence. Today's the day He Shirlian got her new car, so we all came along. Are you here to buy a car too? Dong Meng asked. As the team leader, she had a strong career woman aura. Yes, Sister Dong, I'm planning to buy a good-looking one. I haven't decided yet, gonna check out a few more models before choosing. He Shirlian's top admirer, Feng Rohai, spoke up from the side. Li Jian, you're really something. I saw you coming out of the BMW dealership. Are you getting a BBA? Li Jian didn't bother hiding anything. Pretty much. But I haven't seen one I really like yet, so I'll keep looking. Hearing that he was considering a luxury car, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Li Jian, are you really getting a BBA? Dong Meng looked at him differently now. More or less. Let's go check out some cars. Li Jian walked toward the Audi dealership. Inside, a stunning woman approached him. Hello, sir, I'm Humunk, a sales consultant at Audi. How can I assist you today? As soon as she appeared, many of Li Jian's male colleagues couldn't take their eyes off her. Compared to Humunk, He Shirlian paled in comparison. Especially those long, black-stockinged legs, completely mesmerizing. No specific model in mind. Just show me around. Even Li Jian couldn't help but glance at her fitted business attire. This woman had an incredible figure. Especially those high heels and black stockings, impossible to ignore. Please, follow me. Humunk patiently introduced him to various Audi models. Sir, are you a local? Li Jian examined the classic Audi S6 closely. I'm not, but I do own a property here. Hearing this, He Shirlian's eyes widened as if she had discovered a whole new world. Li Jian actually owned property here? Humunk, realizing this, became even more confident in his buying potential. That makes registration and paperwork much easier. Would you like to check out this A7? It has a sleek coupe-style design, making it sportier and more youthful. Li Jian took his time looking before stepping out of the dealership. Alright, I'll check out other brands nearby and then decide. The cars he had seen so far hadn't fully won him over. The really stylish ones were too expensive, so they weren't an option for now. A luxury car around $1 million was the best fit for him at the moment. Of course. Feel free to message me anytime. Would you like to add me on WeChat? Li Jiyan didn't hesitate and pulled out his phone. He exchanged WeChat contacts with Wuen. Sister Dong, let's check out a few more dealerships. Dong Mang was noticeably more pleasant toward him than before. Next, Li Jiyan visited the Mercedes-Benz dealership. After checking out the models, he found himself drawn to a Benz E. A sedan. He really should hire a driver. Seeing a promising deal, saleswoman Ma Siyu enthusiastically introduced the car. Our Mercedes-Benz E300, sleek and stylish, perfect for young professionals like you. The on-road price is around 500,000 yuan. It's nice, but my budget is a bit higher. This one's not on my list. Then you might consider the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which starts at over $1 million. Ma Siyu was excited. Why don't you try sitting in it? Li Jiyan reclined in the back seat. The Mercedes S-Class had a really comfortable rear seat experience. After thinking for a while, he decided to buy it. He surely stared at the keys to her Wuling Mini in a daze. Li Jiyan had just casually bought a $1 million luxury car. After completing the purchase, she finally realized Li Jiyan had never been interested in her. Once the temporary license was issued, the car was road-ready. Ma Siyu asked, since you bought this, will you be hiring a driver? Most people don't drive an S-Class themselves. Let me give you a ride home. Li Jiyan did not refuse and sat in the back seat of the Mercedes S-Class. Everyone, I have something to do today. I need to take my sister to school, so I won't be joining you. His colleagues all looked at him with extremely complicated expressions. On the way, Ji Jiting called. Brother, are you home yet? I can go to school in the afternoon. Ji Jiting's voice on the phone was very sweet, making Li Jiyan picture her long, beautiful legs in his mind. That little glutton had really grown into someone captivating. Don't worry, I won't delay your school matters. Hearing this, Ji Jiting finally felt relieved. That's good. Brother, hurry back, I want to eat your cooking. Listening to Ji Jiting's slightly coquettish tone, Li Jiyan felt a warmth in his heart. He had always been especially fond of this little brat. Alright, I got it. This back seat is really quite comfortable. I'll hire a driver later. Now that he had money, Li Jiyan was too lazy to drive, except for sports cars, of course. Once the future earnings started rolling in bit by bit, he would also need to move to a new place. Brother, this car really isn't suitable for driving yourself. It's too long. Without excellent skills, it's hard to drive well, and making U-turns on narrow roads is especially troublesome. You really do need a driver to help you. Li Jiyan opened his phone and posted a job listing for a driver online, filling out the requirements according to the platform's prompts. After posting the job listing, he received a call from the bank. It was Sun Biao. Manager Sunday. On the other end, Sun Biao was very enthusiastic. Mr. Li, I've been promoted to branch manager now. Hearing this, Li Jiyan congratulated him. Our old manager was about to retire anyway, so it was only natural for me to take over. Mr. Li, another 4 million has been deposited into your bank account. I'm afraid there will be even more cash flow passing through your account in the future, right? As he spoke, Sun Biao found Li Jiyan's background increasingly mysterious. A few million was probably just pocket change to him. Something like that. This response made Sun Biao even more certain that Li Jiyan was no ordinary person. Ordinary people wouldn't have this level of confidence. In that case, please add one of our bank's new employees. Her name is Su Xianxian. She just graduated at 21 years old. Since you're both young, I believe communication will be easier. Also, I'll help you apply for our black gold card, and she'll bring it to you later. Li Jiyan did not refuse. Let her add me then. This is my number. On the other end, Sun Biao let out a deep sigh of relief. Soon, Li Jiyan received a WeChat friend request. After accepting it, the other party sent a cute sticker. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm your personal banking assistant, Su Xianxian. Taking a glance at Su Xuanxuan's profile picture, she looked quite beautiful. It seemed that Sun Biao really put in some effort. Li Jiyan ignored Su Xianxian and instead closed his eyes to rest, waiting to get home. After arriving home, he saw Ji Jiting on the phone with Zhao Man. Mom, you have to give me this 100,000 yuan. You don't want your precious daughter to suffer at university, do you? Li Jiyan was a bit speechless. The children of the rich were indeed different, asking for 100,000 just like that. Compared to Ji Mingting, Ji Jiting was living a much better life. Thanks, Mom. Love you, Mom. Mwah. After hanging up the phone, Ji Jiting turned to look at Li Jian. Brother, your startup fund just increased by another 100,000. What can you do with 400,000? There are so many choices. Li Jian felt a wave of complex emotions in his heart. This girl was asking for 100,000 yuan, but it was actually for him. Alright, I'll go make you some food. Don't worry, your brother has money. Li Jian placed his phone on the table and walked into the kitchen. He was actually a rather lazy person. Only this little brat could make him cook. Ji Jiting felt a bit lost. How could she get her brother to accept her help? Just then, a call came in. Brother, your phone. It's an unknown number. Answer it for me. Ji Jiting pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Li? I'm applying for the driver position. I was a driver for a clothing factory owner for 10 years before the company went bankrupt. I also have a clean criminal record from the police station and meet all your requirements. Can I come in for an interview today? Ji Jiting was stunned. Her brother was hiring a driver? He didn't seem as poor and struggling as she had imagined. At this moment, Ji Jiting's mind was filled with countless questions. In her eyes, Li Jian was just an ordinary person. That was why she had wanted so badly to help him turn his life around, so that he wouldn't always feel so troubled. But now, it seemed that her brother wasn't as poor and desperate as she had thought. Instead, he was hiding something deep. Have him add me on WeChat and send me his documents. This is my number. Ji Jiting repeated what Li Jian had said. After relaying the message, she ended the call. Brother, you're hiring a driver? I remember you only had a Volkswagen, right? Ji Jiting was full of doubts. Of course not. I just bought a new car. After we eat, I'll take you down to see it. And stop thinking about giving me money, I really have money. With 8 million in cash on hand, Li Jian was full of confidence. Money was a man's source of confidence, and knowing that he was destined for success in the future made him even more self-assured. Ji Jiting was getting more and more curious. Then, several more drivers called to apply for the job. Ji Jiting responded to them just as she had before. After finishing cooking, Li Jian accepted the friend requests from the drivers. After reviewing their criminal records and family backgrounds, he informed 3 of them to come in for interviews at 1 p.m. Shouting, "Let's eat." Li Jian put down his phone and saw Ji Jiting staring at him curiously. Brother, aren't you just a regular office worker? You make 10,000 a month, how do you have money to hire a driver? Li Jian picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and put it on her plate. I earned it myself. A project I worked on before made me a little money. It's just that I have a lot of contracts, so I can't talk about many things. Li Jian didn't plan to hide the fact that he had money, so he came up with this excuse. As for the real source of his money, he would just stick to this explanation. After all, no one could trace where his money actually came from. Brother, I want to see what car you bought later. If you're really rich, I won't have to trick Mom into buying me a Mercedes C. Ji Jiting's curiosity grew stronger and stronger. Hearing that Ji Jiting was still planning to trick their mother into buying a Mercedes C, Li Jian fell silent. This girl was really going all out just to help him rise up. After eating, Ji Jiting eagerly pulled Li Jian out the door. Brother, is your car in the underground garage or outside? Outside, the garage is too crowded. After stepping out of the complex, Ji Jiting looked around, searching. At the same time, she took out a bottle of sunscreen spray and applied it to both herself and Li Jian. Brother, which one is your car? That one, the Mercedes S. Ji Jiting walked over to Li Jian's new car. Brother, this is a Mercedes S. It's just like Mom's a million yuan luxury car. She noticed right away that his car was different from ordinary ones. Brother, you're really successful at a young age. Even Dad didn't have this ability when he was young, and you're only 23, already driving a million yuan luxury car with a chauffeur. Li Jian pressed the unlock button. Ji Jiting pulled open the door of the Mercedes S. It's so hot inside. Li Jian got into the driver's seat, started the engine, and turned on the air conditioning. It's been baking under the sun, of course it's hot. It'll cool down in a bit. Soon, the car became nice and cool. Inside, Ji Jiting lay back on the rear seat. Brother, I really didn't expect you to be driving this kind of car. No wonder you didn't care about my 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. There was a hint of admiration in Ji Jiting's voice. She understood that the golden era of easy profits was over, and most profitable industries were now controlled by big capital. 20 years ago, starting a small business could make someone rich, but nowadays, most people could only earn a little money. For Li Jian to be driving a million yuan luxury car at just 23 years old was proof of his incredible ability. Ji Zhiding's admiring gaze made Li Jian feel a little uncomfortable. In his memory, she was still that greedy little kid. Soon, one of the drivers sent a message. Mr. Li, I've arrived at Anning Complex. Where are you? After replying to him, Li Jian saw the man jogging over. The other two drivers arrived as well. There was no way they'd dare be late for their interview. After assessing them, Li Jian decided to hire two drivers. Lao Sun, Lao Zhang, you two will take turns on shifts. Later, I'll buy more cars, and when I need more transportation, you'll both work full-time. Both Lao Sun and Lao Zhang sighed in relief. They finally had a job. Lao Zhang, you can go home for now. Lao Sun will drive this afternoon. Alright, boss. Call me anytime if you need me. Checking the time, Li Jian led Ji Zhiding back toward the complex. It's time to take you to register. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. Back home, Li Jian picked up Ji Zhiding's suitcase. But Ji Zhiding stopped him. Brother, leave half my clothes here. I have to come back on Sundays. Otherwise, no one will keep you company, and I'm afraid you'll be scared alone when it gets dark. Li Jian felt a warmth in his heart and left behind half of Ji Zhiding's clothes. The car drove towards Keida University. Shouting, you did well on the college entrance exam. Better than most people. Ji Zhiding sighed. Don't mention it. My mom hired so many tutors for me, and she was worried that some male teachers might have bad intentions, so she only hired female top students to tutor me. It took so much effort. Otherwise, I would have only been able to get into a first-tier university at best. In fact, Ji Zhiding's grades could have allowed her to choose other schools in different places. Previously, Zhao Manman had helped her choose a well-known university in Yencheng, but she insisted on going to Shanghai. Brother, I think there must be a lot of beauties in my class. You're so handsome, I bet a lot of girls will like you. As soon as the car reached the gate, security stopped them. Sir, the school does not allow outside vehicles to enter. Old Sun rolled down the window and handed over a box of cigarettes with 200 yuan hidden inside. Brother, do me a favor. The security guard took the cigarette box, saw the two red bills inside, and immediately stopped talking. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he waved his hand and raised the barrier. Hurry up and go, don't let the leaders see, or I'll get my wages docked. Old Sun drove into the Keida campus. As a veteran driver who had worked for several wealthy people, he knew exactly how to get a car into places where it wasn't allowed. Master Sun, how did you do that? I gave him 200 yuan. Li Jian liked Old Sun's way of handling things. I'll make up for it in your salary. Having such an experienced driver really made things much more convenient. But he also realized that he needed to start his own company. If no one helped him manage his finances in the future, he couldn't handle everything himself. Thank you, boss. Not long after entering the campus, Li Jian saw the large registration area. The registration for the law major is here. A slightly chubby girl was shouting, that's my major. I'm going to register. Li Jian got out of the car with Ji Zhiding. At the registration area, Ji Zhiding handed in her admission letter and began the enrollment process. Student, there are only 2 beds left in room 102 of building 11 in the girls' dormitory, so we'll have to place you there. Here's the dorm key. The female teacher handling the registration glanced at Ji Zhiding several times. A beauty of her level was truly rare. Meanwhile, Li Jian noticed that many sophomore and junior male students nearby were staring intently at Ji Zhiding. Having experienced all this before, he knew exactly what was going on. Many older students used this day to look for freshmen who had never been out in the world. At night, they would invite them to dinner and get them drunk. Many girls, fresh out of high school, were still innocent and unaware. They would drink without caution, get wasted, and wake up the next day in a hotel room. And with a simple excuse of I drank too much, many girls ended up becoming someone's girlfriend on their first day. Of course, Li Jian knew that Ji Zhiding would never be that foolish. She was a rich second-generation girl who had seen much of the world. After completing the registration, many male students gathered around. Junior, let us take you to your dorm. Junior, do you need help getting a campus card? Old Sun looked rather intimidating, and with his imposing presence and the million-yuan luxury car behind him, he was quite a sight. The male students quickly backed away. Get in the car. Li Jian pulled Ji Zhiding into the car. The car started up again and drove to dormitory building 11. Brother, I live on the first floor. Life will be much more convenient. Old Sun followed behind, carrying the suitcase. After opening the dormitory door, Li Jian saw 2 beautiful girls inside. One of them, with wavy hair, was filming a video on a social media app. The other, wearing heavy makeup, was setting up her internet connection. Ji Zhiding was not a shy girl. She greeted her roommates confidently. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm a law student, just like you. My name is Ji Jiting. The two girls also greeted her. Hi. Hi, I'm Song Jinjin. Both girls exchanged pleasantries with Ji Jiting. Ji Jiting, is this your brother? He's so handsome. Li Jian was indeed somewhat handsome, but his aura was different now. Having 8 million in cash and a future of astronomical wealth had boosted his confidence to the peak. With this confidence, even an ordinary person could become very attractive. Not to mention that Li Jian was already somewhat handsome. Lu Xiaoyan felt a little regretful. Although he was very handsome, he had probably already graduated from university. He was a few years older than her, so he wasn't suitable. Yes, this is my brother. Li Jian smiled and greeted the girls. How about I treat you all to dinner tonight? He needed to understand if Ji Jiting was facing any trouble at school, so having a few informants was necessary. Sure, brother. I'm completely unfamiliar with Shanghai, so I'll rely on you tonight. Nowadays, college students weren't as reserved as before. When invited to a meal, they usually agreed quite readily. Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin didn't hide their. It wasn't until after 5 in the afternoon that everything was finally taken care of. When Li Jian brought Ji Jiting back to the dorm, they saw a newly arrived girl. She was dressed plainly, wore no makeup, and had a delicate, pitiful expression between her brows. Just looking at her made people instinctively feel protective. At that moment, Li Jian felt a bit suspicious. Why did this girl look a little like Zhou Lily? But she was much prettier than Zhou Lily. Jiting, you're back. This is our new roommate, Zhou Mengmeng. Zhou Mengmeng shyly greeted Ji Jiting, then quickly looked away. She seemed somewhat nervous, clearly a bit socially anxious. Beside her stood a slightly greasy-looking male student. As Li Jian looked at Zhou Mengmeng's side profile, a sudden realization struck him. His former first love, Zhou Lily, had once mentioned in their senior year that she had a younger sister named Zhou Mengmeng. She was 5 years younger than her, which would make her exactly 18 this year. Could it really be such a coincidence? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyan stepped forward to disrupt the situation. Senior, since you're being so generous, why not treat our whole dorm? Hearing this, the greasy-looking guy's expression darkened. 4 girls, plus the 2 of them. With today's prices, wouldn't this meal cost at least 600 or 700? His monthly living expenses were just over 1,000. Spending so much on one meal was something he absolutely couldn't afford. Junior, I only brought Meng Meng to enroll today. We have a connection, so I don't want anyone else interfering in this meal. Meng Meng, let's have dinner together tonight, just the 2 of us. We can have a few drinks, and I can tell you how to get into the student council. Once you're in, you'll have a lot of advantages at school, and you can even get priority for scholarships. At this moment, Li Jian spoke up. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have cared. But he and Zhou Lily had been classmates after all. Zhou Mengmeng, your sister's name is Zhou Lily, right? Li Jian sat down on Ji Jiting's chair. Hearing this, Zhou Mengmeng turned her gaze toward him. She had traveled alone, thousands of miles away from home, to a completely unfamiliar place for school. Fear had been lingering in her heart. The long train ride, unfamiliar faces, and the bustling city streets. Everything made her feel deeply out of place, almost as if she wanted to run back home. But now, in this unfamiliar dormitory, she had suddenly heard her sister's name. A sense of warmth and familiarity surged in her heart. She lifted her head and glanced at Li Jian but quickly looked away. Li Jian carefully observed her and found that Zhou Mengmeng did indeed resemble Zhou Lily. However, she was noticeably prettier than her sister. It seemed that younger sisters were often more attractive. But right now, Zhou Mengmeng looked especially thin. Her delicate features appeared even more refined. Her waist was strikingly slender. Li Jian had never seen a waist so slim before. And her thick, twin ponytails enhanced her delicate and fragile aura. Not many girls could pull off this hairstyle. Even without makeup, her skin was exceptionally fair. Despite being born to the same mother, Zhou Mengmeng's personality was completely different from her sister's. She had an obvious people-pleasing nature and social anxiety, unable to meet his gaze. She and Zhou Lily were worlds apart. How do you know my sister is Zhou Lily? Zhou Mengmeng was puzzled. She had never met this person before. How could he know that? Li Jian chuckled lightly. Because I was her classmate in senior year. My name is Li Jian, you can call me brother. Your sister is coming to Shanghai for work in a few days, isn't she? I recognized you as her sister because you really do look alike. And back in high school, your sister mentioned she had a younger sister named Zhou Mengmeng. So, I figured you must be her. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Mengmeng softly called him brother. She still felt uneasy in this unfamiliar place. Having a connection to her sister, even if it was just a former classmate, gave her some comfort. And what he said was too accurate to be a lie. Brother? Hearing her timid brother, Li Jian responded. Maybe because of his fondness for Ji, he was also starting to like the little sister type. Alright, tonight, I'm treating all the girls in the dorm. You should come with us. Hearing that her dorm mates would be there, Zhou Mengmeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This way, there wouldn't be any issues. That guy had been trying to invite her to dinner alone. She couldn't bring herself to refuse, but she also didn't want to go. Now, her sister's classmate had helped her out of the situation. Okay, brother, I'll go with you all. Li Jian had already figured out Zhou Mengmeng's personality. She simply couldn't bring herself to refuse others. Even if she really didn't want to go, she would just stay silent rather than say no. The slightly chubby guy was unhappy now. Senior, I was the one who brought Mengmeng here. Shouldn't I be the one treating her? Li Jian ignored him. Alright, everyone, get ready. Let's go. Old son, start the car, it's hot outside. The girls all responded and followed Li Jian. The guy also trailed behind. To him, this beautiful, inexperienced girl was a great opportunity. But now, a senior had suddenly appeared to ruin his plans. Not only was he treating 3 girls to dinner, but now he wanted to take Zhou Mengmeng too? Hey, Junior, are you sure you don't want to have dinner with me? If you eat with so many people, no one will be able to take care of you. Hearing the guy speak from behind, Zhou Mengmeng got scared and moved closer to Li Jian, grabbing onto his sleeve, because Ji Zhiding's dorm was close to the entrance. Within a few steps, the 5 of them had left the building. Just then, Old Sun drove the car over. Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin hadn't expected Li Jian to be so wealthy. Brother, this is your car? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly felt that the age gap between her and Li Jian didn't matter at all. The chubby guy fell silent, his face turning red. Then, he slipped away in embarrassment. Song Jinjin ran her hand over the Mercedes. Brother Yen, this car must cost over $1 million. It's way too extravagant. Zhou Mengmeng, standing nearby, quietly observed the car, also feeling a sense of shock. The gap between people really was enormous. Brother, there are 5 of us, but the front and back seats only fit 4. How do we sit? Lu Xiaoyan fixed her wavy hair and pulled out her phone. She wanted to add Li Jian on WeChat. The restaurant is just outside the school, not far. Let's squeeze in. I'll share a seat with Jinjin. Mengmeng can sit in the front passenger seat. Jiding, you can squeeze in with your brother. Oh, right, brother, let's add each other on WeChat. Lu Xiaoyan was very enthusiastic. Li Jian took out his phone and didn't refuse, adding her on WeChat. Song Jinjin also took the chance to add him. Jinjin, let's get in the car. Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin got in the back, while Zhou Mengmeng sat in the front passenger seat. She also wanted to add Li Jian on WeChat, but she didn't dare to trouble him. Ji Zhiding had no choice but to squeeze in with Li Jian. Brother, you get in first. Ji Zhiding felt a little shy, but Li Jian didn't hesitate. He got in first, and then Ji Zhiding slowly sat beside him. Ladies, please close the door properly. Ji Zhiding shut the door forcefully but had no choice but to press against Li Jian. Since he was a guy, she couldn't sit as comfortably as Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin. She had to lean half her body against his shoulder. Feeling Ji Zhiding's soft body leaning on him, Li Jian, as someone who had been married before, started struggling to control his instincts. Back then, in Li Jian's eyes, this little girl was really just a child. Now, she had truly grown into a young woman, with an astonishing figure. C+ size, and there was still plenty of room for growth. This was thanks to Zhao Manman's good genes. But she wasn't as developed as Zhao Manman yet. Meanwhile, Ji Zhiding's face turned red. No matter how much she wanted to work hard for their future, she was, after all, just an 18-year-old girl, inexperienced in such matters. When the car arrived at the nearby shopping street, Ji Zhiding quickly got out, almost as if escaping. She had clearly felt some obvious changes in Li Jian just now against her arm. It was really scary. Is this what happens after marriage? Brother, let's hurry up and find a place to eat. The shopping street was bustling with people, and there were many girls walking by. Li Jian glanced around at the female students nearby, sighing internally. Girls born after 2005 really had long legs. Back in the day, a girl at 170 centimeters would stand out. But now, 170 centimeters seemed like just an average height, and some taller girls were reaching 180 centimeters. Among post-2005 girls, long legs were common. It was all about comparing skin tone, leg thickness, face value, and bust size. Soon, the 5 of them sat down in a restaurant, and Li Jian ordered some dishes. The average cost per person at this restaurant was about 600 yuan, but Li Jian didn't hold back. What are your specialty dishes here? Recommend something. The waiter introduced, Sir, our specialties include slow-cooked marbled beef, creative cherry foie gras, signature farm-style salted chicken, lobster soup rice, millet-stewed sea cucumber, and crab roe. You can scan the QR code to order or order in person. Li Jian didn't ask further. Bring me one of each of your signature dishes, and for the smaller portion ones, make it one per person. Also, open 2 bottles of red wine. Lu Xiaoyan was calculating how much Li Jian was spending. This meal was costing more than 10,000 yuan. Brother, a man who spends money is really attractive. Lu Xiaoyan praised. Meanwhile, Zhou Mengmeng was staring at the astronomical numbers on the menu, feeling deeply inferior. Her sister's classmate was this impressive? Since he was her sister's classmate, that meant he was only 23 or at most 24 years old. Yet, he could casually spend over 10,000 yuan on a meal. After chatting for a while, Lu Xiaoyan asked, Brother, do you have a girlfriend? By the way, Meng, let me tell you, that guy today was really sneaky. They love tricking innocent, clueless girls like you into drinking, getting you drunk, and taking you to a hotel. With your personality, you'd probably end up dating him just like that. Then you'd realize he has nothing to offer. When choosing a boyfriend, you need to find someone like our brother here, handsome and successful. Hearing Lu Xiaoyan's question, Ji Jiding suddenly got nervous. Was this woman trying to pursue her brother? That wouldn't do. But after taking a closer look at Lu Xiaoyan's face, Ji Jiding relaxed. Unless her brother was blind, he wouldn't choose her. Sure, she was pretty, but compared to herself, she was far behind. Not to mention, her legs were much more beautiful, and her bust was more impressive. With such a stunning girl like herself around, there was no way he'd be interested in someone else. I don't have one right now, but I'm not thinking about dating at the moment, maybe in the future. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan didn't press further. Since they had already added each other on WeChat, she had plenty of opportunities. After dinner, Li Jian drove them back to campus. On the way, their class WeChat group was getting lively. Where's this year's reunion going to be? Back to Suzhou? I think we should do it in Shanghai. A lot of our classmates are here now. Agreed. And our class beauty has settled in Shanghai too. Let's go there this year and experience the big city. Agreed. +1. Their class president, Zhao Hongbin, spoke up in the group. Everyone attending this year's reunion, please confirm in the chat. After the reunion, we'll split the bill equally. Shanghai classmates, you can't skip out on this one. I'm in. But Shanghai is so big, where should we have the gathering? Huang Feiming, I think we should go to Li Jian's place. He knows the city best and is the most familiar with places to have fun. Su Hongyang, that's right. I'm stuck in a 996 work schedule every day in Shanghai, unlike Li Jian, who has his own house here and makes over 10,000 a month. A true success story. Many classmates were filled with envy. Su Hongyang, are you serious? Li Jian owns a house in Shanghai? Su Hongyang, of course. I found out by accident before. It's over 100 square meters, definitely not some tiny apartment. If I could buy a house in Shanghai, I'd have no regrets in life. Forget Shanghai, I can't even afford one in our hometown's county. Zhou Lily looked at the chat. This was the first time she learned that Li Jian actually owned a house in Shanghai. No wonder he was so confident. Zhao Hongbin, since that's the case, let's all meet up at Li Jian's place. Li Jian, where do you think is a good spot for the gathering? The food has to be high quality, and the average spending per person can't be too low. At Li Jian. Li Jian thought for a moment. He recommended a place. There's a hotel here called Haitian Hotel. The quality and dishes are great. Location, Haitian Hotel, click to view details. Zhao Hongbin, alright, then let's all meet at Haitian Hotel tomorrow evening. Anyone who needs to travel, buy your tickets now. See you all tomorrow. After that, the group chat was flooded with stickers and emojis. We're here, brother. Hearing Ji Jiding's voice, Li Jian realized that the girl leaning against him was speaking in a soft, almost lazy tone. This little girl was never shy. It was his first time hearing her talk like this. That's when he noticed some things were simply beyond control. Get out of the car. After he spoke, Ji Jiding quickly opened the door and got out, as if running away. Was marriage always this scary? A welcome might not always be as pleasant as it sounds. Brother, I'm heading back to the dorm. Ji Jiding's face was burning red as she ran off. Li Jian chuckled. My little sister is still young. If she ever has any trouble at school, let me know. From now on, I'll cover all your cosmetics while you're in college. Hearing that, Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin were overjoyed. After the two of them went back to the dorm, Li Jian walked over to Zhou Mengmeng. Mengmeng, let's add each other on WeChat. I don't think your sister has time to look after you right now. If you ever need anything in Shanghai, just reach out to me. Like Ji Jiting, Zhou Mengmeng was also born after 2005. And since they were dorm mates, taking care of her made sense after all. She'd be spending the next 3 years living with his precious Tingting. Zhou Mengmeng actually wanted to add him too, but she didn't have the courage to ask. Her parents had always paid a lot of attention to her sister. But by the time she grew up, they had become too busy with work. She was always left alone at home. No friends, no parents to care for her. She had always felt insecure and sensitive. But this big brother who suddenly appeared gave her a sense of reliance that she had never felt before. Now that Li Jian had taken the initiative to add her, she felt relieved. Meng, if anything comes up, just tell me. Since Tingting is here, I'll be visiting the school often. Zhou Mengmeng still kept her head down, afraid to look directly at him. Don't keep looking down. You're so pretty, it's a shame to always hide. You should be more confident. Stand up straight, let me see how tall you are. Hearing him call her pretty, Zhou Mengmeng felt something she had never experienced before. Many people had told her she was pretty, but coming from Li Jian, it felt completely different. She slowly lifted her head but still didn't dare to meet his gaze. Looking at the plainly dressed girl in front of him, this little one is really pretty, about 170 centimeters tall. Perfect height. Alright, head back now. I'll come check on you in a few days. Zhou Mengming's voice was soft and sweet. She watched as Li Jian got in his car and drove away, then took a few steps forward as if to chase after him, but stopped herself. Li Jian's visit was short, but his image as a big brother was deeply imprinted in her heart. Even the smallest bit of care was magnified in Zhou Mengming's heart, which had always longed for love. When Li Jian returned home, it was already quite late. Entering his study, he continued to expand his knowledge of wealth management. At the same time, he was thinking about how to build his network. Having money alone was far from enough. Only with strong connections could one navigate society without obstacles. Which company should I hire to investigate those big figures' pasts? It's not exactly classified information. Maybe I should get a law firm to handle this. Sometimes, having the right background is worth more than tens of millions in cash flow. As Li Jian was contemplating the future, a video call notification from Zhao Manman popped up again. He wasn't surprised at all. After all, Ji Jiting was still young. Today was her first day at university, so it was natural for her mother to be worried. He answered the call, and Zhao Manman's face appeared on the screen. Mom. Looking at Zhao Manman's fair skin, Li Jian was reminded of how fair Ji Jiting was too. This was where Ji Jiting got her good genes. However, there was a trace of worry in Zhao Manman's expression. Now, Li Jian could tell that she was troubled by something. Shayan, is Tingting's enrollment all settled? Her sister is very busy right now, so if you're free, try to check on her more often. Li Jian was already planning to visit Keita frequently. Don't worry, Mom. Xiaoting is my little sister, I'll definitely check on her often. I had dinner with her and her roommates today. If anything happens, they'll let me know. You can rest assured. Zhao Manman nodded. Li Jian always felt a strange sense of nervousness in front of Zhao Manman. She had an aura that made people instinctively respect her. After all, she was his elder. Shayan, I trust you to handle things well. Seeing his mother-in-law frowning, Li Jian asked, Mom, is something wrong? Business troubles? Zhao Manman was surprised that he had noticed so quickly. Something like that. I recently opened a beauty salon, but some procedures keep getting delayed, and health inspections happen too frequently. The store can't operate properly. I've tried using my connections, but nothing has worked. As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. Why was she telling Li Jian this? Even if she told him, there was nothing he could do. Did you offend someone? Zhao Manman thought for a moment this might have something to do with her suitor. He had a powerful background, and no matter how she looked at it, it seemed like someone was deliberately making things difficult for her. Maybe. But Shayan, don't think too much about it. Things will work out. Just focus on your life in Shanghai. You don't have to worry about anything in Zhejiang. After a moment of thought, Li Jian said, Mom, I think I can help you with this. Zhao Manman had treated him well. Now that she was in trouble, he should return the favor. Based on the system's rules, he was confident he could solve this. Don't concern yourself with this, just take good care of your sister. Zhao Manman knew exactly what Li Jian was capable of. Even after pulling many strings, she hadn't been able to fix the issue. How could he possibly solve it? Besides, this was Zhejiang. I understand, Mom. I'll take a trip to Zhejiang in a few days for fun and stop by to see you. By the way, where is your beauty salon located? Alright, let me know when you arrive, I'll come pick you up. It's on Furong Road. But don't worry about it. Although Zhao Manman's voice was gentle, there was always a subtle sense of authority in her tone. It made Li Jian instinctively feel a little restrained. After hanging up the video call, Li Jian searched for some information online. Since the details were all public, he quickly found out who was overseeing the regulations related to Zhao Manman's beauty salon. He then contacted a law firm and stated his request. The firm quickly accepted his commission. Soon, Li Jian added Howie Law Firm on WeChat. He sent them the key points of the investigation, made a deposit, and sat back in anticipation. According to the system's rules, he would gain valuable connections. The next morning, when Li Jian woke up, he casually had some breakfast and spent time researching in his study again. By 5 p.m., the class group chat had become extremely lively. Zhao Hongbin, everyone, classmates, I've already arrived at Haitian Hotel. A few others are here too. If you're attending the gathering and haven't arrived yet, hurry up. If you run into any trouble on the way, just say something in the group, we'll help you out. Huang Feiming, I'm in Aditi now, almost there. Has the goddess arrived yet? Zhou Lily, people have been talking about you and Li Jian for 5 years. You two are finally meeting again. You've never attended the same reunion before, someone was always missing. As soon as Huang Feiming said that, he ignited a storm of gossip. There were few people who didn't love drama. Now, the main characters of the legendary confession incident were about to reunite. Liang Jifu, yeah, goddess, did anything happen between you two later? Everyone's really curious. Pei Liang, that's right. We talk about it at every reunion. This year, we can finally ask in person. Su Hongyang, Zhou Lily, goddess, maybe now you should consider Li Jian. He makes over 10,000 a month, owns a house in Shanghai, definitely a successful man. Li Jian had never mentioned his marriage before. Now, looking at these messages, he felt a bit helpless. Some gossip just never fades away. After getting dressed, he sent a message to Lao Zhang. When he arrived outside his apartment complex, Lao Zhang, dressed in a formal suit, was already waiting. With the current job market, both he and Lao Sun cherished this hard-earned position. Boss, where are we going? Haitian Hotel. At 5:40 p.m., a large group of Li Jian's classmates had already gathered at the entrance of Haitian Hotel. The most eye-catching among them was still the class's goddess, Zhou Lily. Dressed in a black business suit, she exuded the aura of a sophisticated city woman. Her wavy, shoulder-length hair, well-proportioned figure, and fair, beautiful legs drew everyone's attention. Most of the male classmates had liked Zhou Lily back in school, but none had the courage of Li Jian. That's why his public confession was still talked about today. Goddess, you look so much better than in high school. Back then, Zhou Lily was already beautiful. But she had been much more natural and simple. Now, she was an expert in makeup and fashion. Her looks had improved significantly. It's all thanks to makeup. Any girl can look much prettier with it. Zhou Lily's voice had also become much more pleasant. Wearing high heels, she paced back and forth elegantly. She wasn't wrong, makeup these days was practically magic. With good skills, even an average-looking girl could transform into a stunning beauty. Goddess, have you seen Li Jian at all since we graduated? Liang Jifu asked. After stepping into society, he had long given up on his youthful fantasies. People born in downtown Shanghai or Beijing were already at the finish line from birth. Ordinary people like him could never catch up. In today's dating market, with Zhou Lily's looks, she could easily find someone with a house in a top-tier city. Even a house in Shanghai wouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, his tiny apartment in his hometown's county wasn't even enough to get married. Back then, he and Zhou Lily were on the same level. But the imbalance in the dating scene had significantly lowered men's status. I haven't seen him. Actually, not long ago, after moving to Shanghai, I invited Li Jian out. But he rejected me. Hearing this, the classmates could sense a hint of resentment in her voice. Zhou Lily indeed held some grudges. In the past, it was always guys chasing after her. But when she invited Li Jian, he not only turned her down, he rejected her multiple times. Tonight, she wanted to find out why. No way, goddess, Li Jian rejected you? He used to be your most devoted admirer. Yeah. He even confessed to you in public back then. How could he pass up such a great opportunity? Su Hongyang was envious. Zhou Lily was clearly making a move on Li Jian. It was obvious she saw that he now owned a house in Shanghai and wanted to see if they could work out. But he rejected her? Could it be that Li Jian wasn't interested in Zhou Lily anymore? That was some insanely high standards. Maybe Li Jiyan really has become impressive now. Or maybe he was just really busy that day. As she spoke, her tone still carried a hint of resentment. Just then, Li Jiyan's car arrived. Wow, that car is amazing. A female classmate, Li Pan, pointed at the approaching vehicle. A Mercedes E-Class, right? That's over 500,000 yuan. Definitely out of our budget. Huang Feiming was jealous. He was sick of driving his second-hand Civic. A 500,000 yuan car was far beyond his reach. No, wait. That's an S-Class. It's way longer than an E. That's a million yuan luxury car. Hearing the price, Li Pan's voice cracked in disbelief. $1 million for a car? That's enough for a down payment in Shanghai. Marrying a rich man like that would be a dream. The car came to a stop. Lao Zhang got out, walked to the back seat, and respectfully opened the door. Boss, please. Li Jiyan nodded and stepped out. Li Ziyan, you're driving a car like this now, and you even have a driver? Huang Feiming ran over, his jealousy reaching its peak. People always feel envious when someone from their background becomes successful. Of course, on the surface, he still acted happy. But deep down, all the male classmates felt the same jealousy rising. Zhou Lily also felt uncomfortable. That jealousy in her heart was impossible to ignore. She had rejected him before, never choosing to be with him. But now, at just 23 years old, he was driving a million yuan luxury car with a chauffeur. How much money did he actually have? Zhou Lily couldn't even begin to imagine. Li Jiyan greeted his classmates with a smile while Lao Zhan went to park the car. His confident and composed demeanor, combined with his handsome looks, made it impossible for the female classmates to look away. At this moment, Li Jiyan was completely transformed. Ever since Li Jiyan realized that his future would be immensely successful, his aura had reached its peak. A man's confidence comes from money. That's why, no matter where he was, he stood out from the crowd, easily drawing the attention of women. This was a true transformation. As Li Jiyan approached, the classmates gradually suppressed their jealousy. Having a successful classmate always came with benefits. Hey, everyone, long time no see. I missed last year's gathering, I really wanted to see you all. Li Jiyan felt a sense of familiarity seeing his old classmates. After stepping into society, the pure friendships of the past became more and more distant. Zhao Hongbin sighed in admiration. Li Jiyan, we haven't seen you in 2 years, and now you're unrecognizable. Driving a million yuan luxury car with a personal chauffeur? Meanwhile, the rest of us are just corporate slaves, still worrying about our future. What have you been doing these past few years to make so much money? Li Jiyan chuckled, looking effortlessly elegant. Nothing much, just made a little money. It's not that much. His modesty made several female classmates feel a bit enchanted, but everyone simply assumed he was being humble. Driving a million yuan luxury car didn't necessarily mean he was extremely rich. But having a chauffeur? That spoke volumes. Zhou Lily looked at the man in front of her and felt like she didn't recognize him anymore. The Li Jiyan standing before her was nothing like the boy who had once confessed to her. Whenever she thought about that moment, she still found it a bit childish. But now, the man in front of her was the perfect type that mature women dream of. Handsome, wealthy, and graceful. If she had agreed to be with him back then, she would be the one sitting next to him now, wouldn't she? Zhou Lily finally realized that when Li Ziyan rejected her before, he wasn't doing it out of spite. He genuinely didn't have the time. He was obviously busy with business, which was why he had been preoccupied. Alright, everyone is here. Let's head inside. Our private dining room is 88888. After standing outside for so long, the classmates were eager to escape the heat. Now that they could finally eat, everyone quickened their pace. Once everyone was seated in the private room, the waiters began serving dishes and drinks. Since younger people weren't as fond of baijiu these days, they ordered beer and wine instead. Before long, the toasts began. It's been so long since we last met, fill your glasses. A toast to our friendship. At Zhao Hongbin's call, everyone raised their glasses. Then, one by one, classmates took turns toasting Li Jiyan, saying a lot of polite words, hoping that he could lend them a hand in the future. Zhou Lily watched as Li Jiyan basked in the spotlight, feeling firsthand the power of money. In the past, class gatherings always revolved around her or other beautiful girls. But tonight, the main focus was entirely on Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan, do you spend most of your time in Shanghai? Zhou Lily asked, looking at him from across the table. As soon as she spoke, the room quieted down a bit. Yes, I'm mostly in Shanghai, but I often travel to other places as well. Zhou Lily continued, then we should meet up more often. There aren't many classmates in Shanghai. I was really upset when you turned me down last time. Seeing the slightly pitiful expression on Zhou Lily's face, many of the male classmates felt a pang of sympathy. I'll see if I have time. Li Jian's indifferent attitude made Zhou Lily feel uncomfortable. It felt like she had lost. It was as if he didn't care about her at all anymore. Goddess, Li Jian, you two should talk in private later. For now, let's drink. Li Jian, I wish you an even bigger success, may you get a Bentley soon. Su Hongyang stood up and toasted him. Everyone admired Li Jian's achievements. Zhou Lily's gaze lingered on Li Jian, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. The classmates reminisced about old times. A lot of the same stories came up, things they had talked about at every gathering over the years. But tonight, most of the conversation revolved around Li Jian. Li Jian was really great back in high school. The girls in our class all thought he was a good guy. Goddess, why did you reject him back then? Zhou Lily didn't know how to answer. She had always thought Li Jian was good. But her parents, who were small business owners, had always told her that financial stability was the most important factor in choosing a partner. She had hoped to find someone wealthy in college or after graduation. Yet, even now, she hadn't found anyone who met her standards. She had plenty of admirers, but at 23, she was still single. Some middle-aged rich men had even tried to keep her as a mistress, but she had rejected them all. She knew that kind of life wouldn't last. Maybe I was just too young back then. Huang Feiming chimed in. Well, if that's the case, why not consider dating now? Li Jian is clearly successful now, you two would be a great match. Plus, he owns a house in Shanghai. If you marry him, you'll officially become a Shanghai resident. Zhou Lily didn't respond, but deep down, she was seriously considering it. Men like Li Jian, handsome, cultured, and rich, were far rarer than beautiful women. Zhou Lily, you're not saying anything, does that mean you agree? Ha ha. Goddess, are you blushing? Looks like there's something there. The classmates laughed and teased, but Li Jian just smiled and said, Alright, let's not joke about the past. It's been years. Though he said it casually, Zhou Lily felt another wave of disappointment. Did he really not care about her anymore, even though he was wealthy now? It wasn't like she couldn't find another man who drove a million-yuan car. The gathering lasted until past 11 p.m. Many classmates stayed overnight at the Haitian hotel. As Li Ziyan waved his hand for Lao Zhang to bring the car around, Zhou Lily followed after him. Li Ziyan, can you take me home? Zhou Lily had too many questions, too many things she wanted to say to Li Ziyan. She was genuinely curious about him. Get in the car. Li Ziyan led Zhou Lily to the back seat of his car. After she gave her address, Lao Zhang started the GPS and began driving. Li Ziyan, I really didn't expect you to come this far. You're only 23. And many of our classmates are still struggling just to get by. But you've already become one in a million. Zhou Lily wanted to ask how much wealth Li Jian had, but she felt that asking directly might make a bad impression on him, so she held back. I was just lucky. Li Jian didn't even glance at Zhou Lily. She might have been his first love, but he had long since moved on. Li Jian, can I visit you often now that we're both in Shanghai? Of course. We're classmates. No matter what, that bond from our school days will always be there. Zhou Lily felt a little more at ease. But at the same time, she sensed something. No matter what she said, Li Jian would respond politely. Yet there was an invisible barrier between them that she couldn't break through. When they arrived at Zhou Lily's newly rented apartment, Li Jian finally got out of the car. Alright, get some rest. Li Jian, I just started a new job and have work tomorrow. From now on, I'll probably be bothering you a lot. We're old classmates, so I won't be too polite with you. Li Jian smiled and said, Of course. The bond between classmates lasts a lifetime. After saying goodbye, Li Jian got back in the car and left, watching the taillights of his Mercedes S-Class disappear into the distance. Zhou Lily felt incredibly conflicted. Li Jian's assets must be in the tens of millions, and he's still so young. I should take this opportunity. Zhou Lily wanted to marry a rich man, but not just any wealthy, greasy middle-aged man. Li Jian was the best choice she could reach right now. When Li Jian got home, he received a call from Howie Law Firm. All the past records of Su Jinnan had been delivered to him. In the evening, Zhou Lily sent him a WeChat message. Zhou Lily, Li Jian, I started my new job today. My supervisor is pursuing me. Do you think I should consider him? Li Jian, matters of the heart should be decided by yourself. There was no place for Zhou Lily in Li Jian's heart. The only reason he still interacted with her was out of old classmates' sentiment. After putting down his phone, he didn't check her messages again. In her rented apartment, staring at his reply, Joe Lilly felt an overwhelming sadness. A supervisor driving a BMW 7 Series, before, she would have considered him. But after seeing Li Jiyan, she had lost all interest. Did he really not care about her at all? What if she had accepted his confession back then? What would their lives be like now? Night fell. Li Jiyan returned to the master bedroom and turned on the air conditioner. He refocused his mind. This time, the priority is connections. Build a network and solve Zhao Manman's problem. Slowly, he cleared his thoughts. Luckily, he hadn't forgotten anything. First, I'll go find Shaoli. Returning to the past once again, the first thing Li Jiyan did was look for Shaoli, spotting an internet cafe nearby. He walked in and rented a computer. Skillfully logging in, he opened QQ and sent a message to Shaoli. Shaoli, I'm back. Come to Fantasy Internet Cafe. Not long after, Shaoli arrived. He also rented a computer and sat beside Li Jiyan. Brother Li, you're here. Handing Li Jiyan a bottle of water, Shaoli logged in. Yeah, you've gotten more handsome. Li Jiyan could tell that Shaoli now carried himself with much more confidence, no longer looking like a clueless kid. Money truly was the source of a man's confidence. What are we doing this time? Li Jiyan opened a map on Chengdu. We're heading to Zhejiang. Hearing that they were going to Zhejiang, Shaoli looked excited. He had never left Huizhou before. Now, he was finally going to see the outside world. Alright. A few days ago, I told my parents I'd be working a summer job. So I won't have to go home for quite a while. Once school starts, I'll have way more freedom. Then I can have my fun without catching feelings. Li Jiyan wasn't surprised by Shaoli's change in attitude. At a young age, success naturally made people a bit arrogant. His presence had changed Shaoli's path, but there was no need to interfere with his personal choices. What exactly are we going to Zhejiang for? Li Jiyan searched online for Mr. Su but found no useful information. We're looking for someone named Mr. Su, a man who will have significant influence in the future. I want to see what stage of his life he's at right now. We'll use our information advantage to build a connection with him. And of course, I also need to solve my mother-in-law's problem. This is an important experiment. If we succeed, we'll be set for life. Shaoli now understood the importance of having connections to protect oneself. Alright, let's go. We have to get this done right. Li Jiyan searched for law firms in Qiantang District, Hangshun, Zhejiang. He requested an investigation on Mr. Su. The taxi driver was fast, and before they even reached their destination, the law firm called. Sir, have you arrived in Qiantang District? We've completed your request in full. Let's meet in person. After receiving the address, Li Jiyan told the driver to head to the law firm. After getting out of the car, Shaoli curiously looked around. This place is really developed, way better than our hometown. Mr. Ma is truly famous now. Li Jiyan was quite familiar with Zhejiang. Of course. The phrase Jiangsu Zhejiang Shanghai exists for a reason. These three places have some of the strongest economies. Then there's Shenzhen and Beijing, both top-tier cities as well. But a lot of the rich people here eventually moved to Shanghai or Shenzhen. When they arrived at the law firm, a staff member rushed out. Are you Mr. Li? Looking at the scruffy-looking employee, Li Jiyan, still wearing sunglasses, nodded. That's me. We've gathered all the information you requested. The payment is as we discussed. Li Jiyan glanced at Shaoli to pay him. After receiving the documents and leaving the firm, Shaoli grumbled, this industry is insanely profitable. As they walked, he wiped his sweat. Even though autumn had arrived, the heat was relentless. It's normal. Some things can't be done by just anyone. Every industry has its place for a reason. Li Jiyan took Shaoli to a tea house. Opening the file, he found highly detailed information on Mr. Su. It included his personal history, relatives, friends, everything. Su Jinnan's mother is still alive, but based on his life trajectory, she won't be for much longer. She'll likely pass away due to heart disease. This is an opportunity. Now, how should we approach this? But first, I need to change my appearance. Li Jiyan visited a cosmetics store and bought some makeup. He asked the store owner to make him look older. He even added a fake mustache, instantly aging himself by at least 10 years. The store owner kept marveling at how much he looked like his twin. After that, he went to a printing shop to create a file that could help Su Jinnan. As evening approached, the two of them arrived near Su Jinnan's home. Finally, they opened a new bank account and deposited 2 million yuan. And then, with an absolute information advantage and the ability to help Su Jinnan's mother with her illness, everything proceeded incredibly smoothly. Su Jinnan quickly regarded Shaoli as an extraordinary figure who could help him rise in status. And more importantly, he became the savior of his mother's life. This task was easily completed. Li Jian felt a rush of excitement. Next, he would return to the future and make use of these connections. After the two of them left Su Jinnan's home, Li Jian sighed, I hope everything goes well this time. There were countless ways to make money, but in the end, it was background and connections that determined whether a person could truly remain untouchable. Alright, I can go back now. Xiaoli, how's the house search going? Hearing him mention the house, Xiaoli frowned slightly. I've been keeping an eye on it, trying to acquire one. I even offered a slightly higher price, but no one's selling. Maybe I won't be able to buy another property. Li Jian didn't mind. It doesn't matter. Compensation from demolition projects is just short-term cash, nothing more. Whether we get a place or not is irrelevant. As long as the right connections are in place, there will be endless ways to make money in the future. Xiaoli nodded, his expression serious. Got it, brotherly. You go back first. I plan to stay in Zhejiang for a couple more days before heading home. I'm really looking forward to life after school starts now. I still can't go all out just yet. After a few more words, Li Jian gradually disappeared from this timeline. When he woke up, his mind slowly regained clarity. I've returned to the present again and started setting up my network for the future. He opened his phone and saw a message confirming a 1.2 million yuan expense. The real estate investment didn't show any deductions last time, but this time, there's an expense. Does this mean the impact of my investment has already materialized? Thinking for a moment, he opened his contact list, scrolling down to the letter S. He saw a new contact, Su Jinnan. As expected, without hesitation, Li Jian dialed Su Jinnan's number. If everything was in order, it was time to head to Zhejiang, Xiantang district. Inside a high-end apartment complex in the bustling city, Su Jinnan was washing up when he heard his wife call from the dining table. Honey, someone's calling you. Just leave it for now, I'll call back later. Glancing at the caller ID, his wife said. It's Mr. Li. I'll hang up. Su Jinnan instantly snapped to attention. The man who had never once contacted him was calling now. He understood immediately. If it weren't for Mr. Li, there was no way he would have reached his current position, and his mother wouldn't have lived an extra 10 plus years. Don't hang up. Su Jinnan rushed out, panicked. Mr. Li. After all these years, you finally called me. Hearing his voice, Li Jian knew everything had fallen into place. His plan was completely successful. I'm not Mr. Li, but I'm coming to Zhejiang on his behalf. Mr. Su, let's meet in Zhejiang. Hearing this, Su Jinnan immediately replied. Of course. Whenever you need me, just call, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Su Jinnan sat down. Who was that, honey? It's the man who guided me back then. Wiping the sweat off his forehead. All these years, he had always felt like an invisible hand was pushing him upward. Everything in that document, the plans, the directions, had all been spot on. This Mr. Li was someone he could never afford to offend. More than that, he owed him a massive debt of gratitude. Even if he had to take the fall for him, he would accept it without hesitation. The one who helped you? His wife sat down as well, a deep sense of unease settling in her heart. Li Jian packed his things and prepared for his trip to Zhejiang. However, this time, his mindset was completely different from before. He planned to truly experience the benefits that connections could bring in society. Around 10 a.m., Dong Mengmeng called. Hello, Li Jian. When are you coming back to work? Li Jian had completely forgotten about that. Ever since he bought his car, he hadn't gone to work at all. Sister Dong, I'm planning to resign. At this point, there was no longer any need for him to keep working. Resign. Alright, I kind of expected this. Given your financial situation, there's really no reason for you to stay here, but drop by sometime when you're free. When Li Jian's colleagues heard that he was resigning, Shirlian, who had dressed up especially beautifully, looked visibly disappointed. She had been hoping he would come back, that she could make an effort and maybe get a chance. But now, he was leaving for good. I understand, Sister Dong. I'll visit when I have time. Alright. Hanging up, Dong Mengmeng sighed. If only she had married a man like Li Jian, how great would that have been? After sending a message to Lao's son, Li Jian stepped outside. Lao's son was already waiting at the entrance. Boss, where to? The high-speed rail station. As the car drove off, Li Jian thought about it. When he returned, he should buy a supercar. But that could wait until after his Zhejiang trip was over. Then, he called Zhao Manman. Hello, Mom. I'll be arriving in Zhejiang today. Do you have time? On the other end, Zhao Manman's composed voice responded quickly. I understand. Call me when you arrive. I'll drive over to pick you up. Li Jian recalled Zhao Manman's car, a Mercedes S-Class. She was used to driving herself. She had never hired a chauffeur. Thinking about it, once he bought his supercar and his next round of funds arrived, he should also get a proper luxury car with a spacious back seat, maybe a Maybach or a Rolls-Royce. Upon arriving in Zhejiang, Li Jian set aside his thoughts and called Zhao Man. "Mom, I'm at the train station." "Alright, I'll be there soon." Her voice was as cool and composed as ever. In less than 20 minutes, Zhao Man appeared. Her home wasn't too far from the train station. Though this area wasn't as economically developed as Yuhang district, it was peaceful and had beautiful scenery. Most of her businesses were in Yuhang, but she had chosen to live here for the environment. Soon, Li Jian sought his mother-in-law. "You're here, Xiaoyan." Her voice carried an elegant, intellectual charm. The first thing he noticed was her long, slender legs in black stockings. Even though she was only 165 centimeters tall, her legs were incredibly well proportioned, practically the golden ratio. She had a strikingly beautiful face, looking no older than 25 or 26. But what stood out the most wasn't just her D+ perfection, it was her obsession with black stockings. It seemed as if she never went a second without them. Her business attire and fitted skirt accentuated her sophisticated aura. She stepped forward in her Valentino high heels, perfectly in control. "Xiaoyan, let's go." As she looked at him, Zhao Man had a feeling. Li Jian had changed, but she couldn't quite pinpoint how. Had he become much more confident? "All right." Li Jian followed her into the Mercedes S-Class, sitting in the front passenger seat. Sitting in the back would have seemed disrespectful since she was driving. Once inside, she swapped her Valentino heels for a pair of flats, then handed the heels to him. Like her stockings, she always preferred wearing heels when walking. Taking the heels from her, Li Jian placed them at his feet. "Has Mengting been causing you any trouble lately?" No. He still hadn't told her about the divorce. Zhao Man had always treated him well. And right now, she was going through a difficult time. Li Jian didn't want to upset a woman who had always been good to him. "Mom, you don't look too well." As the car moved, he noticed a small tear in her stockings, something she hadn't even realized. "The beauty salon issue isn't resolved yet, is it?" She turned her head slightly, her naturally captivating eyes glancing at him briefly. Then, she refocused on the road. "It's nothing. Since you're here, just relax for a few days at home. When you leave, I'll have Mengting transfer some shares to you. The most important thing is for you two to live well together. Everything else is secondary." Li Jian said, "Don't worry, Mom. As for the beauty salon, let me take care of it." Hearing this, Zhao Man felt a slight stir in her heart. This child. When did he start talking like this? She knew exactly what Li Jian was capable of. She had opposed Mengting marrying him because his family was average, and his job was nothing special. He had no real future, career-wise. She had never seen him as promising. But in terms of daily life, she had always treated him like her own son. "All right then, help me out." "But, my problems go beyond just the beauty salon," she joked. The salon issue stemmed from one of her suitors, and she didn't dare let her husband find out. Otherwise, it would cause serious trouble. "I'll call Su Jinnan later." Li Jian didn't hide anything. He never liked the idea of secretly accumulating wealth in the shadows. He wouldn't flaunt his success arrogantly, but he also wouldn't deliberately conceal it. He despised the cliché of only revealing one's true status after being looked down upon. After all, he was here to help Zhao Man. "You know Su Jinnan?" She was baffled. She couldn't think of any reason why Li Jian would be connected to someone as influential as Su Jinnan, one of the most powerful figures in all of Qiantang district. "I have some connections, so I should be able to help you with this." Zhao Man knew that Li Jian was not someone who lied. Since he knew Su Jinnan and said this, perhaps he really could solve this problem for her. Everyone had their own secrets. It wasn't impossible for Li Jian to have such a connection. "Mom, tell me exactly what happened. That way, I can help you. Be as specific as possible." Zhao Man didn't want to discuss this matter in front of her junior. It made her feel as if she was losing her status as an elder. "Let's find a place to sit down. Your father mustn't know about this." One advantage of Qiantang district was the ample parking. After easily finding a spot, she skillfully parallel parked. Then, she reached out her hand toward Li Jian. Out of habit, he instinctively took her hand. Because Ji Mingting used to do the same thing. Back then, she wasn't as focused on money as she was now. Zhao Man didn't blush when he grabbed her hand. She simply looked at him coolly. Her naturally seductive eyes locked onto him. There wasn't the slightest change in her expression. She maintained the dignity of an elder with absolute composure. That was when he snapped back to reality. He had mistaken her for someone else in that brief moment of distraction. Clearly, she had just been reaching for her high heels. Picking up the pair of Valentino heels, he handed them to her. She took them, quickly changed into them, and stepped out of the car with Li Jiyan. The summer heat was intense. Following behind Zhou Manman, he walked with her into a cafe. "I'll have an iced Camellia Americano, less sugar." Li Jiyan thought for a moment. "I'll take a mango pomelo sago, extra ice." Neither of them spoke. Only after the drinks arrived did Zhou Manman finally break the silence. "Shayan, I'm only telling you this." Li Jiyan noticed her neatly painted red nails, except for two, which were unpolished. Perhaps, this was the small imperfection that made life interesting. Just do your best. If you can help, then help. If not, just pretend you never heard anything. Sooner or later, this matter will pass. After a moment of silence, Zhao Manman spoke. "I've always had a lot of admirers, which has caused quite a few problems. Your Uncle Ji may seem refined and gentlemanly on the surface, but he has a very bad temper. If he found out about this, I don't know what he might do." Li Jian thought about Ji Yunhai, his father-in-law. He did seem like a cultured intellectual, but his true nature, Li Jian understood it better than anyone. "That's why I'm telling you this here. Among my admirers, some are business partners. Half a year ago, during a business deal, I met a man named Zhou Xiao. After seeing me at a banquet, he started pursuing me. I never paid him any attention, but because of business, I still had unavoidable interactions with him. But after repeatedly rejecting him, he started using his connections to target me. He's trying to pressure me into submission. The trouble with my beauty salon is his doing, and now, he's planning to interfere with my other businesses as well. That's why I'm so troubled. Here, these are some of the messages he sent me." As she spoke, Zhao Manman unlocked her phone and handed it to Li Jiyan. Looking at her stunning yet ice-cold face, he finally understood why, at 42, she still had so many suitors. Beauty had nothing to do with age. Not long ago, a viral post on Notes compared two women. Who would you choose, 18-year-old Zhou Yudong or 43-year-old Gao Shuangyuan? A complete landslide. Then another. Who would you choose, 18-year-old Zhou Yudong or 48-year-old Zhou Wengjing? Another landslide victory for the older woman. An 18-year-old lost completely to women who could be her mother. And Zhao Manman was just as beautiful as those women, if not more so. She had no wrinkles, appearing no older than 25. Opening WeChat, Li Jiyan skimmed through her recent chats. Big Ting Baby. Little Ting Baby. He hadn't expected Zhao Manman to have such playful contact names. But when he scrolled further and saw Yen Baby, he nearly lost his composure. Did she really think of him as her son? Though, this nickname didn't quite suit him. Soon, he found a contact labeled disgusting. That was just like Zhao Manman. She never used profanity. Disgusting was already the harshest insult she would use. July 15, 1512. Miss Xiao, let's have dinner tonight. July 16, 1621. Miss Xiao, I'm planning to buy a villa today. Want to come with me? I also have some business matters to discuss with you. If you're worried about your husband, don't be. He won't find out. July 17, 2359. Miss Xiao, I miss you. I really miss you. Li Jiyan. Zhou Xiao was truly disgusting. Was he sending messages like this just because it was late at night? As time went on, the messages subtly shifted toward threats. August 1, 1412. Miss Xiao, if you run into business troubles, you can always come to me. Some problems are easy for me to solve. Without the right connections, it's hard to go far in this world. August 3, 113. Miss Xiao, your beauty salon seems to be facing quite a few problems. I have a feeling those problems will only increase. Let's meet and talk. Your legs in those black stockings haunt my dreams. Juanhao Grand Hotel, room 333. If you come, I guarantee all your troubles will disappear by tomorrow. After reading, Li Jiyan returned the phone to Zhao Manman. Mom, does Zhou Xiao have a beer belly? He recalled Ji Jiting mentioning someone who was obsessed with Zhao Manman's legs in stockings. How do you know? Li Jiyan didn't mention Ji Jiting. Just a guess. Guys like this are always the same, oily and disgusting. I'll handle this. No matter what connections Zhou Xiao had, he could always travel back in time to gain even stronger ones. A mere businessman was nothing in his eyes. If you know Su Jinnan, maybe you can have him mediate. As long as my beauty salon can reopen, I'll consider this matter settled. Li Jian nodded. But mediation wasn't what he had in mind. Let's go home for now. I'll cook for you later. Just as he was about to get up, something caught his eye. His gaze lingered on Zhao Manman's legs in black stockings. For the first time, her icy expression showed a slight change. A hint of unease. What are you looking at? Li Jian pointed at the small tear in her stockings. Mom, your stockings are ripped. Zhao Manman looked down and finally noticed a small tear in her black stockings. She had been distracted lately and hadn't paid much attention. I'll buy a new pair nearby. Li Ziyan wasn't surprised at all. He knew how much Zhao Manman loved black stockings. Even at home, he had never seen her bare legs. After finishing their cold drinks, they left the cafe. On the second floor of a mall, Li Jian walked beside Zhao Manman, looking only a couple of years younger than her. Hello, sir. What style of stockings would your wife like? Li Jian was speechless. Miss, you've got it wrong. This is my mom. The saleswoman was stunned. She looked carefully but still felt like he was joking. Sir, you must be kidding. I'm 23, but this lady looks even younger than me. The saleswoman looked slightly older. So standing next to Zhao Manman, she really did seem more mature. I'm serious. After confirming again, the saleswoman's eyes were full of admiration. Give me a pair of black stockings. The saleswoman asked, Miss, what thickness do you prefer? How about 10D? I prefer 40D and above. Li Jian didn't understand much about stocking thickness, but he guessed the higher the D number, the darker and more mysterious they appeared. However, stockings that were too thick weren't easy for most women to pull off. Then try this pair. To be honest, I've never seen legs as beautiful as yours before. They were made for black stockings. Zhao Manman took the stockings and went to the fitting room. Meanwhile, Li Jian sat down and called Su Jinnan. Su Jinnan was in the middle of a meeting, but when he saw the call, he immediately stepped out. Mr. Li, you've arrived. He knew that this wasn't the real Mr. Li, but rather his representative. Still, calling him Mr. Li felt appropriate. Su Jinnan suddenly felt nervous. He knew all too well how terrifying the real Mr. Li's background was. Could his arrival mean major changes ahead? A beauty salon on Furong Road has been having some problems lately. Look into it for me. Su Jinnan was a bit surprised but immediately assured him. Don't worry, I'll get you a detailed report by the end of the day. Li Jian nodded and hung up. Having connections really makes things easier. Money works, but in this world, the right connections can choke you in an instant. After what happened last time, Li Jian had already planned his future. He needed to set up more strategies and have Shaoli establish relationships with the major figures in Shanghai ahead of time. That way, he could live without worries. Wow! Your legs are gorgeous. So long, and the perfect shape. Hearing this, Li Jian looked up. Zhao Manman had stepped out in her new black stockings. The saleswoman's praise wasn't just professional courtesy. It was completely genuine. Even if she wasn't particularly attractive herself, having legs like these would be enough to make many people obsessed. Not to mention her perfect D+ proportions. D+ wasn't exaggerated, but just enough to drive people crazy. When a body was good enough, as long as the face wasn't unattractive, looks barely mattered anymore. Alright, I'll take this pair. Let's check out. The saleswoman scanned the tag. Please pay at the right-hand counter and bring me the receipt. Just as Zhao Manman was about to go, Li Jian took the tag and went to pay. Watching his back, Zhao Manman thought, if Li Jian was always around, that wouldn't be so bad. She had never had a son, and Li Jian felt just like one. After paying, he carried the bag with her old stockings as they left the mall. She never had the habit of leaving her worn clothes behind in public. Let's go home. I'll cook for you. Once in the car, she switched back to flats. At home, she took the time to put on her Valentinos again. Zhao Manman's house was a small villa. It hadn't been too expensive when she bought it, but now, its value had skyrocketed. With her net worth, she was undoubtedly a billionaire. Even Ji Mingting and Ji Jiding didn't know exactly how much money she had. As soon as they arrived, Li Jian saw his refined-looking father-in-law, Ji Yunhai. Uncle Ji. Shaoyan, you're back. I have something to do, so I won't be staying for dinner. You two eat first. Ji Yunhai put on his leather shoes, spoke briefly with Zhao Manman, and left. Li Jian didn't mind. He and Ji Yunhai weren't particularly close, although Ji Yunhai treated him decently. Just like Zhao Manman, he didn't think much of Li Jian's career. My uncle is going out in this heat? Zhao Manman glanced at Ji Yunhai. He's busy with work. It's normal for him not to be home much. Sitting on the sofa, Li Jian caught a strong scent of herbal medicine. This place smells like Chinese medicine. Mom, are you sick? Zhao Manman frowned slightly. Ji Yunhai was rarely home. and when he brewed medicine, he usually did it in private. This time, however, Li Jian had caught the scent. 18 years ago, Ji Yunhai had developed serious health issues. That was when they started living separately. She had remained faithful for 18 years, but she didn't know when things would ever change. "It's your uncle. He's not in great health." Saying this, she took the medicine pot and poured the remaining herbal liquid into the trash. After that, she changed into slippers and sat beside Li Jian, planning to rest a bit before cooking. Just then, Ji Mingting's video call came in. She answered Big Ting Baby's video request. "Mom, I have great news. My company is making money. I'm officially a multi-millionaire now, and I'm confident I can reach 1 billion in a year. Venture capital firms are already reaching out to us. We'll definitely go public. I want to be a successful woman like you." With Zhao Manman's business advice, Ji Mingting was confident she could turn her company into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. "Hun Shayan is here with me. When he returns, transfer half of your company's shares to him. You two should build a good life together." Hearing this, Ji Mingting immediately refused. "No way. This is my money. It's not your money. It's mine. Give half to Shaoyan." Zhao Manman's authoritative tone left Ji Mingting with no room for argument. Actually, Li Jian and I are already divorced." Hearing this, Zhao Manman felt dizzy. Her phone slipped from her hands. Li Jian saw what was happening and immediately hung up the call. "This woman. She chose now to bring this up? Are you okay, Mom?" He gently massaged her temples. After 5 minutes, she slowly opened her eyes. She hadn't expected it. Her daughter and Li Jian had already divorced. If she had known earlier, she would have given the money directly to Li Jian, then things wouldn't have come to this. "Shaoyan, you and Mingting are divorced. That means you have no ties to me anymore. So why are you here?" She couldn't accept this. "You've always been good to me. I'll never forget that. Even though we're divorced, you will always hold a place in my heart. I came this time to solve your problem." Zhao Manman was deeply moved. A surge of emotion welled up inside her. She reached out and held Li Jian's hand. Zhao Manman's hand was slightly cold, just like her face, which always carried an icy expression. But at this moment, a wave of emotion welled up in her heart. Logically speaking, after Li Jian and Ji Mingting divorced, they should have had nothing to do with each other anymore. After all, relationships with in-laws were based on marriage. Once a couple divorced, they would have no ties left. Yet, even after divorcing Ji Mingting, Li Jian did not treat her as a stranger. Instead, he came all the way to Zhujiang to help solve her problem. In such scorching weather, he didn't complain about the trouble. Everything he did was for her. How could Zhao Manman not be moved? Especially considering how she had once looked down on Li Jian's career. Yet, in his heart, he still held her in such high regard. "Shaoyan, even though you and Mingting are divorced, you will always be my child. Come visit me whenever you're free." Seeing Zhao Manman's sadness, Li Jian continued comforting her. "I know, Mom. That's exactly why I came to Zhujiang, to help you." After a long time, Zhao Manman finally calmed down. She let go of Li Jian's hand and leaned back on the couch. Her usual icy demeanor returned, but in her heart, she placed even greater importance on him. "Shayan, how did you two end up divorcing?" Li Jian knew there was no need to hide anything anymore. After Mingting started New Concept Beauty, she practically never came home. You know what happened next? She kept pushing for a divorce. So, I agreed. Zhao Manman asked, "Did she cheat on you?" "If that's the case, I will make sure to deal with her properly." When it came to moral integrity, Zhao Manman had always been very strict. Ji Yunhai had suffered from health issues for over 18 years. Yet, all these years, she had remained faithful to him. She had also raised Ji Zhiding and Ji Mingting with strict moral values. She would never tolerate betrayal from her daughters. Li Jian looked at the elegant yet coldly beautiful Zhao Manman. That definitely didn't happen. She's a bit proud, just like you. If she had done something like that, she would have admitted it outright. We divorced mainly because she felt our financial situations were too different, and the gap would only grow in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Manman let out a small sigh of relief. She held strong moral values, so she was glad her daughter hadn't done something disgraceful. "In that case, I'll talk to her and persuade her to remarry you." Li Jian remained silent. In his heart, he had no intention of remarrying her. Before, he had wanted to spend his life peacefully with Ji Mingting. But now, the gears of fate had begun to turn in an unpredictable direction. Would he really be content with spending his life with just one person? He knew he wasn't that kind of person. He desired everything that ordinary people desired, and now, he had the power to make those desires a reality. So why would he willingly go back to a life of stagnation? Alright, Xiaoyan, sit tight. I'll cook for you. Oh, and about the beauty salon, if you can solve the issue, great. If not, it's fine. I didn't invest much in it, so I can just shut it down. Don't get yourself into unnecessary trouble. Sitting on the couch, Li Jian thought about how well Zhao Manman had treated him in the past. A warm feeling spread through his heart. Why does this medicine smell so bad? He had smelled plenty of traditional Chinese medicine before, but nothing as pungent as this. Could Zhao Manman be sick? Even though she said the medicine was for Ji Yunhai, she might not have been telling the truth. Glancing at the trash can, then at the kitchen, Li Jian quietly took a picture of the medicine while she wasn't looking. Later, he would find an experienced Chinese medicine doctor to analyze it and see if she was actually the one with health problems. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Zhao Manman put on her Bluetooth earpiece and called Ji Mingting back. Mingting, how could you divorce Li Jian? Come back to Zhujiang immediately and explain things to him. You can't just divorce so casually. Tell me the truth, did you cheat on him? On the other end, Ji Mingting hesitated. Mom, I definitely didn't cheat. You taught me that lesson a long time ago. You always said a woman must never betray her marriage. I've never forgotten that. But I won't remarry Li Jian. His salary is barely 10,000 a month. If I stay with him, we'll have too many problems. Our spending habits and lifestyles are completely different. Even if I remarry him, it won't change anything. We'd still end up separating, so it's better to leave it as it is. These words made Zhao Manman furious. Ji Zhiting hadn't even married yet, and Ji Mingting had already gotten divorced, and now she was being so stubborn about not remarrying. You ungrateful girl, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Her voice trembled slightly. Hearing how angry her mother was, Ji Mingting didn't dare argue anymore. She had always respected her mother's authority. Mom, I won't argue with you. I have to go now, I have work to do. Not long after, Zhao Manman brought out several dishes. Soy sauce clams, farmhouse stir-fried pork, salted egg chicken wings, garlic butter shrimp, and Westlake vinegar fish. Simple home-cooked meals. Xiaoyan, come eat. Hearing her call him, Li Jian walked over. He had always loved Zhao Manman's cooking. He had tried many home-cooked meals, but hers were always the best, perfect in flavor, color, and aroma. Mom, your cooking is still the best. Hearing him call her mom so naturally, Zhao Manman suddenly felt a bit emotional. From the very beginning, she had looked down on Li Jian. After all, her family was worth billions, while Li Jian's parents were just ordinary working-class people. He himself hadn't achieved much. It was natural for her to have no faith in his career. But despite that, he still cared deeply for her. He had come all the way to Zhujiang just to solve her problems. Whether or not he could actually fix them didn't matter. She would always remember this kindness, and she would treat him like her own son. Holding her chopsticks, Zhao Manman picked up some food for him. Xiaoyan, eat more. It's rare for you to visit. You love clams the most, have some more. When you're in Zhujiang, tell me whatever you want to eat. I'll make it for you. Looking at Li Jian sitting across from her, the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Looking at the handsome Li Jian in front of her, Zhao Manman liked him more and more. If only Li Jian were her own son. But in a way, she and he already shared a mother-son bond. She had to find a way to reconcile him with Mingting and bring them back together. Such a good son-in-law, she really couldn't bear to just let him go. Soon, Li Jian's bowl was filled with food, piled up into a small mountain. Alright, Mom, it's overflowing. I can't eat anymore. Li Jian looked at his bowl and felt a little helpless. Take your time. Seeing that he really couldn't eat anymore, Zhao Manman finally stopped adding food to his bowl and started eating herself. Xiaoyan, what exactly is your relationship with Su Jinan? After a while, she finally asked the question she had been wondering about. We had some dealings in the past. This matter was an absolute secret. Other than his past self, no one else could know. Zhao Manman was cold by nature, but she was also sharp and perceptive. She never pushed others to reveal things they didn't want to talk about. But Mom still wants to remind you of something. Dealing with people like him, those of us without connections can easily suffer losses. If you can get Su Jinan to have his secretary handle this, then resolve it if possible. But don't let it cause any trouble. Wealth isn't that important to me. You and Mingting are what matter most. Li Jian nodded without saying much. I understand. He glanced outside and saw that the sky was slightly overcast. Zhao Manman continued, Xiaoyan, since you rarely visit, let's go to West Lake this afternoon. There's not much going on with business lately, your uncle is handling most of it. Li Ziyan was a little surprised. Zhao Manman had always carried herself with the full dignity of an elder. She had never gone out with him before. Even when he and Ji Mengting went out together, she would say that she didn't interfere with young people's matters. Was the sun rising from the west today? Since she had already suggested it, he naturally couldn't refuse. Alright, Mom, let's go out later. After he agreed, Zhao Manman continued serving him food. In truth, she rarely went out with the kids. But she had been feeling down lately because of certain issues. And Li Ziyan had moved her deeply, so she wanted to take a walk with him to relax. Li Ziyan had been to West Lake a few times before. After all, coming to Zhejiang without visiting West Lake would be a wasted trip. But he hadn't explored all 10 scenic spots before. And he had never taken a boat ride on the lake. Mom, when we get there, let's take a boat ride. It should be nice and cool on the water right now. It's really too hot outside. A boat ride sounds like a very relaxing idea. Zhao Manman thought for a moment and agreed. She did need to unwind. Here, Xiaoyan, have more shrimp. After lunch, Zhao Manman went to clean up the dishes. Meanwhile, Li Ziyan received a call from Su Jinan. Standing in the courtyard, he admired the blooming globe amaranths and oleanders before answering. Mr. Li, I've looked into it. It was my subordinate, Hu Yun, who did it. He has deep ties to Zhou Xiao, but I don't know what exactly happened recently. But the trouble caused for that beauty salon was their doing. Li Jian said, that beauty salon belongs to my mother-in-law. Su Jinan was startled. Hu Yun was really playing with fire, causing trouble for someone like this. Then, Mr. Li, let me arrange a proper reception for you. I'll call them both over to apologize. I will make sure you are satisfied. Li Jian thought for a moment and said, I'll let you know later. I have something to do this afternoon. Now that he was here, there was no real issue. What mattered now was spending time with Zhao Manman. She had always treated him with sincerity. She even wanted Ji Mingting to transfer half of her company shares to him. For that alone, he had to do his best to repay her kindness. Understood, Mr. Li, don't worry, I'll handle this properly. Just call me when you're ready. After hanging up, Li Ziyan returned to the villa. Zhao Manman was putting on her Valentino heels. Xiaoyan, it's a bit hot outside. Go upstairs and get my sunscreen spray, it's on the desk in my bedroom. Li Ziyan responded and headed upstairs to her room. The wardrobe was open, and there were only her clothes inside. A pair of black stockings was draped over the sofa. This confirmed his suspicions. There were serious issues between her and Ji Yunhai. But family matters were not something he should interfere with. Picking up the sunscreen spray, he went back downstairs. Mom, let me drive today. My driving skills have improved a lot. It's such a hassle for you to keep changing your heels. The usually cold-faced Zhao Manman smiled slightly, her beauty shining. Alright, then you drive today. The two got into the car. Li Jian fastened his seatbelt. Zhao Manman also fastened her seatbelt. Looking at her, Li Jian understood more and more why people said seatbelts accentuate the figure. Mom, let's go. Turning on the GPS, Li Jian started the car. The villa wasn't far from West Lake. Half an hour later, Li Jian found a paid parking lot, parked the Mercedes S-Class, and walked with Zhao Manman toward the lake. Mom, I've seen most of the 10 scenic spots of West Lake, but I've never seen Broken Bridge in the snow. I've only seen pictures online, never in person. Zhao Manman took out a bottle of sunscreen spray from her bag and sprayed it on her face and arms. It's okay. If you come here in winter, you'll definitely see it. Here, Xiaoyan, lower your head. At 165 centimeters, Zhao Manman still looked petite compared to Li Jian. Li Jian lowered his head and felt the cool mist on his skin. It was quite refreshing. Alright, let's go. She lightly patted his face, then led him toward the Yuehu dock nearby, planning to take a boat ride. Even though the weather was hot, West Lake was never short of tourists. At the dock, many visitors were renting boats. Usually, the boat would set off once there were enough people, about a dozen. On board, they also sold various snacks and drinks. Mom, I've always wanted to see West Lake from the water. Before, I only admired the scenery from the shore. Today, I really want to enjoy this view, where both light and heavy makeup are equally charming. The gentle breeze over the lake carried a fresh and pleasant scent, making Zhao Manman feel more at ease. It had been a long time since she had truly relaxed. Li Jian glanced toward the dock and suddenly spotted someone familiar boarding a boat. His eyesight was sharp. It was Ji Yunhai. Beside him was a woman clinging to his arm, looking very intimate. This was clearly not an ordinary relationship. What a shocking discovery. Li Jian couldn't understand. Zhao Manman was as stunning as a goddess, yet Ji Yunhai still went out to find a mistress. What was he even looking for? Seeing that Zhao Manman was about to look in that direction, Li Jian panicked. She had already been hurt enough today. He still remembered how she almost fainted from anger earlier when he was massaging her temples. She valued morality very highly. If she saw Ji Yunhai with another woman, what would she do? Li Jian didn't dare imagine. At the very least, she couldn't find out now. He truly respected this elder, and right now, he needed to protect her from taking too many hits in one day. Thinking quickly, Li Jian hurriedly grabbed Zhao Manman from behind, spun her around, and blocked her view. "Mom, wait a second." Li Jian was genuinely worried about his mother-in-law's emotional state. As someone who had always treated him well, he wanted to take care of her. Just earlier, when she heard about his divorce from Ji Mengting, she nearly fainted from anger. And now, if she found out about this, Li Jian couldn't even imagine what would happen. He knew he had to tell her eventually, but it had to be at the right time. Now wasn't the right moment. Right now, he needed to prioritize her emotions. Zhao Manman let out a barely audible hum, clearly surprised by how Li Jian had suddenly spun her around. "Xiaoyan, let me go. What's wrong with you?" Li Jian knew he had to stall for time. Ji Yunhai's situation absolutely could not be exposed right now. When it came to morality, Zhao Manman valued it more than anyone else. If she found out that Ji Yunhai had betrayed her, she would completely lose control of her emotions. "It's nothing, Mom. Let's check if we forgot anything in the car before we get on the boat. After all, the boat ride will take quite a while. It's better to double-check now. If we forget something later, it'll be too late to turn back." But what Li Jian didn't notice was that when he spun Zhao Manman around, she twisted her ankle. Zhao Manman nodded. "All right. Let's go back to the car and check again." The two of them returned to the parking lot and stopped in front of Zhao Manman's Mercedes S-Class. Li Jian unlocked the car, hoping that Ji Yunhai would quickly board the boat and leave before Zhao Manman saw him. He opened the car door and pretended to search for something, acting as if he were checking for forgotten items. Zhao Manman found Li Jian's behavior a little odd. It felt like he was hiding something, but she wasn't entirely sure. "Xiaoyan, are you done looking? Did we forget anything?" Li Jian wasn't sure if the boat had left yet. "Let me double-check." A few moments later, he realized he couldn't stall any longer. If he dragged it out any further, Zhao Manman would definitely start suspecting something. She was an incredibly intelligent woman. Li Jian knew this all too well. Finally, he led Zhao Manman away from the parking lot. Looking into the distance, he saw that the boat hadn't left yet, but at least Ji Yunhai had already boarded. That was a relief. "Mom, why don't we take a walk along the shore first? We can board the boat later." Under normal circumstances, Zhao Manman wouldn't mind. But her ankle was still sore. Walking along West Lake in a pair of Valentino heels was definitely not a pleasant experience. If she got on the boat and rested for a while, her ankle would probably feel better. This child, he was acting a little strange today. "Let's just get on the boat first. It's still too hot on the shore." Seeing the boat in front of them finally start moving, Li Jian nodded. "All right, let's go. Oh, let's buy some snacks and drinks first. If we get back late, we'll have something to eat on the lake." Zhao Manman found this a little strange. "Don't they sell food on the boat? They might not have everything I like, so I'll just buy a few drinks myself." Li Jian walked over to a small stall. The prices here were much higher than normal, and the restaurants around West Lake charged several times more for the same dishes compared to places outside. After stalling a little longer, Li Jian finally returned with a bag in hand. "Are you ready?" Zhao Manman's expression remained cold. "Yes, Mom, let's go." The two of them walked toward the dock just as another boat arrived. Li Jian waved to a staff member. "How much would it cost to rent this boat privately?" "You two want a private boat? That's quite expensive." "Price isn't an issue." After discussing the price, Li Jian led Zhao Manman onto the boat. She glanced at him in surprise. She remembered that Li Jian was never this willing to spend money. It seemed like he truly valued their relationship. Wanting to spend more time alone with her as mother and son warmed Zhao Manman's heart. "You two must be siblings, right?" the boat staff member asked. Li Jian hadn't expected that. "You figured it out?" "Yeah, she's my sister." He sighed internally. Good skincare really did make a huge difference. People mistook her for his sister at most. "You don't seem like a couple, and you're close in age, so I figured you were siblings." "That's my guess. You two just sit back and enjoy the view. I'll steer the boat." Li Jian pointed in a direction away from where Ji Yunhai's boat had gone. "Take us this way instead." Since he had rented the entire boat, the staff followed his request. Soon, only Li Jian and Zhao Man remained on the boat, creating a quiet space for them to enjoy their time together. Mom, when I go out with you, people always assume you're my sister. And when you're with Ming Ting, people think you're her sister too. Hearing this, Zhao Man felt a hint of happiness deep down. Women always liked receiving compliments. The boat started moving, and the stunning scenery of West Lake unfolded before them. But deep inside, Zhao Man felt a little sour. Even though Li Jian and Ji Mingting were divorced, he still treated her with the same respect and affection as before. That was why he continued calling her mom so naturally. As he admired the lake, Li Jian looked around and noticed that no other sightseeing boats were nearby. He let out a small sigh of relief. West Lake was vast, with an enormous area for sightseeing. The chances of running into Ji Yunhai's boat were low. As long as they returned later, they could completely avoid him. Once they got off the boat, he would call Ji Yunhai and demand an explanation. His mother-in-law was stunning, gentle, kind, and an incredible cook. What possible reason could Ji Yunhai have to cheat on her? Sitting down and feeling the cool breeze on her face, Zhao Man closed her eyes slightly. On such a scorching day, enjoying the breeze and the lake view was truly refreshing. But the slight pain in her ankle was still bothering her. She had definitely twisted it earlier. What was going on with Li Jian today? She gently massaged her ankle to ease the discomfort. Meanwhile, Li Jian paced around the boat, admiring the distant scenery. In the past, he had never taken the time to appreciate moments like these. As a 996 office worker, he never had the mood for such leisure, but today was different. For the first time, he felt something new. Having money really changed how he saw the world. Mom, it's actually quite cool up here. I don't even need the sunscreen spray. Turning back to look at Zhao Man, he noticed that she seemed to be in pain. Mom, what's wrong? His voice was filled with concern. It's nothing. I accidentally twisted my ankle while walking earlier. I'll massage it a bit, and it should get better soon. Zhao Man didn't mention that she had twisted it when Li Jian spun her around earlier. She didn't know why he had done that, but she didn't want the child to feel guilty over it. Then just rest for a bit, and it'll be fine soon. Li Jian was worried, but this was something Zhao Man had to handle herself. Turning away, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Ji Yunhai on WeChat. Uncle Ji, where are you right now? Not long after, Ji Yunhai replied. Ji Yunhai, I'm busy with business matters over in Yuhang. Son-in-law, do you need my help with something? Li Jian, no, I was just asking where you were. I thought I saw someone who looked like you at West Lake just now. There was no immediate response from the other side. This only confirmed Li Jian's suspicions. Ji Yunhai must have panicked after being called out. After a long while, a message finally came through. Ji Yunhai, don't tell your mother about this. Let's have a few drinks and chat when I get home tonight. Li Jian replied with an okay gesture. To be fair, Ji Yunhai wasn't bad to him. But in Ji Yunhai's eyes, he was just an outsider. Whereas Zhao Man truly treated him as family. So keeping this secret for Ji Yunhai was out of the question. However, he also couldn't bring himself to tell Zhao Man just yet. For someone who valued morality so much, the impact of this revelation would be devastating. He didn't want to see such a respectable elder suffer that kind of blow. At that moment, he noticed Ji Zhitong had sent him several messages over the past few days. He hadn't replied until now. There were many selfies, some in her military training uniform, others in her dorm wearing pajamas. Brother, look at my college life and my dorm. Once military training is over, I want to open a milk tea shop near the campus, hee. Her photos were full of innocence, and her usual bun hairstyle made her look even more adorable. Maybe it was because Zhao Man had protected her so well that she remained so pure. This girl. Li Jian knew that opening a milk tea shop had always been her dream. So he replied to her message. Tingting, once your training is over, I'll help you set up the shop. We'll definitely make your dream come true. Her reply came almost instantly. I knew it, brother. Don't worry. Our drill instructor is a woman, so you don't have to get jealous, okay? Li Jian. This girl was getting cuter by the day. Just for how she had been willing to give up everything for him before, she deserved a lifetime of kindness from him. Putting his phone away, he turned to look at Zhao Man. By now, she had taken off her Valentino heel from the injured foot and was gently massaging her ankle. Seeing this made Li Jian feel terrible. For this elder who had always treated him so well, he truly respected and cared for her. Mom, are you feeling better? Even though she was in pain, Zhao Man didn't want to worry the younger generation. As an elder, she had to set an example. It's fine, much better now. I should be able to walk normally soon. Look, another tour boat is approaching over there. She glanced at the approaching boat and then continued massaging her ankle. The injury was worse than she had thought. Li Jiyan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Was fate really this cruel? He followed Zhao Manman's gaze and vaguely saw Ji Yunhai. Damn it, why does it always have to happen this way? He had been so careful to avoid this, yet now their tour boats were about to pass each other. At that moment, Ji Yunhai was standing beside a middle-aged woman, holding her arm as they sweetly admired the lake scenery. There were also several other tourists around them. Li Jiyan quickly pulled out his phone and zoomed in with the camera. Sure enough, it was Ji Yunhai and his mistress. The woman wasn't particularly attractive. By regular standards, she might be considered pretty, but age had taken a toll, her skin wasn't great. Yet Ji Yunhai looked completely at ease with her. Was he valuing performance over appearance? Why would he do this? Li Jiyan was filled with questions. If it were him, he would never have done something like this. He tapped the capture button and took a picture. Meanwhile, Ji Yunhai had also spotted Li Jiyan and Zhao Manman from afar. He broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder his son-in-law had said he had seen him earlier. Turns out, they were both on boats at West Lake. If his wife saw him now, his secret would be completely exposed. The boats were getting closer and closer. He tried to find a place to hide, but there was none. He could only shrink behind the crowd. But at this rate, being exposed seemed inevitable. To make things worse, the woman beside him had no idea she was actually the mistress. Shanghai, what's wrong? The woman beside him asked in confusion. It's nothing. Just a bit of a stomachache. Although Ji Yunhai tried to play it off, the woman could tell something was wrong. He was definitely hiding something. Ji Yunhai hunched behind others, desperately hoping Zhao Manman wouldn't notice him. At the same time, he and Li Jiyan locked eyes. It was over. The secret he had hidden for 18 years was about to be fully exposed. Once discovered, his family would completely fall apart. Just as Zhao Manman lifted her head, about to look in his direction, Li Jiyan quickly crouched in front of her. Mom, I think your ankle is swelling. I actually know a little bit about massage. Let me help you. It'll improve circulation, and you'll feel better soon. Zhao Manman had intended to refuse. But her ankle was indeed hurting a lot. Besides, having such a filial child taking care of her was actually a very heartwarming thing. Alright then. She was really starting to fear the pain. Li Jiyan gently touched her ankle. Immediately, Zhao Manman let out a soft, pained gasp. Easy, Shoyan. It hurts. Meanwhile, on the other boat, Ji Yunhai was deeply moved. What a good son-in-law. He had never noticed how many great qualities Li Jiyan had before. But now, he was convinced Li Jiyan was truly the best son-in-law he could ask for. Ji Yunhai never would have imagined that Li Jiyan would cover for him. Logically speaking, there was no reason for him to do so, but today, he actively helped conceal his secret, preventing Zhao Manman from discovering the truth. Men understand men. Finally, the two sightseeing boats passed each other. Only when they had moved far apart did Ji Yunhai let out a deep breath. He had narrowly avoided disaster. His biggest secret had almost been exposed today. Li Jiyan also sat down. Then he gently lifted Zhao Manman's leg, placing it on his knee. Does it hurt here? He asked softly, pressing lightly on the swollen area. It hurts. It does seem pretty bad. Get ready, I'll massage it for you properly. It might hurt a little at first, but that's a normal reaction. After a while, it won't hurt anymore. It will even feel a bit soothing. By then, your ankle should be fine for walking again. With a heart full of filial care, Li Jiyan began massaging Zhao Manman's foot. Zhao Manman endured the pain, feeling the careful movements of Li Jiyan's hands. This child truly cared about her as an elder. Mom, let's stay a little longer today. Later, we can go see Leifeng's sunset glow. As one of the top 10 scenic spots of West Lake, Leifeng's sunset glow was definitely worth a visit. Leifeng's sunset glow. Zhao Manman didn't really want to wait that long, but after thinking about it, she agreed. It wasn't easy for Li Jiyan to come to Zhejiang, and this was also her first time accompanying him on an outing. As an elder, she should fulfill the child's wishes. After all, opportunities to spend time with him were too rare. Alright then, we'll stay on the lake a bit longer. Later, we'll dock at Shizhao Mountain and take a look at the sunset over Leifeng Pagoda. Since they had chartered the boat, everything was much more convenient. Meanwhile, Li Jiyan was still thinking about whether Ji Yunhai had left yet. He hoped that Ji Yunhai had already left West Lake. Surely, he wouldn't still be here by sunset. Mom, it's really cooler on the lake. On land, it feels like standing on a furnace. Li Jiyan held Zhao Manman's foot, gently massaging her swollen ankle. His careful touch slowly eased the pain. It was starting to feel rather comfortable. Zhao Manman was surprised Li Jian actually knew what he was doing. "Shayan, you really are good at this." It hurt at first, but now it feels much better. Gradually, Zhao Manman was able to focus on the distant scenery. Thinking back, she had spent most of her life on business. She had indeed overlooked many of life's joys. This outing had allowed her to truly relax. Unfortunately, he and Meng Ting were already divorced. The thought of it made Zhao Manman's heart ache. Li Jian continued to massage Zhao Manman's ankle. After more than half an hour, the swelling had completely disappeared. There was no more pain either. "It's fine now, Xiaoyan. It doesn't hurt anymore." Li Jian stopped the therapeutic massage. He couldn't help but reflect, Ji Mengting and Ji Zhiding had both inherited Zhao Manman's excellent genes. There was always a reason why certain people lived the way they did. "As long as you're okay." Then, he helped Zhao Manman put her Valentino heels back on. "Mom, try walking around and see how it feels." Following Li Jian's advice, Zhao Manman stood up and walked back and forth a few times. Sure enough, the pain was gone. "It's fine now, Xiaoyan. Thanks to you." Li Jian called for the boat staff. "Sir, how can I help you?" For a high-paying private charter guest, the staff was extremely respectful. This trip had earned them a good profit. Later, dock at Shizhou Mountain. "I'll add some extra payment." The boatman nodded in agreement. "Understood. I'll first take you and your sister to some of the best water view spots before heading to Shizhou Mountain. You two can just relax and enjoy the scenery." Knowing how to be discreet, the boatman focused on steering, without disturbing the siblings. "Mom, you've really mastered skincare. Everyone thinks you're my older sister." Zhao Manman returned to her usual cold and reserved demeanor. She didn't reply to Li Jian's comment, but deep down, she felt a little happy. No matter how many times a woman is complimented, she always feels delighted. As Li Jian stood next to Zhao Manman, he kept thinking Ji Yunhai should leave quickly. He definitely had to tell Zhao Manman about this. But he had to wait until her emotions were stable, not now. If she really caught him in the act, though, then there would be nothing he could do. After spending a long time admiring the scenery on the boat, they finally headed toward Shizhou Mountain. As the sun began to set, Li Jian breathed a sigh of relief. At a spot near Shizhou Mountain, they docked. Zhao Manman was about to pay, but since her ankle was still a little sore, walking quickly was inconvenient. Li Jian paid instead. He also instructed the boat staff to wait there, offering them extra money for the favor. After handling everything, he returned to Zhao Manman. "Mom, let's go." Looking at Li Jian in front of her, Zhao Manman couldn't shake the feeling. The Li Jian standing before her was completely different from the one she used to know. Now, he was confident and composed. Everything he did made people feel at ease. He had really changed. For some reason, she felt that Ji Mingting would definitely regret this in the future. "Mom, let's go ashore." Li Jian stepped onto the dock first and then reached out to Zhao Manman, helping her up. As the sun slowly set, they walked together along the wooden bridge. From a distance, the evening glow covered the pagoda in a mysterious golden light. Many other tourists were taking photos, while some secretly glanced at Zhao Manman. A beauty like her was rare in real life. "I've seen Leifeng's sunset glow many times, but every time, it gives me a sense of peace." Zhao Manman walked beside Li Jian. "The scenery here is indeed beautiful, but the story behind Leifeng Pagoda doesn't have a happy ending. Many lovers can't be together in the end. Shayan, tell me honestly, do you still have feelings for Mingting?" Zhao Manman still hoped to salvage their relationship. Li Jian didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he said, "I think the love between us has mostly faded away. Even if we got back together, it wouldn't mean much." Hearing this, Zhao Manman grew anxious. After some thought, she said seriously, "Actually, your uncle and I only have familial affection left, but we've still stayed together all these years." Hearing this, Li Jian became curious. Some things he wanted to know today, Zhao Manman was finally planning to tell him. At the same time, he could gauge her current state and decide when to tell her about Ji Yunhai's affair. Zhao Manman's beautiful face remained cold and expressionless. If this were before, she definitely wouldn't have shared these things with Li Jian, a junior. However, after today's boat trip, she felt that the generational gap between them had slightly lessened. Telling him wasn't really an issue. It wasn't much of a secret anyway. Most importantly, this was a good opportunity to discuss marriage. Perhaps she could persuade him to reconcile with Mingting. "I entered society early, so I got married relatively young. Maybe for your generation, this sounds unbelievable, but back then, it was quite common. In the beginning, your uncle and I had a great relationship, but after I became pregnant with Zhiding, Almost all his time was spent on business. He was rarely home even when Yu and Mengting got married. He only took one day off for it. Li Jian glanced at Zhao Manman's 2 unpainted fingernails. It seemed Ji Yunhai's affair had already lasted 18 years. Ever since Jiding was born, it had been happening. But what Li Jian still couldn't understand was, that woman looked far worse than Zhao Manman. Why would he still choose to do such a thing? Then, do you and Uncle Ji still have love between you? Zhao Manman gazed at the distant sunset, gripping the wooden bridge railing. She planned to use this opportunity to persuade Li Jian to put in some effort and win Mengting back. Your uncle and I'd say our bond is more about family than love. After so many years, of course, there's deep familial affection. Even if it's just a pet, living together for years would create a strong attachment. So, I never thought about divorce. Going from strangers to companions, and finally stepping into marriage, it's not easy. A lifetime may seem long, but in reality, it passes quickly. No matter what, I've already decided to spend my whole life with your uncle. You should also cherish your relationship with Mengting and work to restore it. Li Jian didn't respond. Deep inside, he had already decided he didn't want to spend his life tied to just Ji Mengting. Hearing Zhao Manman's words only confirmed that his decision was correct. His divorce from Ji Mengting had already been a huge blow to her. And since Zhao Manman was set on staying with Ji Yunhai for life, if she had discovered the truth earlier, it would have devastated her. So, since life is short, I really hope you'll consider reconciling with Mengting. In a long marriage, love actually isn't as important as you think. Looking at Zhao Manman's cold yet serious expression, Li Jian felt a pang of sympathy. Time passed quickly, and the beauty of Leifeng's sunset glow had started to fade. Mom, I'll think about it and give you an answer later. Right now, Zhao Manman had already suffered enough. Li Jian didn't have the heart to deal her another blow. Let's go eat, Mom. We can take the boat back home afterward. Zhao Manman nodded and walked beside Li Jian. After a while, her foot began to hurt again. Mom, your ankle hasn't fully healed yet, lean on me. Zhao Manman didn't insist on walking alone. If she lost her balance, she might sprain it again. After walking for a long time, they reached a restaurant called Purple Bamboo. There were quite a few tourists dining there. Next door, there was also a private dining restaurant. Hey, handsome miss, come eat at our place. We're having a special event, check out our body challenge. If you can pass through the narrowest gap between these pillars, you'll get a discount and a small prize. Miss, your legs are stunning, I bet you can easily pass the challenge. Li Jian looked ahead. There were 6 pillars, each spaced differently. The first level was wide enough for a 600-pound person to pass through. The second level was half as wide. The third and fourth got narrower and narrower. The last one was incredibly tight. Only the thinnest women could squeeze through. Baby, go try it, get us a discount. The boyfriend encouraged his girlfriend, and she approached the 5th level. She turned sideways and struggled to fit through. It was a tight squeeze, but she managed. Excited, she ran back to her boyfriend. Baby, look, my figure is amazing, right? She spun around a few times, looking thrilled. Li Jian found it amusing. It seemed like she had one, but in reality, she had lost completely. Any experienced man knew that being able to fit through such a narrow space was not a good sign. Yet she was celebrating like she had won something great. Mom, why don't you give it a try? Zhao Manman shook her head. She knew her own body well enough. There was no way she would pass a challenge like that. Let's just go eat. The two of them entered the restaurant and found a windowside table. Li Jian picked up the menu and started ordering. I'll have a portion of small lobster with mapo tofu, quinoa black pork with fermented tofu and pancakes, crispy beef ribs, sweet and sour pine nut fish, sea cucumber in a stone pot, and seafood glass noodles. And 1 pitcher of sour plum juice. That's all. The waiter took down the order and went to notify the kitchen. Zhao Manman stared at Li Jian, lost in thought. Her son-in-law really seemed different now. Compared to before, he was much more confident and composed. His entire aura had changed. Could it be that the divorce had affected him this much? Xiaoyan, why do I feel like you're not the same as before? At the same time, Li Jian's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of 2 familiar figures sitting at a diagonal table. He cursed internally. Damn it, Ji Yunhai hadn't left Westlake? This was exactly what he had feared. Sir, here is your sour plum juice. A pitcher of sour plum juice was placed on the table. Meanwhile, Zhao Manman was about to glance around the restaurant. This scared Li Jian. He quickly grabbed Zhao Manman's hand, stopping her from turning her head toward Ji Yunhai's direction. She frowned slightly, feeling that something was off with Li Jian's behavior. Mom, I need to tell you something. When Li Jian grabbed Zhao Manman's hand, she finally gave up the idea of turning around. She felt that something was off about Li Jian today. If not for that, she wouldn't have twisted her ankle earlier. Go ahead and say it. Li Jian let go of her hand. He picked up the sour plum juice and poured Zhao Manman a full glass. Then, he took 2 ice cubes from the tray and added them in. Mom, drink some sour plum juice to cool down. Don't get heat stroke. Zhao Manman picked up the glass Li Jian handed her, took a small sip, and left a faint red mark on the rim. Mom, I want to ask, what do you think about cheating in a relationship? Zhao Manman was a bit confused. Ji Mingting hadn't cheated, so, could it be that Li Jian had? You cheated? I didn't cheat. It's just that my views on marriage aren't as mature as yours, so I wanted to hear your opinion. Zhao Manman put down the glass. I have zero tolerance for cheating. I believe that no one should accept such a thing. If you find out about it, you must divorce immediately, no hesitation. Morality is something that should never be compromised. If Mingting did something like that, I wouldn't take her side just because she's my daughter. Seeing how firm Zhao Manman's stance was, Li Jian understood. If Zhao Manman found out about Ji Yunhai's affair, her reaction would definitely be even stronger than when she heard about his divorce from Ji Mingting. After all, Zhao Manman was someone who valued morality deeply. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji Yunhai was sweating profusely. He was inwardly praising his good son-in-law. If not for Li Jian, he would have been exposed twice already today. Earlier, Ji Yunhai had wanted to leave quickly, but the woman he married outside insisted on eating at Purple Bamboo Restaurant. So, he was dragged along, praying that nothing would go wrong. But in the end, he had run into his real wife again. If not for Li Jian distracting her, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mom, you really hold morality in the highest regard. Li Jian now realized that this principle no longer applied to him. Now that he had wealth, he could no longer see himself living the way he did before. Of course, a person must uphold morality. I've taught Mingting and Jiting the same way since they were young. I just didn't expect Mingting to become so obsessed with luxury, leading to your divorce. As they talked, Zhao Manman's attention was fully diverted. Meanwhile, Ji Yunhai was trying to persuade the woman with him to leave. Only when Li Jian's dishes were served did Ji Yunhai and the woman prepare to leave. But there was one problem: he had to pass by Li Jian's table to exit. At such a short distance, avoiding being seen was impossible. Standing up, Ji Yunhai positioned the woman in front of him as a shield. But the risk was still high. As Ji Yunhai passed by, Li Jian picked up some food with his chopsticks and placed it on Zhao Manman's plate. Mom, let me serve you some food. Just like at lunch, he kept adding food to her plate. Shayan, that's too much. I can't eat it all. Looking at the pile of food on her plate, Zhao Manman spoke up. Her attention was successfully diverted, and she didn't notice Ji Yunhai walking past. Ji Yunhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quietly paid the bill and left the restaurant. Mom, don't worry, just eat as much as you want. We'll head back after this. Looking at Li Jian, Zhao Manman felt that her bond with him had grown much stronger. She had never really taken the time to understand this person before. But now, she saw that, at his core, he was gentle and kind. Despite divorcing Ji Mingting, he still cared about her. He had traveled all the way to Zhejiang just for her. Shayan, if you can't handle that matter, don't force yourself. It's just a beauty salon. I don't want you to take any risks. Those people have strong connections. If we deal with them, we might get completely devoured. Li Jian reassured her, don't worry, Mom. I'll settle it by tomorrow. Seeing how confident Li Jian looked, Zhao Manman said no more. After dinner, she stood up. Shayan, don't pay, I'll cover it. You're the younger one. I can't always let my child spend money. From now on, whenever we go out, let me pay. Zhao Manman still felt sorry for Li Jian. She thought he wasn't well off financially, and this meal was quite expensive, so she insisted on paying. She also made up her mind. Before he left, she would secretly prepare 1 million yuan for him. No matter what happened between him and Ji Mingting, their bond was real. She couldn't let him struggle in the future. Li Jian didn't refuse. He watched as Zhao Manman used WeChat to pay the bill. Then, he helped her walk toward the lakeside. Before long, they arrived at the dock, where the boat staff had been waiting for a while. Sir, you and your sister are finally back. Let's head back to the dock. Li Jian stepped onto the boat first, then reached out to help Zhao Manman up. The boat started moving. When they arrived at the original dock, Li Jian was the first to disembark. He pulled Zhao Manman up. After a few steps, he noticed that Zhao Manman looked uncomfortable. She seemed to be in pain again. Even with his support, she was struggling to walk. Li Jian realized that her ankle injury wasn't going to heal quickly. She needed proper rest tonight. Mom, is your foot hurting again? I'm fine. Zhao Man was still trying to endure it. Mom, don't push yourself. Let me carry you, it's not far to the parking lot. Zhao Man hesitated. I'm too heavy. Li Jian glanced at her. Yes, she did have some weight to her, unlike that girl from the earlier challenge. Let me carry you. You've been so good to me, I should take care of you. Let me show my filial piety. Hearing that, Zhao Man finally gave in. She softly responded, okay. Li Jian let go of her arm and crouched down in front of her. Get on. Zhao Man looked at Li Jian, who had squatted down, and then lay on his back. She went up. Meanwhile, Li Jian held onto Zhao Man's legs. He walked toward the parking lot. Looking at the distant lights, Zhao Man felt a bit emotional. Having his son was still a good thing. If it were Ji Zitan or Ji Mingting, they definitely wouldn't be able to carry her. When they reached the parking lot, Li Jian unlocked Zhao Man's Mercedes S. He helped her open the car door. After sitting in the front passenger seat, Zhao Man finally let out a deep breath. Today's exhaustion was finally over. Twisting her ankle had indeed made things more difficult. After getting into the car and taking off her Valentino shoes, Zhao Man fastened her seatbelt. On the other side, Li Jian started the car. After paying the exit fee, he never stopped again. After spending half a day playing at Shizi Lake, she truly felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Meanwhile, Li Jian's mind was occupied with thoughts about Ji Yunhai. He should be coming home tonight. He could have a proper conversation with him. It wasn't until they reached the doorstep that Li Jian helped Zhao Man upstairs. Shaoyan, you should go rest in Mengting's room later. I'll rest first. Li Jian could tell that Zhao Man was indeed very tired. Then you rest first. I'll walk around for a bit and then go to bed. Zhao Man returned to her room and closed the door. Li Jian glanced at Ji Yunhai's room. It was empty. He hadn't come home. Looks like he still needs some time. That woman is clearly not easy to deal with. Li Jian still wanted to know what was really going on. Then, he went downstairs and waited for Ji Yunhai to return. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What was the deal with that medicinal herb? He opened the map and searched for a nearby Chinese medicine clinic. There was one just 800 meters away. For this kind of thing, it's best to ask a professional. Li Jian was a little worried that Zhao Man had some illness and was hiding it from him. The weather was still scorching hot. Compared to the lakeside, it felt like a furnace. School has started, and it's still this hot. Li Jian wiped the sweat off his face, planning to take a good shower and cool off when he got back. Since 800 meters wasn't far, he decided to walk there. When he arrived at the clinic, an elderly doctor with white hair was about to close up. Sir, Li Jian stepped forward, but the old doctor shook his head. Young man, we're closing for the day. Come back tomorrow. Li Jian said, I just want to ask about these herbs. Here, take this money for a drink. He pulled out a red banknote and handed it to the doctor. Seeing that he could earn money just for answering a question, the old doctor didn't refuse. Li Jian opened an image on his phone. When the old doctor saw it, he fell silent. You're the one taking this medicine? Hearing this, Li Jian's heart tightened. It seemed this was serious. Is it a terminal illness? Thinking that Zhao Man might have a terminal illness, he felt a wave of sorrow. To put it bluntly, yes. It's very difficult to cure, but for someone as young as you to have this condition, it shouldn't be possible. How will you pass on your family name in the future? Li Jian. Suddenly, he understood what was going on. It's not for me. It's for a friend. The old doctor nodded. A lot of people who come here say it's for a friend. Let me check your pulse. Li Jian stretched out his arm, and the old doctor took his pulse. After checking, he found that Li Jian was perfectly healthy. You have an extraordinary physique, truly a strong man. But your friend's situation is not looking good. He must have lost all sensation by now. Bring him here when you have time. Li Jian. When he left the clinic, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the problem was with Ji Yunhai. Since it wasn't about Zhao Man, it had nothing to do with him. Walking back, Li Jian's steps felt much lighter. When he arrived at the villa, he opened the door and saw that Ji Yunhai's car was already back. Inside the living room, Ji Yunhai was drinking tea. Uncle Ji. Seeing Li Jian return, Ji Yunhai asked in a low voice, Your mom is asleep? Yeah, she was tired from the lake trip and went straight to her room. Ji Yunhai glanced upstairs, looking a little guilty. Then, he stood up, pulled Li Jian outside, and said, Let's go for a walk and have a good chat. Ji Yunhai was afraid Li Jiyan would expose his secret, so he wanted to talk things over. Li Jiyan didn't refuse. There were things he wanted to know. Once outside, Ji Yunhai lit a cigarette and started smoking. "Thank you so much tonight, son-in-law. If it weren't for you, I would have been exposed, and my family would have been ruined." Li Jiyan didn't respond for a while. Then he finally said, "My mom treats you well, doesn't she? Why betray her? And honestly, that woman doesn't even look that good." Ji Yunhai knew that if he didn't explain, Li Jiyan would tell Zhao Manman. And the consequences of that were unbearable. "We're both men, so I won't hide it from you. You know, during pregnancy, a lot of things become inconvenient, so I started going to clubs for entertainment. Then one night, at a drinking party, I met this woman. She got me drunk and booked a room. The next day, we didn't contact each other. After that, I developed some serious health issues. Maybe it was from spending too much time at those places. But 4 months later, she suddenly showed up, saying she was pregnant. And that it was a boy. You know, a man has to pass down his family name, he can't be without a son. Since she gave me a son, I absolutely couldn't abandon her. So I married her and held a wedding ceremony outside." Hearing this, Li Jiyan looked at Ji Yunhai. He had never realized before just how shameless this seemingly refined man truly was. At this point, all doubts were resolved. It turned out that the reason Ji Yunhai kept a mistress was simply that this woman had given him a son. Without her, he would no longer have a son. Over time, he and Zhao Manman would inevitably reach the point of separation. This matter was very unfavorable for Zhao Manman. Thinking of this, Li Jiyan became determined to tell Zhao Manman about it. "Shayan, Uncle Ji is telling you this because he hopes you can help him keep it a secret. What man doesn't want to carry on his family name? You must be short on money lately. I'll transfer you $1 million later." Li Jiyan shook his head. If it were before, $1 million would have been a huge sum for him, but now it was nothing. Besides, even if he were broke, he wouldn't take this money. "Uncle Ji, let's just leave it at that. I won't tell anyone." Of course, Li Jiyan had no intention of telling anyone else, he only planned to tell Zhao Manman. Hearing this, Ji Yunhai thought about what had happened during the day. He felt that, as a man, Li Jiyan understood him well. After all, he had helped him cover things up earlier. So, he assumed Li Jiyan would continue to do so in the future. Then, he tried various ways to give money to Li Jiyan, but all were refused. This made him wonder. Could it be that his son-in-law truly didn't want money? If that was the case, he would hold off for now. He would test him slowly over time. One day, he would accept the money, and only then could he truly feel at ease. "Good son-in-law, I have things to do, so I'll be off." He patted Li Jiyan on the shoulder. Then, Ji Yunhai returned to the villa, got in his car, and drove away. Watching the distant lights fade, Li Jiyan's expression was complicated. Zhao Manman's fate was truly unfortunate. Her daughter got divorced, and now her husband had done this. "I should settle the beauty salon issue first. This trip to Zhejiang can come to an end, I kind of miss that girl Zitten." Li Jiyan had come to Zhejiang to handle the beauty salon matter. Now, it was time to prepare to leave. The weather was hot. After entering Ji Mingting's room, Li Jiyan went to the bathroom, took a shower, and then fell into a deep sleep. After all, spending so much time at the lake had been exhausting. The next morning, when Li Jiyan woke up, it was already 9:30. Looking at the time on his phone, he felt none of the urgency he once had about going to work. His mindset about life had completely changed. Going downstairs, he saw Zhao Manman sitting there, as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. "Mom, Shayan, come have breakfast." Today, Zhao Manman wasn't wearing black stockings, but her skin looked especially fair. Her long, pale legs reminded Li Jiyan of that beer-bellied man, Zhou Xiao. Today, he had to deal with him properly. "Mom, this afternoon, I'll take care of Zhou Xiao for you. I'll contact Su Jinan later. I need to prepare to return to Modu." He couldn't waste too much time here. He had to focus on preparing for his return to the past. He needed to build connections as soon as possible. And he needed to accumulate more wealth. Zhao Manman brought Li Jiyan a simple breakfast. Mr. Su, was he really that easy to meet? Zhao Manman had many doubts in her heart. Most people couldn't even meet his secretary, let alone him in person. But to avoid discouraging Li Jiyan, she didn't say anything. "Did your Uncle Ji come back last night?" Hearing this, Li Jiyan replied, "He did, but he left in a hurry for something. I think you shouldn't have too much hope in him." There was something meaningful in his words. Zhao Manman found it strange but didn't dwell on it. At noon, Zhao Manman prepared a lavish meal for Li Jiyan. Around 2 p.m., Li Jiyan called Su Jinan. When Su Jinan answered, he sounded nervous. "Mr. Li, what can I do for you?" Li Jian said, "It's time to resolve that matter. Book a hotel." Hu Yun and Zhou Xiao need to have a few drinks and apologize properly. This was a civilized era, so there were things that simply couldn't be done. But if someone got too drunk and ended up in trouble, that wasn't anyone else's fault. Then please come to Manhwa Hotel later, room 88888. I'll have them there. Li Jian agreed and hung up the phone. Then he called upstairs. "Mom, we can head out now." Zhao Man came downstairs, once again wearing black stockings and Valentino shoes. She felt uneasy. Would handling this issue really not cause trouble for Li Jian? Feeling anxious, she followed Li Jian into the Mercedes S. "Mom, is your ankle okay now?" Zhao Man pressed on it, confirming there was no pain. "It's fine. It was a little sore this morning, but now there's no problem at all. It's basically healed." Hearing this, Li Jian was relieved. "Then let's go and settle this matter quickly. If the beauty salon can't open properly, it'll be a huge financial loss over time." Before long, Li Jian drove to Nianhua Hotel. After parking, he and Zhao Man headed towards room 88888. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" 88888, "I'm here for Mr. Su." "Understood. Please follow me." Led by the staff, they arrived at the private room. As the door opened, Zhao Man immediately saw a face she despised. The man who had been harassing her for a long time, Zhou Xiao. Beside him was Hu Yun, a major figure in the Qiantang district. Also present was Su Jinnan's secretary, Xin Jianchun. Several other businessmen she had met during her career were there too. And Su Jinnan himself was also there, seemingly waiting for a while. Instinctively, Zhao Man turned to look at Li Jian beside her, her heartbeat accelerating. She had always thought it was impossible for Li Jian to solve this problem. She was obviously being deliberately targeted. But today, half of the district's biggest figures were here, and most shockingly, Su Jinnan himself was present. At that moment, Li Jian became a mystery in her eyes. Her heartbeat quickened. For him to achieve this, her son was no ordinary man. At this moment, Zhao Man couldn't believe what she was seeing. The people before her were some of the most powerful figures in Qiantang. With just a word, they could shake the entire district. Yet the usually arrogant Zhou Xiao didn't even dare to speak here. His status in this room was clearly at the bottom. Li Jian seemed a bit mysterious. What exactly was his relationship with Su Jinnan? When Su Jinnan saw Li Jian, he immediately thought of a certain Mr. Li from many years ago. This man looked strikingly similar to that Mr. Li. Even if he didn't know the exact connection, he was sure they were direct relatives. Yes, without a doubt. Li Jian immediately spotted the beer-bellied Zhou Xiao. This was the man who had been harassing Zhao Man. "Mr. Li." Su Jinnan stepped forward, feeling both deep respect and fear toward Li Jian, but he maintained his composure. As there were still many others present, was it Zhou Xiao and Hu Yun who kept making trouble for my mom's beauty salon? Hearing Li Jian directly call Hu Yun by name, Zhao Man was stunned. His tone was too arrogant. Mr. Hu held a position that made countless businessmen flock to him. Yet from Li Jian's words, it was clear that he didn't see Hu Yun as important at all. What happened next, she would never forget for the rest of her life. Hu Yun stepped forward with a forced smile. "I'm sorry, Miss Xiao. The issues with your beauty salon were due to mistakes made by my subordinates. I assure you, this won't happen again. It was mainly because Mr. Zhou provided me with false information, which led to my mistake. Please forgive me." Seeing Hu Yun looking so fearful and humble, Zhao Man felt like she was dreaming. She was just a small business owner. Someone of Hu Yun's status was far beyond her reach. Yet today, he was apologizing to her? Li Jian looked at Hu Yun. "Mr. Hu, you can't just apologize with a few words and be done with it, right?" Hu Yun hurriedly grabbed a bottle of Mao Tai from the table, pouring a full glass. "Mr. Li, I was wrong to trouble Miss Xiao. I'll drink 3 glasses as punishment." He immediately drank the first glass in one go. With glasses that size, even someone with a strong tolerance would pass out after 3. For someone of Hu Yun's status, drinking this much was a serious act of sincerity. Su Jinnan's secretary, Xin Jianchun, watched coldly from the side. He waited for Hu Yun to finish, while the other major figures in Qiantang all took note. They must never offend Miss Xiao. Otherwise, their fate wouldn't be much better. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao was drenched in cold sweat, filled with extreme regret. Zhao Man was too beautiful. Her black-stockinged legs and perfect figure still made his heart race. But now, he had caused himself a huge problem. Even Hu Yun was being punished like this. How could his own fate be any better? After 3 glasses, Hu Yun was already swaying. "Miss Xiao, please forgive me." Zhao Man wanted to speak, but she was at a loss for words. A man of such high status was begging for her forgiveness? She never imagined this would happen. At the same time, she felt deeply satisfied. Her beauty salon had been suppressed for so long. This grudge had weighed on her for a long time. Seeing Li Jian's expression darken, Su Jinnan grew anxious. Hu Yun was one of his most trusted men. If he couldn't get through this, his own future would be over. Mr. Li's background was something he didn't even dare to imagine. Shin Jianxun, the best at reading situations, immediately poured Hu Yun another full glass. 3 glasses isn't enough. Come on, keep drinking. Hu Yun had no choice but to continue. In the blink of an eye, he downed 2 more glasses. By then, he could no longer stand. Seeing this, Zhao Man finally spoke. Enough. Only after she said that did Hu Yun collapse into unconsciousness, relieved. At least the matter was settled. Then, Li Jian turned his gaze toward Zhou Xiao. Mr. Zhou, my mom is married, yet you harass her on WeChat. Not only that, but you used underhanded tactics against her beauty salon. Isn't that inappropriate? Zhou Xiao immediately stepped forward with a forced smile. I'm sorry. I didn't know about your relationship with her. If I had known, I would never have done it. How about I drink 3 glasses as an apology? Li Jian didn't respond. Instead, he looked at the bottles of Maotai on the table. There were still 5 or 6 bottles, uncapped but untouched. Clearly prepared for Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao knew he had no way out. He walked toward the table, but he no longer dared to look at those mesmerizing legs. Miss Xiao, please forgive me. I sincerely apologize. He knew that even Hu Yun had drunk 5 glasses. He had no choice but to go all in. He grabbed a bottle of Maotai and started drinking directly from it. As the first bottle went down, a fiery sensation burned in his stomach. His mind was starting to blur. Li Jian remained silent. Shin Jianchun urged, 1 bottle isn't enough. If you want to clear up this misunderstanding, you need to show some sincerity. Hearing this, Zhou Xiao had no choice but to continue. After the second bottle, he slumped into a chair, barely conscious. Li Jian still said nothing. Shin Jianchun pushed further. Boss Zhou can handle more. 1 more bottle. He grabbed another bottle and pressed it to Zhou Xiao's lips. Zhou Xiao mumbled, I can't drink anymore. His stomach felt like it was on fire. Boss Zhou, 1 more bottle. I'll help you hold it. In his dazed state, Zhou Xiao was forced to drink another bottle. After 3 bottles, Li Jian knew that Zhou Xiao would definitely end up in the hospital. Alright, let's leave it at that. Mr. Su, I hope nothing like this happens again in Xiantang. Su Jinnan nodded in agreement. Understood. Li Jian didn't say anything else. He took Zhao Man's hand and led her outside. Mom, let's go. Only after they got into the Mercedes S. Did Zhao Man start to process what had just happened. Was it real? These were powerful figures she could barely even meet before. She turned to look at Li Jian's profile, feeling that he was more mysterious than ever. Shouyan, how did you do all this? Shouyan. Hearing Zhao Man call him, Li Jian turned his head. Mom, what is it? Zhao Man clasped her slender fingers together. Mom wants to ask you, how did you do it? Li Jian started the car and headed toward the high-speed rail station. I have some connections with Mr. Su, so if you ever have any issues, you can ask him for help. Li Jian didn't go into detail. His journey back to the past was a secret he and Xiaoli would take to the grave. No one could ever know, not even the people closest to him. Zhao Man didn't press further. She was a very understanding woman who never put others in awkward situations. If someone didn't want to talk about something, she never pushed. However, in her heart, Li Jian's image had become even more mysterious. Aren't you staying in Zhejiang for a few more days? There are still many places to visit. I happen to have a lot of free time lately. Li Jian shook his head. His priority now was preparing for his return to the past. There was too much to do, and he had no interest in traveling anymore. Mom, I have things to take care of. I can't be away from Modu for too long, and besides, Xiaoting just started school, she'll definitely run into a lot of issues. Dreaming is always busy. You wouldn't want Xiaoting to have no one to turn to, right? Zhao Man understood that Li Jian really had to leave. Then go take care of your things first. Mom will visit you later. Li Jian glanced at Zhao Man, then drove straight to the high-speed rail station. After parking, Zhao Man got out as well, intending to see him off. Mom, your ankle is still healing, no need to send me off. If it still hurts, remember to massage it gently. Li Jian reminded her. After he left, Zhao Man got back into the car, changed into her flat shoes, and watched his figure disappear into the distance. She felt that Li Jian had too many secrets. He was nothing like the ordinary young man she once knew. Upon arriving in Modu, Li Jian sent a message to his driver. When he got off the train, old Jang was already waiting at the station entrance. "Take me home." Sitting in the back seat, Li Jian checked his WeChat messages. "Lu Xiaoyan, brother, some guys at school were trying to pursue Xiaoting, but I blocked them." Song Jinjin also sent him some updates. Both of them were keeping potential suitors away from Ji Zitten. That made Li Jian feel like his past investments in them weren't wasted. Tomorrow, when he visited the school, he would get them a set of cosmetics as a thank you gift. And then there was Zhou Mengmeng. Li Jian thought for a moment and sent Song Jinjin a message. "How's Zhou Mengmeng doing?" "Song Jinjin, brother, she's really shy, kind of introverted, and doesn't talk much. A lot of guys have been pursuing her, but she never speaks to them. Once, a guy kept chasing her for her contact info. If I hadn't stepped in, she would have cried. Li Jian, please keep an eye on her. She's my classmate's little sister, so I see her as my own little sister too." Song Jinjin, don't worry, brother. Are you coming to school soon? Li Jian, I should be there tomorrow. Then, he sent Ji Zitten a message. "Ting Ting, I'll visit you at school tomorrow." Ji Zitten replied instantly, "Really? Brother, I've been waiting for you for so long. You're finally coming. I have military training now, so I can't chat. Talk later." She attached a cute sticker to the message. Seeing the sticker, Li Jian smiled softly. After arriving home, Li Jian rested for a while to prepare for the upcoming tasks. "I need to start a company, at least on the surface, to cover things up. Since I'll be living in Modu most of the time, I need to build a solid network here first." Li Jian began researching prominent figures in his district. Then, he called a law firm. After their last successful cooperation, Haoyi Law Firm readily agreed to help. Although the people Li Jian wanted to investigate were powerful, he was only asking for old records, which wasn't a problem at all. After hanging up, Li Jian continued gathering information. "If I want to make money quickly, the futures market is the best bet. Leverage can generate insane returns." Li Jian started memorizing past market trends. He mainly focused on international markets. Since domestic markets had too many restrictions, not suitable for someone like him, who had information advantages. Aside from massive opportunities, he didn't plan to gamble. His goal was to earn a few $100 million, so as long as he followed the trend, there would be no real risk. By the time it was past 8 p.m., Li Jian felt hungry. He closed his laptop, planning to find a restaurant for dinner. "If I'm going to buy a car, I might as well start with a Ferrari." Just as he was about to head out, there was a knock on the door. "Mr. Li, are you home?" At first, Li Jian thought it was Ji Mingting or Ji Zitten, but the voice sounded unfamiliar. Opening the door, he saw a young woman in a bank uniform. She immediately made an impression on him. She had the classic coconut tree figure, a Kavya beauty that had become trendy online, with netizens joking that the brand's CEO had never changed his aesthetic preference. Slightly plump, but not overweight. A lively face, an incredibly full figure, slim in the right places, curvy in others. "And you are?" The woman took out her work ID. "Mr. Li, I'm Su Xianxian, your personal banking assistant." Su Xianxian was very enthusiastic. Li Jian suddenly remembered. Sun Biao had mentioned a newly graduated university student who would be his private banker. He had added her on WeChat but never followed up. He hadn't expected her to show up in person today. "Come in." Su Xianxian didn't step inside. "No need, Mr. Li. I just came to deliver your CCB black card. And also, I made you dinner. If you need anything at the bank, just send me a message on WeChat. And if you ever need personal help, feel free to ask me too." Li Jian glanced at Su Xianxian. "Personal help too?" Su Xianxian nodded. Sun Biao had told her many times. If she could secure Li Jian as a client, she'd be in line for a manager position. That opportunity thrilled her. "Just message me if you need anything. I won't disturb you further. Bye-bye." She flashed a sweet smile and turned to leave. Closing the door, Li Jian couldn't get Su Xianxian out of his mind. In this era where pale and slim was the mainstream ideal, this coconut tree beauty had a unique charm. Su Xianxian had brought dinner. Li Jian sat down and took a bite. It tasted surprisingly good. Then, he filled out a car purchase request on a luxury auto app. Within 5 minutes, a Ferrari sales representative called. "Hello, sir. Are you interested in purchasing a Ferrari?" That's right. Li Jian had already made up his mind to buy a Ferrari. He had never driven a supercar before. These things didn't belong to ordinary people. And naturally, they had nothing to do with him before. Now that he could fulfill his past wishes, he wanted to accomplish them one by one. "Mr. Lee, what time will you be available tomorrow?" The voice on the phone was gentle, clearly belonging to a beautiful woman. Of course, in today's society, most beautiful women were concentrated in high-end sales or live streaming, so this wasn't surprising. "I'll come over whenever I have time tomorrow." The woman on the phone remained soft-spoken. "Mr. Lee, I'll be waiting for you. Just give me a call before you arrive, and I'll come greet you right away. Remember, my name is Su Bebe." The next day, when Li Jian woke up, it was already past 10. Yesterday had been busy, but now, without the pressure of work, he could arrange his time as he pleased. Out of habit, he checked his WeChat. He saw a message from Zhao Man. "I heard that Zhou Xiao was hospitalized with a stomach perforation. Because of serious complications, he's still under ICU observation. Li Jian, serves him right. Who told him to harass you?" Surprisingly, Zhao Man replied instantly. That was different from before when she used to take a long time to respond. But she only sent a WeChat emoji, one of a sly smile. Putting down his phone. In Zhejiang, Zhao Man put down her phone after sending the emoji. She felt a strange sense of security. She had always thought of Li Jian as just a child. Back when Ji Mingting wanted to marry him, she had opposed it. But now, it seemed that Li Jian wasn't just an ordinary young man. Unknowingly, he had grown into something much greater, so mysterious that she couldn't see through him, couldn't grasp him. In the future, she would do everything she could to restore his marriage with Mingting. In the afternoon, when Li Jian's car arrived at the Ferrari dealership, a young woman in a black business suit hurried out from inside. Her hair was neatly tied up, yet she looked incredibly beautiful, a hairstyle that most women couldn't pull off. But for her, it was effortless. Her long, black-stockinged legs were particularly eye-catching. "Mr. Lee, is that you? I'm Su Bebe. We spoke on the phone." "That's me." Li Jian stepped out of the car. "Come with me, I'll show you our Ferraris. We've recently got some new models in. For example, the Ferrari 296, a plug-in hybrid. It goes from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.9 seconds. You know, electric cars are very popular now. So many supercars are using electric motors to boost power." From a distance, Li Jian spotted a very sleek blue Ferrari. The design was slightly different from older Ferrari models, but it still looked stunning. "For my first supercar, I'd prefer a classic model, like the 458 or 488. Li Jian wasn't short on money. He would be buying many supercars in the future. But today was about fulfilling a dream. Back then, the Ferrari models he saw most often online were the 458 and 488. "Then follow me." In the showroom, there were other customers browsing as well, but Li Jian paid no attention to them. "Mr. Li?" Hearing someone call his name, he turned around and was surprised to see someone familiar. Previously, when he was buying a sedan, he had visited an Audi dealership. It was this woman, Monk, who had helped him. Monk was equally shocked. So, the person Su Bebe had mentioned was actually him. Back then, she had underestimated his capabilities. "I remember you. You're the Audi saleswoman, Monk." Li Jian recalled their last encounter. "You still remember me?" Monk playfully brushed her hair aside. Dressed in a black business suit and a short skirt, she exuded a flirtatious charm. "Aren't you an Audi salesperson? Why are you here at Ferrari?" Li Jian was puzzled. "Bebe and I are classmates. After graduation, we both went into car sales. I work at Audi, and she's at Ferrari. Today's my day off, so I came to wait for her to finish work. I didn't expect to run into you, Mr. Li." Li Jian continued browsing the cars. "This one looks nice. What model is it?" Su Bebe introduced it. "This is the Ferrari SF90. It doesn't have as long a history as the 458 or 488. It's probably not in your consideration." Li Jian walked past the SF90. In the future, he planned to buy an entire set of Ferraris, both the new models derived from classics and the classic models themselves. He intended to collect them all. After all, he had the means. Why settle for just one new model or one classic model? Why not have everything? After careful comparison, Li Jian decided on the Ferrari 488. Hearing this, Su Bebe finally relaxed. This deal was going through. "Mr. Li, this model is priced at 4.5 million, but since it's been on the market for a while, I can offer you a special discount." As she spoke, she leaned in close to Li Jian's ear. Her voice was soft and gentle, and he could feel the warmth of her breath. "Then, I'll take it, full payment." The price she offered was indeed fair. Watching from the side, Humonk was filled with envy. He made a decision that easily? Mr. Lee, feel free to invite me out when you have time. In this hot weather, I love eating cold treats. Li Jiyan didn't take her words seriously. He was buying the car purely because the price was good. He had no interest in women who threw themselves at him so easily. Some things, once caught, had no cure. We'll see. Humonk noticed that Li Jiyan wasn't interested in women who were too forward. She had never had a boyfriend before. Maybe she had a chance? His financial capability far exceeded her imagination. Last time, he had bought $1 million luxury car. Now, just a few days later, he was buying a Ferrari. His true power was impossible to predict. After subtly hinting at Li Jiyan, Su Beibei went off to handle the paperwork. Li Jiyan found a place to sit and checked WeChat. Ji Zitten, brother, when are you coming to school? I'm in military training. It's so hot. I put on a thick layer of sunscreen. Attached was a group photo with Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin. Li Jiyan replied, don't worry, Xiaoting. I'll be there in about an hour. Ji Zitten, I'll be waiting for you. She followed up with a cute sticker. Then Lu Xiaoyan sent a message. Brother, are you driving the same car as last time? I want to take more pictures in the front seat. You guys keep talking about driving. What do you mean? I'm so confused. Can someone explain? Li Jiyan didn't refuse Lu Xiaoyan's request. Li Jiyan, alright, you can take pictures then. The car is arriving today. Lu Xiaoyan, okay, brother. But this afternoon, Mang wasn't feeling well, so she didn't come to military training. I forgot to tell you. I only remembered after Zitten mentioned you were coming. Both Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin knew that Li Jiyan cared about Zhou Mengmeng. He looked at her as if she were his little sister. Li Jiyan, got it. Putting down his phone, Li Jiyan soon saw Su Beibei walking over. Mr. Li, just sign here and make the payment. Our staff will handle the temporary license plate. You'll be able to drive off shortly. After paying, it didn't take long before Li Jiyan's Ferrari 488 was ready to hit the road. Alright, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Looking at his brand new Ferrari, Li Jiyan found it quite pleasing to the eye. Mr. Li, feel free to contact me if you need anything. I will. Humonk also sweetly bid him farewell. After Li Jiyan left, Su Beibei looked excited. This is a huge commission. Monk, do you think I have a chance of becoming Mrs. Li? Humonk shook her head. I think it's unlikely. You literally hinted at wanting to eat something cold that was way too obvious. That might work on some nouveau riche or your ex-boyfriend. But Mr. Li is young, wealthy, and handsome. Do you really think he likes women throwing themselves at him? He's probably long tired of that approach. Su Beibei felt a little disappointed. She had been too impulsive earlier. By the way, didn't you want to quit? Why not join us as a saleswoman? It's so boring here. All my female colleagues are scheming gold diggers. All they think about is catching a rich man or selling cars. The competition was already fierce, so if she could bring Humonk in, they could at least team up. I'll think about switching to another industry. I did graduate from a top university, after all. Audi's sales are way behind Mercedes-Benz now, and I don't want to stay. The roar of the Ferrari's engine made Li Jiyan feel as if his blood was burning. Only by driving a supercar could one truly experience that unique joy that belonged to men. Few men could resist the allure of supercars. After about 10 minutes, Li Jiyan arrived at Chenda Plaza. After parking, he went upstairs and bought 4 sets of cosmetics. Of course, the best and most expensive set was for Ji Zitten. He knew exactly who was truly important. Then, he picked out a pink dress that reached about knee length. He also chose a pair of white flat shoes. These were for Zhou Mengmeng. Last time, her outfit was way too plain. After browsing for a while, he bought a white t-shirt and a black pleated skirt. He also picked out a pure white suit set and a pair of 5 cm high heels. Only then did he stop. That girl, Zhou Mengmeng, had a personality that made him fond of her. She was completely different from her sister, Zhou Lily. Zhou Mengmeng had a clear people-pleasing personality. She was extremely afraid of troubling others. She was also socially anxious. Without proper guidance, she could even develop into a reclusive state. Her life lacked love. Just as he was about to check out, he suddenly received a video call from someone who triggered a deep-seated fear in his genes. When he answered, a delicate face appeared on the screen. Li Yuxian, why are you calling me? Li Yuxian, my ass. It's Wu Yuxian. I'm not even on your household registration. A slightly annoyed voice came from the other side. Would you dare say that to mom and dad? Wu Yuxian immediately fell silent. No, I wouldn't. Li Jiyan, are you shopping for clothes? For your sister-in-law? Li Jian thought for a moment and replied, I'm divorced from Ming Ting. Wu Yuxian had grown up with him. She had lived in his home since childhood. Her parents were close friends of his parents, but when she was 5, they had an accident. With no other relatives, Wu Yuxian was taken in by his family. Because the adoption paperwork was never finalized, her household registration wasn't transferred. Ever since this girl, who was 1 month older than him, came to his house, his throne had turned into a little brother's seat. She took over his room, forcing him to live in the small study. She took his toys, and when he once tried to act like her older brother, she beat him up several times. Since then, he developed a psychological shadow. In front of Wu Yuxian, he never dared to speak loudly. It was pure bloodline suppression. As a child, he had absolutely hated Wu Yuxian. But later, he slowly realized Wu Yuxian genuinely cared about him. His parents were strict and rigid due to their bureaucratic background. Whenever they were about to punish him, Wu Yuxian would always step in to shield him. She saved up her pocket money to buy him the game consoles, MP4 players, and phones he wanted. Back then, the only reason he could play with those things was because of this adopted sister. His parents controlled his pocket money too tightly. Of course, the two of them still fought every day. They couldn't see each other without bickering. When Wu Yuxian reached her teenage years, their parents wanted to transfer her household registration, but she strongly opposed it. She insisted she didn't want to change her last name, but this was her real home. Li Jian had never understood why she did that. For years, he kept calling her Li Yuxian, but she stubbornly insisted on Wu Yuxian. Deep down, she clearly loved this family very much. You got divorced? What happened? How could you make such a big decision without consulting me? Wu Yuxian had recently curled her hair into large waves, which fell over her chest. She looked noticeably anxious. Lu Xiaoyan also had big waves, but compared to Wu Yuxian, she was nowhere near as stunning. After all, it depended on a person's aura and appearance. And Wu Yuxian had both at the highest level. Her D36 figure only enhanced her dominant, mature presence. She probably thought I was too poor. That's why we divorced. Don't worry, Li Yuxian, it was a peaceful divorce. I don't mind at all. Li Jian was telling the truth. Before, it would have been hard for him to move on. But now that he could go back in time, all the negativity had disappeared. He no longer cared about the past. He could now live the life he truly wanted. That woman. Never mind that. My birthday is coming up soon, Li Jian, you little brat, get your ass to Wancheng. Celebrate my birthday with me. Hearing this woman, who had tormented him since childhood, Li Jian knew he had to go home. Got it, Li Yuxian. It's Wu Yuxian. Stop calling me that. Curious, Li Jian asked. Jia. Why do you speak with such a Sichuanchongqing accent now? You keep saying stuff like brat and damn it. And it's mixed with Mandarin, it doesn't even sound authentic. Hearing that, Wu Yuxian returned to her usual tone. I studied in Sichuanchongqing for 3 years, did my internship there, and worked there for 2 years after graduation. It's normal to pick up some of the accent. Besides, the Sichuanchongqing accent is actually pretty nice, don't you think, cutie? When she called in cutie in that third-tone Sichuanchongqing dialect, Li Jian almost got goosebumps. Was this really the same woman who used to ruthlessly suppress him during childhood and adolescence? Alright, Jia, don't worry. I'll definitely be back in Wancheng before your birthday. Wu Yuxian nodded. Alright then, be good and come back soon. I have a gift for you. The gentle expression on her face suddenly disappeared. If you don't come back, I'll smash your head in, you little brat. Li Jian. After hanging up the video call, Wu Yuxian looked at the Mercedes C in front of her. This was the gift she had bought for Li Jian. Even though they had fought since childhood, her favorite person had always been this little brat who grew up with her. When Li Jian got married, she had cried for a long time. She bought this car as a gift for him because she knew his current car was old and worn out. The 300,000 plus yuan for the car came from the pocket money she had saved since childhood, as well as money earned from part-time jobs in college, summer work, and later, extra projects in programming while working full-time. After years of hard work, she bought this Mercedes C, planning to give it to her good boy on her birthday. Saving up to buy things for Li Jian seemed to have become a habit for Wu Yuxian. Yuxian, aren't you afraid you won't get married after buying such an expensive car for Li Jian? People might think you're a gold digger, sister. A classmate next to her sounded concerned. Wu Yuxian shook her head. Gold digger sisters spend their husband's money on their little brothers. I'm using my own money. Besides, I never planned to get married. If I got married and spent money on Shayan, the in-laws would definitely be unhappy. So, I'd rather not bring trouble to anyone. Her classmate, Lu Qingya, tried persuading her again, hoping she would live for herself. But Wu Yuxian simply listened quietly. She wasn't even from Sichuan-Chongqing, so learning to talk like a Sichuan-Chongqing girl was hard. She had practiced the gentle good boy in a third tone for a long time. As Li Jiyan drove his Ferrari to the school entrance, many passers-by took out their phones to record. The attention this car attracted was far greater than his previous million-yuan luxury car. After getting out of the car, Old Sun carried the cosmetics and clothes Li Jiyan had bought and walked toward the school. From a distance, Li Jiyan could hear the cadences of military training chants on the field. Upon reaching the field, he quickly spotted Ji Zitten. She had applied a thick layer of sunscreen, so much that she looked particularly pale from afar. It was clear that this girl was afraid of getting tanned. Like Zhao Manman, she cared a lot about maintaining her fair skin. That's why she was so meticulous about sun protection. The entire row was filled with long legs, but Ji Zitten's legs had the best shape. She had the most beautiful legs Li Jiyan had ever seen. Next to her were Lu Shaoyan and Song Jinjin, while Zhou Mengmeng, being sick, was still in the dormitory. Seeing Li Jiyan arrive, Ji Zitten seized a moment when the female instructor wasn't looking and waved at him. Her face couldn't hide her sweet smile. Li Jiyan waved back in acknowledgement. After a while, he signaled that he was heading to the dormitory. Ji Zitten stole another quick wave at him. At the entrance of dormitory building 11. As expected, the dorm supervisor stopped Li Jiyan. Old Sun quickly used the power of cash. My sister is on the first floor. I'm just dropping something off and will leave right away. The dorm supervisor beamed with delight. At room 102, Li Jiyan knocked on the door. Soon, it opened, and Zhou Mengmeng timidly peeked out. As always, she had her hair tied into twin ponytails. Because of her thick hair, her ponytails cascaded behind her shoulders, making her look incredibly cute. Brother, seeing Li Jiyan, her excitement was obvious. I heard you weren't feeling well, so I came to check on you. What happened? Li Jiyan placed the cosmetics on Song Jinjin and Lu Shaoyan's desks. Watching him bring gifts, Zhou Mengmeng looked visibly nervous. I'm actually fine. It's just that being around so many people scares me, so I took sick leave. Li Jiyan sighed. In this era, it was hard to believe that such a beautiful girl was socially anxious. Meng, I noticed you never wear makeup. Try using these cosmetics. You can have Song Jinjin and the others teach you how to do makeup later. And these clothes, your outfits are way too plain. You're so beautiful, it's a waste. These colorful and stylish clothes suit you well. Ji Zitten could do makeup, but she wasn't particularly skilled at it. Makeup. I can't accept these things from you. Li Jiyan had expected this. For someone with social anxiety and a people-pleasing personality like Zhou Mengmeng, it was hard for her to accept gifts. No, you have to. Just think of me as your dad. A dad giving his daughter presents is perfectly normal, isn't it? From the way she acted, Li Jiyan felt like Zhou Mengmeng's mental age was around 12 or 13. Dad, she blurted it out instinctively. In her mind, Li Jiyan was exactly like the father she had always dreamed of. For a moment, she imagined what it would feel like if he really were her dad. That feeling, it was so warm and happy. Tears welled up in her eyes and spilled over. Li Jiyan was taken aback. This girl really lacked love. She longed for someone strong to care for her. That's why she had such an instinctive reaction. Still, the way she called him sounded very pleasant. Looking at her twin ponytails, Li Jiyan couldn't resist patting her head. Say it again? Dad. Daddy. Her voice was filled with shyness. Yet, she felt incredibly ashamed. She had actually called Li Jiyan daddy. And when he asked her to say it again, she had done it. Deep down, she really wanted to. But how could she shamelessly say that? Zhou Mengmeng quickly went back to her desk. She sat down and buried her face in her arms, sobbing softly. You tricked me into calling you daddy. You're bullying me. Li Jiyan could already guess that Zhou Mengmeng's parents probably didn't care about her at all. Long-term lack of social interaction had caused her extreme low self-esteem. That's why she had become like this. Alright, stop crying. You were the one who called me daddy first. Li Jiyan gently patted Zhou Mengmeng's back and tugged at her twin ponytails. Zhou Mengmeng started crying even harder. Li Jiyan knew that the more he talked at this moment, the more likely she would break down. It was better to just let her vent. After a long while, Zhou Mengmeng finally stopped crying. Alright, Mengmeng, these are gifts from me to you. Just accept them. In the future, I'll be counting on you to keep me updated on Xiaoting's situation at school. Zhou Mengmeng lifted her head, her eyes slightly red. No. I can't take your things. Even last time, when Li Jian treated them to a meal, Zhou Mengmeng had felt guilty, not knowing how she could ever repay him. Then let's do this, consider these things as me selling them to you. You can pay me back later. If you refuse, I'll have to make a trip back to Huizhou. I bought all of these in Huizhou. As someone with a people-pleasing personality, Zhou Mengmeng was terrified of troubling others. Hearing that these items were from Huizhou, she hesitated and looked at Li Jian. That far? Going back is too much trouble. How much is it? Li Jian casually named a number. Altogether, about 1,000 yuan. I know you're a student and don't have much money, so you can pay me in installments. Let's call it the Jian loan. A somewhat naive Zhou Mengmeng blinked at him and seriously asked, what's the interest rate? Li Jian. Right, someone like Zhou Mengmeng would actually take this seriously. He decided to tease her a little. The interest rate, let's say 1% per month. You can pay it off in a year. Zhou Mengmeng did the math. This was definitely a high-interest loan. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't bring herself to say no. Alright, just kidding. You can just slowly pay me back 1,000 yuan. Take good care of these things. Try to change yourself a little. Zhou Mengmeng lifted her head and stared at Li Jian for a while, as if deep in thought. Then, can you step outside for a moment? I'll change my clothes. Li Jian stepped out of the dorm room and waited at the door of room 102. A long time passed before a timid voice came from inside. Brother, I'm ready. Li Jian walked in and saw Zhou Mengmeng wearing the white t-shirt and black pleated skirt. The t-shirt was quite form-fitting, and only then did he realize. This girl was also a C+ in terms of proportions. Li Jian didn't particularly dislike poor girls. Whether it was mature women, young girls, or elegant ladies, he liked them all. But the key wasn't the type, it was looks and figure. Like Ji Zitten, Zhou Mengmeng still had room to grow. And with this outfit, her waist looked even more slender. Ji Zitten, at 173 centimeters, had the most perfect legs he had ever seen. Zhou Mengmeng's fair, flawless legs made it hard for Li Jian to look away. Do I look good? Zhou Mengmeng asked softly. You look great. Noticing that Li Jian was staring at her legs, Zhou Mengmeng instinctively covered them with her hands. Mengmeng, they look so good, why cover them? Besides, this outfit isn't revealing at all. The real short skirts are only about 10 centimeters long. Zhou Mengmeng sat down, still not daring to look at Li Jian. But deep down, she was secretly hoping he would ask her to call him daddy again. Lowering her head, she stared at the cosmetics in front of her. She had no idea how much time had passed when Ji Zitten and the others finally returned. Lu Xiaoyan said, Brother, you're here. Yeah. Li Jian nodded. This set of cosmetics is so complete. Song Jinjin noticed a brand new set of cosmetics on her desk. These are for you. I told you before, I'll cover all of the dorm's cosmetics until you graduate. Hearing this, Song Jinjin and Lu Xiaoyan immediately accepted the cosmetics without hesitation. Brother, men who spend money are so handsome. Thank you. Both of them praised him while happily accepting the gifts. After all, when it came to protecting Ji Zitten, they had put in a lot of effort. Mengmeng, your new outfit today looks really nice. Your legs are so white. You always used to wear thick pajamas before. Being complimented by Song Jinjin, Zhou Mengmeng lowered her head, too nervous to respond. Brother, I'm going to take a shower. Mengmeng, let's go together. In this hot weather, after military training, they were eager to freshen up. They grabbed their toiletries and towels, ready to head to the first floor showers. Brother, didn't you park your car near the dorm today? Lu Xiaoyan, holding a basket of toiletries, asked. Li Jian sat in Ji Zitten's chair. I parked at the school entrance. Brother, later I'm definitely going to take some good pictures. Li Jian replied, Alright, go take your shower. I'll head out first and wait for you at the entrance. We'll have dinner together later. After waiting in the car for half an hour, Ji Zitten, Zhou Mengmeng, and the others finally came out. Brother! Ji Zitten was in the lead, walking toward his million-yuan car. But when she got closer, she only saw old Sun there. Zhou Mengmeng and the others also arrived. Master Sun, where's my brother? Old Sun pointed to a Ferrari not far away. That's the new car Mr. Li bought. Hearing this, the four of them followed his gaze. A Ferrari. And a brand new one. Lu Xiaoyan was so excited she could barely contain herself. Brother, you bought a new car again? Walking over to the left side of the Ferrari, Ji Zitten saw Li Jian rolling down the window and asked in surprise. Yeah, I just picked it up today. In that moment, Ji Zitten couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration for him. "Brother, how much did this Ferrari cost?" Li Jiyan didn't give an exact number. "A little under 5 million. That response made Lu Xiaoyan and the others feel like they could only look up to him. "Brother, this car cost 5 million? I used to think my uncle was rich for driving an Audi A6, but compared to you, that's nothing." At this moment, Song Jinjin felt as if her worldview had expanded. For ordinary people, a luxury car was already considered something incredible. A 4 to 500,000 yuan car was beyond what most could even imagine. Yet Li Jiyan had spent 5 million on a single car. Zhou Mengmeng stayed silent. Li Jiyan noticed that she had wrapped herself up tightly again. "Mengmeng, didn't I buy you new clothes? Why are you wearing your old ones again?" Zhou Mengmeng lowered her head and whispered, "I'm not used to it. Give me some time." Seeing her like this, Li Jiyan didn't push further. She had dressed conservatively for so many years. It would take time for her to get used to showing her legs and arms. "Brother, let's go eat barbecue tonight. It's been so long since I had it." Hearing Ji Zitten's suggestion, Li Jiyan nodded. "Get in. Zitten, you ride with me. The three of you go with Master Sunday." Ji Zitten sat in the passenger seat of his Ferrari 488 and buckled her seatbelt. In the back seat of the sedan, Zhou Mengmeng stared at the Ferrari, full of envy. But what she envied wasn't the Ferrari. It was Ji Zitten. Li Jiyan treated her so well. She had someone to pamper her, but Zhou Mengmeng had no one. Her mind drifted back to when Li Jiyan had asked her to call him daddy. Deep down, she truly wished there was a man like him who could take control of her. Zhou Mengmeng's face instantly turned red. Was she really chasing after Li Jiyan? There's no such thing as a girl chasing a guy. Zhou Mengmeng's voice was very soft. Seeing her flushed face, Lu Xiaoyan reacted as if she had discovered a new continent. "Jinjin, look, Mengmeng is blushing. A man like Yan Ji is so outstanding. There must be so many girls who want to take the initiative to chase after him. If you take the initiative, you might have some hope. If you don't, then there's definitely no chance. Brother, what exactly do you do? You can even afford a Ferrari. My sister definitely didn't know you were this rich. Otherwise, she wouldn't have divorced you." Li Jiyan said, "I started a company. I've made some money recently, but I can't tell you the details for now." Hearing this, Ji Zhiting didn't ask further, but her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Li Jiyan. "In a few days, I'll come by again. Isn't your dream to open a milk tea shop? I plan to rent a storefront near the school and open a big milk tea shop for you." Hearing this, Ji Zhiting was overjoyed. "Brother, then I'll transfer the money to you. Xiaoting, I know you've always seen me as family. When you wanted to give me the pocket money you've saved over the years, in my heart, you became the most important person in my life. So don't talk to me about money, just keep it in your heart. This milk tea shop is mine and yours. In the future, if I need you for anything, just don't run away." Ji Zhiting nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with emotion. "I understand, brother. You will always be my closest person, just like our mom. The way I cherish mom is the way I cherish you." Li Jiyan followed the navigation and stopped in front of a restaurant called Baishanjia Charcoal Grill. The Ferrari 488 was still the center of attention here. This restaurant was much lower in cost and class compared to the one they had dined at last time. As soon as they got out of the car, Lu Xiaoyan eagerly ran up to the Ferrari to take pictures. Li Jiyan got out and said, "You can take pictures inside the car." He handed the car keys to Lao Sun, telling him to lock the car later. Inside the restaurant, Li Jiyan and Ji Zhiting sat down. Zhou Mengmeng, who was dressed very conservatively, had a flushed face. Ji Zhiting noticed and reached out to touch her, exclaiming, "Mengmeng, why is your face so hot? Do you have a fever?" And no. She lowered her head, her face red, and ran to the restroom. After coming out, Zhou Mengmeng washed her face with cold water several times before she finally started to feel normal again. Not far away, a waiter carrying a kettle accidentally tripped over a chair and stumbled forward toward Zhou Mengmeng. Without thinking, Li Jiyan stood up and shielded her. He stopped the waiter from falling, but a lot of warm water spilled onto him. "I'm so sorry, sir. I'm really sorry." The waiter apologized repeatedly. Zhou Mengmeng's vision blurred. No one had ever stood in front of her like this to protect her. "It's okay. The weather's hot, it'll dry soon." Li Jiyan didn't mind and pulled Zhou Mengmeng back to her seat. One by one, the ingredients for the barbecue were served. Zhou Mengmeng looked at Li Jiyan, who had been so gentle toward her. The incident kept replaying in her mind. Li Jiyan's figure was so tall and broad, just like how she imagined her father would be. He could protect her so well. Over half an hour later, they left the barbecue restaurant. Li Jiyan was still driving Ji Jiding. Brother, the cosmetics you gave me seem much fancier than theirs. Looking at Ji Jiding in the passenger seat, Li Jiyan pinched her cheek. Of course. You're truly family, so of course, your treatment is different. Otherwise, why didn't I buy them milk tea shops too? Ji Jiding felt very happy inside. Brother, then don't forget to come in a few days. Of course. Li Jiyan pinched her cheek again. After dropping everyone back at school, Li Jiyan drove his Ferrari home. It was already past 8 p.m. I wonder if I can go back tonight. Either way, I should prepare. Li Jiyan went to his study and reviewed some previous documents. At 9 p.m., a message came from Howie Law Firm on WeChat. It was a set of documents. Since they had already collaborated before, the firm now sent the documents directly. These are the files on the major figures in this district. Li Jiyan carefully examined them. And I need to prepare connections in Jiding's district too. That way, things will be easier to handle at school. Li Jiyan sent over another request for information on a specific person and transferred the payment. A quick OK hand emoji was sent back. This time, the speed was impressive. Within 2 hours, the requested documents arrived. Li Jiyan carefully reviewed them. Just as he was about to close his laptop and return to the past, a video call notification popped up on WeChat. It was Zhao Man. Li Jiyan wasn't surprised. She had been interacting with him more frequently lately. Soon, Zhao Man's delicate face appeared on the screen. Mom, it's so late. What's the matter? How's the beauty salon doing? The beauty salon is all thanks to you. It's now running smoothly, and many rich ladies are coming for treatments. I'll visit you after some time. Li Jiyan nodded, but he could tell something was on her mind. Mom, is there something else bothering you? You can tell me. There's no need to separate elder and younger when it comes to these things. Zhao Man recalled their time at West Lake. She had felt so relaxed that day. And Li Jiyan was so filial, he had massaged her ankle for so long without complaining. Alright, then I'll tell you. I feel like your Uncle G has been acting strange lately. Li Jiyan's heart skipped a beat. Had she found out? Could Zhao Man handle the truth? What happened? Recently, he's been staying out a lot. Li Jiyan paused for a moment before saying, maybe he's just busy with work. Zhao Man shook her head. He's always been busy, but he would still come home at least once. But ever since you left last time, he hasn't come home at all. I suspect he might be cheating. But then she reconsidered. Cheating? That was something normal people did. But Ji Yunhai, was he even normal? If Uncle G is cheating, what would you do? Zhao Man fell silent, a bit lost and unsure. Clearly, she hadn't considered what she would do if it were true. Li Jiyan could see the turmoil in her expression. It would be a huge blow to her. This wasn't something she could handle right now. She needed time to process it. If she continued to suspect, she would gradually be mentally prepared. If he cheated, I would never tolerate it. When it comes to morality, I have zero tolerance. Li Jiyan comforted Zhao Man. Don't overthink it, Mom. Just observe for now. Maybe it's not as bad as you imagine. Zhao Man nodded gently. Go to bed early. Staying up late is bad for your health. I got it, Mom. Li Jiyan noticed something from Zhao Man's expression. There was no doubt that this was a heavy blow to her. This matter needed to be carefully planned out. Some things were too much for Zhao Man to handle right now. She needed time to process it slowly, to let herself gradually grow suspicious. That way, she would naturally start preparing herself mentally. If he cheated, I definitely wouldn't tolerate it. When it comes to morality, I absolutely cannot compromise. Li Jiyan comforted Zhao Man. It's okay, Mom, don't overthink it. Just observe for now. Maybe things aren't as bad as you imagine. Zhao Man gently nodded. Then go to bed early. It's already very late. Young people shouldn't stay up too late. It's bad for your health. Li Jiyan, I got it, Mom. In dorm 102, Zhou Mengmeng kept thinking about what had happened during the day. Li Jiyan's back when he stood in front of her was so tall, so strong. It made Zhou Mengmeng feel a sense of security she had never felt before. Lu Xiaoyan. She softly called out, and just as Lu Xiaoyan was about to climb into bed in her pajamas, she stopped. What's wrong, Meng? Do guys like this kind of outfit that shows off the legs? Isn't it too revealing? Lu Xiaoyan sat down, lowering her voice so she wouldn't disturb the others. Meng, this isn't revealing at all. It's just normal clothes. But if you wrap yourself up so tightly, even a dog would avoid you. It's so hot, yet you're dressing like this. Aren't you hot? You need to take the initiative to change yourself. Zhou Mengmeng nodded. She thought about the moment when Li Jian had looked at her legs before. At that time, his gaze was indeed drawn to them. Shayan, I want to learn how to do makeup. Can you teach me? Lu Shayan was surprised and pulled up a chair to sit beside Zhou Mengmeng. Are you serious, Mengmeng? You finally want to wear makeup? I feel like I can't stay like this forever. Every girl wears makeup now. I need to start learning too. Lu Shayan said excitedly, I've always wanted to see you with makeup. But honestly, you're so fair-skinned that it won't make a huge difference. I have some tutorial videos saved. I'll send them to you, so you can watch them a few times. Then practice properly. After military training tomorrow, I'll teach you step by step. I'm sure in a few days, you'll get the hang of it. I'll send them to you now. Looking at the makeup products and new clothes on the table, Zhou Mengmeng suddenly thought of something. Shayan, how much do these makeup products and clothes cost? Yan Ji told me it was 1,000 yuan. Lu Shayan glanced at Zhou Mengmeng's clothes. He definitely tricked you. Only someone as naive as you would believe that. These makeup products aren't luxury brands, but they're at least 2,000 yuan per set. Plus, the clothes must be over 4,000 in total. Yan Ji really takes care of you. He bought you pretty clothes. I'm so jealous. It's like he treats you as his little sister. Hearing the price, Zhou Mengmeng started to feel uneasy. 4,000 yuan. How long would it take her to pay that back? Alright, I'm going to sleep now. Watch those beginner videos first. Tomorrow, I'll teach you. Lu Shayan, who was exhausted, climbed into bed. After a while, Zhou Mengmeng sent Li Jian a WeChat message. Brother, you lied to me, didn't you? Those things cost 4,000 yuan, right? My allowance isn't much, so I'll send you 500 first. I'll pay you back in installments every month. Transferred 500 yuan. By the way, can you tell me where you live? Li Jian had treated her to 2 meals, so Zhou Mengmeng wanted to repay him somehow. But she knew she couldn't afford meals that expensive, so she thought about cooking for him and bringing food over instead. That way, she would feel more at ease. She anxiously waited for Li Jian's reply. But even after more than half an hour, after lying down in bed, he still hadn't replied. Did he start hating me? Or was it because I asked where he lives? Did he find that rude? Zhou Mengmeng's mind began racing with anxious thoughts. A hallmark of a people-pleasing personality is overthinking. After a long time, she sent another message to Li Jian. Daddy. Not long after, Li Jian returned to the past once again. As before, he opened a temporary bank account. Then he went to an internet cafe, logged into QQ, and sent a message to Xiaoli. Have you returned from Zhuzhong? A few seconds later, Xiaoli replied. Xiaoli, I'm back, Li Ji. The scenery at West Lake was really nice. But right now, I'm still focused on making money. I have a lot of money in hand, but compared to real rich people, I'm still far behind. Li Jian said, this time, we're going to the futures market to make money. Come to the same internet cafe as last time first. Xiaoli, wait for me. Soon, Li Jian saw Xiaoli arrive at the internet cafe. After buying 2 bottles of iced red tea, Xiaoli also turned on a computer and sat down. Li Ji, are we playing with futures this time? I've heard of it, but I don't really know how it works. The stocks you mentioned before, I haven't even opened an account yet. Li Jian looked at various futures data on the computer. He said, no rush. Right now, I'm looking for a larger market trend in futures. Stocks are more of a long-term investment. They don't move that fast. What we need to do now is short-term trading to accumulate more initial capital. Li Jian kept reading, cross-referencing news and the latest online information. Finally, he analyzed that in the short term, rare earth prices would see a significant drop. Next, we'll short rare earths. Xiaoli asked, are we doing it now? No, we're heading to Modu first. The place I live now is Modu, so we need to prepare in advance. This time, we're going to meet 2 influential people from different districts. Right now, in Modu, there's still small players. They have connections, but they haven't made it big yet. When we get to Modu, we'll find a professional futures company and have them teach you how to operate it. I'm not particularly skilled in this area either. Making around 10 million this time will be enough. Hearing that they were heading to Modu, Xiaoli was also excited. Then, the 2 of them hired a car and headed straight for Modu. After arriving in Modu, Xiaoli curiously looked around. This is the outskirts of Modu, right? That's right. Our business this time is in the suburbs. For futures trading, we'll go to Lujiazui. That's Modu's CBD, the most prosperous area in the entire city. Li Jian thought about Lujiazui, where properties cost hundreds of thousands per square meter. In the past, he had fantasized about buying an apartment there. But later, he realized it was just a fantasy. Alright, let's get to business first. Next, Li Jian repeated the same networking process he had done before in Xiantang district. After successfully building connections, he and Xiaoli took a car to Lujiazui. It's finally done. Li Jian let out a deep breath. After returning, he could handle things in both districts much more easily. Li Ji, once you have experience, handling things becomes much smoother. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Li Jian twisted open a bottle of mineral water. That's right. Next time I come back, I'll have to expand my network in Huizhou as well. It's my hometown, after all. No matter what, I'll still be spending a lot of time there. Wu Yuexian's birthday was coming up. He definitely had to go to one city for that. I think so too. I also need to visit home often. As they chatted, a long time passed. The taxi stopped at the city's boundary. Without a Shanghai license plate, commercial vehicles couldn't enter the city center. The driver was helpless, so the two of them switched to another car. They arrived at the largest futures trading company in Modu. Inside the company, the front desk staff welcomed Li Jian and Xiaoli. Sir, are you here to trade or to open an account? Open an account. Xiaoli deposited 5 million yuan. The manager patiently explained the rules of futures trading to Xiaoli. After a long session, Xiaoli finally grasped it completely. Following Li Jian's advice, he shorted rare earths directly and leveraged it 10x. After leaving the futures company, Xiaoli eagerly anticipated the profits. Alright, we're done. Li Ji, let's take a stroll around Lujiazui. I've seen the Oriental Pearl Tower online so many times. Finally, I get to see it in person today. Li Jian knew himself well at this point, so he didn't refuse. The two of them visited many of the city's bustling places. They explored the Lujiazui three towers one by one. By late night, Lujiazui was still brightly lit. As the business hub of the city, the air was filled with the scent of money and luxury. Luxury cars and high-end residences were everywhere. Walking along the Bund, watching the Huangpu River, Xiaoli was filled with ambition. In the future, I want to own my own luxury home here. And drive all kinds of supercars, Bugatti, Koenigsegg. Surrounded by beautiful women, enjoying life to the fullest. Seeing Xiaoli's emotional expression, Li Jian couldn't help but smile. Honestly, who didn't have dreams like this when they were young? It's just that most people get their edges worn down by reality. He himself was still young, but after just 2 years in society, his mindset had already matured like that of someone in their 30s. Alright, let's check the future's profits. Xiaoli opened the 4S app and checked. He was thrilled. Over 1 million already. If the trend moves fast, it should take just a few days. At this moment, Li Jian felt that he was about to wake up. This time, he had solved 2 networking problems. And he had also done a futures trade. The profits were already enough. It was time to go back. I'm heading back. Remember, once you reach over 10 million in profit, cash out. Don't be too greedy. Futures trading is highly risky. When Li Jian woke up again, it was already past 11. It's so late, but at least I've taken care of the important matters this time. Li Jian glanced at his phone and saw that his contact list had 2 new numbers. One was Mr. Liu from the district where Ji Jiting's school was located. The other was Mr. Sun from his own district. Opening a milk tea shop or starting a company comes with quite a bit of paperwork. His older cousin had once opened a restaurant, so he knew just how tedious the process could be. With these connections, things would be much easier in the future. I'll register the company under Mr. Liu's jurisdiction. It's just a shell company anyway. I just need some accountants to handle my money. And I'll take care of the milk tea shop while I'm at it. However, Li Jian wasn't in a hurry. He planned to first investigate information about Huizhou and expand his connections in one city as well as his hometown. Money and background had to develop together to ensure a secure future. That was the safest approach. After lunch, Li Jian checked his WeChat. Ji Jiting had sent him a selfie from military training. Then, he saw a message from Zhou Mengmeng. This made him pause for a moment. This girl, why was she calling him daddy again? Was she getting addicted to it? He opened the chat history and saw the money transfer Zhou Mengmeng had sent him. This girl, she's really so honest, always thinking about repaying me. In this day and age, girls like her were truly rare. Then, Li Jian sent Zhou Mengmeng his home location. He also added a note with the exact door number. If you ever need to find me, let me know in advance. Right after, he saw a message from Zhao Manman. It was a frustrated emoji. This made Li Jian feel that Zhao Manman's mental state might not be great either. She had been dealing with too much. He put down his phone and focused on enjoying his lunch. In the dormitory, Zhou Mengmeng had barely slept the entire night. She was worried that Li Ziyan wouldn't talk to her anymore. Even when she called him daddy, he hadn't replied. Didn't he like it when she called him that? But when she saw his message, the worry on her delicate face completely disappeared. It seemed like Li Ziyan was just busy. I got it, Yan Ji. Seeing the message, Zhou Mengmeng instantly replied. Then, she sent a message to Zhou Lily. Sis, can you cook at your place? This time, Zhou Lily replied quickly as well. Zhou Lily, yes, but I don't have time to cook for you. I just got to work, too busy. Zhou Mengmeng, that's fine, I just want to borrow the kitchen to cook something. Zhou Lily, got someone special? Cooking for your crush? Zhou Mengmeng, Zhou Lily, what's he like? Zhou Mengmeng, very handsome, very rich. She didn't really know how to describe Li Ziyan, so she put it simply. And it wasn't wrong at all. Zhou Lily, that's good. I'll send you my location. The door code is 212451. My room is the one on the far left, and the code is 399933. The kitchen is shared, and all the other tenants are women, so you don't have to worry about safety. Zhou Mengmeng, got it, sis. Pressing the unlock button, Zhou Mengmeng felt her heart racing. If she cooked for Li Ziyan, did that count as a confession? For the next few days, Li Ziyan continued preparing wealth-related information. On the third day, he received a text message. His bank account at China Construction Bank had just received a deposit of 23 million yuan, 12 million, credited. This 12 million. This was the largest single amount he had received since returning to the past. This should be the future's profits. The demolition compensation won't come in such a short time. Xiao Li's side has already settled. Li Ziyan opened his bank app and looked at the more than 15 million in cash. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Now, I just have to wait for the demolition compensation to arrive. It's time to set up the company. I should contact Lu Hanqing first. The call connected. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat reserved. Mr. Li, I didn't expect you to call. Li Ziyan looked at the scenery outside the window. I plan to start a company and also open a milk tea shop on the commercial street near the University of Finance. I'll be there later, so help me get it done. Mr. Lu was quite surprised. Did something this minor really require his help? But after thinking about it, he figured that Mr. Li was simply on too high a level to bother with small-time operators. Come over then. I'll be waiting for you at the office. When you arrive, call me, and I'll have someone pick you up. After hanging up, Li Ziyan drove his supercar alone to the office. Upon arrival, he called Lu Hanqing. I've sent someone to wait for you in the lobby. He's wearing a striped shirt. Li Ziyan replied, I'm wearing a blue shirt. Getting out of the car, he suddenly noticed a Volkswagen Magotan parked in the front row. He had seen this car before, once at the bank and again at the Haitian hotel. From his conversations with Sun Biao, he knew it was his car. Parking his own car, he walked toward the building. After only a few steps, he saw Sun Biao walking out, accompanied by Su Xianxian and a uniformed woman in her 30s. Mr. Li, I didn't expect to run into you here. Li Ziyan asked curiously, President Sun, aren't you stationed in Jing'an district? What brings you to Yangpu district? But you seem to be in a good mood today. Sun Biao lowered his voice and said, no choice, our society runs on personal connections. Without the right relationships, it's impossible to get things done. These two districts are close to each other. Sometimes, handling multiple matters at once is inevitable. I've been seeking help from Mr. Chang for a long time. Today, he finally agreed to assist me, so I'm in a great mood. A real big shot is coming today, Mr. Lu. Since Mr. Chang is hosting Mr. Lu, he told me to leave first. Mr. Li, what brings you here? Li Ziyan pointed to the office building. I'm setting up a company. Hearing this, Sun Biao became even more certain of his previous guess. Li Ziyan was about to make some big financial moves. You're probably not familiar with this place, right? Let me go with you. If anything comes up, I can help. Alright, let's go together. Li Ziyan didn't refuse. Upon entering the lobby, they saw Mr. Chang's secretary already waiting from a distance. Secretary Li, hello. Secretary Li simply nodded coldly, not even acknowledging Sun Biao. Seeing this, Su Xianxian felt somewhat annoyed, but that's just how society worked. Secretary Li quickly noticed the blue shirt Li Ziyan was wearing. He was the only one in the area wearing a blue shirt, so it was obvious. You must be Mr. Li. Li Ziyan looked at the secretary in front of him. That's me. Follow me. Mr. Lu has been waiting for you for quite some time. The enthusiasm in his tone left Su Xianxian completely stunned. Just how terrifying was Li Ziyan's status? Upon reaching the office, Secretary Lee carefully pushed the door open. Since it was Mr. Lee who had arrived, he did not bother knocking. As soon as the door opened, Lu Hansheng immediately noticed. Li Jian looked exactly like Mr. Lee from years ago. The connection between them had to be extremely close. There was no doubt he was Mr. Lee's representative. That meant addressing him as Mr. Lee was absolutely appropriate. Mr. Lee, you're here. Lu Hansheng hurriedly walked up and shook hands with Li Jian. Please, have a seat. For something this small, you actually made a special trip? What kind of company name do you want? After sitting down, Lu Hansheng personally poured tea for Li Jian. Just call it Jian Investment Company. And name the milk tea shop Shoutings Milk Tea Shop. It's a gift for my sister. Since the milk tea shop was for Ji Jiting, that name made sense. Let Chang Siwei handle this. Old Chang, this is Mr. Lee's first request. If you mess it up, your future career advancement will be a lot harder. Chang Siwei broke into a cold sweat. I'll handle it right away. Chang Siwei rushed out and came back not long after. Mr. Lee, everything has been taken care of. That fast? Li Jian was a bit surprised. But after thinking about it, it wasn't so strange. Most bureaucratic complications were man-made obstacles to begin with. Chang Siwei then turned his gaze to Sun Biao. Sun Biao, you know Mr. Lee? The way Chang Siwei smiled made Sun Biao's scalp tingle. Yes, Mr. Lee is a valued client of mine. Chang Siwei called over Secretary Lee. Take care of Mr. Sun's request right now. Sun Biao felt completely overwhelmed. Just from having a slight connection with Li Jian, his issue got resolved instantly? Lu Hansheng then smiled and said, Mr. Lee, you really don't have to come in person for things like this. My son runs a hotel here. You should meet him in the future. You can just have him handle minor matters. I'll call him over to introduce you to. For everyday matters, he'll definitely handle them well for you. Li Jian didn't refuse. Lu Hansheng was an influential figure. If this wasn't his first time opening doors, he wouldn't have needed to come personally. For small matters, having his son handle things was far more convenient. He needed a practical assistant in this place. 10 minutes later, a Porsche 911 pulled up outside. A young man in his 30s, exuding confidence, hurried upstairs. Mr. Lee, you must be Mr. Lee. Lu Yeping was extremely respectful, afraid of making any mistakes. Mr. Lee, my name is Lu Yeping. You can just call me Yeping. In the future, if you have any matters in these nearby districts, just call me, and I guarantee they'll be handled smoothly. Li Jian acknowledged him with a brief greeting. Now, they knew each other. Since you'll be working for Mr. Lee from now on, Yeping, Lu Hansheng said cautiously, Mr. Lee's milk tea shop is opening soon, you handle it. He knew that Li Jian couldn't be too high profile when opening a company, but a milk tea shop was different. Mr. Lee, a lot of my friends have supercars, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches, you name it. Since this is the social media era, when your milk tea shop opens, I can have my friends bring a dozen supercars to rev their engines at the entrance. That'll generate a ton of hype for the shop. That's how we promote all our new businesses. Li Jian did not reject Lu Yeping's idea. This plan is worth a try. Lu Hansheng let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Mr. Lee, I have a meeting later. How about I let my son accompany you to handle the company and milk tea shop matters? When Li Jian and Lu Yeping stepped outside, Sun Biao sighed emotionally and said, Mr. Lee, we still have some work at the bank, so we won't be accompanying you. He knew that Li Jian probably didn't want his company anyway. After all, his status was simply too low. Then you guys go ahead. Sun Biao and the older female employee walked away. Su Xianxian, however, sat in the front passenger seat, her heart still unsettled. Li Jian had completely exceeded her imagination. On the other side, Lu Yeping worked efficiently. In just 2 hours, both tasks were completed, and the milk tea shop near the University of Finance was also set up. All right, Mr. Lee, everything is ready. The renovations will be quick, and the signage is already being made. I've also arranged for all the milk tea shop equipment. The supplies are coming from a franchise, but there's no franchise fee. The shop can open the day after tomorrow. Li Ziyan was a little surprised. So fast? Lu Yeping wiped the sweat from his forehead. Of course, Mr. Lee. It's normal for ordinary people to struggle with these things. But if people like us move that slow, that would be abnormal. Wherever you go, who wouldn't give you face? He felt like he had done a perfect job. Here, he was confident he wouldn't be replaced as a loyal subordinate. His father had once told him it didn't matter if he wasn't personally successful. But if he could secure Mr. Lee's favor, his future would be limitless. Mr. Lee, it's almost evening. How about we go for a drink? I'll introduce you to some people so they won't unknowingly offend you in the future. I'll also arrange for a few girls to dance for you." Since it was such a hot day, Li Jiyan didn't refuse. "Alright, the weather really is scorching." Before leaving, Li Jiyan took a photo of the milk tea shop under renovation. Then, he posted it on his social media to mark the occasion. After all, this milk tea shop was a gift for Xiaoting. It had a special meaning. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Zhou Mengmeng was practicing makeup. "Will Yen Ge like this? If I confess to him directly, will he reject me? Oh right, he seems to like looking at my legs." Lu Xiaoyan said that girls only wear skirts when meeting someone they like. That sentence from Lu Xiaoyan yesterday left a deep impression on her. Girls only wear skirts when meeting someone they have feelings for. If I let him see my legs, he might be in a better mood, right? A man like Li Jiyan, who had been married before, must have had a lot of experience with those kinds of things. That's why he paid so much attention to her legs. Blushing, Zhou Mengmeng changed into her new outfit. Sure enough, she looked stunning. Her fair, beautiful legs were especially eye-catching. Do all men like looking at legs? Of course, she had no idea that Li Jiyan didn't just look at legs, he looked at everything. That night, Lu Yeping took Li Jiyan to a bar for drinks. He also introduced him to many of his friends. After toasting with Li Jiyan, they all exchanged WeChat contacts. It was late when Li Jiyan finally left the bar, hiring a designated driver to take him home. When he got home, he felt a bit dizzy. "Tomorrow afternoon, after military training, I'll take Xiaoting to see the milk tea shop. Then I'll let the shop open," fulfilling Xiaoting's longtime dream. His mind was hazy. After taking a shower, he went back to his room, turned on the air conditioner, and immediately fell asleep. When Li Jiyan woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock already. He checked WeChat messages from his contacts in one city and his hometown had arrived. After making the usual payments, he didn't look through the information right away. His stomach was growling, he needed to eat first. After washing up, he went to a restaurant and had a meal. This girl Meng hasn't messaged me. I wonder what she's up to. At this moment, Li Jiyan was genuinely curious. She had such thick hair. Even if he pulled on both of her pigtails hard, she probably wouldn't lose any strands. Thick hair like that was truly enviable. Lu Yeping also sent a message. "Mr. Li, what time are we opening the milk tea shop today? I've been keeping an eye on things. We can open this afternoon or in the evening, everything is ready, including the lighting. Also, Jian Investment Company is fully set up. I hired an accountant. I also recruited a few employees with good backgrounds. They can handle a lot of tasks directly for you." Li Jian replied. "We'll open in the evening, that's when the commercial street has the most foot traffic." Lu Yeping, "Understood, Mr. Li. I'll handle everything and make sure the grand opening is spectacular." After checking his phone, Li Jian saw a selfie from Ji Jiting. He immediately saved it to his photo album. "Xiaoting, I'll be at your school this evening. Your milk tea shop is opening tonight." Ji Jiting quickly responded. "Really?" She followed it up with a cute emoji. "Of course. I know Xiaoting has always dreamed of this, so of course, I'll make it happen. Tonight, get ready to be the boss." Meanwhile, at the training field, Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin saw Ji Jiting's message. They were beyond envious. "Damn, Jiting, your brother really gave you a whole milk tea shop? That's way too generous." Li Jiyan drove his Ferrari 488 to the gate of the University of Finance. When he arrived, Ji Jiting and Lu Xiaoyan were already waiting there. Getting out of the car, Li Jiyan asked, "Where's Meng Meng?" "Meng Meng? She seems to have gone to her sister's place. We don't need to worry about her." Shouting, "Get in the car." Ji Jiting got in, and Li Jiyan affectionately patted her bun hairstyle. After arriving at the milk tea shop, Li Jiyan parked his Ferrari 488 right in front of the store. As he stepped out of the car, he noticed a stunning woman wearing black stockings and high heels. It was the Audi girl, Humunk. "Mr. Li, I didn't expect this store to really be yours." Li Jiyan asked curiously, "Miss Hu, we really do keep running into each other." "I resigned and came here to visit my cousin. Then I saw the store, it looked exactly like the one in your social media post. I couldn't believe it was actually yours. What a coincidence. Since you're here, let me treat you to a cup of milk tea before you go." Then, he turned to Ji Jiting. "Xiaoting, from now on, you're the owner of this place. This store is my gift to you." "Thank you, brother." Ji Jiting excitedly hugged Li Jiyan and kissed his cheek. The warm, moist sensation made Li Jiyan's blood rush, but he quickly controlled himself. After all, he was an FPS expert, he had great control over his aim. This girl, she's really grown up. Wuen couldn't help but admire him. First, he bought $1 million luxury car. Then, he bought a Ferrari. Now, he opened a milk tea shop and gave it to his sister. What kind of wealth was this? Just then, a Porsche 911 approached from the distance. The roaring sound of its engine instantly caught the attention of the pedestrians. The driver was Liu Yeping. He drove straight to Li Jian's milk tea shop and parked next to the Ferrari 488. Mr. Li, congratulations on your grand opening. This must be Miss G. Here's a little gift from me. Liu Yeping handed over a thick red envelope. Brother, take it. It's a gift for you. Li Jian accepted the envelope. He knew he'd have to return the favor in the future anyway. At that moment, a Volkswagen Magotan arrived. After getting out of the car, Sun Biao and Su Xianxian walked toward the milk tea shop. Mr. Li, Miss G, congratulations on the opening. Here's a small gift to show my appreciation. Su Xianxian also handed over a red envelope. President's Sunday. It's a bit chaotic outside. Yeping, let's head inside for a while. The group entered the milk tea shop and began chatting. Meanwhile, Wuen glanced at Su Xuanxuan's curvy figure. She felt a lot of pressure. Rich men never lacked beautiful women. If she wanted to secure her place, it wouldn't be easy. Her rivals weren't just women like Su Xianxian, there were also young girls like Ji Zhiding, born in 2005. Suddenly, she realized she had forgotten to prepare a gift. Clenching her teeth, she quickly transferred 10,000 yuan to Li Jian via WeChat. Then, she sent a message. I came in a rush today and didn't know about the grand opening, so I didn't bring a red envelope. She followed it with some congratulatory messages. Just then, another roar of an engine came from outside. A McLaren suddenly sped over, drawing everyone's attention. Wuen was stunned. So many rich people in Modu. In just a short time, 3 supercars had shown up. The McLaren soon parked next to the Porsche 911. A sharp and professional-looking young man stepped out and headed straight into the milk tea shop. Li Jian recognized him. They had been drinking together last night. Mr. Li, I'm here. Congratulations on your grand opening. Wishing you success and prosperity. Here's a little gift to celebrate. He handed Li Jian a red envelope. Before Wuen could process what was happening, another luxury car arrived, an Aston Martin. The sound of its engine once again made the students outside stop in their tracks. The car parked right in front of the milk tea shop. The bald driver got out and came in to congratulate Li Jian as well. Meanwhile, outside the shop, Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin thick-skinnedly asked for car keys to take pictures. Since everyone knew they were Ji Zhiding's roommates, no one refused. Thanks, big brothers. Lu Xiaoyan ran outside, and Song Jinjin followed. Under the envious gazes of many girls, they opened the car doors and got inside to record videos. Not long after, more roaring engines could be heard from the distance. Some of the pedestrians who had already left turned back again. What was going on today? This was insane. Were all the supercars gathering here? Wuen looked out the window and stood up in shock. What she saw was beyond belief. This time, it wasn't just 1 or 2 supercars. There were over a dozen of them. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, heavily modified GTRs, custom-tuned BMW M4s. Even the cheapest ones were million-yuan luxury cars. They formed a convoy, heading straight for the milk tea shop. This can't be real, Wuen murmured. Li Jian casually opens a milk tea shop, and so many supercars show up to support him? This is insane. Soon, the first Ferrari parked right in front of the shop. Lu Fian stepped out. All right, everyone park properly, don't crowd together. Whose Mercedes E-Class is that? Call the owner and have them move it. Soon, a middle-aged man hurried over, moved his Mercedes E, and cleared the space. A total of 16 supercars were now parked in front of the milk tea shop, making it incredibly crowded. But the scene was unbelievably extravagant. Many customers couldn't resist taking out their phones to snap pictures. It was practically a supercar exhibition. After getting out of their cars, Lu Fian and the others walked up to Li Jian. Mr. Li, here's a little gift. Wishing your business great success. The other supercar owners also presented red envelopes. Among them, there were a few people whom Li Jian didn't recognize. Lu Fian introduced them, and they greeted Li Jian politely. Mr. Li, too bad today's event isn't suitable for drinking. Otherwise, I'd have toasted you 3 rounds myself. Li Jian smiled. It's the thought that counts. Let's add each other on WeChat. The group was overjoyed. Liu Yeping waved his hand and said, since everyone is here, let's get ready. Record some videos and have influencers with followers post them. Help promote the young lady's milk tea shop. Make sure to include the promotional banners in the footage. Then, everyone got to work. In the evening, Li Jian stood up. Alright, thank you all for coming today. It's about time for dinner. Yeping, make the arrangements. Lu Yeping immediately said, don't worry, I run a hotel, leave it to me. Then, Li Jian looked at Sun Biao. President's son, Miss Su, join us for dinner. Since they had come to congratulate him, it wouldn't be right not to invite them. Sure, I'm actually hungry, Mr. Li. Sun Biao naturally wouldn't miss this chance. This was a great opportunity to strengthen his connection with Li Jian. Su Xianxian was also pleased. Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin didn't need an invitation. They got up and followed Ji Jiting without hesitation. Meanwhile, Hu Monk sat there, unsure of what to do. Li Jian hadn't replied to her WeChat. Should she leave now, or follow him? Miss Hu, you should come too. Red envelopes are just a symbolic gesture. The thought is what matters. Hu Monk felt a wave of relief. She realized she still couldn't fully understand Li Jian. His true capabilities. She had only seen the tip of the iceberg. After the banquet, Li Jian parted ways with everyone. Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin left a little earlier. Li Jian drove Ji Jiting to the gate of the University of Finance. Brother, thank you. Beside the Ferrari, Ji Jiting's eyes were slightly red. Li Jian hadn't expected her to cry. What's wrong, Xiaoting? He walked up to her, gently patted her bun hairstyle, and wiped the corner of her eye. It's nothing, I'm just too happy. This has been my dream for so many years, but I never imagined it would be you who made it come true. I really don't know how to repay you. Looking at the emotional Ji Jiting, Li Jian gently hugged her. Alright, Xiaoting, there's no need to talk about repaying me. You were even willing to lie to your mom, saying you bought a Mercedes C to support my business. What I did is nothing compared to that. Go back now, you have military training tomorrow. Being hugged by Li Jian, Ji Jiting suddenly blushed. This is terrifying. She ran into the university like she was escaping. Li Jian hadn't expected his FPS accuracy to drop. Getting back into his Ferrari 488, he started the engine and drove home. When Ji Jiting returned to the dormitory, Lu Xiaoyan immediately came over. Jiting, why is your face so red? It's not even hot outside at this hour. Ji Jiting lay face down on her desk. She couldn't say a word, her heart was truly panicked. The last time she was squeezed close to Li Jian, she had felt nervous. But this time, she was actually scared. If she really wanted to be with Li Jian, it wasn't just about getting past her mom and sister. She had to overcome her own fear. If that day ever really came, would she faint from the pain? So scary. Jiting, are you okay? Did someone bully you? I'm fine, it's just too hot. After washing up, Li Jian put on his pajamas and went to the study. Time to start preparing to return to Huizhou. It's been a long time since I've seen Wu Yuxian. Just as he sat down, a video call request from Zhao Man popped up. He answered the call. Mom, how are you? Li Jian wanted to know how she was doing. Last time, Zhao Man noticed something off about Ji Yunhai. This made Li Jian a bit worried. Her mental state. After all, Zhao Man was a respected and beloved elder in his eyes. That's why he was concerned about her situation. But as he looked at her, he could tell. She seemed exhausted. Although her skin was still smooth, delicate, and fair, her overall energy was lacking. It was clear that Ji Yunhai's situation was still weighing on her. I'm fine. It's just that I feel more and more like your Uncle Ji is acting strange. In the background, the TV was still playing. Xiaodong, this is the last time. The dull dialogue felt incredibly boring to Li Jian. He asked, has he still not come home? Zhao Man shook her head. She now felt that the barrier of seniority between her and Li Jian had lessened. She found herself talking to him about things she never would have before. He hasn't come home. It's been a long time. I called him, and he just said he's busy with business. He claims it's a critical growth period. Now, I don't know what to do anymore. I don't even have much to occupy myself with. I feel a little lost. Hearing this, Li Jian felt uneasy. Could Ji Yunhai be secretly transferring assets? It wasn't impossible. Xiaoyan, what's wrong? You look a little pale. Did mom pass her bad mood onto you? Li Jian snapped out of his thoughts. He smiled at Zhao Man. It's nothing, Mom, but you should still pay close attention to Uncle Ji's whereabouts. If he's really up to something in trying to secretly target you, that could be a big problem. Hearing this, Zhao Man felt conflicted. Did she really need to be on guard against Ji Yunhai? Even though they hadn't been intimate for years, they had still been husband and wife for decades. If he found out she was being wary of him, he would definitely be heartbroken. After all, they had been married for over 20 years. She had been so young when she married him. That shouldn't be necessary, right? It's not like your Uncle G has actually done anything yet. Li Jian continued to warn her. Maybe not, but it's always good to be prepared. Just think of it as precautionary. If something really does happen, it won't hit you as hard. He was mentally preparing her in advance. This way, if things really fell apart, she wouldn't be caught off guard. I understand, Zhao Man responded, but Li Jian wasn't sure if she really took it to heart. I've been really bored lately. In a week or two, I'll come visit you. What do you think? Li Jian hadn't expected Zhao Man to still remember. Since she was set on coming, he wouldn't stop her. In that case, come, Mom. I'll keep you company. Of course, he wouldn't refuse her. By the time he finished celebrating Wu Yuexian's birthday in one city and returned, it would be just the right time to take Zhao Man out for some fun. Zhao Man softly hummed in agreement. She actually felt a little excited. Being with Li Jian made her feel warm, like a real family. Alright, when I'm ready, I'll let you know in advance. Deep down, Zhao Man was still hoping to reconcile Li Jian and Ji Mingting's marriage. The two of them were actually a good match. It was just that Mingting's feelings had changed. But if she persuaded her enough, maybe the marriage could be saved. Alright, Mom, rest early. When you visit, I'll take you out. Looking at Li Jian, Zhao Man felt much better. Okay, good night, Shoyan. After hanging up, Li Jian couldn't help but think. Zhao Man was really starting to resemble a young Huang Rong. Alright, let's check on the futures market. I need to improve my skills in this area. There were too many market trends to analyze. And since these were historical trends from years back, it was a complicated task. As he focused on studying the data, a knock came at the door. Li Ziyan opened it, and what he saw was someone he never expected to be at his door. Zhou Mengmeng, dressed up in her usual conservative outfit. This girl's fashion sense really hadn't changed at all. She carried a bag on her back, and was holding a food container in her hands. Meng, it's so late, why are you here? It's dangerous for a girl to be out this late. Does your sister know? Zhou Mengming's face was red. As soon as she saw Li Jiyan, her face visibly turned even hotter. Yan Ji, can I use your bathroom first? Li Jiyan took the container from her hands. Go ahead. Zhou Mengmeng ran straight into the bathroom. Li Jiyan sat in the living room, waiting, but after nearly half an hour, she still hadn't come out. Just as he was about to knock and ask, Zhou Mengmeng finally stepped out. Li Jiyan's gaze locked onto her. Her thick twin ponytails cascaded down her back. She had changed into a dress and put on light makeup. In just a short time, her transformation was stunning. Yan Ji, I came to bring you dinner. Zhou Mengmeng was struggling with how to confess. How could she confess her feelings to a man who was experienced in so many ways? She just couldn't summon the courage. Li Jiyan checked the time. Dinner? It's almost midnight. When Zhou Mengmeng arrived, it was 11 p.m. Now, it was almost 12 a.m. Ah, I'm sorry, Yanji. The food I made before wasn't very good, but this time, I tried it, it tastes much better. As she opened the food container, a rich aroma filled the air. This girl, she actually had some talent in cooking. Looking at the flustered Zhou Mengmeng, Li Jiyan gently patted her head. Her hair was really thick. It's okay, Mengmeng. Let's just call it a midnight snack. Li Jiyan was actually a bit hungry. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. It tastes good. Hearing his praise, Zhou Mengming's heart filled with joy. Really? Then I'll cook for you more often. Li Jiyan glanced at Zhou Mengmeng's legs. So fair. Why the sudden thought to cook for me? Zhou Mengmeng lowered her head. Because you treated me to meals before. I have to return the favor. Then, she suddenly remembered. She had transferred money to Li Jiyan before, but he never accepted it. By the way, why didn't you take the money I sent you? And also, you lied to me. The things were worth 4,000 yuan, but you told me they were 1,000. Just as Zhou Mengmeng was about to gather her courage, she met Li Jiyan's gaze and instantly backed down again. She lowered her head, her face burning red, unable to say a word. It's fine. Just think of it as me liking you and giving you a gift. If you really want to repay me, just cook for me more often whenever you have time. Your cooking is quite good, but next time, let me know in advance when you're coming. I might not always be in Modu. Hearing this, Zhou Mengming's face grew even hotter. She only heard one thing. I like you. Actually, I wanted to tell you something. Zhou Mengmeng lowered her head, speaking softly. She was a shy and socially anxious girl, nearly to the point of being reclusive. Even talking to people normally was difficult for her. But at this moment, she suppressed her fears. She wanted to confess to Li Jian. Go ahead. Li Jian put down his chopsticks. Zhou Mengmeng's face got hotter and hotter. The words were at the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't get them out. Li Jian could tell that she had something important to say. I'll go wash up first. Think it over, and tell me when I'm back. He went to the bathroom to wash up. As she watched his back disappear, Zhou Mengmeng's face became unbearably hot. 10 minutes later, Li Jian stepped out, now wearing his pajamas. The sweltering heat outside made him a little restless. Looking at Zhou Mengmeng's twin ponytails, he couldn't help but wonder about their durability. I've thought it through. Zhou Mengmeng finally gathered her courage. I like you. I want to be your girlfriend. She used all her strength to say these words as quickly as possible. Then, she couldn't hear anything else. Li Jian looked at her, her fair legs, her C-plus figure. Hearing her confession, it felt like his brain was on fire. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her lips. In that instant, Zhou Mengmeng's mind went blank. Was this what couples do? Did this mean he accepted her? Was she not going to leave tonight? Having zero experience, Zhou Mengmeng could only let herself be guided by Li Jian. She didn't know how to respond. A long time passed. Finally, Li Jian let go. Zhou Mengmeng's mind slowly cleared. Yan Ji, that was my first kiss. So from now on, I'm really your girlfriend, right? She had no idea what he would ask of her next, but she felt like she couldn't refuse him, that it would be impossible to refuse him. For Zhou Mengmeng's first kiss, Li Jian wasn't surprised at all. I'll take you back to school first. We can talk more later. Zhou Mengmeng lowered her head and obediently nodded. Sitting in the passenger seat of his car, Zhou Mengmeng felt like she was living in a dream. From now on, was there really someone in this world who would care for her, cherish her, and love her? Even when they arrived at the university gate, she still felt like she was dreaming. Let's talk for a bit before you go. Zhou Mengmeng remained obedient. Li Jian could tell. A girl like Zhou Mengmeng, who had experienced extreme emotional neglect, would be unbelievably devoted to her boyfriend. Whatever he asked, she would never refuse. But he didn't want to be the type of person who only loved one girl. Her situation was special. If he didn't make things clear now, he might end up hurting her in a way that could never be repaired. And that wasn't something he wanted to see. Mengmeng, I do like you. You're different from other girls. Hearing this, Zhou Mengmeng's heart filled with even more sweetness. But I also like other girls. Before my divorce, I was actually a very faithful person. But after that, I started to long for a more free, unrestricted life. So if you choose to be with me, I may not be able to be completely faithful to you. So take your time and think it over carefully. After leaving, Li Jian stopped at the corner and only left after confirming that Zhou Mengmeng had returned to school. When he got home, he received a message from Ji Jiding. Ji Jiding, brother, Mengmeng seems to have been bullied. She's been crying the whole time. Li Jian, I know. Zhou Mengmeng was different from most girls. Li Jian didn't dare to get involved with her casually. If he didn't make things clear from the start, and she fell for him, only to later find out he wasn't a faithful person, it would completely crush her. With most people, it wouldn't matter much. But with Zhou Mengmeng, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he feared she might completely shut down or even do something extreme. That was not something he wanted to see. If she could accept it, then maybe they could be together. For someone like Zhou Mengmeng, born in 2005, Li Jian had to admit he was tempted. Putting down his phone, he went to his room, turned on the air conditioning, and went straight to sleep. Over the next few days, Li Jian kept researching the futures market. He had no intention of going back to the past for now, so he didn't cross over. Seems like I can control whether I travel back or not. Mengmeng hasn't messaged me at all these past few days. Looks like she's really upset, but he didn't think too much about it. Wu Yuexian's birthday is coming up. I need to prepare for my trip to Wuen City. This time, I'll buy a large apartment there. And also, a G-Wagon. He didn't really need a large apartment in Wuen City. But Wu Yuexian found a job there. So he planned to buy the place for her to live in. And the G-Wagon? That was also for her. Wu Yuexian had always been so good to him. Now that he had the ability, he wanted to make her life a little easier. Of course, his real hope was to convince Wu Yuexian to quit her job and come live by his side. But he also knew getting her to stay with him was practically impossible. Thinking about his upcoming trip, Li Jian called Wu Yuexian on video. Very quickly, she answered. He saw his sister's beautiful face. But also, next to her, a mature-looking woman. A stunning beauty. In a corporate environment like this, she must have many admirers. Li Yuexian, who's this? He had met Wu Yuexian's 3 roommates before. But this woman was new. Right away, they started arguing. Li Yuexian, my ass. Call me that one more time, and I'll bash your head in. It's Wu Yuexian. This is my college friend, Lu Xiaoyun. We work at the same company now and share an apartment. Li Jian greeted Lu Xiaoyun. Hello, Sister Yun. Hello, Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyun greeted him back, but she wasn't very warm. She had never liked Li Jian, because to her, he was the reason Wu Yuexian had turned into a simp. Online, simps were the most hated type of people, and Wu Yuexian's simping target was none other than Li Jian. Lu Xiaoyun believed he was ruining her life. She even suspected Wu Yuexian had given up on marriage because of him. It wasn't fair. With Wu Yuexian's looks and status, she could easily marry a wealthy second-generation heir, but no matter how many times she tried, she could never convince Wu Yuexian to stop spoiling her younger brother. Thinking about how Wu Yuexian had bought him a Mercedes C-Class and parked it in an underground garage, never even driving it, but polishing it every night like some kind of shrine. Lu Xiaoyun just couldn't like Li Jian no matter what. Wu Yuexian, I'm coming to one city for your birthday. Your birthday is in 3 days, right? I have a gift for you. Wu Yuexian's heart felt warm. She wondered, what would her little brother get her? Then, I also have a gift for you, Li Jian. I'll give you a surprise when you get here. Seeing how happy Wu Yuexian looked, Lu Xiaoyun felt irritated. How long is this woman going to be this dumb? So, Guai, when are you arriving? Tonight. I'm taking the high-speed rail. High-speed rail was fast enough anyway. Alright, Guai. I'll pick you up at the station. We'll be waiting right at the entrance, so don't be late. Hearing her call him Guai, Li Jian felt a strange emotion in his heart. Since New Year's, he hadn't seen Wu Yuexian once. This time, he wanted to stay longer. After hanging up, he booked his train ticket online. Watching the landscape fly past outside the train window, Li Jian sat in business class, feeling completely at ease. Having money really does solve most of life's problems. The train was incredibly fast. From Modu to Wan City, it took only 2.5 hours. When he walked out of the train station, it was already past 8 p.m. Wan City's train station really is a bit desolate. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure. The woman who had always bullied him, Wu Yuexian. Her style had changed a lot from before. She wore a black silk dress that covered half her thighs, with a sheer, gauzy outer layer draping over her legs, giving her a mysteriously elegant look. This kind of outfit was just as alluring as stockings. Beside her stood Lu Xiaoyun. Li Jian was about to call out Li Yuexian, but thought better of it. This wasn't online. If he said it out loud, she really might beat him up. Bloodline suppression wasn't a joke. Jie. He obediently called her sister. Wu Yuexian froze in shock. She couldn't believe her ears. Li Jian actually called her Jie. All these years, he had only ever called her Li Yuexian. They had argued about this name for years. And today, he finally called her Jie? Alright, Guai. Did the sun rise from the west today? You actually called me Jie? Li Jian thought back to their childhood. They used to bicker and mess around every day. It wasn't until after he got married that he realized just how much Wu Yuexian had done for him. Seeing her again, he felt an inexplicable sense of time passing. But luckily, they were still young. What was once missed could still be made up for. Haven't said it in years. Wanted to try it today, Li Yuexian. Wu Yuexian had initially worried that Li Jian might have been emotionally affected by his marriage, but now, it seemed like he was completely fine. Maybe I just got more handsome, Li Jian said casually. The scenery outside was barren for a long stretch, only becoming livelier when they reached the city. He wasn't sure how long they had been driving when Lu Xiaoyun parked the car in the underground lot of the Jindati residential complex. The three of them then went to a hot pot restaurant. Bring an extra serving of snowflake beef, our Guai loves it, and also the brown sugar rice cakes. Watching Wu Yuexian order, Li Jian remembered the past. He had always loved hot pot, but their strict parents never allowed them to eat outside food. Whenever Wu Yuexian had a bit of spare money, she would secretly take him out for a meal. She even remembered exactly what he liked to eat. Before long, a fully spicy broth was brought to the table. Li Yuexian, after 5 years in Sichuan and Chongqing, your spice tolerance has improved a lot. Wu Yuexian rolled her eyes. Guai, why aren't you calling me Jie anymore? Li Ziyan. After a moment, he gave in. Jie. Wu Yuxian reached out her delicate hand and patted his head. Zai Zai is so good. Guai Guai, this time, stay here for a while. That woman not wanting you is her loss. If she doesn't want you, your sister does. Beside them, Lu Xiaoyun wanted to step in and set Wu Yuxian straight. But since Li Ziyan was right there, she ultimately kept quiet. Li Ziyan hadn't seen Wu Yuxian in a long time. He planned to buy her a house and a car before leaving. Of course, his real hope was to convince her to come with him. But deep down, he knew that was unlikely. During dinner, under Lu Xiaoyun's disapproving gaze, Wu Yuxian kept picking food for Li Ziyan, making sure he ate well. This made Lu Xiaoyun even more convinced. Wu Yuxian's affection for him was excessive. Once they got back to work, she was definitely going to have a serious talk with her. That night, the three of them returned to their rental apartment. Lu Xiaoyun washed up and went straight to bed. She wasn't used to sharing a sleeping space with others, so she left the question of where Li Ziyan would sleep for him and Wu Yuxian to figure out themselves. Looking at the two-bedroom apartment, Li Ziyan didn't complain and just lay down on the couch. Guai Guai, go sleep in my room. I'll take the couch. Wu Yuxian came out holding a pillow and blanket. Forget it, Li Yuxian. You take the bed. There's air conditioning here anyway. Wu Yuxian was surprised. Li Ziyan had never turned down her gestures before. Why aren't you taking the bed? Zai Zai, you've never been this considerate before. She sat down next to him, feeling like she was seeing him for the first time. I wouldn't let my sister sleep on the couch. For so many years, I was immature. When I was younger, I thought everything was just naturally the way it was. But after a year of marriage and experiencing the harshness of society, I finally understand how foolish and naive I used to be. Now, I realize just how much you've done for me all these years. And so, I don't want you to suffer even the slightest bit. Hearing Li Ziyan's heartfelt words, Wu Yuxian couldn't hold back her tears. Everything she had done for him over the years had been worth it. She gently hugged him. Li Ziyan also wrapped his arms around Wu Yuxian's back. It had been so long since they last met. He truly missed her. But in the past, he had been too slow to realize it. He never thought about these things before. After a while, Wu Yuxian noticed something. Li Ziyan had really grown up completely. Her cheeks turned slightly red. This fool. Why didn't he stay small? But then again, she couldn't blame him. They weren't kids anymore. After letting go of him, Wu Yuxian still kept up her big sister act. But Guai Guai, I'm really happy you came this time. Before, you'd never traveled nearly 500 kilometers just for me. When I was in college in Sichuan and Chongqing, you never once came to visit me. Li Ziyan thought back to that time. It was true. He had never visited her because it felt too far. But whenever she had time, Wu Yuxian would come see him. Things are different now. From now on, you're the most important person in my life. No matter what happens, if Wu Yuxian needs me, Li Ziyan will fly over immediately. In Li Ziyan's heart, there were a few truly important people, and Wu Yuxian was undoubtedly one of them. All right then. You fool, it's Wu Yuxian. She pinched his face. Wu Yuxian had always been a sentimental person. If Li Ziyan kept talking like this, she might start crying. She had to keep up her big sister attitude. Go to bed now. Since you came all the way here for my birthday, I've prepared a surprise for you, Guai Guai. She patted his face like she was taking care of a child. She didn't go down to wipe her underground Mercedes C today. Since Li Ziyan was here, she couldn't let him find out. I've got a surprise for you too. Want to know what it is? Wu Yuxian covered his mouth. Know what, my ass? If it's a surprise, keep it hidden. Don't spoil it. I'm going to sleep first. With that, Wu Yuxian returned to her bedroom. But in her mind, she kept thinking, Li Ziyan had really grown up. It was terrifying. Back when they were kids, they had seen everything. But now, why did things suddenly feel so different? No, she couldn't even imagine it. Inside her room, Wu Yuxian tossed and turned. Under the moonlight, her long, slender legs radiated an astonishing beauty. Xiao Yin, I hope he's not uncomfortable out there. The sofa is so narrow, can he even sleep on it? And the air conditioning in the living room doesn't work well. Xiao Yun and I never even sit in the living room. Deep down, Wu Yuxian was still worried about Li Ziyan. Since childhood, she had never been able to bear seeing him suffer. Maybe it was because, from a young age, she had no other family. And Li Ziyan was the only one close to her age. That's why she always spoiled him. Whenever Li Ziyan had a wish, she did everything she could to fulfill it. Now, just thinking that he might not be sleeping well made her restless. Lying on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, Li Jiyan felt a bit hot. The AC was set to 23 degrees Celsius, but it felt more like 27 degrees Celsius. Is this AC not working properly? This apartment was around 70 square meters. It had an elevator, but it was clearly an old complex. He picked up his phone and checked WeChat. Ji Zitten had sent him a bunch of messages, including many selfies. But what surprised him the most? Ji Mingting had also messaged him. Ji Mingting, you opened a milk tea shop? It's hard to profit from milk tea these days. Franchise fees take a huge cut. You're renting such a big store, you'll lose money. If you can, sell it quickly. Looking at his ex-wife's message, Li Jiyan didn't reply. Since they were divorced, he didn't want to dwell on the past. What's over is over. Just as he was about to go to sleep again, a message from Zhao Man popped up. Xiaoyan, are you there? Seeing this, Li Jiyan replied right away. These days, Zhao Man messaged him often. It felt like their mother-son bond was growing stronger. Li Jiyan, Mom, I'm here. What's up? Zhao Man, I've been handling some things. I went to the beauty salon today to sort things out. In her empty villa in Zhejiang, Zhao Man sat alone, watching a dull TV drama. The lifeless dialogue made her feel even more bored. But at least, now she had her son to talk to. Li Jiyan, that's good, Mom. Now you can finally rest. Zhao Man, maybe. I'll try to wrap things up soon and take a break. Then, I'll come visit you. Will you be busy? She was checking if he had time. Li Jiyan looked at the message. He knew he should spend more time with her. He wasn't working right now anyway, and he wanted to be a filial son. Li Jiyan, I'm not busy, Mom. If you come, I'd be really happy. Li Jiyan still clearly remembered how good she had been to him. She had done a lot for him. And last time at Shizi Lake, Li Jiyan could also feel it. Zhao Man had changed a lot compared to before. If Zhao Man came to see him, he would be very happy. Zhao Man, hearing you say that, Mom is really happy. I used to feel like there was some distance between us. But now, I feel like you are my real son. Looking at her phone, Zhao Man felt that sense of boredom had faded a lot. Her heart didn't feel as heavy anymore. Li Jiyan, then come find me when you have time. But remember to contact me in advance, so I can prepare ahead of time. Zhao Man, I got it, probably in a week or so, maybe less. When I buy the train ticket, I'll definitely let you know. Li Jiyan, okay, sounds good. Zhao Man sent a laughing emoji. After putting down her phone, she was thinking about how to match Li Jiyan and Ji Mingting for marriage. Such a good marriage arrangement couldn't be casually abandoned. If they gave it up, it would be too much of a waste. Then, she called Ji Yunhai. After Li Jiyan's previous reminder, Zhao Man had become somewhat wary of Ji Yunhai. Soon, the call was connected. At that moment, Ji Yunhai was watching his son staying up late to write exam papers. He felt very content. In that household, even though he had 2 daughters, they were still daughters after all. Once they got married, they would belong to another family. Even if they had children, those children would take their husband's surname, so what was the point? If Ji Mingting and Li Jiyan had children, they would take the surname Li, not Ji. In contrast, his biological son, Ji Yun, was completely different. In the future, all his inheritance would go to him, and it would stay within the Ji family. His wealth could truly be passed down. Wife, what's wrong? You've been with me for so many years without officially getting a marriage certificate. Don't you think we should talk about it? What do you plan to do about that wife of yours? She knew Ji Yunhai had a wife, but she had never met Zhao Man. So that time at Shizi Lake, she hadn't tried to hide. Even knowing about it, she wouldn't hide. Because she had a trump card. With Ji Yun as her son, she was invincible in the battle against Zhao Man. My wife? Hasn't everything been fine all these years? The woman crossed her arms and led Ji Yunhai to the balcony. Things are different now. You have to choose between me and her. Ji Yunhai hesitated almost not at all. I choose you. The woman was very satisfied with his response. Then, what do you think is the right thing to do? Ji Yunhai thought for a moment, but he didn't hesitate much. After all, he barely returned to that house anymore. In his heart, his love for Zhao Man had long since faded. Though they still had some familial ties, now that the moment of decision had come, he would, without a doubt, choose the home where his son was. Nothing else really mattered. I'll divorce her and marry you. The woman looked at the scenery outside but wasn't satisfied with his answer. I don't think that's enough. What? I already agreed to divorce her. Ji Yunhai was confused. Yes, you can divorce her now, but do you know what the cost of that divorce will be? You didn't have much premarital property. The money you had back then was valuable at the time, but in today's terms, it's worth very little. Most of your wealth was earned after marriage. According to marriage laws, she'll take half of it. Do you realize how much money that is? Ji Yunhai fell silent. He had never really thought about this issue before. If they divorced, half of his fortune would be gone. The thought of it was unbearable. It hadn't mattered before, but after the divorce, they'd be strangers. Giving her that much money, what was the point? So, what you're saying is, Ji Yunhai lit a cigarette. He could already guess what she was going to say. You should secretly plan the divorce. In the meantime, transfer your assets and shares elsewhere. That way, by the time the divorce is finalized, she'll realize she's left with nothing but an empty shell. Ji Yunhai knew this was a scheme against Jang. Once they marry, what do they have to do with you anymore? Are you willing to let 3 outsiders take half of your wealth? Are you willing to let your son lose so much money? He is the rightful heir of the Ji family. Ji Yunhai was still hesitant, but when he heard her mention his son, his expression became firm. Indeed, nothing was more important than his son. All right. Having made up his mind, Ji Yunhai felt all remnants of his past familial ties disappear. Now, all he cared about was his son. In the villa, Zhao Manman had just lain down when an unexplained chill crept into her heart. This strange feeling made her want to escape this villa. What's wrong with me? This unexplainable sense of unease made her not want to stay in Zhejiang any longer. Maybe I'm just too tired. I should leave, go see my 3 babies. Zhao Manman realized that, with Ji Yunhai, she no longer felt any warmth at all. Only with her 3 children did she truly feel at ease. The weather was scorching hot. Lying on the sofa, Li Jian was restless. He cared a lot about his sleeping conditions. Sleeping here is really unbearable. I should probably just go to a hotel. There were many hotels nearby, so it wouldn't be inconvenient. Standing up, Li Jian wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked to the water dispenser. Looking at the 2 cups nearby, he knocked on Wu Yuexian's door. Wu Yuexian quickly peeked out. Men and women shouldn't have close contact. Why are you knocking on my door in the middle of the night? Seeing her guarded expression, Li Jian was a bit helpless. Li Yuexian, I just want to ask which of these 2 cups is yours. I need water, it's too hot. Wu Yuexian gently pinched his face. Quietly, she said, Li Yuexian, my foot. It's Wu Yuexian. The one with the pink rim is mine. You're really that hot? Hearing her speak with a Sichuan-Chongqing accent, Li Jian picked up a cup and started pouring water. Of course, it's like a furnace in here. This air conditioner isn't working well. Wu Yuexian smirked mischievously. Hope you burn up, idiot. Then she closed the door. Li Jian sighed helplessly. Yep, this was the Wu Yuexian he knew, always suppressing him with her sharp tongue. Lying back on the sofa, he was about to check futures market news. When the door opened again, Wu Yuexian peeked out. Despite their constant bickering, she still felt bad for him. All right, come inside and sleep. It's way too hot out there. Li Jian was momentarily stunned. Then, he looked at Wu Yuexian, who was peeking out from behind the door. Weren't you the one who said that men and women shouldn't have close contact? Wu Yuexian rolled her eyes. Despite her usual mature demeanor, she looked a little cute at this moment. What are you even saying, you idiot? When you were little, every time you felt wronged, you'd sneak into my room asking for a hug. You used to cry about wanting to sleep with me all the time, and now you're acting all shy? Stop being dramatic. That feeling of being suppressed by an older sibling, it hit him again. Being reminded of his childhood made him feel a little embarrassed. But at the same time, it made him feel warm inside. If Wu Yuexian hadn't been around, his childhood as an only child would have been incredibly dull and lonely. Thankfully, she was there. I'm not going. Wu Yuexian, I'll just go to a hotel later. Hearing that he was planning to go to a hotel, Wu Yuexian felt a bit distressed. She had always been extremely frugal. You fool, why would you go to a hotel? There's a perfectly fine place to sleep here. Hotels cost hundreds of yuan a night, what a waste. I'm letting you sleep inside, but if you refuse, then sleep on the couch. With that, Wu Yuexian shut the door. Li Jian was helpless. He knew Wu Yuexian had always been a very thrifty girl. The shoes and clothes she wore were mostly bought from discount shopping platforms. So, of course, she wouldn't want to spend a few hundred yuan for a hotel night. In the end, Li Jian didn't go to the hotel. He lay down on the couch. This air conditioning. The living conditions here really aren't great. Li Jian thought to himself that once he bought a house and a car, he wouldn't let his sister live like this anymore. But what he really wanted was for Wu Yuexian to leave with him, though he knew that would be the hardest thing to accomplish. Lying on the couch, in this heat, he found it impossible to fall asleep. Meanwhile, inside the room, Wu Yuxian was also struggling to sleep. She really did care about money. But only when it came to herself. If it involved Li Ziyan, that was a completely different story. No matter how much money she had to spend on him, she was willing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have emptied all her savings to buy him a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. After about 10 minutes, Wu Yuxian finally couldn't hold back anymore. She quietly cracked open the door. She saw Li Ziyan lying on the couch, drinking water from her cup, clearly unable to sleep. This made Wu Yuxian feel both amused and a little sorry for him. This guy really was obedient enough to just lay on the couch. Closing the door again, Wu Yuxian lay back down, swinging her long legs. But no matter what, she just couldn't fall asleep. 10 minutes later, she finally gave in. She opened the door and peeked out, calling for Li Ziyan. "Xiao Ziyan, come inside and sleep. The air conditioning in here works really well." Li Ziyan turned his head away. "I'm not going." Seeing his stubborn attitude, Wu Yuxian got annoyed. "Li Ziyan, do you know there's a mountain in Sichuan called Shudao Mountain? I'm going to start counting. 1, 2. Hearing Wu Yuxian's words, especially with her Sichuan Chongqing accent carrying a distinct third tone, Li Ziyan once again felt that oppressive sibling dominance. Fine, I'll come in, okay?" Li Ziyan was afraid that if he refused, Wu Yuxian would end up pinning him down and giving him a beating, just like when they were kids. That wouldn't be worth it. Better to just go to bed now. Slipping on his slippers, he headed toward Wu Yuxian's room. "Turn off the air conditioner, you fool. Leaving it on is such a waste of electricity." Li Ziyan turned back, switched off the air conditioner, and obediently walked into Wu Yuxian's bedroom. Inside, he shut the door and took a good look around. Unlike his own bedroom, this one could only be described as pink, very pink. She really was a young girl at heart. By the bed stood a massive pink teddy bear over a meter tall. The room was decorated with plenty of pink details, making it look extremely cute. "Li Yuxian, you've got such a girly side now." Li Ziyan flopped right onto Wu Yuxian's pillow. He had to admit. Her bed was soft, and it had a sweet fragrance. It reminded him of how his bed used to smell when Ji Mingting lived with him. But after the divorce, that scent had faded. Lying there comfortably, Li Ziyan looked completely at ease. Watching him, Wu Yuxian clenched her teeth in frustration. The moment he came in, he just took over her bed? And not just that, he was lying exactly where she had been sleeping. Even the marks on the sheets lined up. "Li Ziyan, you're in my spot." Li Ziyan nonchalantly replied, "Wu Yuxian, weren't you the one who told me to come in? Where else am I supposed to sleep?" Wu Yuxian grabbed his arm and leaned down, staring him in the eyes. "Idiot, I'll say it again, it's Wu Yuxian. And who told you to sleep here? Go get a blanket and sleep on the floor." To her left was an empty spot with polished wooden flooring, cleaned meticulously by Wu Yuxian. Laying out a blanket and sleeping there wouldn't be a problem. Wooden floors wouldn't get cold at night anyway. "Sis, you really want me to sleep on the floor? It's so hot down there." Wu Yuxian let go of him and kicked him. "Of course, I do. Wait here. I'll get you a blanket and a pillow." Barefoot, Wu Yuxian walked over to her wardrobe, her long legs swaying. She pulled out 2 blankets and a pink pillow. "Here, take your stuff and sleep on the floor." Li Ziyan couldn't fight against her dominant energy, so he obediently grabbed the blanket and moved to the floor. Through the window, he could see the night sky without a single star. Sleeping on the floor was still better than sweating on the couch. The heat really was unbearable. "Xiao Ziyan, I'm turning off the lights now." With that, Wu Yuxian switched off the bedside lamp, and the room fell into darkness. But in this city full of lights, Li Ziyan could still see clearly. After a while, he sat up. Looking at Wu Yuxian lying on the bed, he suddenly realized he had never really taken the time to look at this woman properly. "Li Ziyan, what are you staring at?" Wu Yuxian suddenly turned to face him. "Wu Yuxian, how come I never noticed before? Your legs are so long and so fair." The moment she heard that, Wu Yuxian sat up instantly. "Li Ziyan, are you asking for a beating?" Saying that, she leaped off the bed and pounced on him, pinning him down. She was ready to settle this with an old-fashioned sibling fight. After all, tomorrow was her day off. She could take her time teaching this brat a lesson. One thing was clear: disciplining a younger brother had to start early. Wu Yuxian wanted to pin down Li Ziyan effortlessly, just like before. So, she jumped directly onto him, planning to pull off a move like Wu Song defeating the tiger, grabbing fate by the throat. But what she didn't expect was that Li Ziyan easily picked her up instead. Then, he countered her and grabbed her long, beautiful legs. Though, to be fair, her figure was really good. "Let me go, Li Jiyan. You fool, show some respect." Wu Yuexian's breathing became a little rushed. Li Jiyan didn't dare to keep joking around and quickly let go of her. "You have to discipline little brothers early, but it's too late now." As she got up, Wu Yuexian smacked Li Jiyan on the head, then returned to bed and pulled a blanket over herself, ignoring him. "What's wrong? Are you mad, sis?" Seeing that Wu Yuexian wasn't responding, Li Jiyan started to wonder if she was really angry. Wu Yuexian didn't answer him and just turned over, facing away. "Wu Yuexian, are you really mad?" Still no response. Li Jiyan climbed onto the bed and moved closer to her. "Wu Yuexian, are you seriously mad?" Whenever Wu Yuexian was angry, Li Jiyan never dared to call her Li Yuexian, he always used her full name instead. "Get down and sleep. Otherwise, I'll really get mad." Just thinking about how she had been pinned down earlier, completely losing her dignity as the older sister, made Wu Yuexian furious. Seeing her attitude, Li Jiyan wisely returned to the floor. He didn't dare to challenge fate and its long, beautiful legs again. But he also knew that Wu Yuexian's anger never lasted long. Every time he made her mad, it only took about 10 minutes for her to calm down. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Wu Yuexian's anger had faded. She turned to look at Li Jiyan again. Deep down, her favorite person, the one she spoiled the most, was still him. She sighed and said, "Xiao Jiyan, come up and sleep. The floor isn't a good place to sleep. This bed is pretty big, so you sleep on the left side. But you better sleep properly, Xiao Jiyan. Don't move around too much. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep either." Li Jiyan stood up, moved the big pink teddy bear to the floor, placed his pillow next to Wu Yuexian's, and lay down with his blanket. "The bed is way more comfortable." Wu Yuexian didn't say anything. She thought about it and figured. He used to sneak into her bed to sleep when he was little anyway. This wasn't anything new. "Xiao Jiyan, sleep properly, okay? Don't move around. I wake up easily." Li Jiyan didn't take it seriously. He and Wu Yuexian were both deep sleepers. She wasn't that easy to wake up. "I got it, Li Yuexian." Seeing that she wasn't mad anymore, Li Jiyan got bold again and grabbed Wu Yuexian's hand. "What are you holding my hand for?" Li Jiyan lay on his side, looking at her face. "I'm scared." "Scared of what, you idiot? I'll smash your stupid head. You think I don't know how fearless you are?" She raised her hand, pretending to hit him. "Mercy." Hearing that, Wu Yuexian lowered her hand. "All right, Xiao Jiyan, it's really late. Go to sleep. If I don't sleep, I'll get pimples and dark circles. I'm only 23, I don't want to look old so soon." Li Jiyan was feeling sleepy too. Still holding Wu Yuexian's hand, he slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Zhao Man woke up early. That uneasy feeling from last night still hadn't gone away. In fact, after a whole night, it seemed even stronger. "Why do I keep feeling so unsettled lately? What's going on? Is it just because I've been exhausted for too long?" After getting up, she went about her usual morning routine, washing up. She thought back to that day at Shizi Lake. Back then, she had felt a kind of relaxation she had never experienced before. It seemed like the only time she truly felt at ease was when she was with the kids. After washing up, she made breakfast as usual. Then, she received a text message. Her bank account had just been debited 2 million yuan. 2 million, that much? Even though her family was financially well off, 2 million yuan in cash was still a huge amount. So, she wanted to find out exactly what was going on. She called Ji Yunhai. At that moment, Ji Yunhai was having breakfast with his son, Ji Yun. Seeing the woman carrying a plate of food toward them, he stood up and walked to the balcony. "Hello, wife?" He only answered Zhao Man's call after stepping onto the balcony. The woman beside him was quite perceptive. She watched Ji Yun to make sure he didn't follow him out. Transferring assets was a huge benefit for her. As long as Ji Yunhai handled it smoothly, then in the future, all of the family's wealth and assets would belong to her and her son. "Ji Yunhai, why did you suddenly spend 2 million? Ji Yunhai felt a little guilty, but when he thought about how this was all for his biological son, for the Ji family's future wealth, he became firm in his decision. Even though Zhao Man's beauty had driven him crazy, it was useless against him now. "Oh, I recently started a trading company, so I needed more cash flow. You know how it is with new businesses. I might have to withdraw more from our bank accounts later, but once the company succeeds, I guarantee we'll be raking in money every day." Zhao Man opened her milk and sat down. "Isn't our family already making plenty of money? Why open so many more companies?" Ji Yunhai responded smoothly, "Whoever complains about having too much money? If we earn more now, You and the kids will have an easier life in the future. De Ting and Xiao Ting's futures will be secure. Zhao Manman hummed in acknowledgement. Alright, do as you see fit. Spending millions, sometimes even tens of millions, to start companies had happened before. But that was 5 or 6 years ago. In the last 5 or 6 years, aside from her opening a beauty salon, they hadn't started any new businesses. Still, Ji Yunhai kept reassuring her. Don't worry, wife. I promise this company is solid. In less than 3 years, we'll be making huge profits. Even though the economy is tough right now, I have years of experience in business. I'll make sure you and the kids have an even better life. For some reason, Zhao Manman just felt irritated. Alright, whatever. I'm still tired, I'm going back to sleep for a bit. After exchanging a few more words, Ji Yunhai hung up. Even though there didn't seem to be a problem, Zhao Manman still felt the unease in her heart growing. Then, she sent a message to Li Jian. Xiaoyan, are you up? After Zhao Manman sent a message to Li Jian, she waited for his reply. But she also knew that young people nowadays, when they had nothing to do, usually woke up late. Today was Sunday, so Li Jian probably didn't have work. He might not be able to reply so quickly. Zhao Manman had already expected this. Looking at her phone with no reply from Li Jian, that uneasy feeling in her heart became even clearer. She didn't know why, but she felt that Ji Yunhai suddenly transferring such a large sum of money was suspicious. She couldn't help but recall Li Jian's warning. But after all these years, his condition, that should be impossible, right? Zhao Manman felt that it didn't make sense. A normal man might have an affair. But what if he wasn't normal? As Zhao Manman's thoughts spiraled, a video call suddenly came through. Xiao Yan? Now that she saw Li Jian as one of her own, Zhao Manman was a little excited. But upon closer inspection, she realized it was actually her business partner calling. Yang Xintao. Zhao Manman had collaborated with Yang Xintao in business many times before. In fact, the newly opened beauty salon also had some of Yang Xintao's shares. Zhao Manman didn't have many friends. In Zhejiang, Yang Xintao could be considered one of her friends. Xiao Yang, what's wrong? After answering the video call, Zhao Manman asked, Sister Zhao, I need a favor. Hearing the word favor, Zhao Manman thought it might be about borrowing money. If it was a small amount, she could help. But if it was a large sum, there wasn't much she could do. Go ahead, Xiao Yang. Yang Xintao hesitated for a moment, then said, It's like this. I recently fell for someone, so I'll be spending a lot of time getting close to him. I gave my husband your phone number. If he calls to check on me, I hope you can cover for me. Zhao Manman hadn't expected that a married Yang Xintao would say something like this. But, aren't you married? On the other end of the video, Yang Xintao looked a little embarrassed. Yes, I am married, but I really like him. He's a new employee at my company, 16 years younger than me. But he's kind, gentle, and considerate. I've fallen for him. Zhao Manman didn't want to interfere in other people's business. But morally, she still tried to advise her. I think, maybe you shouldn't do this. After all, you're already married. And he's so much younger than you. I don't think a relationship with such a big age gap is reliable, it has no future. Tears welled up in Yang Xintao's eyes. If I can be with him, I will get a divorce. You know, Lao Zhang has abused me many times. I lost feelings for him long ago. What's the point of maintaining a marriage without love? If things work out between me and Xiaolin, I will divorce him without hesitation. Zhao Manman sat down and gazed at the sea of flowers in the villa's garden. A marriage without love, is it really meaningless? Life is so short. If you endure it, it'll pass. Besides, you're not young anymore. Getting divorced now would be very damaging. You have to understand, once a marriage is broken, there's no going back. And young people's thinking is too naive. Even if he likes you now, what about in the future? Zhao Manman still wanted to persuade Yang Xintao not to rush into a divorce. Her beliefs were still very traditional. Sister Zhao, I know that from a rational standpoint, you're absolutely right. But if you ever really fall in love with someone one day, you won't be able to control yourself either. When that moment comes, I believe you'll deceive yourself, overturn your principles, and let go of everything. Besides, maybe maintaining a loveless marriage isn't always the right choice. Because you never know what someone who doesn't love you might do to you behind your back. For all you know, they could be plotting against you, stripping you of everything, leaving nothing but your bones. From the day I got married, I've been faithful. But all I've received in return is domestic violence. I really don't know when it will happen again. He had a mistress before, and I endured it for years. But Xiaolin's appearance has made me firm in my decision to divorce. Zhao Manman didn't respond. For a moment, even she felt a little lost. Was a loveless marriage really worth maintaining? Would Ji Yunhai plot against her? What does it really feel like to love someone? Zhao Man asked. Like how I feel about Xiaolin, I think about him all the time, every single day. I can't control my desire to see him. It might sound silly, but when emotions take over your mind, this is how it feels. Sister Zhao, I beg you, please cover for me. Zhao Man was against immoral actions. But after thinking about it, she and Yang Xintao were indeed good friends. After a moment of hesitation, she agreed. All right then. I'll do my best. But if things go south, don't blame me. On the other end of the video, Yang Xintao was grateful. I understand. Don't worry, Sister Zhao. The chances of him checking in on me are very low. This is just a precaution. At most, he'll call once, and that's it. If I end up with Xiaolin, I'll give you all my shares in the beauty salon. Zhao Man didn't care about that. I'll be going to Shanghai in a few days. Hopefully, nothing happens during that time. Her thoughts kept wandering. Could a relationship with such a huge age gap really have a future? Would that man truly love her and treat her well? Or was this just another scheme for money? Wan Chang. Wu Yuxian slowly woke up. Soon, she realized she couldn't move. Was she experiencing sleep paralysis? Opening her eyes, she saw Li Jian clinging to her like an octopus, sleeping soundly, completely unaware of what was happening. Wu Yuxian forcefully pried Li Jian's arm off her and moved his legs away. By the time she finished, her face was completely red. Then, she pinched Li Jian's cheek. Li Jian, you idiot, wake up. Get up now. Li Jian slowly woke up. Being young, everything about him was natural in the morning. Sitting up, he still couldn't quite hide it. What's wrong, Wu Yuxian? Wu Yuxian knocked Li Jian on the head. You idiot, didn't I tell you to sleep properly? Why did you roll over to my side in the middle of the night? You almost pushed me off the bed. Her voice carried a hint of grievance. Her arm was still feeling numb from being pinned under Li Jian. Sorry, Li Yuxian. Idiot, it's Wu Yuxian. And just like that, they slipped into their usual bickering mode. Since childhood, Li Jian and Wu Yuxian's interactions had always been filled with teasing and playful fights. They had never really had a moment of peace. The two of them wrestled for a while. Soon, Wu Yuxian grabbed Li Jian's hair, while he, on the other hand, held onto her long, beautiful legs. 3, 2. Only when Wu Yuxian unleashed her ultimate weapon, her Sichuan-style countdown, did Li Jian obediently surrender. There was no resisting the pressure of their sibling bond. All right, Xiao Jian. Fixing the soft waves of her freshly permed hair, Wu Yuxian suddenly shifted into a gentle tone. Xiao Jian, go freshen up. I'll make you breakfast. Li Jian thought for a moment. He had eaten meals cooked by many women before. Su Xianxian, Zhou Mengmeng, Wu Yuxian, Zhao Man. But Ji Mengting had never once cooked for him. As they stepped out of the room, they ran into Lu Xiaoyun, who had just come out of her room. Wait, you two slept together last night? She thought Wu Yuxian was far too foolish. Her pampering of Li Jian was utterly excessive. They were both 23 years old now. Did she not know that men and women shouldn't be so close? The air conditioning outside was too hot, so I let Li Jian sleep in my room. You know how faulty that air conditioner is. Xiao Jian has never really suffered before, so I didn't want him to be uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoyun thought about it. Actually, it wasn't all that strange. After all, the bed was big enough, and it was their own personal matter. Why should she bother worrying about it? It was unnecessary. All right then, I'll cook today. Wu Yuxian stopped her before she could go to the kitchen. My Xiao Jian is used to eating my cooking. When there was no one else at home, I was always the one who cooked. Since Li Jian had finally come over, Wu Yuxian wanted to take good care of him. All right then, you really do spoil him. Thinking about that Mercedes-Benz he parked in the garage, Lu Xiaoyun couldn't help but feel a little bitter. After freshening up, Li Jian went back to Wu Yuxian's room and lay down again. In this scorching heat, no place was as comfortable as an air-conditioned room. Opening his car app, Li Jian saw numerous messages and inquiries. As the verified owner of 2 high-end cars, his account had quite a bit of popularity. If I'm going to buy a G-Wagon for Wu Yuxian, I should contact the dealership in advance, check out the car, and finalize the deal. I'll think about getting a luxury apartment after her birthday. Deep down, Li Jian still wanted to convince Wu Yuxian to move to Shanghai with him. Unfortunately, her personality was something he couldn't control. If only all girls were as easygoing as Zhou Mengmeng. After submitting his car purchase inquiry, the Mercedes-Benz dealership quickly called him. For regular customers, dealerships often had an arrogant attitude. But for someone like Li Jiyan, who owned both a luxury sedan and a supercar, they were nothing but enthusiastic. The caller was a woman with a soft and sweet voice. "Mr. Li, are you interested in our G-Wagon?" Li Jiyan replied, "Yes. I'll be picking it up the day after tomorrow. Give me a reasonable price. If the deal isn't sincere, I'll walk away." When it came to cars, Lu Yeping was an expert. Li Jiyan knew he could ask him for the bottom price of the vehicle. The woman on the other end sounded pleasantly surprised. "Then, Mr. Li, let's add each other on WeChat. When you visit the dealership, I'll provide you with the best possible price. I know you're an expert, so I'll make sure the offer is fair." Li Jiyan lay there lazily. "Alright, add me on WeChat then. I'll approve you in a bit. Just use this phone number." Soon, a friend request came in. Li Jiyan glanced at the profile picture. It was a pretty woman. There really were a lot of attractive women in sales. But compared to Hu Monk, the Audi saleswoman, her looks didn't quite match up. Of course, he wasn't interested in that. Then, he scrolled through his WeChat messages. After seeing Ji Ziten's selfie, Li Jiyan saved it to his phone. Then, he noticed a message from Zhao Manman. He realized that his interactions with Zhao Manman had become more frequent lately. Their mother-son bond had deepened significantly. He didn't make her wait. "Mom, I woke up late today. I'm in Wancheng right now. That's why I didn't reply sooner. Were you getting anxious?" In Zhejiang, upon hearing the WeChat notification, Zhao Manman quickly picked up her phone. Her mind was still preoccupied with Yang Xintao's situation. Was she really doing the right thing? Opening the chat, she read Li Jian's response and explanation. She suddenly realized something. Whenever she messaged Ji Yunhai, he took forever to reply. And when he did, it was usually just one or two cold words. But Li Jiyan, afraid that she would worry, had taken the time to write a full explanation. The difference was striking. "Zhao Manman, it's fine. I was just asking, why are you in Wancheng?" Li Jiyan, for Wu Yuexian's birthday. "I used to overlook a lot of things, but lately, I've realized that the people who truly care about you are the most important. As for everything else, the things I used to care too much about, maybe they don't really matter after all." Reading his words, Zhao Manman felt that Li Jiyan was absolutely right. The people who treat you well are the ones you should cherish the most. "Mom, did you need something?" Zhao Manman, "Not really. I just feel a bit uneasy." Li Jiyan, "Maybe it's because you've been in the same environment for too long. You should come visit me. I have time now. I can keep you company." Zhao Manman, "That doesn't seem appropriate. You're in Wancheng. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for me to visit?" Li Jiyan, "Not at all, Mom. You'll always be the most important person to me. If you're feeling down, it's only right that I be there for you. No matter where I am, you can always come find me. Wancheng is actually a great place to relax. If you agree, let's meet in Wancheng. Maybe you'll feel better after some time away." At that moment, Zhao Manman fell into deep thought. Her daughter wasn't in Wancheng. Going there now didn't seem to have much meaning. The main reason she wanted to see Li Jiyan was to match him and Mingting back together. But Li Jiyan had personally invited her. In his heart, he truly saw her as his mother, treating her with respect and importance. When he found out what had happened before, he immediately came to her, traveling from far away. He valued her so much, treating her like real family. So she should also treat him as her own son. Spending a few days with him, what was wrong with that? If she wanted to mend Mengting and Li Jian's marriage, she had to communicate with him deeply, so he would listen to her. Besides, in this huge villa, her unease was growing stronger and stronger. Staying here just made her feel uncomfortable. Zhao Manman, "Alright, son. In the next few days, once I finish up some things here, I'll go to Wancheng to see you. How does that sound?" Li Jiyan, "Great, Mom. I'll be waiting for you in Wancheng. If you're feeling down, try to think about the interesting parts of life. It'll make you feel a lot better." Zhao Manman thought about Yang Xintao's situation. She still found it hard to accept, but thinking about other people's problems did help distract her from her own anxiety. Zhao Manman, "Actually, something interesting happened today. You remember Auntie Yang, the one you met before?" Li Jiyan thought for a moment. He had indeed seen her before. During the New Year, he had met her. But then, he remembered how Ji Zitten would always go to her grandmother's house for the holidays, never wanting to see him. Li Jiyan, "I remember now. That was during New Year's. I also saw that auntie in the red dress. But compared to you, she looked several years older." Zhao Manman's youthful appearance was truly remarkable. At 42, she still looked like she was in her mid-20s. That was something Yang Xintao could never compare to. Xiao Man, yes, that's her. Let me tell you something, she fell in love with a young man. Li Jian, a young man? Now, he was curious. What exactly was going on? Zhao Man, yes, a young man from her company. He's about 16 or 17 years younger than her. I tried to talk her out of it, after all, it's not really ethical, and younger men aren't reliable, but she wouldn't listen. Li Jian, honestly, whether someone is reliable or not has nothing to do with age. It all depends on the person. Just because someone is older doesn't mean they're dependable. And just because someone is always around you doesn't mean they won't betray you. After all, you can know someone's face, but not their heart. Lying in bed, looking at his phone screen, Li Jian tapped on Zhao Man's message. Zhao Man, maybe. Let's see how things turn out. I just hope they have a good ending. Your Auntie Yang has had a hard life. Anyway, I need to start preparing for my trip to Wancheng. I'll tell you more when I get there. She followed up with a laughing emoji. Zhao Man really liked using those. Xiao Jian, time to eat. A voice called from outside, making Li Jian finally put down his phone. He walked to the living room. Sis, is this breakfast or lunch? Wu Yuxian untied her apron. A combination of both, I suppose. Come here, Xiao Jian, have an egg first. It's important to get your daily nutrition. Li Jian didn't dare disobey, he obediently listened. As the three of them ate, Lu Xiaoyun still found Li Jian irritating. While they were eating, Wu Yuxian's phone rang. Uncle. Li Jian didn't say anything. Wu Yuxian had an uncle. Back when her parents had their accident, many people had tried to contact him, but he had never returned. No one knew what really happened. But after Wu Yuxian grew up, her uncle and aunt suddenly reached out to her, claiming that they hadn't received any messages back then. No one knew what the real situation was. But Li Jian had never liked this uncle and aunt. I got it. Meet me at Guyue tea house later. Wu Yuxian spoke, looking visibly unhappy. Li Yuxian, what's wrong? She glanced at Li Jian but didn't argue with him about the name. My uncle and aunt are passing through Wancheng. They want to see me. Back then, her own uncle and aunt had never taken her in. Instead, it was her parents' friends who had raised her. She still held a deep resentment toward them. In her heart, her uncle was nothing more than a blood-related stranger. Her only real family was Li Ziyan and his parents. No one else could replace that, not even a little. Li Ziyan didn't say anything more. If they were just passing through, he wouldn't interfere. After finishing their meal, the three of them headed to Guyue tea house. Nowadays, there weren't many tea houses still open. A decade ago, tea houses were everywhere. Back then, when QQ first became popular, people meeting online friends was extremely common. And tea houses, being cheap and not requiring ID, became prime locations for certain passionate encounters. Arriving at private room 888, Li Jiyan saw two people he didn't like. He sat down without saying a word. Wu Jingji didn't pay any attention to Li Jiyan or Lu Xiaoyun. Instead, he greeted Wu Yuxian warmly. Yuxian, you've grown so tall. You look even prettier in person than in your WeChat photos. Wu Yuxian rarely posted on WeChat. The only time she did was when she took a group photo with her female co-workers at her last job. Since everyone else posted it, she did too. Uncle, why are you here this time? She ignored his enthusiasm completely. She didn't like him at all. This time, your uncle and I came for a reason. Her aunt spoke up. Since you are a Wu, staying with Li Jian's family isn't appropriate. I think it's best if you come back to Fujian with us as soon as possible. After all, a girl should return to her roots. Wu Yuxian shook her head. That's impossible. I've never had anyone take care of me since I was little. My home is in Jiaohu. I have no other home. Wherever Shaojian is, that's my home. But Fujian is not my home. She was very clear about who truly cared for her. No one could make her give up her current family. Yuxian, let's be honest here. Her uncle finally spoke up. I found you a fiancé. His family is very wealthy. He saw your picture and really likes you. Wu Yuxian was completely stunned. All these years, they had never looked for her. When she needed someone the most, they had never been there. But now that she had grown up, they suddenly appeared talking about arranging a marriage for her? No need. If there's nothing else, you should leave now. Wu Jingji was obviously caught off guard. He hadn't expected Wu Yuxian to refuse so decisively. Most people would be thrilled to hear about being introduced to a wealthy match. But he hadn't expected this kind of reaction. He had already negotiated a 1 million yuan bride price. Then, he turned to Li Jiyan. Xiaoyan, try to talk some sense into your sister. There's no future for her staying here. Convince her to leave your family, and I'll give you some financial compensation. How about 200,000 yuan? After all, we are her real family. Without family to rely on, life can be tough. As long as he could take Wu Yuxian back to Fujian, spending 200,000 yuan was worth it. Lu Xiaoyun couldn't hold back any longer. She had always had a bad temper. Do you people have no shame? When Yuxian was little and had no one to take care of her, you ignored her because you didn't want the trouble or the expense. But now that she's grown up, you want to take her back as part of your family? So you get all the benefits, is that it? Hearing Lu Xiaoyun's sharp words, Wu Jingji didn't care. He knew that Wu Yuxian doted on Li Jiyan a lot. If Li Jiyan persuaded her, she would definitely agree. After all, she was just a girl with no blood relation to him. For 200,000 yuan, any young man would be tempted. Li Jiyan looked at Wu Jingji. Not for 200,000. Not for 2 million. Not even for 200 million. I will never let Wu Yuxian leave our family. She is a person, a living, breathing woman who is 172 meters tall. She is part of our family, and she will always be. Since you are her uncle, I won't curse at you, but I don't want to see you again. The so-called real family is us. You have nothing to do with her. Wu Yuxian, let's go. With that, Li Jiyan grabbed Wu Yuxian's wrist and walked out of the tea house. Lu Xiaoyun followed them. Hey! Don't go, Yuxian, let's talk this through. But the three of them left without hesitation, showing no intention of staying. When they got home, Wu Yuxian went to her room, sat on the bed, and lowered her head in silence. Lu Xiaoyun was still fuming. Unbelievable, there really are all kinds of people in this world. This is the first time I've met such shameless ones. Where were they when you needed help the most? Then, she remembered something. But hey, Li Jiyan, you did pretty well today. Lu Xiaoyun had thought Li Jiyan would be one of those spoiled, annoying rich kids. That he might actually sell Wu Yuxian out. After all, not all simping men end up well. But she hadn't expected. Li Jiyan didn't care about money at all. Of course. She's a living, breathing 172-meter tall human being. Then, Li Jiyan noticed the tear stains on the bedsheet. His heart ached. Wu Yuxian had the saddest fate of them all. She lost her parents when she was young and had no one to rely on. After coming to his home, he had spent years teasing and bickering with her. When they were kids, he had never really felt sorry for her. Now, he felt a deep guilt. Sis. Li Jiyan gently took Wu Yuxian's hand. Don't be sad, it's really not worth it, is it? They are just people who happen to share some blood with you. In my heart, you are irreplaceable. There's no point in feeling bad for people who don't matter. Tears dripped from Wu Yuxian's eyes. Do you really mean everything you said today? Li Jiyan answered without hesitation. Of course I do, Wu Yuxian. No amount of money could ever buy you, because your worth isn't something that can be measured by money. After a moment, she hugged him tightly. Li Yuxian, you idiot, it's Wu Yuxian. I know, Xiao Yuxian. Don't worry, I won't be sad anymore. Wu Yuxian felt that Li Jiyan had changed completely. Before, he would always argue and bicker with her, never giving in even a little. But now, he truly, deeply cared about her. You and uncle and auntie, you're my real family. Saying that, Wu Yuxian hugged Li Jiyan and kissed him. The soft sensation almost made Li Jiyan lose control. But he held himself back. Being young came with its own struggles. Lu Xiaoyun watched the two of them, seeing how close they were. She suddenly understood Wu Yuxian a little better, but she still found his simping behavior hard to accept. Time passed quickly. Wu Yuxian's birthday arrived. At work, she seemed a little distracted. Xiaoyun, do you think my Xiao Jian will be happy when I give him the Bensi? Lu Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. Of course, he'll be happy. It's worth over 300,000 yuan. Who wouldn't be happy? I just hope you won't regret it later. Even though Li Jiyan really cares about you. But working like crazy for years, saving all your money, and spending it all on a Bensi? That's insane. I don't even know what to say to you. Wu Yuxian looked at her WeChat screen and started typing a message to Li Jiyan. As long as he's happy, it's all worth it. Lu Xiaoyun touched Wu Yuxian's forehead. Wu Yuxian, I don't even know if you're just love-struck or what. No, wait, this isn't even love. What kind of thinking is this? I give up. At that moment, Li Jiyan was at a Mercedes-Benz dealership, checking out cars. He saw Wu Yuxian's message. Wu Yuxian, what are you up to, Xiao Jiyan? You're in charge of the cake, did you mess it up? Also, I've prepared a very special gift for you today. Li Jiyan, the cake is already being made. And to celebrate Miss Wu Yuxian's birthday, I've prepared a special gift for you too. Wu Yuxian, alright then, Xiao Jian, you absolutely must not reveal what the gift is. A surprise has to stay hidden. Li Jian, I got it, sis. Then, Li Jian bought the G-Wagon. Even after 6 in the evening, the weather was still unbearably hot. Today, Wu Yuxian walked out of work with a particularly cheerful step. She pulled Lu Xiaoyun along to the company parking lot and got into the car. Her delicate face was filled with joy. You're really happy about your birthday, huh, Yuxian? But I think you're not excited about your own birthday, you're just happy that you can finally give this car away. Wu Yuxian smiled sweetly. She didn't say anything, just started the engine and drove toward the hotel they had agreed upon. When they arrived, Wu Yuxian carefully parked the car and made sure Li Jian hadn't seen it before pulling Lu Xiaoyun out of the car. You're really worried about even the slightest chance that Li Jian might see it, huh? Wu Yuxian whispered. Of course, a surprise has to be kept hidden. Inside the hotel, Wu Yuxian found the private room number that Li Jian had sent her. Xiao Jian, I'm here. Pushing open the door, she saw a table full of dishes and a giant birthday cake in the center. The cake had 5 whole tiers. This cake must have cost at least 2,000 yuan. And this table full of dishes, there's not a single cheap item here. Altogether, this must have cost over 10,000 yuan. This is a bit extravagant. Lu Xiaoyun was also shocked. Her impression of Li Jian kept changing. He wasn't the stingy, spoiled kid who just lived off his sister like she had imagined. For Wu Yuxian, no amount of money is too much, don't you agree? Wu Yuxian looked at the food and cake with a bit of distress. This must have cost a fortune. Normally, she would hesitate even when spending a few hundred yuan. Xiao Jian, this is a one-time thing. From now on, no more wasting money like this. I'll pay for this meal. You just got divorced, and you're still young. You'll need money for a lot of things in the future. Li Jian knew that Wu Yuxian always had his best interests at heart. I've already paid for it. Alright. Happy 24th birthday, Miss Wu Yuxian. Xiaoyun, let's light the candles. Li Jian took out colorful candles and started placing them in a circle. Wu Yuxian watched happily as the two of them busied themselves with lighting the candles for her. Once the entire cake was surrounded by colorful candles, Li Jian grinned and said, Sis, come blow out the candles. Wu Yuxian walked around the cake and blew out all the candles in one go. Lu Xiaoyun quickly reminded her, that's right, Yuxian, make a wish. At this moment, Wu Yuxian didn't argue about whether to call Li Jian Li or Wu. She simply closed her eyes. Under the soft glow of the lights, she looked so beautiful that Li Jian couldn't take his eyes off her. She really was stunning, the girl he was destined to protect for a lifetime. After finishing her wish, Wu Yuxian opened her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Despite her usual mature aura, she looked a little cute. Li Yuxian, what did you wish for? Li Jian, are you stupid? If I say it out loud, it won't come true. Ask again, and I'll smash your head. Only then did Li Jian obediently stop asking. Then, he sat beside Wu Yuxian and started cracking open the crab legs for her. Xiao Jian, you've never peeled shrimp or crab for me before. When Li Jian fed her a bite, Wu Yuxian felt completely overwhelmed. Li Jian was nothing like he used to be. Sis, that was in the past. From now on, I'll do it often. Tonight, you just sit here and enjoy, I'll feed you everything. And so, under Wu Yuxian's disbelieving gaze, Li Jian actually fed her the entire dinner. He personally brought every bite to her lips, letting her eat to her heart's content. Seeing how touched she was, Lu Xiaoyun sighed. This was totally love-struck brain behavior. It was basically the same thing. Li Jian didn't even have to do much, yet Wu Yuxian was utterly moved. But she had to admit, tonight's food was the best she had ever eaten, so Lu Xiaoyun also ate heartily. After leaving the hotel, Wu Yuxian looked at Li Jian beside her, her beautiful eyes shimmering like stars. All these years, for the first time, she felt that Li Jian was truly gentle. He treated her so differently from before. He had really grown up. He had indeed grown up, though still as cheeky as ever. Xiaoyan, I told you I had a surprise for you today. So now, don't blink. She took out a Mercedes-Benz car key and pressed the unlock button. Up ahead, the lights of a Mercedes-Benz C-Class slowly lit up. This is the surprise I prepared for you. A guy's car has to be decent. I don't have much money, Xiao Jian, so this is all I can give you. But I believe one day, Li Jian will achieve great success. And make Ji Mingting regret it. Looking at Wu Yuxian's beaming face and the shining car lights, Li Jian felt an indescribable sensation, as if something was blocking his heart. He knew Wu Yuxian's salary, it was decent but nothing extravagant. To buy this Mercedes-Benz C, she must have saved for years, barely spending on herself, working overtime, and doing part-time jobs during school. Her entire heart had been thinking about him. Xiao Jian, do you like it? Li Jian took a deep breath and grabbed the key. I like it. Of course, I like it. Imitating Wu Yuexian's Sichuan-Chongqing accent, he replied, though it came out awkward. That made Wu Yuexian burst into laughter. But, sis, I also have a surprise for you. Hearing about the surprise, Lu Xiaoyun began to speculate in her heart. However, no matter what the surprise was, it couldn't possibly compare to this Mercedes-Benz C. Li Yuexian, get in the car. I'll take you to see the birthday present I prepared for you. Taking the key to the Mercedes-Benz C, Li Jian sat in the driver's seat. You sure took the key quickly. Lu Xiaoyun failed helpless, he was definitely a spoiled kid. A car worth more than 300,000 yuan, and he accepted it without hesitation? The car started, and Li Jian drove straight to the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. Looking at the route, Wu Yuexian, sitting in the passenger seat, found it somewhat familiar. When she had gone to check out cars at the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership, she had taken this same route. Was Li Jian really going to the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership? That couldn't be possible. However, she quickly realized that her guess was correct. Hey, what are we doing here? Wu Yuexian asked curiously. Sis, the surprise I prepared for you is here. Come with me. After getting out of the car, the beautiful saleswoman who had previously assisted Li Jian walked up to them. Li Jiawei? Back when Wu Yuexian bought her car, she had also dealt with Li Jiawei. Miss Wu, I didn't expect this car to be for you. These words left Wu Yuexian and Lu Xiaoyun puzzled. What did she mean? What do you mean? Li Jiawei glanced at the grand car delivery ceremony set up in the showroom and said, Here's the thing, Mr. Li came to our store today and bought a car as a surprise gift for his sister. I just didn't realize it was for you. What a coincidence. Your Mercedes-Benz C purchase seems like a waste now. Mr. Li, please follow me. Li Jian followed her, while the still confused Wu Yuexian and Lu Xiaoyun also walked along. Are you saying that the car Li Jian bought is this G-Class? Lu Xiaoyun looked at the G-Class with a large celebratory banner and ran over. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, it was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It cost at least 2 million yuan. This was her dream car, but she never thought she'd ever be able to afford such a luxury vehicle. Wu Yuexian also noticed the banner above. To my dearest Li Yuexian, happy birthday. Wu Yuexian covered her mouth, feeling like she was in a dream. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 2 million yuan, Li Jian actually bought it for her? But she quickly snapped back to reality. Li Jian was younger than her by over a month. How could someone so young earn so much money? It was completely unrealistic. How did he do it? Sis, let's go through the car delivery ceremony and take a photo together. From now on, this is your car. Lu Xiaoyun asked in shock, is this for real? Li Jian, where did you get so much money? Li Jiawei handed a bouquet of flowers to Wu Yuexian, who never expected she would go through 2 car delivery ceremonies in such a short time. I started a company and made a lot of money, so I bought a car as a gift for my sister. The sales staff began popping confetti to celebrate the handover. Li Jiawei also enthusiastically took several photos. After the ceremony ended, Wu Yuexian gently grabbed Li Jian's hand. She still couldn't believe that he had actually bought this car for her. After returning home, Lu Xiaoyun, exhausted from the day's events, took a shower and went straight to bed. Meanwhile, Wu Yuexian, also fresh from a shower, was waiting for Li Jian to return to his room, holding the key to the G-Class in her hand. She fell into deep thought. She had looked up this car online many times and checked various owners' purchase prices. The final cost was around 2.4 million yuan. That kind of money could buy an apartment in one city. How did he do it? It wasn't until Li Jian finished drying his hair and returned to the room that he noticed Wu Yuexian staring at him. What's wrong? Wu Yuexian said seriously, Li Jian, tell me the truth. If you lie, I'll beat you up. Did you get involved in telecom fraud? Otherwise, how could you suddenly have so much money? If mom and dad find out, they'll kill you. Li Jian felt helpless. Thankfully, he had actually started a company. Sis, I started a company and made some money from a few projects. So now I'm fairly well off. Buying a car for my beloved sister isn't a big deal. Besides, you spent all your savings to buy me a Mercedes-Benz C. It's only fair that I return the favor. Wu Yuexian looked skeptical. You better not be lying to me. What's the name of your company? Li Jian answered smoothly. Jian Investment Company. Wu Yuexian searched online and found that the company actually existed, and she knew that Li Jian wasn't the type to engage in illegal activities. Thinking of this, she chose to believe him. Alright then. If that's the case, I'll believe you for now. But if I find out you did something shady, don't blame me for snitching. As she spoke, tears welled up in Wu Yuexian's eyes. You're so sweet, my dear. But in the future, don't spend money so recklessly. What if you run out of money one day? I never thought you'd be willing to spend so much on me. She didn't plan to drive the car much. If the mileage got too high, the resale value would drop significantly. She figured she would only take it out occasionally to keep the battery from dying. That way, if Li Jian ever needed money in the future, they could still sell the car. Li Jian lay down gently, resting his head on Wu Yuexian's soft legs, using her lap as a pillow. Alright, sis, don't cry anymore. You've always been the one who loves me the most. No matter how much money I have, I'd be willing to spend it on you. Didn't you also buy me a Mercedes-Benz C? You're irreplaceable to me. His words were heartfelt, but his attempt at a Sichuan accent was laughably bad. Wu Yuexian's tears stopped immediately. You fool! Who told you to speak Sichuanese like that? Say it again, and I'll smack you. As she spoke, she gently touched Li Jian's face. I really didn't expect it. My dear is a genius. So young, yet you've already earned so much money. Ji Mengting must be blind for not seeing your worth. Seeing that Li Jian seemed sleepy, she softly turned off the lights, watching him drift off to sleep. The next day, when Li Jian woke up, he received a message from Zhao Manman on WeChat. Zhao Manman, Shaoyan, Mom is already on her way. Attached was a photo of a high-speed rail ticket. She would arrive in one city at around 3 p.m. Li Jian sat up. He glanced around. Wu Yuexian had already gone to work. There was no one else at home. Li Jian, I'll head to the station early to pick you up. He looked at the bedside table. His G-Class key was still there, but the Mercedes-Benz C key was gone. Clearly, Wu Yuexian couldn't bear to drive the G-Class for fear of its depreciation. Li Jian was well aware of Wu Yuexian's frugality. All her clothes were bought on Pinduoduo, but the only one who could wear those cheap clothes and still look like a sophisticated queen was Wu Yuexian. Zhao Manman also replied quickly. Zhao Manman, it's so hot outside. Aren't you afraid of sweating all over? Smirking emoji. Li Jian, even though it's hot, I don't mind at all when it comes to picking you up. After all, you're a very important person to me. Besides, once you arrive, I'll be driving with the air conditioning on, so it won't actually be hot. Zhao Manman, you have a car in Wanshan? Li Jian, sort of. Zhao Manman, alright, I'll message you when I'm close to Wanshan. This time, you have to take good care of Mom and show me around. I've been feeling really down lately. By this time, Zhao Manman had already packed her luggage and was ready to leave. The weather was hot, but her mood had improved significantly. She realized that her bond with Li Jian, his mother and son, had truly deepened. There were so many things she wanted to say to him now. Perhaps, in the past, she had cared too much about maintaining the authority of a parent. That was probably why there had been so much distance between them. Li Jian, alright, I'll be waiting for you. Zhao Manman sent another smirking emoji. Just as she was about to leave, a car stopped outside the villa. It was Ji Yunhai's. Zhao Manman hadn't expected Ji Yunhai to show up after being absent for so many days. Are you going out? The first thing Ji Yunhai asked after coming back was about her plans to leave. Yeah, Shaoyan is in Wanshan, so I'm going to see him. Hearing that she was going to visit Li Jian, Ji Yunhai didn't care much. After all, mothers and sons needed to maintain their relationship. Her leaving was actually convenient for him. It made it easier for him to take care of things in secret. This way, many things would be much simpler. He was in the process of moving assets, and once she left, it would be even more convenient. Do you want to drive me there? Ji Yunhai shook his head. Sorry, I have a lot of things to handle. You know how busy it is when a new company just starts. You should understand that, right? So, you should just go by yourself. Once I have some free time, I'll spend more time with you. Ji Yunhai lied without the slightest hesitation. For Ji Yun, he didn't feel even a bit of guilt. Alright, I'll drive myself, then. Zhao Manman felt a little disappointed. She did have feelings for Ji Yunhai's family, but his attitude truly let her down. She put her luggage in the trunk without looking back at him. At the high-speed rail station, Zhao Manman found a cheap paid parking spot nearby. After parking under the security cameras, she changed into her Valentino heels. It was a habit of hers. As she pulled her suitcase, she suddenly felt much lighter inside. She didn't know why, but this place now felt suffocating to her. At noon, after a casual meal, Li Jian called Wu Yuexian. Sis, why didn't you drive the G-Class to work today? Wu Yuexian, are you stupid? I'm just an intern. If I drive a G-Class, wouldn't people talk behind my back? The Mercedes-Benz C is already more than enough. Besides, if the mileage on the G-Class gets too high, it'll depreciate by hundreds of thousands. The moment you drive it out of the dealership, it loses a lot of value. It's better to drive it as little as possible, I know that. You're a genius, Xiaoyan. You're so young and can already afford a G-Class, but you need to always be prepared for the worst, understand? In the future, I'll save all my money for you. Don't waste money recklessly. Li Jiyan, I got it. Wu Yuxian. Last night, I was a little tired, so I forgot to ask, do you want to come back to Shanghai with me? That way, we can always be together, and I won't have to miss you so much. There was silence on the other end of the call. Xiaoyan, let's not talk about this for now. The cost of living in Shanghai is way too high. If I go there, I won't be able to save much money at all. I need to save up more for you, Xiaoyan. The economy is really bad right now, and if I don't save enough for you, I won't feel at ease. Li Jian knew that he couldn't convince Wu Yuxian so easily. This would take time, but no matter what, he was determined to keep Wu Yuxian by his side forever. Around 2 p.m., sitting in the G-Class, Li Jian called Zhao Manman. Mom, are you almost here? Her gentle voice quickly came through. I'm here. Xiaoyan, I'm on the train right now. The scenery outside is nice. Looking out the window, Zhao Manman realized she hadn't traveled in years. It was as if she had become disconnected from the mountains and greenery. You sound really relaxed. It's been a long time since I've heard you in this mood. Zhao Manman hummed in agreement. About half an hour left until I arrive in Wancheng. We're approaching a station, not much further to go. Li Jiyan started the car. Alright, I'm leaving now. When you arrive, I'll be waiting at the station entrance. Zhao Manman reminded him, okay, Xiaoyan. Drive safely, don't rush, and be careful. When he arrived at the high-speed rail station, there were exactly 5 minutes left before the train arrived. Perfect. The G-Class has such a high driving position, no wonder so many people like it. It feels different from driving a supercar or a sedan. Of course, Li Jiyan still preferred his Ferrari 488. After parking by the roadside, he walked a bit toward the station's exit to wait for Zhao Manman. As the station's announcement played over the speakers, Li Jiyan started to feel a bit excited. Not long after, Zhao Manman walked out. Today, she was wearing a black suit dress that reached mid-thigh. Her legs were covered in black stockings, paired with her classic Valentino heels. Without the right height, aura, and figure, it would be impossible to pull off those Valentinos. But for Zhao Manman, it was effortless. Many passengers nearby were sneaking glances at her, but none dared to approach such a goddess. Mom! Li Ziyan waved at her and walked over. Xiaoyan. The unhappiness she had felt at home seemed to completely disappear the moment she saw him. Seeing her son instantly lifted her mood. Li Jiyan stepped forward and took her hand. It's been so long, you're finally here. Let's go, it's hot outside. We should get in the car first. The current weather. It was indeed extremely hot, and even outside, the air felt stifling. Zhao Manman gently squeezed Li Jiyan's hand before letting go. She knew that the reason Li Jiyan was so affectionate with her was because of their close mother-son bond. And last time, when they were in Zhejiang, she had come to understand more about the inner world of this filial child. It really is a bit hot. There might be a heavy storm tonight, Zhao Manman said with some concern as she looked at the weather in Wancheng. In truth, she was most afraid of stormy weather. Whenever it rained heavily, she felt especially vulnerable. But this time, at least her son was by her side. Maybe, but it doesn't matter, Mom. We have a car, don't we? If it rains, so be it. Let me carry your suitcase. Nearby, two students who had been considering approaching them gave up the idea after seeing Li Jiyan take Zhao Manman's suitcase. Going up to chat now would probably get them beaten up. Pulling the suitcase, they headed outside. Li Jiyan was in a great mood. Now that he was wealthy, he truly had no worries at all. Zhao Manman, walking beside him in her Valentino heels, also felt her dark mood completely lifted. Maybe, being around young people was what gave her a sense of energy and happiness. As they walked, Li Jiyan suddenly remembered the time when Zhao Manman had twisted her ankle. Mom, is your ankle okay now? For this elder he deeply respected, he naturally cared a lot about her. My ankle is fine now. Luckily, you massaged it for so long that day. Otherwise, it could have gotten worse. The next morning, it still hurt a little bit. But after you left Zhejiang, it was completely fine. Zhao Manman suddenly realized. Ji Yunhai hadn't even been willing to drive her to the train station. But Li Jiyan had called her early, arrived in advance, and picked her up without a single complaint, despite the scorching heat. The difference between the two was truly enormous. Li Jiyan was such a filial child. When it came to taking care of her, he was far better than Ji Yunhai. All the kindness she had shown him over the years hadn't gone to waste. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Li Jian stopped walking. Mom, everything's fine, why are you apologizing? Zhao Man spoke with some guilt. You've been so good to me, but in the past, I always looked down on your business. I might have even unknowingly influenced Meng Ting with those thoughts. Thinking back now, I really owe you an apology. When I heard you were in trouble, you rushed all the way to Zhejiang without hesitation. I don't know what price you had to pay, but I know it must not have been easy. As she spoke, a deep sense of emotion welled up in her heart. She felt that the person she had wronged the most was Li Jiyan. I didn't respect your work, yet you still care about me so much. I feel very guilty. Li Jiyan chuckled lightly. It's okay, Mom, please don't overthink it. I can understand your perspective even when you opposed my marriage to Meng Ting. It's human nature, but it's all in the past now. You are my family, and that will never change. Hearing this, Zhao Man felt that her son was truly wise. Her affection for him grew even stronger. Unfortunately, he wasn't her biological son, but actually, that might be for the best. Mom, this way. Be careful. Looking at this weather, there really might be a big storm tonight. There were many private cars on the road, so Li Jiyan held Zhao Man's arm, afraid she might accidentally get hit. Zhao Man found it amusing. This little brat. Did he think she was a child who needed looking after? Shouldn't it be the other way around, her taking care of him? When they reached the G-class, Li Jiyan took out the key and pressed the unlock button. Nearby, two young men had been taking photos of the car. The moment they saw Li Jiyan's G-class, Zhao Man was momentarily stunned. This car, it cost over 2 million, right? The final price would be around 2.5 million yuan. There was even a popular saying online, scumbags drive G-class. And judging by the temporary license plate, it was clearly a brand new car. This car is yours? Li Jiyan opened the trunk and placed the suitcase inside. Mom, get in the car first. It's hot outside. Once inside, he turned on the air conditioning. Cool air rushed in, instantly relieving the stifling heat outside. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhao Man fastened her seatbelt. Li Jiyan was young, so his driving style was aggressive. He accelerated quickly. As the car sped up, Zhao Man felt her heartbeat quicken. Looking at the young man beside her, she felt like she couldn't quite see through him anymore. This car belongs to Wu Yuxian. Zhao Man was even more puzzled. Back when Li Jiyan was married to Ji Mingting, she had met Wu Yuxian. Wu Yuxian was just an ordinary person. Aside from being exceptionally beautiful, how could she afford such a G-class? I gave it to her as a birthday gift. Zhao Man didn't ask further. If Li Jiyan said that, it meant he really had the ability to buy her a G-class. Thinking back to how he had gathered so many powerful figures in Xiantang before, she realized that his capabilities might be far greater than she had imagined. She had never considered before that there were many mysterious things about Li Jiyan. A sense of admiration and curiosity welled up inside her. To build himself up from nothing at such a young age, from an ordinary background, and to be able to afford a G-class, Li Jiyan was truly remarkable. Xiaoyan, it seems like you have a lot of things that even Mengting doesn't know about. Well, let Mom slowly discover them. But you really treat Yuxian well, to the point of gifting her a 2 million yuan car. After exiting the highway, Li Jiyan glanced at Zhao Man and said, I treat you well too. Looking at the slightly desolate scenery outside the window, Zhao Man said, do you? But probably not as well as you treat Wu Yuxian. You gave her a car worth over 2 million without hesitation. That means she must be irreplaceable to you. Li Jiyan, you are irreplaceable to me as well. I can give you one on your birthday too. You're the elder I feel most comfortable and close with. You're very important to me. Li Jiyan's smooth and unwavering response left Zhao Man momentarily stunned. She didn't know how to respond. Did he really think of her as that important? Very soon, Zhao Man recalled past events again. She felt that Li Jiyan truly valued her in his heart. His care for her was completely different from Ji Yunhai's. Mom, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? Seeing that Zhao Man was silent, Li Jiyan asked. It's nothing, I'm fine. I just feel much happier now. It seems that the saying a change of place brings a change of mood is actually true. Watching the scenery flash by outside the window, Zhao Man felt a different atmosphere compared to Zhejiang. That's true. Mom, you probably spend too much time at home. Staying alone all the time isn't good. In the future, when you have time, you can visit Shanghai more often. And if you want to travel elsewhere, I can go with you too. Li Jiyan was someone who respected his elders.
He was very filial and considerate toward Zhao Man. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Now that I've come to Wanqing today, I've made up my mind. I should go out and enjoy life more often in the future. As they chatted on the road, when Li Jian asked which hotel she wanted to stay at, Zhao Man refused. She insisted on staying at home. When they arrived at Wu Yuexian's rented apartment, Li Jian carried the suitcase upstairs. "Mom, it might be a bit cramped for a few days. You can stay in my sister's room for now. It won't be long, and my sister should be back from work soon." Wu Yuexian's company only required overtime when things were busy. Normally, she had regular working hours and even full social insurance benefits. In Wancheng, it was already considered a pretty good job. After entering the apartment with the door code, Zhao Man looked at the small place and felt a bit uncomfortable. The conditions of her villa at home were countless times better than this. But she didn't want to stay in a hotel. She knew all too well how lonely hotels could feel, and now, that kind of loneliness frightened her. "Mom, change into slippers. Wearing high heels at home isn't very comfortable. When Wu Yuexian gets back, we'll go out for dinner together." Zhao Man took off her Valentino heels. Li Jian handed her a pair of new slippers. Then, he opened the shoe cabinet. It was packed with shoes. Wu Yuexian didn't have many pairs, but Lu Xiaoyun's shoes were numerous, so the shoe cabinet looked quite crowded. Li Jian picked up the golden Valentino studded heels and placed them upside down in a corner. Strangely, they looked even more beautiful that way. "Not bad at all. Mom, have a seat. I'll pour you a glass of water. Oh, by the way, the air conditioning in the living room isn't very strong. It's way too hot today. Let's wait for Wu Yuexian in her room instead." Li Jian took Zhao Man by the hand and led her to Wu Yuexian's room. Zhao Man also felt hot. She followed him inside and sat on the bed. When Li Jian brought her a glass of water, she took a few sips, and the stuffy feeling eased a little. Outside, dark clouds were gathering rapidly. Seeing the sky darken, Zhao Man frowned slightly. "Mom, you don't like rainy days?" Li Jian sat cross-legged, chatting with her. "I was scared by a thunderstorm when I was a child. It was a long time ago. I'm from the 80s generation. A lot of things I've been through are different from what you young people experience. If I were born in this era, I wouldn't have gotten married so early. But back then, it was normal. I remember one night when no one was home. It was raining heavily, and there was thunder. There were even animal howls outside, like wolves. I was terrified. Since then, I've had a fear of heavy rain. But it's fine now. With you and Yuexian here, I don't feel as scared anymore." Li Jian took a sip of water as well. He suddenly recalled how Ji Mingting had mentioned many times the business troubles she had faced, and how Zhao Man had always been the one to handle them. Even Ji Zhitian deeply admired her mother. Li Jian remembered these things very clearly. "Mom, I used to think of you as a very respectable woman. Smart, capable. Mingting inherited some of your talents, that's how she was able to rise so quickly. But I never expected that you'd be afraid of rain. Looks like I really didn't understand you well before." Zhao Man gently patted his head. "It's okay, Xiaoyan. There's plenty of time in the future. From now on, we can always talk like this. I won't put on the airs of an elder anymore." In her heart, she was thinking about restoring Li Jian and Ji Mingting's marriage. Once she moved to Shanghai, she might have a chance. After all, they had been together for over 4 years. If they put in the effort, there was still a chance to mend things. As mother and son chatted, they felt the warmth of family. Everything was natural. Meanwhile, in Li Jian's mind, he was planning to check on Xiaoli that evening. He had learned enough about futures trading. If the timing was right, he wanted to seize a big opportunity and push his assets past 100 million as soon as possible. Having tens of millions still felt too unstable. Time passed quickly, and by evening, Wu Yuexian and Lu Xiaoyun had returned. Hearing the door open, Li Jian and Zhao Man walked out of the room. "Li Yuexian, look who's here." Wu Yuexian had just been about to playfully pinch Li Jian, but then she saw Zhao Man. Beside her, Lu Xiaoyun guessed, "This must be your cousin, right? So beautiful. You look amazing in black stockings. I've always wanted to try, but never had the chance." In the Sichuan-Chongqing dialect Yuexian likes to use, I'd say, "Wow, you're such a pretty girl. Sis, are you from Li Jian's hometown too?" At this moment, Lu Xiaoyun saw Li Jian in a completely different light. She had always believed that gold diggers never end well. But Li Jian's wealth wasn't just about greed, he wasn't some leeching parasite. His strength was like that of a terrifying tyrannosaurus. The fact that he was willing to gift Wu Yuexian a G-class
proved that her saving up to buy him a Mercedes-Benz had been worth it. She even felt like grabbing her own brother and interrogating him, to see if he had secretly stashed away any fortune. Hearing this, Zhao Man smiled gracefully. "No, I'm Li Jiyan's mother." Lu Xiaoyun was stunned. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Zhao Man did have a mature woman's aura. But she absolutely didn't look like someone born in the 80s. At most, she looked like a 95-born young woman. No way this was real. "You're joking, right? Li Jiyan's mom should be at least from the 80s generation. You look like you're from 95. That's impossible." Lu Xiaoyun still couldn't believe it and felt that Zhao Man was just messing with her. She was so young, how could she possibly be Li Jiyan's mother? Looking at Zhao Man in front of her, then at herself, she felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. She casually picked up a bottle of calcium milk beside her and took a sip. Although Lu Xiaoyun didn't believe it, Wu Yuexian had always known the truth very well. Wu Yuexian grabbed Lu Xiaoyun's hand, feeling that her foolish nature was about to show again. "Xiaoyun, show some respect. She really is. She is Li Jiyan's mother. I met her a few times back when they got married. Auntie, I didn't expect you to come to Wancheng." Wu Yuexian also understood that although Li Jiyan was divorced, Zhao Man coming here likely meant she wanted to mend things. She had a good impression of this woman, strong, elegant, and yet very pleasant in her actions and demeanor. Yuexian, long time no see. You've become more and more beautiful. You've completely grown up." As she looked at Wu Yuexian in front of her, Zhao Man felt that she was even prettier than Ji Mingting. She was about on par with herself and Jiting. Compared to before, she had really blossomed into a beauty. "Auntie, you've always been so beautiful. I remember when our families met, I thought you must be Mingting's older sister, but I never expected you to be her mother. Auntie, let's go out to eat." Zhao Man, however, didn't want to go out. She knew that Li Jiyan actually loved eating the food she cooked. "Since Auntie is here, let's eat at home. Isn't my son the one who loves my cooking the most? Tonight, Auntie will make dinner for you young ones. Is there any food left at home?" Wu Yuexian pulled Li Jiyan aside and said, "Then please wait a moment, we'll go buy some. There's a Yonghui supermarket just downstairs. Wait here, Xiaoyan and I will go buy it." At this moment, Wu Yuexian had too many things she wanted to ask Li Jiyan. Then, she hurriedly pulled Li Jiyan out the door, leaving Lu Xiaoyun sipping her calcium milk and chatting with Zhao Man, feeling inferior. Inside the elevator, after confirming that Zhao Man hadn't followed them out, Wu Yuexian asked, Guai, what's going on? Why is she here? Aren't you and Ji Mingting divorced? And if I remember correctly, didn't she actually look down on you? She thought your job wasn't good, your family wasn't good, and didn't want Ji Mingting to be with you. So why is she in Wancheng? She doesn't really have anything to do with you anymore, does she? Li Jiyan didn't know how to answer. Right now, they had no connection, but if he ended up with Ji Jiting in the future, then she would become his mother-in-law again. Something had changed, yet at the same time, nothing had changed at all. That's not entirely true. Just because we have no connection now doesn't mean we won't in the future. Besides, I still have a deep mother-son bond with her. You only saw how she disapproved of my job back then, but in reality, she treated me well. In many ways, she fulfilled her responsibilities as a mother. Something happened in her family this time, and she's feeling down, so I invited her over. Wu Yuexian also felt that there was still a chance Li Jiyan and Ji Mingting might remarry, so her being here actually made sense. Alright then. We really should treat her well. She is, after all, an excellent elder, elegant and dignified. Honestly, I have a good impression of her. It's just that I never liked Ji Mingting. The two of them kept walking. Wu Yuexian asked, Guai, what's your plan for marriage in the future? Are you going to find a new partner, or are you considering getting back with Ji Mingting? Li Jiyan didn't hide anything from her. Yeah, I really don't plan to remarry Ji Mingting. Now that I have money, I want to date more in the future. Even 2 or 3 girlfriends wouldn't be enough. Hearing this, Wu Yuexian felt a surge of irritation. I'll smack you, you brat. How can you be such a playboy, even wanting 2 or 3? But, then again, given our Guai's current status, you're so handsome, and there must be plenty of girls who like you. Expecting you to be faithful is probably impossible. Li Jiyan hadn't expected Wu Yuexian to be so understanding. This completely surprised him. Wu Yuexian, are you actually supporting me dating multiple women? This time, Li Jiyan obediently called her by her full name. Wu Yuexian nodded. Of course, Guai. The more you date, the better you prove yourself. Only then did Li Jiyan realize that Wu Yuexian was speaking from the standpoint of an older sister. In that case, it actually made sense.
Then, Wu Yuxian, you don't have a boyfriend, right? Why don't we give it a try?
Wu Yuxian suddenly stopped in her tracks, completely stunned.
After a while, she grabbed Li Ziyan's ear. Li Ziyan, you've got some nerve. You even dare to flirt with me now? Do you want me to smash your head in? If I tell your parents, you'll be in big trouble. Do you dare to say that again? Do you dare? Li Ziyan repeatedly begged for mercy.
This was the Wu Yuxian that instantly brought him back to childhood memories. Back when he was a mischievous kid, he often got beaten up by Wu Yuxian. She never used much force, but she had absolute control over him.
I was wrong. Let's talk about this later.
This matter needs careful consideration. Hearing him say this, Wu Yuxian finally let go and huffed.
But deep down, she couldn't shake off what Li Ziyan had just said. Did he really like her? If that were the case, why hadn't he ever said anything before, despite so many opportunities? They had been in the same class since elementary school. Saying it now was too late. She really couldn't adjust her mindset so suddenly. For so many years, Wu Yuxian had gotten used to their current dynamic. She had never once thought of Li Ziyan as a man she could be with. She still vividly remembered how heartbroken she was when Li Ziyan got married. After buying groceries, Wu Yuxian and Li Ziyan returned home, but her mind was still occupied by his words. As soon as they got back, Zhao Man greeted them. You're back. Shayan, Yuxian, have a seat. Auntie will cook for you. Today, I'll let you all taste my cooking.
Feeling the warmth of this homely atmosphere, Zhao Man felt like her heart was being healed.
Li Ziyan followed Zhao Man into the kitchen. Mom, let me help you cook. After Li Ziyan and Wu Yuxian returned, Lu Xiaoyun also let out a sigh of relief.
I'll go back to my room first, Auntie. After greeting them, Lu Xiaoyun grabbed a pack of AD calcium milk and ran back to her room. She really felt a bit inferior in front of Zhao Man.
Yeah, you should go back and enjoy the air conditioning too. The one here doesn't work very well. Wu Yuxian didn't refuse.
She and Zhao Man didn't have a mother-daughter bond,
so there wasn't much to talk about.
After Wu Yuxian left, only Li Ziyan and his mother remained in the living room.
Mom, in this heat, you're still cooking? It's too exhausting for you.
Zhao Man tied on an apron and began washing vegetables.
Actually, when I'm alone, I don't like to go through the trouble either. But don't you love eating my cooking? Since I'm finally here, of course, I have to make it for you. Otherwise, you won't get many chances to eat it in the future. Yuxian has never had my cooking before either, so this is a good opportunity for her to try it. Help me wash the celery. Li Ziyan turned on the kitchen fan.
Combined with the weak air conditioning from the living room, it wasn't too hot.
The weather is okay today. If you had cooked a few days ago, you would have been roasted. It's going to rain today. The wind has picked up, and the temperature has dropped quite a bit. Zhao Man skillfully sliced the meat with a knife.
I wonder if it's raining in Zhejiang right now.
Li Ziyan asked, Mom, are you still thinking about Zhejiang? Not really. I'm just worried that strong winds might break the glass.
Then, Zhao Man smiled softly. I always worry about unnecessary things.
I won't think about it anymore.
But Mom, that auntie's situation is quite interesting.
To be honest, I kind of admire her.
Zhao Man thought of Yang Xintao, being with a young boy like that. She always felt like Yang Xintao had jumped into a pit of fire.
Her future might be quite miserable. I still think she made a mistake.
After all, relationships with such a big age gap are very unstable. There are just too many real-life obstacles.
Li Ziyan didn't know what to say.
Mom, it depends on the person, I guess.
You can keep an eye on this situation. If anything happens, let me know. I'm quite curious about this gossip too. Zhao Man agreed. Alright, if anything happens, I'll tell you.
Watching Zhao Man continuously chopping vegetables, Li Ziyan reminded her, be careful not to cut yourself.
I know, don't worry, son. By the way, when are you planning to go back to Shanghai?
Zhao Man was thinking that once Li Ziyan returned to Shanghai, she would also go there.
It was obvious that Li Ziyan was no longer the ordinary young man with an average career. Getting him and Meng Ting back together shouldn't be a problem. Li Ziyan thought about the apartment. After buying a large flat, he would barely have any money left. He should go back tonight. He already had enough information about the futures market. If he could catch a slightly bigger trend, turning his assets into $1 billion wouldn't be a problem. With $1 billion, he would have a lot more confidence. I still have some things to do here, but I'll go back soon. Jiting's military training isn't long either, so I need to check on her situation too. Zhao Man didn't expect Li Ziyan and Ji Jiting to be so close. But speaking of it, it's kind of strange.
When you got engaged, that kid ran straight to her grandmother's house, refusing to see you. She also ran away during the new year, not wanting to see you. Looks like she felt like her sister was taken away and got mad at you. Maybe. Li Jian wasn't sure what Ji Jiting was thinking. That little glutton was quite mischievous. She was a bit hard to figure out. Talking about Ji Jiting, Li Jian subconsciously wanted to pinch her bun hairstyle. She really loved wearing her hair in a bun, just like how Zhou Mengmeng loved her thick twin ponytails. But buns weren't as easy to grab as twin ponytails. As mother and son chatted, dinner was soon ready. By the time they finished cooking, both of them were covered in sweat. The weather was just too hot. Zhao Manman called out, "Kids, dinner's ready." Soon, Wu Yuxian and Lu Xiaoyun came out of their rooms. Looking at Li Jian, who was serving dishes at the table, Lu Xiaoyun took a deep breath. She praised, "Wow, this smells amazing. Auntie, your cooking must be incredible. Let me try some." Li Jian handed Lu Xiaoyun a pair of chopsticks. "Don't worry, my mom's cooking is the best. The best food I've ever had was made by my mom." Hearing Li Jian's compliment, Zhao Manman felt really happy. Being recognized by a child she cared about was truly a joyful thing. After taking a bite, Lu Xiaoyun also gave a thumbs up. Wu Yuxian couldn't stop praising Zhao Manman's cooking skills either. "Auntie, your cooking is amazing." Lu Xiaoyun didn't care about her image and ate until she was completely full. After taking a shower, she went to bed. In her dreams, she started interrogating her little brother, demanding to know where he hid his money and why he hadn't bought her a McLaren yet. Wu Yuxian also took a shower and walked out. "Li Jian, let my mom sleep in your room tonight. You two squeeze together a bit, and I'll sleep on the sofa." Wu Yuxian didn't mind this arrangement. After showering, Zhao Manman changed into her pajamas and went into Wu Yuxian's room. Seeing two pillows on the bed, Zhao Manman asked, "Xiaoyan sleeps here?" The air conditioner outside is broken and doesn't cool well. You should have felt it yourself earlier. Xiaoyan and I grew up together, so I let him sleep here." Zhao Manman didn't think anything was wrong with that. Their relationship was indeed close. And Wu Yuxian must really care about Li Jian. Otherwise, with Li Jian's personality, he wouldn't have given Wu Yuxian a 2 million yuan G-class. Relationships are about mutual effort. It really is hot outside. Call Xiaoyan over. You sleep in the middle, and he can squeeze on your side. Wu Yuxian asked, "Won't that be too cramped? Will you be uncomfortable?" Zhao Manman smiled gently. "It's fine, just two kids. It's like a big shared bed. Letting Xiaoyan sleep outside in this heat would be too unfair to him." Wu Yuxian didn't want to make Li Jian suffer in the heat either. But she also knew when and where he should sleep. "Alright, I'll go call him over then." At this moment, Li Jian felt extremely hot. He was thinking that the matter of the house needed to be settled as soon as possible. This time, when he returned, he had to find a big opportunity in the futures market. The living conditions here were really not good. Before leaving, he had to take care of Wu Yuxian's accommodation issue. Not long after, Wu Yuxian opened the door and came over to Li Jian. Looking at her still slightly damp wavy hair, Li Jian asked, "What's up, Li Yuxian?" Wu Yuxian gently pinched Li Jian's face. "Guai guai, since there's an elder at home today, I won't mess with you. Come inside and sleep. It's too hot outside." Li Jian knew that Zhao Manman was serious about what she said. He didn't hesitate and went inside. On the right, Zhao Manman was still as elegant and noble as ever, so dignified. Then, he lay down on the far left, with Wu Yuxian in the middle. "Li Yuxian, share your pillow with me." "Share what? Don't you have your own pillow? I gave mine to Mom." Helpless, Wu Yuxian shared half of her pillow with Li Jian. He didn't hold back and lay down to sleep immediately. She knew that in the middle of the night, Li Jian would definitely squeeze over. He had always been a restless sleeper. With a clap of thunder, the long-awaited heavy rain finally poured down. Lightning illuminated the entire room. Looking at the two kids beside her, Zhao Manman didn't feel scared at all. As expected, having people around was always better. Using the system, he slowly drifted into sleep. Soon, Li Jian found himself back in the past. As usual, he went to an internet cafe and logged into QQ. He sent a message to Xiaoli, and within 3 minutes, Xiaoli arrived. He got a temporary internet card, bought 2 bottles of Coke, and sat down. Then, he handed his ID card to Li Jian. "Brotherly, the ID is done. From now on, when we travel or do anything, we can take faster transportation instead of taxis." Li Jian glanced at it and saw no issues. Then, he handed the ID card back to Xiaoli. "You keep it. Every time I come over, I'll still need you to handle things."
Xiaoli placed the ID face down on the table and logged into QQ as well. Brotherly, let's play an online game later. Li Jian didn't refuse and logged into a game with Xiaoli. Leave the account here first. Let's check the futures market. After we're done with that, we'll play. Then, he opened the browser and started researching recent trends. After a while, Li Jian noticed signs that a small war was about to break out. This made him certain that crude oil was about to have another significant surge. Found it? Li Jian pointed at crude oil. We'll use leverage to go long on crude oil next, but don't get greedy. This trend is big, so we'll invest 10 million with low leverage. Making $1 billion shouldn't be a problem. Hearing the word billion, Xiaoli got excited. He had already tasted the sweetness of the futures market before, but since Li Jian hadn't been around these past few days, he hadn't dared to trade futures or crypto alone. Now that Li Jian was here, he could go all in. Alright. Low leverage it is. Xiaoli didn't hesitate and went long on crude oil with low leverage. Let's play some games now. The trend depends on when that small war breaks out. Remember, once we reach $1 billion, we cash out. No greed. Xiaoli took it seriously and noted it down. Then, the two of them started gaming. Li Jian controlled his character and went outside the city to hunt monsters. Soon, he looted a pair of Sky Fury roller skates. These shoes are good, they double attack speed. But they're just shoulder accessories. Feels weird. With his new equipment, Li Jian continued farming in the wilderness. Not long after, he looted another new item, a headgear called the Thief's Aura. It was also an attack speed boosting item. As they played, time passed quickly. Over an hour later, Li Jian logged off. This time, let's continue building our network. Connections within our family and in Wancheng. Let's try to solidify as many as possible this time. It's not just about making money, we need connections everywhere. After realizing how valuable connections were, Li Jian put this matter at the top of his priorities. Alright, let's go now. They logged off, left the internet cafe, and saw a Mercedes-Benz E300 parked outside. You bought a car? Xiaoli opened the car door. Li Jian got in, and as the engine started, Xiaoli said, yeah, I wasn't sure if you needed money, so I only bought a Benz. Once we make money this time, I'm getting a sports car, but I haven't dared to tell my parents yet. I'll find the right time to let them know later. Li Jian looked at the towering buildings outside. Then, he asked, by the way, how's the demolition process going? Almost done. The money should arrive in the next few days. You should be getting yours soon too. Oh, and how long do you think the futures profit will take to hit the target? Li Jian thought for a moment and said, I estimate about a week. If things go slow, 10 days at most. The key is to stop once we hit the target. As they chatted, they continued expanding their network in both Chaowu and Wancheng using the same strategy. After finishing everything, Li Jian felt he was about to leave. Alright, I'm leaving soon. Just then, a news notification popped up on Xiaoli's phone. It was an article about the impending war. The trend is here. He pulled out his phone and checked the market. In such a short time, we've already made over 5 million. This time, we can really reach $1 billion. Li Jian felt relieved. Alright, you keep an eye on it. Cash out when we hit the target. After saying that, Li Jian disappeared. When Li Jian woke up, the sky outside was already clear. The room was empty, he was the only one left. Wu Yuexian went to work. Li Jian sat up. Then, he called Su Jinnan. He planned to tell Zhao Manman about Ji Yunhai. But without solid evidence, he couldn't just speak carelessly. That photo was convincing. But it wasn't concrete proof. He needed to get real, definitive evidence before he could tell her. And now, what he had to do was gather the complete evidence first. Only then could he tell her. Soon, the call connected. Hello, Mr. Li. Help me investigate someone, Ji Yunhai. Su Jinnan didn't dare to refuse in the slightest. This Ji Yunhai, is he from Qiantang? Li Jian thought for a moment and said, yes, he's a businessman. But he's also active in Yuhang. Hearing that he was a businessman, Su Jinnan felt it wasn't a big deal. Don't worry, I'll have his information for you very soon. Li Jian continued, his lifestyle isn't very decent. Find me solid evidence of his misconduct. I need it. Su Jinnan paused for a moment and said, if it's just information, I can get back to you within an hour. But for solid evidence, we'll need professionals to handle it. Gathering proof might take a little time. Li Jian wasn't in a rush for such a small amount of time. Alright, just handle it. Once you have concrete evidence, give me a call. After ending the call, Li Jian looked at the new contacts added to his phone. He knew that his efforts in networking in Wancheng had been a great success. Next will be Lujiazui. As the CBD of Shanghai, the most prosperous area, Lujiazui was definitely somewhere he had to go. Building connections was crucial. He opened the door and stepped outside. Li Jian saw Zhao Manman's slightly flushed face. "Mom, didn't you sleep well last night?" Zhao Manman glanced at Li Jian. "I slept well. It felt very safe. Come, let's eat. I've been waiting for you." Li Jian sat down and began eating the breakfast Zhao Manman had made. "Mom, how are things with Uncle Ji recently?" Li Jian felt that he should start preparing Zhao Manman more. Even though she was a woman who had been through a lot, he knew very well how much this matter could hurt her. At the mention of Ji Yunhai, Zhao Manman's expression turned slightly unpleasant. She couldn't help but recall how she had once asked Ji Yunhai to take her to the high-speed rail station. Yet, even for such a simple request, Ji Yunhai had been unwilling to do it for her. Instead, it was her son who had traveled a long way just to pick her up. The difference between them was self-evident. It was still Li Jian who cared about her, who was good to her. "I always felt something was off with him. He comes home less and less. But since I'm out now, I don't want to think about him anymore. I'll just act like he never existed." Li Jian ate his breakfast and hinted, "Mom, I don't think you should just pretend he doesn't exist. I've always thought he's not a good person. He seems refined on the surface. But who knows what he's doing behind the scenes." Hearing this, Zhao Manman frowned. No matter how bad Ji Yunhai was, he was still an elder. Speaking about him like this didn't seem appropriate. However, that bit of displeasure quickly disappeared completely. This child was just being blunt. He truly cared for her. "Shayan, why do you think that?" She poured a glass of milk and pushed it in front of Li Jian. "My intuition is very accurate. I don't think Uncle Ji is a good man. You need to be prepared." Looking at Li Jian's serious expression, Zhao Manman could tell something was wrong. "Shayan, do you know something?" "Mom, I do know something, but it's not confirmed yet. Once I have concrete proof, I'll tell you everything. That day will come very soon." Hearing this, Zhao Manman nodded. "All right, then this will be our little secret. When you get solid evidence, tell me." A sense of unease crept into Zhao Manman's heart, but since things weren't fully revealed yet, she couldn't be sure. However, she already had a rough suspicion. Ji Yunhai had likely done something to betray her. Otherwise, Shayan wouldn't speak about him like this in front of her. "Mom, let me take you out for some fun later. The weather's nice these days, let's enjoy ourselves." Zhao Manman was looking forward to spending relaxing time with her son. Being here was much happier than being at home. For the next few days, Li Jian stayed by Zhao Manman's side, accompanying her everywhere. As a filial son, he didn't find it troublesome at all, and the bond between mother and son grew even stronger. The more time Zhao Manman spent with Li Jian, the more she realized how mysterious her son was. For example, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Given his background, how exactly had he managed to make so much money in such a short time? Even Zhao Manman couldn't help but feel curious. In the afternoon, Li Jian received a call from Lu Yeping. "Hello, Yeping. Mr. Li, your company's business is now fully up and running. I've picked out some profitable projects for you. With my father's connections, you're bound to make a fortune. All of these businesses are absolutely safe." Li Jian sighed. Lu Yeping really knew how to get things done. He was a very capable subordinate. "All right, I'll leave things at the company to you for now. If anything comes up, have the executives call me." Lu Yeping spoke mysteriously. "Actually, there is something. I received a lot of applications for your secretary position. I'll send them to your WeChat later. You can pick whoever you like." Li Jian didn't refuse. After all, he was just an ordinary man, and ordinary men liked beautiful women. The reason he wasn't interested in most women was that their looks and figures didn't match up to Ji Zhiding or Wu Yuxian. Not even close. So, he simply wasn't interested. "This afternoon, after Wu Yuxian gets off work, take her to see the large apartment at Emerald Lake. It's not too far from here. Once I buy the place, I can return to Shanghai. Zhiding's military training is almost over. I need to check if she got tanned. But knowing that girl, she probably did a great job with sunscreen." As he was thinking about this, he received a text message from the bank. 2 million had been deposited into his account. Looks like the demolition compensation arrived. The crude oil profits haven't come in yet. Otherwise, it'd be a full billion. Now, Li Jian had over 20 million in his account. Not bad. Just waiting on the future's profits now. Outside the door, Zhao Manman had just finished washing some fruit and brought over a plate of freshly cleaned grapes. "Son, open your mouth. Have some grapes." Li Jian caught a grape with his mouth,
and the sweet taste made the summer heat fade a little.
Just now, I heard you say that you started a company? Li Ziyan didn't deny it.
His Jia investment company was the perfect cover for him. In the future, he would establish Jia investment in the most prosperous part of Lujiazui.
Looks like your company must have earned at least 5 million. Otherwise, you wouldn't have bought Wu Yuxian a G-class. Right now, your account should have more than 2 million.
Meng Ting is a bit foolish.
She never realized that my son is actually very talented. Li Ziyan picked up another grape.
Mom, I do have some money, but not as little as you think.
Li Ziyan didn't hide the fact that he had money.
Right now, he had over 20 million in cash, which was clearly quite different from the 2 million Zhao Man had guessed.
It was definitely a lot more.
Zhao Man also understood that personal finances were private matters that shouldn't be casually discussed.
Even between a mother and son. Looks like I was thinking too conservatively. My son is even more capable than my husband.
When your Uncle G was your age, he wasn't nearly as accomplished as you.
Our family's rise relied on the economic boom of the era,
but you made it with your own abilities.
Eat more fruit. Even though she was curious, she didn't ask any further. She estimated that Li Ziyan had at least 5 million in cash left.
Being able to accumulate such wealth in such a short time, especially in a declining economy, proved that he was truly a genius.
Honestly, Xiaoyan, Mom really admires you.
So many people are losing everything in business these days, yet you've made it this far.
That's really impressive. Li Ziyan ate some fruit while chatting with Zhao Man.
I was just a little lucky. To Zhao Man, he was just being humble. She was finding it harder and harder to see through her son. Mom, after my sister gets off work today, I want to buy her an apartment in Wancheng. Hearing this, Zhao Man became even more certain that her previous guess had been too low. In Wancheng, the average housing price was around 20,000 to 30,000 per square meter.
Since Li Ziyan had already gifted Wu Yuxian a G-class,
the apartment he planned to buy would be at least 100 square meters in size, likely in a high-end residential area.
That would cost at least several million.
Maybe, just maybe, he actually had around 7 to 8 million in his hands.
How exactly did he make over 10 million in such a short time? You're really good to Yuxian. Li Ziyan added, Mom, didn't I tell you? Whatever I give to Wu Yuxian, I can give you as well.
Hearing this, Zhao Man felt truly happy. Her days in Wancheng had been truly enjoyable.
In the afternoon,
Li Ziyan reached out to his contacts in Wancheng.
He also found 2 local subordinates.
When he mentioned that he wanted to buy an apartment, one of them immediately took charge of the matter.
After that, Li Ziyan opened his WeChat and checked the messages from Lu Yeping.
There were numerous secretary applications. Many were small-time influencers, while others were top graduates from prestigious universities.
This Lu Yeping really knows how to handle things.
But most of these women use heavy beauty filters. Having met many women, Li Ziyan had developed the ability to see past filters and makeup to discern their true appearance. After scrolling for a while, he found it boring. However, he soon spotted a familiar name.
Audi girl, Hu Monk.
Her long, black silk-clad legs were quite impressive, leaving a lasting impression on him.
He then sent a message to Lu Yeping. Hire Hu Monk as my secretary. Shortly after, Lu Yeping replied with an OK emoji. Before long, Hu Monk sent a message.
Hu Monk, Mr. Li, I never expected you to actually choose me as your secretary.
Li Ziyan, do your job well. Hu Monk, I understand. I'll work hard.
At this moment, Hu Monk let out a deep sigh of relief. While she had top-tier looks and a great figure,
there were too many beautiful women around Li Ziyan.
If she didn't have a chance to interact with him, she couldn't just keep tracking him through his social media posts. Now that she was his secretary, things were different.
After casually chatting with Hu Monk, Li Ziyan received a message from Su Xianxian,
who was asking about the 12 million that had just been deposited into his account.
Before long, Wu Yuxian returned.
Li Ziyan put on his slippers and walked outside. Meanwhile, Zhao Man, who had just come out of the bathroom, had already applied a delicate touch of light makeup.
Wu Yuxian, don't change shoes. Let's go out for dinner tonight. After that, I'll take you somewhere fun. Oh, and remember to bring your ID. Hearing that Li Ziyan wanted to take her out, Wu Yuxian, despite feeling a little hot, was looking forward to it. But bringing an ID, could it be that? This brat, he's crazy. Alright, let's go. Lu Xiaoyun, watching from the side, was envious.
Other people's younger brothers were just built differently.
Not only did Li Ziyan give Wu Yuxian a G-class, but he always put her first, always thinking of her.
Compared to that, her own brother deserved to be thrown in the trash.
At the restaurant, Li Ziyan ordered a simple dinner. Wu Yuxian curiously asked, "Where are we going?" "The weather is still pretty hot," Li Jiyan replied mysteriously. "You'll find out after dinner." Wu Yuxian's curiosity was piqued. She really wanted to know what kind of surprise he had planned. When Li Jiyan drove the G-Class to an area near Emerald Lake, Wu Yuxian finally spoke. "So this is the place? The scenery is quite nice. Let's take a walk here tonight." As long as she was with Li Jiyan, she felt happy. It didn't matter what they did or where they went.
Not far away, a real estate agent in a business suit who had been waiting for a long time ran over.
"Are you Mr. Li? I've been waiting for you here for a while. I'm Xiaoho, the Rose Garden sales agent from WeChat."
At this moment, Wu Yuxian was a bit confused.
"Weren't they just out for fun today?" "Yes, that's me. Take us to see the apartment."
Seeing Li Jiyan's G-Class, the agent immediately knew that he was someone who could afford luxury housing in Wancheng.
"Please follow me. I guarantee you'll love this Lakeview penthouse." Lu Xiaoyun couldn't stay calm. A Lakeview penthouse. Was Li Jiyan really going to buy it? Just how much money did he have? Hearing the words Lakeview penthouse, Zhao Manman suddenly realized she had been underestimating Li Jiyan again.
Nowadays, any property associated with a lakeview was bound to be expensive, and this area had some of the best properties in Wancheng, meaning the price had to be sky-high. Even though Wancheng's real estate prices weren't on the same level as Shanghai's, a property like this would still cost at least 10 million.
Just how much money did Li Jiyan have? Zhao Manman couldn't help but wonder, had Li Jiyan done something illegal?
The speed at which he was making money was like a printing machine. Even Ji Yunhai's business couldn't possibly generate such high profits.
As for Ji Mingting's new concept beauty company, compared to Li Jiyan's company, it was like a child's play. Zhao Manman couldn't calm her thoughts for a long time.
It was only when they reached the 12th floor of the penthouse that she barely managed to collect herself. Maybe they were just looking, he wouldn't necessarily buy it.
"Mr. Li, as you can see, each floor here has only one unit. This ensures complete privacy.
And our community's security is top-notch, ensuring the safety of every resident."
Li Jiyan agreed.
Security cameras were everywhere, and the guards actually looked competent.
Upon entering, this is the foyer. There's a small garden here. To the right, you can place your shoes and other items.
Wu Yuxian looked at the foyer, which was dozens of square meters large, and thought about her rented apartment.
Her entire living room was about this size. This place was just too luxurious. What was Li Jiyan planning by bringing her here today? After passing through the foyer, the second entrance leads to the living room. To the left is a 10-meter-long balcony.
From here, you get a clear view of the lake. You can sit here with friends, drinking tea and chatting. This place is equipped with the latest humidity control and cooling systems.
Even in this weather, it won't feel hot. Come and experience it yourself. Li Jiyan and the others walked toward the balcony.
Then, they sat on the pre-arranged sofas.
Lu Xiaoyun slumped down without any restraint.
"This is so comfortable. If I could have a place like this, I'd laugh myself awake from a dream."
Wu Yuxian also felt like life here was something out of a dream, completely detached from reality.
Zhao Manman, on the other hand, was used to it. Her family's house was worth much more than this penthouse.
Still, she wanted to know, was Li Jiyan really planning to buy this place? The agent sat and discussed the apartment with Li Jiyan. After a while, he led them to see the rest of the house. All the appliances and renovations here come with the unit. You can move in immediately with just your bags.
This is the fully furnished walk-in closet. Wu Yuxian stared at the walk-in closet, which was even larger than the master bedroom in her home. She was speechless. How many clothes would it take to fill up such a massive wardrobe? Zhao Manman thought about her own bedroom. The walk-in closet at home was used by her two daughters. All her clothes were stored in her bedroom. This is the master bedroom, which is 77 square meters.
It was the first time Li Jiyan had seen such a large master bedroom in real life.
The place he lived in Shanghai wasn't nearly this big.
This is the study.
And this room is the secondary bedroom. If you have kids or guests, they can stay here.
The west side has a maid's room. The agent kept enthusiastically introducing the apartment, hoping that Li Jiyan would buy it. Finally, he revealed the price. You probably already know the market price for this unit,
but given your status, I can offer you the lowest price, 10 million.
Li Jiyan looked at the penthouse. Getting it for 10 million was definitely a good deal. The Wancheng subordinates handled things efficiently.
This place is truly beautiful. Wu Yuxian's eyes were filled with longing, but she knew this kind of life had nothing to do with her.
After they finished touring the apartment, Wu Yuxian pulled Li Jiyan's hand and said, Guai, let's go home. Today was fun. Let's just treat this place as a beautiful dream. Li Jian gazed at the distant night view. Actually, there's no need to treat it as a dream. I'm buying this place for you. I'm heading back to Shanghai, and I need to make sure your food, clothing, and housing are taken care of before I can leave with peace of mind. Lu Xiaoyun was already at the peak of envy. Giving a G-class wasn't enough. Now he was gifting a 10 million yuan penthouse? Alright, go get the contract. We'll sign it now and complete the paperwork tomorrow. Hearing this, the agent was overjoyed. Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go get the contract right away. As the agent ran off, Wu Yuxian anxiously grabbed Li Jian's hand. Guai, you're not joking, right? 10 million. Where would we get that kind of money? Besides, even if we bought this place, we wouldn't be able to use all the space. Li Jian gently touched Wu Yuxian's face. Don't worry, Li Yuxian. If I say I'm buying it, that means I can afford it. This is the capital of our home province. We'll definitely come back often. Having a place here will make visiting Wancheng much more convenient.
Looking at Li Jian, who so casually declared he was buying a 10 million yuan luxury home, Wu Yuxian found it hard to connect him to the boy she used to boss around. Meanwhile, Zhao Manman, who had been observing everything, found herself increasingly unsettled by Li Jian's capabilities. His network was terrifying, not just in Zhejiang, but in Wancheng as well. If he didn't have connections, there was no way he could get this penthouse for 10 million. For a young man with no prominent background to reach this level, it was truly frightening. And now, he must have at least 20 million in cash to afford such a real estate purchase. Zhao Manman's gaze toward Li Jian had changed. Soon, the contract arrived. Mr. Li, today we just need to sign the contract. Tomorrow, we'll finalize the paperwork and payment. We work fast, your property deed will be ready by tomorrow. Li Jian looked at Wu Yuxian, who was still in a daze. He stretched out his hand. Li Yuxian, pass me your bag. Wu Yuxian didn't know what he was doing, but she handed him her bag. After searching for a moment, Li Jian quickly pulled out her ID card. Use this ID to sign the contract. Even the agent was stunned. Was he planning to keep her? But wasn't the price a bit too high? Usually, even a goddess-level woman would be satisfied with a monthly allowance of a few tens of thousands. This Mr. Li was really going all out. You're giving this 10 million yuan luxury home entirely to Miss Wu Yuxian? Of course. Wu Yuxian's mind went completely blank. He was giving her a 10 million yuan penthouse? Looking at Li Jian in front of her, she couldn't stop her eyes from welling up with tears. Wu Yuxian had never imagined that the Li Jian who used to show her no mercy as a child would now treat her so well. She still hadn't fully processed the fact that he had given her a G-Class Mercedes. Every time she saw that car in the garage, it still felt like a dream. A car worth over 2 million, and Li Jian had just given it to her. And now, he was about to give her a luxury penthouse worth tens of millions. Dummy, no way, this gift is way too expensive. I can't accept it. Li Jian looked at Wu Yuxian seriously. He asked, Li Yuxian, will you ever leave me? Wu Yuxian didn't understand why he was asking this. I won't. Then that's all that matters. I trust that you'll always be by my side. If one day I really need this apartment, you'll definitely give it back to me. So giving you this place is just like storing some assets with you. What's yours is mine, isn't it? Hearing this, Wu Yuxian was deeply moved. Alright, let's sign the contract. The sales agent eagerly completed the paperwork. His commission on this deal would be quite substantial. After signing the contract, he politely said, Mr. Li, you can move in right away. Every bedroom has brand new bedding. If you need anything else, just let me know. Our property management team is always ready to assist you. Then, he left the apartment. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Wu Yuxian with pure envy. Yuxian, Li Jian treats you so well. I'm seriously jealous. He really bought it. Can I take advantage of this and stay here for a night? She was mindful of boundaries. She knew this was a gift from Li Jian to Wu Yuxian. Being able to stay here occasionally was already a privilege. In the future, whenever Li Jian returned to Wancheng, this would be their home. Li Jian nodded. Stay here tonight. Pick a guest room. Lu Xiaoyan cheered and ran off to find a room, planning to take a shower and enjoy the night view. Compared to her rented apartment, the scenery here was on a completely different level. Living here, this was the real dream life. Well, I'm going to rest too. Xiaoyan, Yuxian, you should go to bed early as well. Zhao Manman's beautiful eyes held a complicated expression. It was unclear what she was thinking. Wearing her Valentino heels, she headed toward one of the guest rooms. After everyone had gone to their rooms and closed their doors, the living room became completely quiet. Li Yuxian, come on, let's go to the master bedroom.
This will be your room in Wancheng from now on. Saying that, Li Jian pulled the still-dazed Wu Yuxian toward the master bedroom.
Upon entering the incredibly spacious bedroom, Wu Yuxian felt like she was in a dream.
A luxury penthouse, a G-class, were these things really hers?
Yeah, look how big this bed is. Even if we wrestled on it, we wouldn't fall off. Wu Yuxian pinched him.
What nonsense are you talking about?
Be careful, or my flying fists will smash your head. Even though she said that, her heart felt warm.
The two of them walked onto the bedroom's balcony,
where the beautiful lake view was still visible.
Jia, sit for a bit.
They sat on the sofa, and Li Jian gently took Wu Yuxian's hand.
Guai, to be honest, I really never expected this. That you'd be willing to accept something like this.
Money is so important in today's world. Li Jian tightened his grip on her hand.
Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something he probably shouldn't have seen.
Wu Yuxian was truly incredible.
You gave me a Mercedes C-Class too, didn't you? I know that was all you had.
Beside him, Wu Yuxian's tears started to fall.
Seeing her cry, Li Jian gently pulled her into his embrace. There. Why are you crying? Isn't this just the beginning of a good life? Jia, why don't you come to Shanghai with me? I'm not short on money anymore. I have my own company now. You could even work for me.
Wu Yuxian shook her head.
Guai, I know you're amazing. My Guai is a genius. But no one can predict the future. So many successful business people have lost everything overnight. I need to stay here and look after this property for you. If anything ever happens, at least you'll have a fallback.
Li Jian still really wanted her to come to Shanghai with him.
That way, he could spend more time with her. Just come with me. I really miss you. When I was younger, I didn't understand much. But now that I'm older, I realize you're the one who's always been the best to me. I'll miss you a lot.
Hearing this, Wu Yuxian felt a lump in her throat.
Li Jian was so direct about his feelings for her. Then, Guai, let me think about it. Ask me again in a few months. Then, she cupped Li Jian's face. Guai.
Blushing slightly, Wu Yuxian called out softly. Then, she kissed him on the cheek. This wasn't the first time she had kissed him. When they were kids, she had kissed his face countless times. But now, Li Jian felt completely different. He gently hugged Wu Yuxian. Compared to Ji Jiding, Wu Yuxian was much better. She was on par with Su Xianxian, though she wasn't as curvy. Of course, compared to, well, there was still some difference. As he held her, Li Jian placed a hand on the back of Wu Yuxian's head and kissed her. It wasn't until she clearly felt Li Jian's lips on hers that Wu Yuxian fully realized what was happening. His change was undeniable.
Li Jian's hands were restless, until she suddenly felt pain. Only then did Li Jian realize he had gone too far. Pushing him away,
Wu Yuxian pinched his arm hard.
Ow.
When they were kids, Wu Yuxian had always dominated Li Jian.
She was quite experienced in hitting him.
And now, pinching his arm made him cry out in pain. Seeing this, she quickly let go.
You idiot, get lost. Are you trying to get yourself killed, Li Jian?
Wu Yuxian was furious. She had never imagined that one day, Li Jian would actually dare to kiss her.
And not just that. She suddenly felt hot all over.
Li Jian lifted his shirt. Looking down, he saw a huge bruise on his waist.
Wu Yuxian's grip was seriously strong. Sorry, I lost control for a moment. Seeing the bruise on his waist, Wu Yuxian's anger vanished instantly.
Her eyes filled with concern, and she started tearing up again.
Feeling guilty, she gently rubbed the bruise. Guai, I'm sorry. I hit you too hard.
I'll go get some medicinal alcohol.
Li Jian held onto Wu Yuxian. It's okay. It's just a bruise. It'll heal soon, don't worry. Wu Yuxian kept applying medicine to his injury, feeling deeply distressed.
She had hit Li Jian many times in the past, but she had never used much force.
This time, she really seemed to have gone too far. You idiot, why did you kiss me? We grew up together, Guai. You can't do that again. Otherwise, I'll really ignore you. Did you hear me, Guai? Looking at Wu Yuxian's serious yet worried expression, Li Jian realized things weren't as simple as he had imagined.
In her heart, she had never seen him as a man. If he pushed further, she would really cut ties with him.
But Li Jian didn't agree to her demand. He still had to take things slowly and find the right opportunity. Actually, I think we could be together. I never thought about it before. But now I'm divorced, and after all these years, you've never had a boyfriend. You're not even on my family's household register, you're Wu, and I'm Li. There's actually nothing stopping us from being together."
Hearing this, Wu Yuxian almost wanted to pinch him again.
But seeing the bruises on his waist, she held back. "How is that even possible? Do you realize how much pressure we'd face if we really got together? Your dad is such a strict man, he'd probably cut ties with you. And why, I've always seen you as my little brother. What you're saying, I just can't accept it. In this life, we were meant to be siblings." Saying this, Wu Yuxian gently patted Li Ziyan's head. At that moment, Li Ziyan's expression dimmed. He truly had feelings for her, but he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Sensing his disappointment, Wu Yuxian's heart ached too. But this was wrong, and it needed to stop. She had to be firm to prevent things from going in the wrong direction. Guai, come here. Let your sister hug you." She stroked his head and let him rest against her chest. Li Ziyan slowly felt sleepy, and eventually, he drifted off in her embrace. The next day, the real estate agent finalized the property deed. Wu Yuxian now officially owned a luxury penthouse in Wancheng. Together, she and Li Ziyan dropped Lu Xiaoyun off at her rental apartment. Having a whole place to herself, Lu Xiaoyun was overjoyed. Then, the two of them packed up Wu Yuxian's and Zhao Manman's belongings and loaded them into the car. The Mercedes C-Class and G-Class drove back to Rose Garden together. For the next few days, Li Ziyan spent his time taking Zhao Manman out to relax. And he also kept a proper distance from Wu Yuxian. There were no more attempts to push boundaries. This sudden change made Wu Yuxian feel strangely disappointed. But she also felt that it was for the best, at least things weren't heading in the wrong direction anymore. In the evening, Li Ziyan decided to return to Shanghai. "Jia, I'm heading back."
Hearing this, Wu Yuxian felt a deep reluctance in her heart.
"You're leaving already?"
These past few days had been the happiest of her life. Li Ziyan had changed so much. And every day after work, he had spent time with her.
"Yeah, I have to go back. There's still a lot to do over there."
Jia Investment Company had business to take care of, and he also needed to look for more financial opportunities.
"Did you buy your ticket yet?"
Li Ziyan looked at the lake outside.
"Not yet.
I'll just buy it at the station, there are plenty of trains anyway."
Zhao Manman spoke up. "I'm heading back to Zhejiang too. I can't leave my business unattended for too long." Although Wu Yuxian didn't want them to leave, she knew she couldn't keep Li Ziyan with her forever.
"I'll take you both to the station then." The G-Class stopped at the high-speed rail station.
Zhao Manman got out and went to the trunk to retrieve her suitcase.
Meanwhile, Li Ziyan walked over to Wu Yuxian and hugged her.
Feeling his embrace, Wu Yuxian's face turned red. This brat. But it was just a goodbye hug, she shouldn't overthink it. All right, Guai, go on now.
Take care of yourself in Shanghai.
And keep me updated on everything, understood? Li Ziyan gently kissed her on the cheek. "I know, Jia. But think carefully about what I said. I don't feel at ease leaving you alone in Wancheng. I want to see you more often." Wu Yuxian patted his back. "Okay, Guai. Don't overthink things. I'll seriously consider it. If I ever feel unhappy with work here, I'll definitely come find you."
Saying that, she quickly kissed his cheek. Then she hurried off, afraid that history would repeat itself.
That night,
if she hadn't stayed calm, she didn't even dare imagine what might have happened.
"All right, Jia, take care." Wu Yuxian pinched his cheek before getting in the car and driving away. She didn't dare stay any longer. If she lingered, she feared she wouldn't be able to let him go. After she left, Li Ziyan took Zhao Manman's suitcase from her hands. "Mom, did you buy your ticket?" "Not yet." Zhao Manman had a nagging feeling that something was off about Li Ziyan and Wu Yuxian's relationship.
If there was really something going on between them, then the idea of Meng Ting and Jian getting back together would be impossible.
"Give me your ID. I'll buy 2 tickets.
Zhao Manman took out her ID and handed it to him. "Mom, I'll go back with you."
Zhao Manman smiled gently, still as elegant and dignified as ever. "Shayan, you're heading to Shanghai. I'm going to Zhejiang." "That's not the same direction." But Li Jian replied, "For you, anywhere is on the way. You're so beautiful. If you run into trouble on the road, it'd be too worrying. I have to make sure you get home safely before I can relax." On the app, he booked 2 tickets to Zhejiang.
"This is too much trouble, Xiaoyan. You could just go straight to Shanghai."
Li Ziyan gently held her hand. "Mom, let me take you home. Otherwise, I'll just keep worrying about you."
Zhao Manman's heart felt warm. She was deeply touched.
Li Ziyan truly cared about her. Every time Li Ziyan showed his filial piety to her,
It would sting Zhao Manman's heart. She would never forget the look of reluctance on Ji Yunhai's face when she had asked him to take her to the high-speed rail station.
Well then, Xiaoyan, let's go together. Zhao Manman gently patted Li Jiyan's head,
her gesture resembling that of a mother doting on a child.
Let's go, Mom. The train will be leaving soon. Zhao Manman took Li Jiyan's arm,
stepping forward in her Valentino heels as they walked into the high-speed rail station together.
Shanghai.
Ji Mengting went to the school to see Ji Zhiting, who had just finished her military training. But when she called Ji Zhiting, she was told to meet at a milk tea shop outside the school gate. When Ji Zhiting, with her signature bun hairstyle, appeared on the commercial street outside the school, Ji Mengting carefully examined her skin.
You did a good job with sun protection. You didn't get tanned.
With your fair skin, if you got dark, it'd be harder to find a boyfriend in the future.
Hearing this, Ji Zhiting didn't take it seriously.
Yeah, I look so good, and my legs are so long.
Even if I were tanned, someone would still like me.
As she spoke, Ji Zhiting thought of Li Jiyan's handsome face. Now that military training was over, he should be back from Wancheng soon. She really missed him after all this time.
Ji Mengting looked at Ji Zhiting's long, slender legs. At 173 centimeters tall, she truly had an enviable figure.
She couldn't even refute her sister's words. She herself had inherited more than 80% of their mother's looks and figure. But her younger sister had inherited at least 99%. Especially those legs. She had never seen such beautiful ones before.
How do you like Shanghai? Are you adjusting well to school?
Ji Zhiting smiled happily. Of course. I have my brother taking great care of me.
Ji Mengting didn't believe that Li Jiyan was really being good to Ji Zhiting. Oh, come on. He and I have already separated.
The fact that he doesn't hold a grudge is already lucky. Why would he treat you well?
Ji Zhiting pointed at the milk tea shop behind her. See that, Jie?
My brother gave me this shop. Ji Mengting turned her head and saw the large storefront. Jealousy immediately surged through her heart.
Li Jiyan is crazy. Do you know how much that must have cost? Did he sell his house or something? As his ex-wife, Ji Mengting knew Li Jiyan's financial situation very well. My brother's not crazy, he's just incredible. Seeing the admiration in Ji Zhiting's eyes, Ji Mengting felt even more bitter.
After all, she and Li Jiyan had been together for so many years.
Where did he get the money to give you a whole milk tea shop? That's none of your concern, Jia.
Just know that my brother is amazing, he's no worse than you.
Come on, I'll buy you some milk tea.
Ji Zhiting cheerfully pulled Ji Mengting toward the shop.
Ji Mengting didn't know why,
but she suddenly felt Li Jiyan might not be as simple as she had thought. Maybe he wasn't as unaccomplished as she had assumed. Or perhaps,
did their mother give him the money? Knowing their mom's personality, that wasn't entirely impossible.
There weren't many tickets sold for business class, so the train car was relatively quiet. The two of them took their seats, and the high-speed train quickly departed for Zhejiang. As she watched the scenery flash past the window, Zhao Manman felt at ease. This time, she wasn't returning alone. Li Ziyan was with her.
Xiaoyan, I'm really happy that you're accompanying me back to Zhejiang. I regret not giving you enough attention in the past. Thinking about it now, I feel guilty. It's okay, Mom. You've already done a great job. Otherwise, I wouldn't care so much about you.
Zhao Manman stroked his head, just like a mother would with her child.
Mom can see it now, you're a good kid. You always return kindness to those who treat you well. I can see it in the way you treat Wu Yuxian. Li Jiyan glanced at her. Mom, are you jealous because I treat Wu Yuxian so well? You're even jealous of the younger generation?
Hearing this, Zhao Manman's face looked slightly unnatural for a moment, but she quickly regained her usual noble and dignified demeanor.
You brat! What nonsense are you saying? But Mom understands, Wu Yuxian is very important to you. No matter how much you have to give up for her, you wouldn't hesitate. Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Manman's profile and said, I've already told you, I feel the same way about you. Time will prove it.
Seeing how serious he looked, Zhao Manman felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. It felt like he was speaking from the bottom of his heart, as if he truly regarded her as his mother.
All right, my son. Mom understands. From now on, I'll treat you especially well.
She gently stroked his head, feeling completely content.
Before long, the train arrived in Zhejiang.
As they stepped out of the station, Zhao Manman pointed toward the parking lot.
Xiaoyan, just take me to the parking lot over there. My car is parked there. Once I get in, I'll be safe.
Li Jiyan pulled her suitcase and walked with her toward the parking lot.
Mom, how was your time in Wancheng? They chatted as they walked. It was great, relaxing. It felt like all my worries in Zhejiang disappeared. But who knows when I'll get another chance to take a break like that. Zhao Man sighed softly. Actually, you don't have to wait for a long time. How about during National Day? Let's go on a trip with Xiaoting. We can visit the ancient gardens in Suzhou. What do you think? It's only a short time away. You'll see me again very soon. Zhao Man looked at him. She wasn't used to this kind of fast-paced lifestyle. She had just gone on a trip, and now she was being invited on another one right away. So soon? Isn't that a bit much? It's fine, Mom. We should see each other more often anyway. Besides, you haven't seen Xiaoting in a while. You must miss her. Thinking about her dull and somewhat stifling life back home, Zhao Man nodded. All right. Let's do that. If I can, I'll join you on the trip. At the parking lot, Li Jiyan helped load her suitcase into the trunk. Mom, I'm leaving now. Zhao Man looked at him, feeling reluctant to part. You're leaving just like that? Li Jiyan didn't quite understand, but after a moment of thought, he walked toward her. Li Jiyan stepped forward and gently hugged Zhao Man. Mom, I'm leaving. If anything comes up, just message me on WeChat. I'll always be here. Then, he turned around and walked away. Warmth filled Zhao Man's heart. Her son truly cared about her. Without any complaints, he had personally brought her from Wancheng to Zhejiang. As she watched his back disappear, she felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. He was such a good son. The bond between them was growing closer and closer. Glancing at her nails, she noticed they had grown quite long. It seemed she had been neglecting personal care while in Wancheng. Time to go home and trim them. The heat was unbearable, making it uncomfortable to stay outside. Eager to leave, Zhao Man started her car. After returning to Shanghai, Li Jiyan had Lao Sun pick him up. Once in his study, he checked his bank account and saw a deposit of 120 million yuan. 120 million. Looks like Shaoli cashed out. The profits this time are really impressive. 120 million. Finally, I've joined the small goal club. At that moment, his bank account held 130 million yuan in cash. So many zeros. So, this is what having a small goal feels like. Staring at the long string of zeros, for the first time, Li Jiyan understood what it felt like to be truly wealthy. Even if he stopped working completely, just living off the interest alone would allow him to live a luxurious life. But 130 million in Shanghai can only buy an average apartment. A penthouse in Lujiazui or a top-tier villa is still out of reach. Li Jiyan planned to continue tracking the futures market, aiming to increase his wealth by another digit as soon as possible. Before long, someone entered the house. A sweet voice followed. Brother, I'm back. Military training is over, and classes don't start until tomorrow afternoon. Hearing Ji Jiting's cheerful voice, Li Jiyan's mood instantly improved. Seeing the light on in the study, Ji Jiting pushed the door open and ran inside. Brother, I missed you so much while you were in Wancheng. Li Jiyan pulled up a chair. Come here, Xiaoting. Let me see if you got tanned. For most girls, military training was a nightmare. Especially for someone like Ji Jiting, who had inherited Zhao Man's fair complexion. Nope. I was very careful about sun protection. I applied thick layers of sunscreen every day and carried multiple bottles of sunblock spray. I didn't get tanned at all. Even my sister said so when she visited me. Hearing Ji Mingting's name, Li Jiyan asked, Your sister? She's so busy with her business she actually made time to see you? Since the divorce, he hadn't seen Ji Mingting once. Yep, I took her to see my milk tea shop. I don't think she could believe that you gave it to me. Li Jiyan pinched Ji Jiting's bun. Why do you tell your sister everything? His gaze naturally drifted to Ji Jiting's long, slender legs. After being married and then going without certain things for so long, his energy levels lately had been surging, especially with certain people around him. Of course, brother, I'm on your side. Li Jiyan gently hugged Ji Jiting, pinching her delicate face dotingly. Her face turned slightly red. She suddenly remembered how cramped things got in the car last time. So dangerous. Brother, actually, there's something I need to tell you. I know you probably don't take it seriously, but I'm afraid you'll get back together with my sister. So I have to tell you now. Ji Jiting knew how much resistance they would face if they were to be together. To him, she was still just a little girl. If she didn't take the initiative, she would never have a chance. Unlike Zhou Mengmeng, Ji Jiting was a bold and passionate girl. She wasn't afraid to express her love, just like when she had asked Li Jiyan to marry her before. Go ahead. Li Jiyan suddenly had a bad feeling. This girl wouldn't. I like you. Let's date.
I want to be your girlfriend and stay by your side for the rest of my life.
Do you know why I always avoided you when you visited our house?
Li Jian fell silent. As expected, Ji Zhiting was confessing her feelings. She had hinted at it before, but he had brushed it off. But this time, it was a serious, direct confession. There was no way he could ignore it anymore. And that was troublesome. Zhao Manman's family was already going through a huge crisis. Li Ziyan hadn't even figured out how to break the news to her yet, and he had no idea how she would handle it. On top of that, he had just divorced Ji Mingting. If he got together with Ji Zhiting now, the impact on Ji Mingting would be devastating. Zhao Manman had always been a wonderful elder to him. She cared about him deeply. Li Ziyan didn't want to break her heart. If I agree, your sister and your mom will be really hurt. Xi Ting. Li Ziyan stroked her face, his emotions slowly calming down. Truthfully, Ji Zhiting wasn't the only one on his mind. There was also someone else. Hearing his response, Ji Zhiting's tears began to fall uncontrollably. Brother, are you rejecting me? I really like you. I just want to be with you. Seeing her so heartbroken, Li Ziyan couldn't help but pull her into his arms. He felt sorry for her. Alright, Zhiting, let's give each other some time to think about this. National Day is coming up soon. We'll go to Suzhou for a trip. When we're there, we'll talk about this again. Actually, I like you too. But first, I need to take care of something. After that, I promise I'll give you an answer. Hearing that he also liked her, Ji Zhiting felt relieved. Then you have to give me an answer in Suzhou. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed now. We can start dating first and take things slowly. If you think I'm not good enough, I won't force you. With teary eyes, Ji Zhiting boldly kissed him on the cheek before leaving the study. This is troublesome. But Li Ziyan wasn't one to overthink things. After all, he didn't plan on changing his mother-in-law. Once he got the evidence against Ji Yunhai, he would officially be with Ji Zhiting. Life was missing a certain kind of excitement, and that was boring. Li Ziyan wasn't used to that. Refocusing his mind, he went back to analyzing the futures market. Just then, Su Jinnan's call came in. Li Ziyan knew the evidence against Ji Yunhai had arrived. The call connected, and Su Jinnan's voice came through. Mr. Li, I found the concrete evidence you asked for regarding Ji Yunhai. At first, I was able to pull up a lot of records directly, but collecting evidence on site was a different story. After the investigation, we confirmed that Ji Yunhai has married another woman. He even has a son, named Ji Yun. My team gathered plenty of photos and video evidence. We even found the wedding photos of Ji Yunhai and that woman, Lu Lanxia. The evidence is ironclad. Li Ziyan had long suspected Ji Yunhai's actions. Now that he had concrete proof, he could finally tell Zhao Manman the truth. Send all the evidence to my WeChat. Su Jinnan responded respectfully, alright, I'll send it over right away. But there's something you need to be aware of. Ji Yunhai is in the process of transferring assets. He recently started a new company, just an empty shell. The actual controlling party of the partner company is that woman. He's likely preparing for divorce. Li Jian's anger flared. Zhao Manman had always believed she and Ji Yunhai would grow old together. He had initially thought Ji Yunhai's actions were just about wanting a son. Many people held that mindset. But he was actually transferring assets? This would leave Zhao Manman with nothing. His intentions were beyond cruel. He's already committed bigamy, hasn't he? Su Jinnan confirmed, of course. He and that woman have been living openly as husband and wife. Plenty of people are aware of it, he can't escape this. On top of that, the asset transfers make things worse. With everything added up, he's looking at least 5 years in prison. Should we stop the asset transfer immediately? Su Jinnan disagreed. Let him transfer it. We can easily track and reclaim the money. In divorce cases, infidelity alone doesn't necessarily lead to a clean break in court, but any transferred assets can be fully awarded to the other party. If the transfers are severe enough, he could lose everything. Li Ziyan fell silent. Several minutes passed before he finally spoke. Send all the evidence to my phone. After hanging up, Su Jinnan sent the files. Li Ziyan skimmed through them, then prepared to call Zhao Manman. But he hesitated. I need to cool down first. He still remembered how devastated Zhao Manman was when she found out about his divorce from Ji Mingting. She had nearly fainted. Her ability to handle this kind of emotional shock was weak. Right now, she was alone. Would this news push her over the edge? He didn't want to think about it. I'll test the waters in a few days. Over the next week, Li Jian traveled back to the past twice, making a few solid trades in the futures market. His savings reached 150 million yuan. With that, his confidence soared. A billion yuan goal wasn't that hard with the information advantage he had. As National Day approached, Li Jian visited the university, bringing small gifts for Lu Xiaoyan and her friends. He waited in their dormitory until their classes ended. From a distance, he overheard Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin discussing a trip they were planning for the holiday. When the door opened, Ji Zhiding immediately ran to his side with excitement. "Brother, you're here." Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin were equally thrilled to see the gifts. Only Zhou Mengmeng, sitting at her desk with her twin pigtails, remained silent. She didn't even look at Li Jian, but her eyes were stinging. She really liked him, yet, he had told her he couldn't give her his undivided attention. "Meng, how have you been lately?" Hearing his concern, Zhou Mengmeng's eyes filled with unshed tears. But she forced herself not to cry. "Good, very good." Even speaking felt difficult. It was suffocating. "That's good. That puts me at ease. Let's all go out for dinner." The other girls were excited, but Zhou Mengmeng lowered her head. Her voice was choked with emotion. "I'll pass. I don't have an appetite. You guys go ahead, I'll go for a walk." With that, she fled from the dormitory. Li Jian knew there were too many unresolved feelings between them. "Let's go eat first. My car is parked at the school gate. You guys head over, I'll go check on her." The girls all understood Zhou Mengmeng's personality. She was overly introverted, even bordering on reclusive. Lately, her mood had been particularly low. Maybe if Li Jian talked to her, things would change. As they stepped out, they saw Li Jian following Zhou Mengmeng from a distance. None of them chose to interfere. Li Jian quietly followed her. Hearing footsteps behind her, Zhou Mengmeng finally stopped in a secluded spot. "Can you stop following me?" Li Jian walked up beside her and gently tugged one of her pigtails. "Meng, come on a trip with us for National Day. I'll take you to Suzhou." A flicker of hope appeared in her eyes. "Just the two of us?" And Shiting. Her expression dimmed instantly. She knew. If he was inviting her, it was because of Ji Zhiding. He had even given her an entire milk tea shop. He clearly cared about her. "I'll just stay in the dorm over the holiday. I need to study." Even though she declined, she hoped he would insist. Maybe she could try to open up. "Alright, I'll check in with you when the time comes." Li Jian gave one last playful tug on her pigtails and walked away. He had no intention of leaving her alone in the dormitory. Zhou Mengmeng watched his back as he left. A strange feeling welled up inside her. She had already said no. Why was he still planning to ask her again? That night, back home, Li Jian looked at the approaching National Day holiday. He decided it was time to tell Zhao Manman. After all the hints he had given, she should have at least some mental preparation. With that in mind, he sent her a video call request. The call connected quickly. "What is it, Xiaoyan?" Seeing Li Jian on screen, Zhao Manman felt a sense of warmth. "I need to tell you something. I hinted at it before. My uncle has been cheating. He has another woman outside." At those words, Zhao Manman's vision went black. Seated on her bed, she suddenly collapsed backward. Her head struck the nightstand, producing a sharp thud. "Are you okay?" Li Jian's voice trembled with panic. Li Jian was extremely anxious. He had expected Zhao Manman to react, but he hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction. She had actually fainted. Mom! There was still no response. Li Jian panicked. At that moment, Zhao Manman's mind was completely blank. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Li Jian had told her Ji Yunhai was cheating on her. All this time, she had believed that, although Ji Yunhai was indifferent to her, he was still a decent husband. After all, he was busy with business for their family, for Diting and Xiaoting. But now, today, she had just heard this shocking truth from Li Jian's mouth. Ji Yunhai? Cheating? She trusted Li Jian. Back when the Zhejiang situation happened, he had immediately rushed to help her, never once hesitating or finding it troublesome. During their time in Wansheng, he had accompanied her every single day. He had no reason to lie to her. A few minutes later, Zhao Manman gradually regained consciousness. She had always been a strong woman. Her ability to process and accept things was quick. Her extreme reaction just now was because she valued morality too much. She couldn't believe she had been betrayed like this. Hearing Li Jian's voice still calling for her through the video, Zhao Manman picked up her phone and pointed the camera at herself. "I'm fine. I'm okay now." Seeing Zhao Manman come back to her senses, Li Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. That short 2-minute silence had felt like a century to him.
She had clearly been hit too hard. She couldn't hear anything at that moment. "Mom, is your head okay?" Zhao Man touched her forehead. She felt pain. She looked at her delicate hand, no blood. "I'm fine, son. Now, tell me everything you know about this situation." Li Jian had originally planned to tell her everything, but after seeing her reaction just now, he couldn't send her the evidence right away. She had to know, but not now. He would tell her in Suzhou. That way, if something happened, he could be there to handle it. After all, he was already prepared to leave. "Mom, is your head really okay? Does it still hurt?" Li Jian deliberately shifted the topic away from Ji Yunhai. He focused on her well-being. A warm feeling spread through Zhao Man's heart. No matter what happened, her son always cared about her health first. To him, nothing else mattered more. "Don't worry. Mom is fine." Her voice was soft. Her bond with Li Jian was growing deeper and deeper. "Tell me about your uncle." Li Jian hesitated, then said, "Mom, I might have been unclear. Actually, I'm not 100% sure about him. I'm still investigating. I might have misunderstood." Zhao Man stared into his eyes, trying to read something from them, but she couldn't. "You're not just comforting me, are you? If something is going on, just tell me directly. I can handle it." Li Jian avoided her gaze. "I just saw Uncle Ji with a woman, but I'm not sure about the details. But you should still be cautious." Hearing this, Zhao Man felt slightly better, but deep down, she knew. If Li Jian was saying this, there had to be some truth to it. Most likely, he was sugarcoating it for her sake. But Zhao Man was a strong-willed, rational woman. She wouldn't believe anything without solid proof. "That's good. Xiaoyan, when did you see your uncle with another woman?" "The day we were at Shizi Lake. I'll send you a photo." This photo alone wasn't strong enough as evidence, but it was enough to make her wary. Li Jian opened the chat and sent the picture he had secretly taken that day. Zhao Man opened it. Sure enough, she saw Ji Yunhai and a woman, very close together. Li Jian could clearly see her face turn a shade paler. This was obviously a huge blow to her. Li Jian understood. Zhao Man was too morally upright. Even if there was no love left between her and Ji Yunhai, she had mentally prepared herself to spend her whole life with him. Her struggle was completely natural. She just needed time to process it. Once he got to Zhejiang, he would lay everything out. So it's really him. Zhao Man was in a daze. She had never expected Ji Yunhai to pull something like this in middle age. But with just one photo, she couldn't be 100% sure. After all, she knew Ji Yunhai's habits. It had been 18 years. She looked at her nails and then asked, "Xiaoyan, that day at Shizi Lake, your strange behavior, was it to cover for Ji Yunhai? Why did you help him deceive me?" Thinking about that day's events made her angry. "Mom, I wasn't helping him. You know that. That day, I had just told you about my divorce from Mingting. I remember perfectly how much it shocked you. You collapsed on the couch. You scared me to death." Zhao Man thought back to that day. In her heart, even though Li Jian wasn't a highly accomplished businessman, he was a truly good person. She had hoped that Ji Mingting would spend her life with him. That was her real wish. Hearing about their divorce had devastated her. "That day. And because you were upset, I took you to Shizi Lake to cheer you up. But then, we ran into this. I saw everything clearly on that cruise. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. I didn't want you to get hurt. That's why I covered for him. You know me. There's no way I'd take his side. You've treated me so well, of course I'm on your side." Zhao Man snapped out of her thoughts. Her overwhelming sadness and disappointment had clouded her judgment. She had doubted the one person who truly cared about her. But he had always treated her so well. "I'm sorry, Xiaoyan. I'm sorry." Her tears welled up. She could no longer hold them back. Li Jian was also seeing this side of Zhao Man for the first time. As a strong, intellectual woman with an elegant demeanor, shedding tears was normal for someone like Zhou Mengmeng, or even for Di Xiaoting. Even for someone like Wu Yuxian, it was understandable. But seeing Zhao Man like this, Li Jian had never even dared to imagine it before. She really must have been heartbroken to the extreme. For a middle-aged woman with a traditional mindset, this was indeed difficult to accept. "Mom, it's okay. We haven't settled this matter yet, so please don't get too anxious." Hearing Li Jian say this, Zhao Man also started to think that there might be something else going on. "By the way," Li Jian thought for a moment and continued, "has Uncle Ji been acting strangely lately? I'm worried that if this matter is true, he might do something that could harm you. For example, secretly transferring assets or something like that. Li Jian couldn't say too much right now. But he couldn't say nothing either.
So he could only give Zhao Man some hints, helping her prepare herself mentally in advance. He felt that, in some ways, he and Ji Yunhai were somewhat similar. But the difference between them was, he truly wanted to give everyone a home. Everyone was important to him, whereas Ji Yunhai would go to any lengths to destroy Zhao Man. Zhao Man recalled the recent cash flow in the family accounts. There had indeed been frequent transactions.
Most of the family's liquid assets had been drained by Ji Yunhai.
If not for the startup funds she had given Meng Ting earlier, she wouldn't even be able to take out a few million now. Your Uncle Ji has indeed withdrawn a lot of cash. He started a new company. And it seems like he even mortgaged one of his companies.
Maybe he just wants to make more money. Li Jian knew that deep down, Zhao Man still had some familial attachment to Ji Yunhai.
But reality was harsh. She saw him as family. Yet Ji Yunhai would skin her alive if he could.
The difference in their feelings was crystal clear. Li Jian couldn't understand why Ji Yunhai was so obsessed with having a son. Maybe. Mom, just take some time to calm down. This matter needs solid evidence before we can be certain. Otherwise, wouldn't you be upset for nothing? Zhao Man gradually calmed down, although she knew that what Ji Yunhai did was most likely true. Just as Li Jian said, before the matter was set in stone, it was better not to let her emotions get the best of her. I understand. I'll stay calm until everything is confirmed.
Li Jian then added, Mom, National Day is coming up. I'm planning to take Xiaoting and one of her classmates to Suzhou for a trip. You should come along too. It's a great time for an outing. We should go out and relax instead of staying at home.
When you were in Wancheng, I always took you out to have fun. Didn't that make you feel much better? Zhao Man didn't feel like going out.
But she remembered how much she had missed Li Jian before, and she knew both Li Jian and Ji Zhitong would want her to come along. If she didn't go, the kids would be disappointed. And, she really did need a break to clear her mind.
Alright, then let's go on a trip during National Day. This year, Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day are combined. We can leave the day after tomorrow and meet in Suzhou. Li Jian finalized his plan in his mind. He would find a quiet moment in Suzhou
to have a deep conversation with Zhao Man about many things. Through video calls, he couldn't control the situation.
This was the best approach for now. Alright, Mom, we'll see each other soon. Are you really okay now?
Looking at Zhao Man, who had regained her usual cold and elegant composure, Li Jian asked.
He still felt uneasy. I'm fine, Xiaoyan, don't worry. I understand everything now. Until this matter is fully confirmed, I won't let my emotions take over.
Seeing Zhao Man return to her graceful and composed self, Li Jian finally felt reassured.
After hanging up the video call, Li Jian wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had still underestimated the severity of this matter. If anything had gone seriously wrong just now, he would regret it for the rest of his life. In the blink of an eye, it was September 28th. Mid-Autumn Festival was just a day away. Unlike past National Days, in 2023, National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival were combined, giving people an 8-day holiday. Many students were already celebrating in the morning. Online discussions were buzzing with excitement.
In the afternoon, Wu Yuexian called.
Baby, Mid-Autumn is coming. Are you coming home?
Ever since Wu Yuexian had turned down Li Jian before, she always felt that after he returned home, there was a layer of awkwardness and distance between them.
This made Wu Yuexian feel very sad.
Li Jian had never been like this before, but they couldn't go in the wrong direction.
I'm not going back this time. I have something to take care of in Suzhou. Tell my parents for me.
Wu Yuexian felt disappointed.
Alright then, baby, your birthday is in less than a month. I'll come visit you then. You came all the way to Wancheng for my birthday, so I have to celebrate yours too. It had always been this way. Whenever Wu Yuexian didn't see Li Jian for a while, she would start feeling restless and anxious. Even if it was 1962, 5 kilometers away, she would still go find him. Alright. I got it, sis. See you in Shanghai then. Wu Yuexian couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. You little rascal. Stop imitating me. Alright, take care of yourself in Shanghai, okay? Don't make me worry.
After chatting with Wu Yuexian for a bit, Li Jian continued planning for the National Day trip.
Xiantang, Villa.
Zhao Man slowly digested the information Li Jian had given her. She had already prepared for the worst when it came to Ji Yunhai.
But deep down, she still couldn't believe that Ji Yunhai would actually transfer assets behind her back. Tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival. A festival of reunion, when everyone longed to be with their family. Maybe I should talk to him. Zhao Man dialed Ji Yunhai's number. Mid-Autumn Festival, come home for dinner? But Ji Yunhai's response completely shattered her hopes.
At this moment, Ji Yunhai was making mooncakes with Lu Lanxia in the spacious apartment at Yuhang. Lu Lanxia was just average when it came to cooking. However, she enjoyed experimenting with strange and unique things. For the Mid-Autumn Festival, she decided to DIY and make mooncakes herself. Looking at Ji Yunhai beside her, she felt that this kind of life was truly wonderful. Like a dream, almost unreal. Once Ji Yunhai finished transferring all the family assets, everything would be perfect. On the television, a classic scene from Romance of the Three Kingdoms was playing, Ma Chao furiously cursing Chao Thief, which caught Ji Yunhai's attention. However, at this moment, he still had to deal with Zhao Man. After all, before the major task of transferring assets was completed, he still needed to maintain his image. Business outside is quite busy. I probably won't be able to come home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, honey, you know how it is. When a company has just started, that's when it's the busiest. I really can't make it home for dinner. Please understand, this year, you can just spend Mid-Autumn Festival with the kids. As long as the children are with you, you won't feel lonely. Zhao Man slowly leaned back on the sofa, filled with nothing but endless disappointment. Mid-Autumn, if possible, you should still come home. I have something I want to talk to you about. Ji Yunhai's words continued to stab at her heart. If there's anything to say, there'll be plenty of chances in the future. Don't we still have decades ahead of us? But the time we have to spend with the kids is getting shorter and shorter. You should take them out and have some fun. We've been husband and wife for so many years, communication isn't that important. Zhao Man's suspicions were growing stronger. Ji Yunhai, is there really nothing you want to tell me? Hearing Zhao Man's tone, Ji Yunhai felt something was off. Had something been discovered? But he had always been extremely cautious, leaving no loose ends. If anything had been exposed, given Zhao Man's proud and decisive nature, she would have confronted him long ago. There's no way things would have come this far. If she truly knew something, she wouldn't be speaking so calmly. Thinking of this, Ji Yunhai felt relieved again. Don't worry, honey, I'll work hard on the company's business and make more money for you and our daughters. That's all for now, I'll hang up. With that, Ji Yunhai ended the call himself. After putting down the phone, Lu Lanxia curiously asked, did she find out something? No, our actions are so secretive, how could she possibly know? Don't worry. In another 6 months, the assets will be safely transferred. Lu Lanxia reached out and tidied Ji Yunhai's hair. Alright, let's focus on making mooncakes. At the University of Finance and Economics, students had already started their holiday. Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin packed their things, ready to travel to Lijiang. Jitong, Mang were heading off first. After Mid-Autumn Festival, we'll be back. Have you guys decided where you're going to play? For college students newly experiencing freedom, the arrival of a holiday was undoubtedly exciting. Ji Jitong responded with anticipation, I'm going to Suzhou with my brother. Earlier, Li Jian had told her that he would give her an answer in Suzhou. This time, she had to get to the bottom of it. As long as there was even the slightest chance for them to be together, she would do everything in her power to make it happen. So jealous, Jitong. That milk tea shop, everyone in the school envies you. I wish I had such a great brother too. Oh right, Mang, since everyone is leaving, where are you going? Going home? Hearing the words going home, Zhou Mang felt a wave of sadness. She had no real home. Her parents had always been indifferent to her, cold and distant since she was a child. And now, their business was getting worse. If she went home, she would only be in a terrible mood every day. Besides, her sister definitely wouldn't have time for her either. I plan to stay in the dorm for National Day. She suddenly remembered what Li Jian had said before, that he would ask her again when National Day came. But now, everyone was already leaving school, and Li Jian still hadn't messaged her. Zhou Mang still held a bit of hope in her heart. She hoped that Li Jian would invite her to be with him. Although it seemed unlikely, maybe it wasn't impossible. If she treated him with all her heart, maybe one day he would be moved. No way, Mang, how are you going to spend the holiday alone in the dorm? Zhou Mang lowered her head, her voice barely audible. There are plenty of places to eat around the school. I'll be fine here. Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin didn't press the matter further. Alright then, Mang, we're heading out. Take care of yourself at school, we'll keep you company when we get back. After they left, Ji Jitong also said goodbye to Zhou Mang. She didn't know that Li Jian had invited Zhou Mang to Suzhou. Soon, the dorm was empty, leaving only Zhou Mang by herself. She looked at the cosmetics on her desk, thinking about the money she still owed Li Jian. She needed to find a way to pay him back.
From the hallway, the lively chatter of girls echoed through the dormitory. But soon, the corridor quieted down. The evening sun cast its glow on the dorm floor.
Instead of warmth, Zhou Mengmeng felt nothing but endless loneliness and desolation.
She glanced at WeChat. Li Jian hadn't sent her any messages.
She knew that for the next 8 days, she would be spending the holiday alone in the dormitory.
At around 7 o'clock, many families had already reunited for the festival.
Zhao Manman also felt deeply lonely. In this vast villa, she was the only one at home. But at least, tomorrow the kids would be with her.
That was something to be grateful for. Just as she was feeling down, a Porsche 911 pulled up outside.
She recognized it. It was Yang Xintao's car.
After everything that had happened, Zhao Manman remained curious about Yang Xintao. "Xiao Yang, you're here." She stepped outside and greeted Yang Xintao. "Yes, I am."
Zhao Manman took a closer look at her.
"Xiao Yang, why do I feel like your complexion looks much better? Your face is rosier than before, and you look even more beautiful." Yang Xintao blushed slightly.
Of course. A woman's state is completely different depending on whether she has something or lacks something in her life. Zhao Manman seemed to realize something.
"You and that young man, it worked out?" Yang Xintao whispered. "In them.
Young men and older men really are different. A single night of playing games can go on for several rounds.
Thinking about it now, I still..."
Zhao Manman seemed to have thought of something. She clenched her fist slightly.
"Let's go inside and talk."
Her relationship with Yang Xintao was quite good, and today, Yang Xintao's visit helped ease some of the loneliness in her heart.
Sister Zhao, let's go inside and talk."
Inside the villa, Zhao Manman poured a cup of water for Yang Xintao using a disposable cup.
"How did things work out between you two?"
"I really didn't expect it to happen so quickly." Yang Xintao spoke softly. "Actually, from liking someone to being with them.
It's a very quick process. As long as you open your heart, as long as you want it, some things that seem absurd can happen in an instant."
Young men are really different. I haven't felt this fulfilled in 18 years. This National Day, I plan to go out and have a good time.
"Oh, right, Sister Zhao, wait a moment, I prepared a gift for you." She jogged over to the front trunk of her Porsche, took out a gift box, and returned. The luxury brand cosmetics set was an absolute fortune for an ordinary person. But Yang Xintao didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache.
Back in the living room, she handed the gift box to Zhao Manman.
"Sister Zhao,
if there's a check-in during National Day, just cover for me.
Are you going anywhere for the holiday?"
Zhao Manman said, I'm going to Suzhou with the kids during National Day."
"Then just say I went to Suzhou. Thank you so much. I've waited for so many years. This time, I have to make the most of it and bring back everything I want."
Zhao Manman had promised her before. She didn't refuse this time either.
"All right, just be careful, and don't let anything happen to you." Yang Xintao was deeply grateful. Thank you.
But I really envy you and your husband. You two have been together for so many years and still respect each other so much. Your relationship is so strong."
Zhao Manman smiled bitterly. "Maybe." It was clear that Yang Xintao didn't plan to stay long. "Then, I'll be going now. My flight is coming up soon. He's waiting for me at the airport."
Zhao Manman wasn't sure what she was thinking. Watching Yang Xintao's figure disappear, she recalled her conversation with Li Jian about this matter.
Does age really not matter? She had a feeling that Yang Xintao wouldn't have a good ending.
But thinking about something else, she looked at her nails. She stretched her fingers out under the sunset, so beautiful.
Shanghai.
Ji Jitong was carefully making a sun protection plan.
"Brother, it's way too hot.
We have to bring several bottles of sunscreen and sun protective clothing.
Otherwise, we'll get tanned."
She cared deeply about her fair skin.
"Don't worry, Xiaoting.
You're the fairest, you won't tan.
And even if you do, I'll still like you." But Ji Jitong didn't want to tan. "I don't want to get tanned. I think you like me better when I look pale. This time in Suzhou, you must give me an answer. Okay?" Ji Jitong was direct and confident.
Li Jian thought that girls like her were truly fearless in love and hate.
How many girls have the courage to face so many obstacles and still confess their feelings? Only Ji Jitong. "All right. I got it. By the way, did Mengmeng tell you if she has any plans?" Li Jian suddenly thought of Zhou Mengmeng.
He wasn't sure if she had gone home yet.
Mengmeng? She's really pitiful.
This year, National Day and Mid-Autumn are together.
Everyone is either traveling or going home to reunite with their families. But Zhou Mengmeng will be alone in the dorm
for the whole 8-day holiday.
Hearing about Zhou Mengmeng's plans, Li Jian realized it was exactly as he had expected. Her birth family had completely neglected her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed this kind of personality. And Joe Lily didn't really care about her either. That was obvious from how she hadn't even come to visit her when she started school. Staying in the dorm seemed to be her only option. If he hadn't said what he did before, she'd probably be spending the holiday with him right now, feeling happy. The fact that she had called him dad was proof of how much she longed for love. In that case, Xiaoting, let's invite her to Suzhou with us. Ji Jitong had no objections. Let's bring her along. I actually wanted to invite her, but I thought you wouldn't agree, so I didn't say anything. She's really pitiful in our dorm. Besides the three of us, she doesn't talk to any other girls, and she keeps her distance from the guys too. Lu Xiaoyan and the others are even worried that Meng Meng might develop social anxiety or depression. Li Jian patted Ji Jitong's head. Alright, then tomorrow, before we leave, we'll go pick her up from school. September 29th arrived quickly. At around 9 a.m., Ji Jitong, lightly made up, arrived at Li Jian's room. Wake up! She gently lifted his blanket, her face turning red. She suddenly remembered the time they were squeezed together in the car. So embarrassing. Would nothing really happen? Li Jian opened his eyes and saw Ji Jitong's fair face. Alright, Xiaoting, I'll make you some breakfast, and then we'll head out. Li Jian opened WeChat and sent a message to Lao Sunday. He was getting ready to leave with Ji Jitong. At school, Zhou Mengmeng was lying in bed, completely without appetite. The air conditioner was set at 23 degrees, yet she felt a chill in her heart. Since childhood, she had always feared holidays like this. Mid-autumn, Dragon Boat Festival, New Year, those holidays of family reunion had nothing to do with her. Going home would only bring endless coldness. It was already almost 10, but she had no intention of eating breakfast. The dorm building was completely empty. Even the dorm supervisor had gone home. As she lay there lost in thought, the sound of an access card swiping echoed through the hallway. Who would be coming back at this time? To enter the girls' dormitory, one needed an access card. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in the hallway, and her door was locked, so Zhou Mengmeng wasn't worried about safety. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached. A knock on the door made Zhou Mengmeng jump. Mengmeng, open the door. I'm here to pick you up. Li Jian's voice left no room for negotiation. He knew that deep down, Zhou Mengmeng couldn't refuse him. Hearing his voice, an overwhelming wave of emotions instantly surged in her heart.
If Li Jian hadn't come, perhaps Zhou Mengmeng's entire 8-day holiday would have just passed by like that.
But when she heard Li Jian's voice, she couldn't control the feeling of grievance in her heart anymore. For a moment, she couldn't even speak. Mengmeng, I know you're there. Hurry up and get ready, we're going to Suzhou. Zhou Mengmeng couldn't help but start imagining things. Then wait for me, I'll get dressed. She got out of bed and looked at the plain clothes hanging on the simple rack. She picked up her usual conservative outfit. But then she suddenly remembered Li Jian seemed to prefer clothes that showed off her legs. He really liked those fair, beautiful legs. Since I'm going out with him, I should dress nicely. Back when she confessed to Li Jian, she had also worn something that showed her legs. He seemed to like it quite a lot. After changing into a pleated skirt, Zhou Mengmeng picked a white t-shirt. Her C-plus bust was quite noticeable. After freshening up, she skillfully tied her hair into twin ponytails. Then, after thinking for a moment, she packed her makeup kit. She wouldn't have time to do her makeup today, but in the coming days, she needed to find time. Because Li Jian liked how she looked with light makeup. 10 minutes later, the dormitory door opened. Li Jian saw Zhou Mengmeng's naturally fair and flawless face. And those signature twin ponytails. Every time he saw them, he always had the urge to test if they were tied firmly enough. Her outfit today was also exactly to his liking. It's been a while, did you miss me? Hearing Li Jian's words, Zhou Mengmeng couldn't help but hug him. I did. But you're so bad. Li Jian gently tugged at her twin ponytails. Alright, let's go. As they left, Zhou Mengmeng didn't forget to lock the door. Once they exited the dorm building, she saw Ji Jitong waiting by the car. Mengmeng, you're finally here. If you weren't coming, this holiday would have been so boring. Zhou Mengmeng wasn't socially anxious around her dorm mates. The two of them chatted as Ji Jitong pulled Zhou Mengmeng into the car. Li Jian also got into the back seat, making things a little cramped, but no one mentioned it. Opening an app, Li Jian checked the train tickets to Suzhou. There were still plenty available. Mengmeng, tell me your ID number. I'll book the tickets before they sell out. He already knew Ji Jitong's ID number, but he needed to ask Zhou Mengmeng. 3416, 2005. Li Jian sighed internally, these kids born in 2005 were so young.
Even their birth dates made him envious.
Alright, tickets booked. You two keep chatting, I'm going to check if mom got hers.
For this trip to Suzhou, Li Jiyan and Ji Jitong had planned to meet Zhao Manman. Naturally, he had to check in with her. He called Zhao Manman via video. Zhou Mengmeng instinctively dodged the camera, afraid of being caught on screen.
Mom, did you buy your train ticket? We'll arrive in Suzhou around 11. Then, Li Jiyan pointed the camera at Ji Jitong. Ji Jitong greeted Zhao Manman enthusiastically. Mom, love you. Seeing Ji Jitong's bright smile,
Zhao Manman felt her mood lift completely. Ji Jitong was truly a child who could instantly brighten her day.
And so was Li Jiyan.
Even though they had no relationship anymore, he still treated her like his mother. Thinking about spending the holiday with these two kids, the gloom in her heart vanished.
She even momentarily forgot about Ji Yunhai. Shouting, who's that girl next to you? Ji Jitong introduced her.
Mom, this is my dorm mate, Zhou Mengmeng.
She's joining us for the holiday. Zhou Mengmeng shyly greeted her. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Mengmeng. That's great, the more, the merrier. Zhao Manman didn't mind the extra company.
With more people around, she wouldn't have to dwell on her deepest sorrows.
Shaoyan, I'll book my ticket now. See you in Suzhou, we'll have a proper talk there.
Zhao Manman had noticed that these past few days, Li Jiyan kept avoiding discussions about Ji Yunhai. Whenever the topic came up, he would skillfully change the subject. So this time, she wanted to have a deep conversation with him,
to understand exactly what was going on.
Alright, Mom, buy your ticket first. Remember to bring a power bank, don't make me search for you later.
Li Jiyan knew that the matter would soon reach a conclusion. Shaoyan, that's it for now. Talk later, kid. After the call ended, Li Jiyan noticed a message from Wu Yuxian. Wu Yuxian, baby, I'm home. Look, your room.
Ha, I cleaned it up for you, it was a total pigsty when you left. She sent an emoji teasing him. Li Jiyan casually chatted with her for a bit.
Meng, now that we're in Suzhou, we have to have fun. There are so many places I want to visit. We should take lots of photos together this time.
But deep down, Zhou Mengmeng felt inferior. A wealthy girl like Ji Jitong had been raised in comfort since childhood, and Li Jiyan pampered her so much, even gifting her a milk tea shop. Meanwhile, Zhou Mengmeng had to carefully calculate every cent she spent. Luckily, she had already found a part-time job at a yoga studio. As a receptionist, the pay was decent.
And since it was an all-female environment, she didn't feel as socially anxious.
In a few months, she would finally be able to pay back the money she owed Li Jiyan. All the way to Suzhou,
Zhou Mengmeng's mind was filled with thoughts of Li Jiyan.
We're here. Let's find a place to stay first, then go out in the evening. During the day, there will be way too many tourists.
Suzhou's ancient gardens and Tai Lake were always crowded. With a national holiday, Li Jiyan could already picture the overwhelming crowds. Brother, let's find Mom first. Ji Jitong took Li Jiyan's hand and led him toward the exit.
At the same time, she video called Zhao Manman. Before long, she spotted Zhao Manman waving from a corner outside the station. Today, she was still wearing those signature black stockings, as if they were made just for her.
Shouting, over here.
Stepping out in Valentino heels,
Zhao Manman walked toward the three of them.
Zhao Manman, wearing Valentino heels, walked up to the three of them.
Zhou Mengmeng looked at the imposing Zhao Manman with admiration.
So this was Ji Jitong's mother. She was truly beautiful, and her tight skirt and black silk-clad legs were very eye-catching. As for herself, she wasn't good at wearing high heels. She glanced at Li Jiyan and thought he would probably like it if she wore heels. She needed to work on that in the future.
Li Jiyan could tell that Zhao Manman was in relatively good spirits,
but he still had to tell her about Ji Yunhai. At least, this time, he was here by her side.
This must be Meng. She's really pretty.
Hearing Zhao Manman's compliment, Zhou Mengmeng felt embarrassed, lowering her head, unsure of how to respond.
Li Jiyan glanced at Zhao Manman.
Mom, Meng is like this, she doesn't talk much to people. That's just how she is.
Zhao Manman could see that Li Jiyan had put a lot of effort into Ji Jitong.
He even knew so much about her dorm mate. All of this was for Xiaoting. He was truly good to his family. And what was rare was that despite being so extraordinary, he still cared so much about her and Xiaoting. This was kindness beyond obligation.
Meng Ting really shouldn't have divorced him back then.
That was probably the biggest mistake of her life. Mom, let's find a place to eat first.
I'm hungry. Ji Jitong had always been passionate about food.
She had been this way since childhood, and now that it was almost noon, she was indeed hungry.
Alright, baby, let's go eat. Hearing Zhao Manman call Ji Jitong baby, Li Jian couldn't help but recall the nickname she had given the three of them on WeChat. Led by Zhao Manman, they arrived at an upscale restaurant. After sitting down, Ji Jitong started ordering food. In front of Zhao Manman, she was completely at ease. Her mom was her biggest support in life. Zhao Manman looked at Li Jian. She really wanted to ask him about Ji Yunhai. She had her suspicions. Perhaps Li Jian already had some evidence but was worried she couldn't handle it. That's why he changed the subject that day. Zhao Manman could figure out a lot on her own. But since she was in Suzhou now, there would be plenty of chances to talk to him. Mom, the restaurant isn't too crowded today. Zhao Manman patted Ji Jitong's head. Of course, today is Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family reunions. Most people are eating at home. She thought about how, if not for Li Jian and Ji Jitong, she would have been spending this day alone at home. Just imagining that scene made Zhao Manman feel miserable. But being with the three kids made her feel fulfilled. It's okay, Mom. We're all together today too. My dad must be lonely at home by himself. Zhao Manman didn't say anything, just looked at Li Jian. Maybe. She was completely disappointed in Ji Yunhai. The difference in how he treated her versus how the kids treated her was like night and day. Shouting, "Eat more today, it's a holiday." Watching Zhao Manman treat Ji Jitong so gently, Zhou Mengmeng felt envious. Ji Jitong's mom was so good to her. But her own parents never cared about her at all. All they thought about was their business. Her sister cared a little, but not much. Li Jian noticed Zhou Mengmeng's emotions. This girl really lacked love. She seemed so pitiful. If he hadn't brought her along for the holiday, she would still be alone in the dorm right now. As they chatted, they talked about past events. Both Zhao Manman and Li Jian tacitly avoided discussing that issue. Li Jian planned to tell Ji Jitong about it. Once he presented the evidence, he could already predict what would happen next. As her daughter, Ji Jitong would definitely find out. Lunchtime passed quickly. After leaving the restaurant, Ji Jitong excitedly said, "Let's go see the gardens." Suzhou's gardens were famous. Tourists often visited them as part of their trips. Li Jian was actually considering buying a courtyard villa here. It would be nice to have a vacation home in a scenic area. With his growing wealth, he could buy a house anywhere with a beautiful view. After making their plans, the four of them set off. Upon arriving, they first checked into a hotel. Rooms were in high demand, and when they got there, only 2 rooms were left. Li Jian didn't hesitate and booked them both. After settling their luggage, they finally set out to visit the gardens. "Mom, there are so many people. Everyone's out enjoying the holiday." Li Jian playfully pinched Ji Jitong's bun hairstyle. "Actually, today isn't too bad. In a few days, it'll be even more crowded. We should enjoy a few days here before heading back." After buying their tickets, they entered the traditional garden. "Meng, let's take some pictures by the water. Help me take a few shots." Ji Jitong pulled Zhou Mengmeng away. Meanwhile, Li Jian and Zhao Manman walked down an old-style corridor. Ahead, many people were walking toward them. Li Jian extended his arm to shield Zhao Manman, keeping her in a small space to prevent anyone from bumping into her. Zhao Manman's delicate hands clenched slightly. For some reason, she kept thinking about Yang Xintao. "Mom, does the back of your head still hurt?" Li Jian asked with concern. "It's fine now, Xiaoyan. It was just a bit swollen at the time." Hearing his concern warmed Zhao Manman's heart. Li Jian turned around and checked the back of her head. He gently touched it and felt that it was still slightly swollen. "You're still a bit injured. Sit down for a bit, I'll massage it for you." Zhao Manman remembered how Li Jian had helped her with her ankle before. In this area, he did have some skill. She sat down on a nearby stone bench, and Li Jian sat beside her. "Mom, rest your head on my lap. It'll be easier that way." Obediently, Zhao Manman leaned over and lay on his lap. Li Jian carefully massaged the swollen area at the back of her head. He deeply regretted telling Zhao Manman about that matter so abruptly. At first, he only wanted to give her a warning. He had hinted at it before, but he had underestimated her reaction. "About your Uncle Ji. You already have the results, don't you?" Zhao Manman actually had some suspicions in her heart. During Mid-Autumn Festival, Ji Yunhai didn't even come home, which made her much clearer about things. If he wasn't up to something outside, how could he have taken things this far? When Li Jian first told her those words, it meant that he really knew something. "Mom, I have a question for you." Li Jian continued massaging the swollen area on the back of Zhao Manman's head. "Go ahead, Xiaoyan. Things are different between us now. You can say anything directly to Mom." The weather was hot, and Li Jian acted naturally. Zhao Manman's hand clenched tighter. If, just hypothetically, if Uncle G is really confirmed to have done something that let you down, what would you think? Would you? Zhao Man understood what Li Jian meant. Shayan, you don't have to worry so much. I've thought about many things over these past few days. I've also prepared myself for the worst. After all, even during Mid-Autumn Festival, he didn't come home, and I have no idea what he's doing now. No matter what happens, Mom won't be as fragile as you think. I've been through a lot, I won't be so easily defeated. Li Jian continued pressing on the swollen area while looking at the scenery and tourists nearby. He let out a small sigh of relief. He could tell that Zhao Man had mentally prepared herself to some extent. As long as she was ready, it wouldn't be as stressful for him to bring up the matter. He turned his head and saw Ji Jitong still taking pictures with Zhou Mengmeng. Then, he said, Mom, let's talk properly tonight. I'm afraid you won't be able to control your emotions. After all, this matter is still hard for you to accept. It wouldn't be good to discuss it in front of the two girls. Li Jiyan still clearly remembered just how much pain Zhao Man had been in back then. His words were practically a confirmation, and Zhao Man's expression changed slightly. But this time, she controlled herself well. Li Jian also noticed that after all the hints he had given before, she must have already prepared herself mentally. That way, tonight, he could finally have a proper conversation with her about everything. Of course, Li Jian also knew that no matter how prepared Zhao Man was, the moment she saw the evidence with her own eyes, she would still suffer a terrible blow. It was just easier to bear before actually seeing it. Alright, then we'll talk tonight. Li Jian thought for a moment and said, Mom, should we tell Xiaoting about this? Let's tell her tomorrow. Honestly, Ji Yunhai hasn't spent much time at home, so the two kids don't have a deep bond with him. Telling them earlier might lessen the emotional impact. Li Jian had only asked to get Zhao Man's opinion. Since she had decided, he would just follow her lead. Alright, Mom, then I'll tell Xiaoting later. But I haven't really been in contact with Meng Ting anymore. You should tell her yourself. Zhao Man responded softly with an In her heart, she still hoped that Li Jian and Ji Mengting would get back together. Soon, Ji Jitong pulled Zhou Mengmeng over toward them. At that moment, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Mengmeng's delicate face. Being with Ji Jitong had lifted her mood, filling her with a bit of her bright energy. Brother, you're really good to Mom. You even gave her a massage. Ji Jitong quickly noticed something. The back of Zhao Man's head seemed a bit swollen. Mom, what happened to your head? She asked with concern. Zhao Man sat up and touched the back of her head. It didn't really hurt anymore. It's nothing, Tingbao. I accidentally bumped it earlier, it's just a little swollen. It stopped hurting a long time ago, and by tonight, it'll probably be fine. Don't worry. Hearing this, Ji Jitong finally felt relieved. Mom, you have to be careful. You're so beautiful, it'd be such a shame if you got a scar. You're the most beautiful woman in the world to me. Hearing Ji Jitong's words, Zhao Man smiled warmly. This little girl really knew how to talk. In fact, Ji Jitong had inherited all of her beauty. In terms of looks, she was completely on par with Zhao Man. She was just too young right now. Compared to Zhao Man, she still lacked a certain charm. Let's go check out that area over there. Zhao Man took Ji Jitong's hand and walked ahead. Meanwhile, Li Jian walked alongside Zhou Mengmeng. Now that we're out, how do you feel? Zhou Mengmeng looked at Li Jian beside her. She wished that he could love her wholeheartedly. If that were the case, how happy would the rest of her life be? It's better than staying in the dorm. The money I owe you, plus the money for this trip, I'll pay you back. Thank you for bringing me along. Li Jian glanced at the girl who was 5 years younger than him and joked. Don't you sometimes call me dad? So isn't it normal for me to take you out? Why would you need to pay me back? Zhou Mengmeng had a thin skin. Her delicate face quickly turned red. She hadn't expected Li Jian to suddenly bring that up. The memory of kissing him at his house that day suddenly surfaced in her mind, along with everything that followed, and that terrifying feeling. She often wondered if something had really happened that day, would she have fainted in Li Jian's house? Anyway, I have to pay you back. I can't owe you money. Looking at how shy she was, Li Jian couldn't resist giving her left ponytail a playful tug. Meng, wouldn't it be great if you stayed with me? I really don't want you to leave my side. Looking at Zhou Mengmeng, 170 centimeters tall, with a C-plus figure, Li Jian couldn't deny the surge of emotions in his heart. At his core, he was still just a man. I really want to be with you. After confessing to him once before, Zhou Mengmeng was now much more at ease talking about this topic with him. It's just, I know you actually like a lot of people, don't you? The one up ahead. She pointed forward. Though she was introverted,
she saw things clearly. Li Jian felt a little awkward. He realized that, despite Zhou Mengmeng not seeming like an 18-year-old in terms of maturity, she understood a lot more than he expected. Li Jian didn't deny it. He had been honest with Zhou Mengmeng before, so there was no need to hide things from her now. As long as the timing was right, sooner or later, she would take things further with him. Since he had to visit Ji Jitong often in Shanghai, Zhou Mengmeng, being nearby, was naturally close to him as well. Even though she understood the reality of things, Zhou Mengmeng couldn't help but feel a deep sadness in her heart.
Come on, let's look around properly. Li Jian led Zhou Mengmeng forward to catch up with the mother and daughter ahead. Zhou Mengmeng looked at Li Jian's side profile. Even though she knew she couldn't truly be with him, just being by his side gave her a sense of stability in life. Brother, look at these ancient buildings, they really have a historical feel to them. It'd be amazing to live in one. Li Jian chuckled. That's doable. A lot of courtyard villas these days are built in traditional Chinese style. There are quite a few of them for sale in Suzhou. I could buy one. That way, whenever we come here, we'd have a place to stay. Ji Jitong's admiration for Li Jian grew even more. Last time, she still vividly remembered the scene of all those luxury sports cars gathering in front of the milk tea shop. She had never forgotten it. Even now, videos of her milk tea shop's grand opening could still be found on social media. Back then, Ji Jitong had thought Li Jian was mysterious, powerful, and incredibly capable. But now, he was talking about buying a courtyard villa in Suzhou. How much would that cost? Although Suzhou's real estate prices weren't as high as Shanghai's, a single villa would still cost at least tens of millions. Zhao Manman looked at Li Jian, unable to guess his exact wealth or cash flow. Back in Wancheng, he had given Wu Yu a Sienna G-Wagon and a luxury apartment. He had already spent over 10 million there. She felt that Li Jian wasn't joking. He really had the ability to do it. His success in Shanghai was truly remarkable. But once everything was confirmed, what should she do about her own future? They continued admiring the gardens, immersing themselves in the deep cultural and historical atmosphere. Within half a day, they had visited many places. In the evening, after casually finding a place to eat, the four of them returned to the hotel. Once there, Zhao Manman started assigning the rooms. Of course, there was only one option now. There are only 2 rooms left. Shayan, the 3 of us will share one room, and you'll take the other. Li Jian knew this was the best arrangement. Back in his room, he didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, he sat by the window, looking at the city lights outside the floor-to-ceiling glass. He knew that soon, someone would come. Next door room. Zhao Manman received a call from Yang Xintao. Yang Xintao's voice on the other end sounded very cheerful. Sister Zhao, how was your day? Did you have fun? Zhao Manman thought for a moment today had been fulfilling. Having the kids around made things feel completely different from when she was alone. I had fun, spending the day with 3 kids. How about you? How's it going over there? Yang Xintao's voice carried a hint of shyness. Sis, I had a great time too. You have no idea how energetic young men are. After all, a man's best physical condition is when he's young. Zhao Manman's hand clenched slightly. I get it, stop talking about this. I have 2 kids here. Her voice lowered as she spoke. I know, Sister Zhao. I have another round of games coming up soon, I need to get ready. I've been looking so refreshed these past few days. Ji Jitong, having just finished her bath and changed into her pajamas, glanced at Zhao Manman, who had also showered, and Zhou Mengmeng, who was preparing to wash up. She was already thinking about sneaking off to see Li Jian later. But after a moment, she realized she didn't really need to sneak. Her mom didn't know she had already confessed to Li Jian. So, she openly said, Mom, your qipao looks amazing. I think your figure is just perfect for wearing them. You should wear one from time to time, it looks really nice. If you paired it with black stockings, you'd look even more stunning. Zhao Manman looked at the qipao that covered half her thighs. Hearing Ji Jitong's compliment, she thought this girl really knew how to talk. You and your sweet mouth. Ji Jitong grabbed Zhao Manman's hand. What? I'm just speaking the truth, not just sweet-talking. I'm going to chat with my brother for a bit, okay? Go ahead. Zhao Manman knew that Ji Jitong and Li Jian were very close. Otherwise, even after divorcing Meng Ting, Li Jian wouldn't still be looking after Ji Jitong so well. Soon, Ji Jitong ran to Li Jian's room and rang the doorbell. Li Jian wasn't sure who it could be, he expected Zhao Manman to come for the evidence. When he opened the door, he saw Ji Jitong rushing in. She was in her pajamas, and Li Jian couldn't help but notice her graceful figure. Shouting, Brother, did you miss me? After coming in, Ji Jitong closed the door behind her and took Li Jian's hand, acting very affectionate. Aren't you tired after running around all day? It's time to rest. Ji Jitong sat on the sofa. I'm not tired, brother, I just missed you. And I wanted to ask you about that matter. The thing we talked about before the trip, have you made up your mind? Although Ji Jitong was bold and straightforward, talking about this again still made her a little shy. Li Jian sat beside her, then leaned in and gave her a light kiss on her cheek. Shouting, I'll tell you when we leave, okay? Some things, I need to explain properly before I can give you an answer. He had already agreed with Zhao Manman to tell Ji Jitong about Ji Yunhai, but right now, he had to handle Zhao Manman's emotions first to prevent any unexpected situations. That was the priority. Being kissed by Li Jian made Ji Jitong's face heat up. She glanced at him and realized just how much he had changed. She already had her answer. From now on, she'd have to face this reality herself. It was a little scary. She wrapped her arms around Li Jian's neck and kissed him back. Brother, where are we going tomorrow? Li Jian thought for a moment. Since they were in Suzhou, they should visit Taihu Lake. Let's go to Taihu Lake, take a boat ride. Okay, I'll come find you tomorrow. Mom will be calling for me soon, I better go. With that, Ji Jitong left Li Jian's room and returned to Zhao Manman's. Zhao Manman glanced at her as she walked in. Back so soon? Ji Jitong, a little embarrassed, replied, Of course, Mom. I'm 18 already. I still understand the concept of proper behavior between men and women. Zhao Manman was pleased. Her daughter still remembered her upbringing well. Alright, you guys get some rest. Mom is going out for a walk. Ji Jitong looked concerned. It's so late, isn't it unsafe to go out alone? Mom, you're so beautiful. People might try to hit on you. Even though our city is safe, it's still not a good idea for a woman to be out alone at night. In the bathroom, Zhou Mengmeng was still showering, so she couldn't hear their conversation. It's fine, Xiaoyan will go with me. I'll be back soon. Shouting, you and Mengmeng should go to sleep. Hearing that Li Jian would be with her mother, Ji Jitong felt reassured. She wanted to go for a walk too, but after a whole day of running around, she was too exhausted to move. She climbed onto the spacious bed, found a comfortable spot in the middle, and lay down to sleep. Before leaving, Zhao Manman gave Ji Jitong a light kiss on the forehead, her beautiful eyes filled with affection. She glanced at Zhou Mengmeng's silhouette through the frosted glass of the bathroom. Then, she left. Soon, there was another knock on the door. Li Jian saw Zhao Manman standing there. Mom, you're here. You really suit wearing a qipao. This is the first time I've seen you dress like this. Zhao Manman took note of this comment because Ji Jitong had said the same thing earlier. She only wore it occasionally. Thinking about handing the evidence over to Zhao Manman, a sense of fear rose in Li Jian's heart again. He was afraid of how she might react. Zhao Manman walked toward the window and slowly sat down. Xiaoyan, you can tell me the truth about your Uncle Ji now. They're both asleep, so you don't have to worry about them hearing. Looking at the night view in the distance, the same one Li Jian had been watching earlier, an overwhelming sense of sorrow rose in Zhao Manman's heart. This feeling made her chest tighten with pain. My Uncle Ji, actually, his affair is confirmed. It probably started before Xiaoting was even born. He got involved with a woman outside, her name is Lu Lanxia. After some time together, Lu Lanxia got pregnant. 4 months later, she came looking for him. To his surprise, she was already carrying his child. Later, she gave birth to a son named Ji Yun. Ji Yunhai has always been someone who values sons over daughters. Although he never showed it openly, deep down, that's what he truly believed. So, later, he bought a high-end apartment outside and moved in with that woman. All these years, you thought he was busy with work, but the reality was completely different. He was actually living with that woman the whole time. Li Jian's words pierced Zhao Manman's heart like needles. It was a truth she couldn't accept. Even after all the hints he had given before, and even though she had mentally prepared herself, hearing it directly from Li Jian still felt like a dagger to her heart. She couldn't accept it. It all makes sense. During that time, his behavior was indeed strange. Xiaoyan, do you have solid evidence for all this? Without saying much, Li Jian opened WeChat. He sent Zhao Manman all the photos and videos that proved it beyond doubt. Hearing the message notifications, Zhao Manman felt suffocated. She didn't even dare to open them. She had always planned to grow old with Ji Yunhai. But now, this was probably the biggest upheaval of her life. In the end, she tapped on the images. This is the neighborhood they live in. That man is Ji Yun, your Uncle Ji's son. Li Jian pointed it out. Zhao Manman saw the intimate pictures of Ji Yunhai with the woman and child. They looked like a perfect little family. Yet, at home, He had never acted this way. It was all because of that son, wasn't it? This one is of them on a trip together. This is a video of him and that woman embracing. This one is from when he attended a parent-teacher meeting with Ji-yoon. And this is their wedding photo, including their wedding ceremony pictures.
Li Jian described everything in detail, and his words stabbed deeper and deeper into Zhao Manman's heart.
It was an unbearable pain.
Her eyes became unfocused. This worried Li Jian. Knowing the truth and seeing the truth were two completely different experiences. For her, this was something absolutely unacceptable.
Mom, are you okay?
Li Jian sat beside her, feeling uneasy. Zhao Manman locked her phone and looked at him.
Shoyan, go buy a few bottles of red wine for me. I want to drink. If it were any other time, Li Jian would have gone immediately. But now,
he didn't dare leave, afraid something might happen.
I won't go. I'm scared you won't be able to handle this. Zhao Manman touched his head and smiled gently. It's okay, Xiaoyan. Don't overthink it. If I really couldn't handle it, I wouldn't be asking you to buy wine. Maybe if I drink enough, I'll figure things out. Since Wansheng, you've been warning me about Uncle Ji.
So, deep down, I was already on guard.
If he doesn't want this life anymore, that doesn't mean I'll end mine over it, right? Mom isn't that weak. Be a good boy, go get me some wine.
Seeing how calm Zhao Manman seemed, Li Jian felt slightly reassured.
You're not lying to me, are you? Zhao Manman looked helpless. Mom wouldn't lie to you.
Li Jian walked over to the service button and pressed it. I'll have the hotel send some up. This place isn't cheap, they definitely have wine.
Zhao Manman didn't object. As long as she could drink and forget, that was enough. She really just wanted a few drinks.
Soon, the hotel staff brought several bottles of red wine.
Would you like me to open them for you?
Li Jian glanced at the bottle opener and had the staff open all the bottles. Once the staff left, the room fell into silence. One by one, he placed the bottles in front of Zhao Manman.
Mom, I'll drink with you.
Li Jian poured her a glass of red wine. He wasn't sure how much she could handle,
but tonight, drinking could help forget many troubles.
Zhao Manman took the wine glass and slowly sipped from it. She didn't gulp it down as Li Jian had feared, which made him feel slightly relieved.
At least she wasn't reacting too drastically. Xiaoyan, tell me, is having a son really that important? Zhao Manman brought up the question.
Nowadays, most young people don't really care about that,
because having children is something that happens naturally.
But I think what matters most is the person who stays by your side.
Zhao Manman nodded gently. Your Uncle Ji and I, it's impossible now. Since he has a family outside, we'll get divorced. I'm not the type to cling to someone. It's better to part on good terms.
She had made up her mind she was going to divorce. She had absolutely zero tolerance for what Ji Yunhai had done.
You want a peaceful breakup, but he has no intention of letting you go. Zhao Manman didn't respond. She thought about Ji Yunhai's business ventures. She hadn't dared to dwell on them before because it was too terrifying. She simply couldn't imagine something like that. I warned you before about him transferring assets.
The so-called business partner of that company is actually an empty shell company set up by that woman. Through business deals, he's been continuously funneling away the joint assets.
If this keeps going for a while longer, you'll be left with nothing. Transferring assets was a long-term process, especially for someone with deep financial resources like Ji Yunhai. Moving the money out wasn't something that could be done overnight. The information I sent you contains all the solid evidence. You should take a good look at it. Zhao Manman reopened WeChat.
And there, she saw the undeniable proof of Ji Yunhai's asset transfers.
She started trembling. She couldn't believe that the man she had been married to for so many years was actually capable of something this heartless. He was practically skinning her alive.
Out of nowhere, Zhao Manman recalled what Yang Xingtao had said. She had never truly understood Ji Yunhai. So, you want to part peacefully, but he doesn't. I had to tell you about this, but before, I was afraid that if I wasn't around, you wouldn't be able to handle it, so I didn't go into detail.
Now, whatever you're thinking, you can say it. Zhao Manman said nothing. She just kept drinking, slowly. Her entire worldview was collapsing.
For the first time, she realized, all the beliefs and principles she had followed throughout her life seemed so ridiculous. If Li Jian hadn't found the evidence, she would still be completely in the dark.
And in a while, what would she be left with?
Maybe, just as Yang Xingtao said, she would be stripped of everything.
Are you okay? I'm fine, Xiaoyan. Bring me the wine. If I drink enough, I'll be fine.
Zhao Manman drank glass after glass. By the time it was past 11, she wobbled as she stood up. She seemed calmer.
Mom, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm going back to sleep, you don't need to walk me back. Unsteadily, Zhao Man walked out of the room. Li Jian quietly followed behind. With her in this state, there was no way he could rest easy. He had drunk quite a bit too, he had been drinking with her. When an elder was drinking, he couldn't just sit and watch. But compared to Zhao Man, he was still much more sober. She didn't return to her room. Instead, she got into the elevator. Li Jian followed her inside, watching as she pressed the button for the top floor. He stood silently behind her. He didn't say a word, and in her drunken state, Zhao Man didn't even notice him. When they reached the top floor, she took the stairs up to the rooftop. Step by step, she walked toward the edge. Her footsteps were unsteady, but she didn't stop. The night breeze was already getting chilly. When Li Ziyan followed her up, he felt a cold shiver run through him. A terrible thought flashed through his mind. He really didn't want to imagine that scenario. For him, it was absolutely unacceptable. No way. Watching Zhao Man walk toward the edge of the rooftop, Li Ziyan quickly reached out and grabbed her from behind. "Shaoyan, let go of me." The cold wind cleared Zhao Man's mind a little. She struggled to break free from his grip. "I won't let go. You can't die." Li Ziyan refused to let go. He was truly afraid of what might happen. Zhao Man kept trying to escape his grasp. But it was useless. A woman of 165 centimeters, no matter how elegant or dignified she usually was still no match for a young man in terms of strength. After struggling in vain, Zhao Man gave up and collapsed onto the ground. "I wasn't trying to die. I just wanted some fresh air." "Why, Shaoyan? How could he do this? You know, for so many years, I always upheld my morals. All I wanted was to grow old with him. But no matter what, I never imagined he would do this. When he was doing all of this, he never even considered my feelings for a second." Hearing her words, Li Jian finally felt relieved. He sat down on the ground as well, across from her. He did this because he didn't cherish what he had. "You're such a great person, you just had bad luck." Zhao Man couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She cried uncontrollably, completely breaking down in front of him. Everything that happened today was far too cruel for her. "Mom, don't think about it too much. Ji Yunhai didn't cherish you, but you still have Tu Tingbao, and you have me. To us, you are the most important person in our lives. You should live for the people who truly care about you. Feeling sad over someone who hurt you is the most foolish thing. It only harms you and brings no benefit at all. He's not worth it." Zhao Man slowly lifted her head and looked at Li Jian in front of her. Her heart was deeply moved. Originally, she thought she would spend this mid-autumn festival alone in solitude. But with Li Jian and Ji Jitong here, she still had a happy day. From now on, her life should revolve around these three children. As for Ji Yunhai, he truly wasn't worth wasting her emotions on. "Son, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't think I could have come to terms with this so quickly." Zhao Man gently leaned on Li Jian's shoulder. Tears continued to flow. Her sadness, which had been held back earlier, could no longer be contained. Li Jian patted Zhao Man's back. He also felt an uncontrollable sadness. Watching an elder suffer always evoked empathy. Feeling this short-lived moment of mother and son closeness, he felt warmth in his heart. After a while, they stood by the rooftop railing, letting the wind blow past them. "Mom, hold on to the railing. You're still a little unsteady. You drank a bit too much." Zhao Man's emotions had calmed significantly, though her mind was still hazy. And Li Jian had also had quite a bit to drink. "This view is really beautiful, Shaoyan. It's been so long since I last felt this kind of freedom." Li Jian looked at Zhao Man beside him. In the future, when you're free, you can wear a qipao and enjoy the breeze." Zhao Man nodded. The alcohol hit her again, making her feel drowsy. "I'll carry you back." Li Ziyan was very filial to Zhao Man. Seeing that she had stabilized emotionally, and after her earlier crying, he knew the matter of Ji Yunhai was settled. Now, his next step was to ensure Ji Yunhai lost everything. Then, he would make sure Ji Yunhai faced justice. If it had only been about an affair, Li Jian wouldn't have gone this far. After all, he himself wasn't exactly innocent in that regard. But Ji Yunhai had gone too far. He wanted to destroy Zhao Man completely. No matter what, this couldn't be brushed aside so easily. Ji Yunhai had to pay the price. Drunk, Zhao Man lay on Li Jian's back. He carried her downstairs. The next morning, Li Jian slowly woke up, so tired. The faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air. He had forgotten how much he had drunk. He only remembered drinking a lot. His body still felt sluggish. Alcohol was truly bad for the body. He needed to avoid drinking in the future. Rubbing his face, Li Jian gradually became more awake. We still have to go to Taihu today. He remembered the plan to visit Taihu with Ji Jitong.
But now the Zhao Man had stabilized emotionally,
And the next steps were divorce and asset division. He could finally relax. As Li Jian was lost in thought, the doorbell rang. He quickly got dressed and opened the door. Outside, Zhao Man and Ji Jitong were waiting. Mom, shouting.
Zhao Man seemed to have come to terms with many things, her face even had a bit of color to it.
Shouyan, you're awake.
After inviting them in, they sat down.
Mom, what's so secretive? What do you need to tell me? Zhao Man glanced at Li Jian. I'll let him explain. Li Jian could tell that Zhao Man's determination was firm. Brother, what is it? Li Jian hesitated for a moment. Talking to Ji Jitong about Ji Yunhai's scandal felt a little unnatural. Well, your dad cheated. You actually have a half-brother outside. What do you think about that? Ji Jitong stared at Li Jian, unable to believe what he had just said. Then, she turned to look at Zhao Man. Seeing her mother's confirming expression, Ji Jitong finally realized it was true. Divorce. Mom, divorce him immediately. Don't worry, I'll always be on your side. Even after the divorce, I'll stay with you. I'm only your daughter. In Ji Jitong's mind, her father's image had completely shattered.
Zhao Man looked at her daughter's firm stance and felt deeply touched.
Her eyes became misty. Like Li Jian, Ji Jitong was unwavering in her support. Baby.
Zhao Man looked at Ji Jitong, who then threw herself into her mother's arms. Mother and daughter held each other and cried.
Even Li Jian felt a pang of sadness watching them.
After a long while, Ji Jitong wiped away Zhao Man's tears.
Mom, don't worry about the divorce. From now on, I'll only take care of you. I won't support that heartless man. You're my only real family. I believe my sister will also stand with you.
Ji Yunhai had barely cared about his daughters since they were young. At most, he would leave some money on the table before walking away. Ji Jitong was lucky to receive decent pocket money, but back then, Ji Mengting had been raised under a strict, frugal upbringing. She had even less attachment to Ji Yunhai.
Shouting, that's the right mindset.
Li Jian didn't need to say much, he already knew that in Ji Yunhai's eyes. This mother and her two daughters meant nothing. His heart only held his son, Ji Yun, that was all. Actually, it's not just about the affair and the illegitimate child. Recently, he's been transferring family assets, planning to leave everything to Ji Yun. His goal is to strip the three of you of everything and leave you with nothing.
Hearing this, Ji Jitong's eyes filled with confusion. Would her father really do something like that?
She looked at Zhao Man, who didn't deny it. Then, she knew it had to be true.
Her mother was a dignified and elegant woman. She would never lie about something like this. I understand now, Mom. Before, I never imagined something like this could happen. But if he has no love for us at all, then we should completely cut ties with him and move on. Her reaction didn't surprise Li Jian.
Ji Jitong had always been someone who loved and hated with equal intensity.
Cutting off Ji Yunhai was completely in line with her personality. All right. Shouting, go check on Mang. She's probably waking up soon.
Ji Jitong wiped away her tears.
Now she understood why Li Jian hadn't answered her question last night.
This was too cruel, she needed time to process it.
After Ji Jitong closed the door, Li Jian sat down beside Zhao Man.
Today, she looked much better. Mentally, she had probably come to terms with everything.
Mom, what do you plan to do next? Zhao Man glanced at Li Jian. Things have already come to this point, do I even have a choice?
I'll get a divorce.
Li Jian asked, have you really made up your mind? Zhao Man was firm. I've made up my mind.
Last night, everything you told me, I remember it very clearly.
Ji Yunhai isn't worth it. Li Jian continued, and after the divorce? What are your plans? Li Jian's inquiry left Zhao Man somewhat confused.
Yes, after the divorce. Others have families, but from now on, she will be completely without one.
Let's take care of the divorce first before thinking about these things.
Zhao Man's face turned slightly pale. Seeing her like this, Li Jian didn't have the heart to push her further. Then, Mom, let's go out and have some fun first.
Once we get back, we'll handle the divorce. Zhao Man nodded.
In the end, everything was coming to an end. She still couldn't walk with Ji Yunhai to the very end.
Everything really felt like a dream.
After waking up, Zhou Mengmeng went to eat with Ji Zitten, Li Jian, and the others.
The hotel had a dedicated buffet breakfast. For breakfast, Li Jian preferred simple foods. Meng, eat more of this. Sleeping with you is really nice, you don't move around at all. So well behaved.
Zhou Mengmeng felt a deep sense of inferiority. Ji Zhitan's life was so much better than hers. Their lives were not even on the same level. Mom, although everything that happened was difficult, I feel like you seem much better now. It's like something that was missing for so many years has suddenly returned to you. You look beautiful now. Ji Zhitan leaned playfully against Zhao Manman as she spoke. Perhaps her mother hadn't been happy all these years either. Since this happened, she had to firmly separate from him. Zhao Manman didn't speak, but her mind was filled with too many thoughts. This divorce would definitely not be easy. The person she once lived with had suddenly become an enemy, which made Zhao Manman feel an inexplicable sense of fear. When the day comes to completely tear off the mask, his true colors will finally be revealed. Today, let's take a nice boat ride on Taihu Lake. For the next few days, we should visit more places. Li Jian spoke about their plans, and Zhao Manman didn't show any sadness. She was afraid of ruining this nice vacation. After all, Zhou Mengmeng and Xiaoting were both here. Zhao Manman truly liked Zhou Mengmeng. At the same time, her mind drifted to last night. Yesterday was a day she would never forget. For the rest of her life, she would never be able to forget it. Her emotions had never been so intense in her entire life. If it weren't for Li Jian's sincere encouragement last night, she might not have been able to hold on. After checking out of the hotel, they set off for Taihu Lake. They checked into a high-end hotel near Taihu Lake. In the afternoon, they arrived at the lakeside. Just like at Shizi Lake, Li Jian directly booked a private boat. Now that he had small financial goals, he was much more carefree with his spending than before. Looking at the beautiful lake scenery, Ji Zhitan started taking photos. Mom, in this kind of weather, boating is definitely a smart choice. No matter what, it won't be too hot on the water. In a while, the weather should start cooling down. That will be the best season. Zhao Manman felt much more relaxed after last night. She had also come to terms with Ji Yunhai. Now, all she needed to do was handle the divorce. Lately, both she and Mengting were going through divorces. It really seemed like mother and daughter were unlucky together. But Zhao Manman knew that Ji Mengting had lost the one person she should never have let go of in her life. This was probably the biggest mistake she had ever made. Shoyan. Zhao Manman pulled Li Jian to the other side of the boat. She remembered the last time they had gone boating together. It was also an unforgettable moment for her. Mom, Li Jian thought for a moment and said, after your divorce, if you have nowhere to go, why not come to Shanghai? Since I'm divorced too, we're in the same boat. We can keep each other company and chat when we're free. He knew that Zhao Manman's future would be bleak. Zhao Manman was almost 43 years old, and her birthday was approaching. She was divorced. There were no children by her side, and no one to accompany her. As for what her future days would be like, Li Jian could easily imagine. If she could go to Shanghai, he would be able to visit her often, and also visit Zhitan and Mengting. He could see them all frequently. In Shanghai, at least she wouldn't be so lonely. Zhao Manman seemed a bit tempted. Going to Shanghai did seem like a good choice. Zhejiang, this place that had broken her heart completely, was not a place she wanted to stay in any longer. Give me some time to think about it, okay, Shaoyan? Hearing Zhao Manman's response, Li Jian didn't press further. Indeed, many things required time to process. Just like his situation with Ji Zhitan, that had only been delayed for a little while. However, he could also finalize things with Ji Zhitan now. I'll call Ji Yunhai first. Zhao Manman didn't want to drag this out any longer. She would make things clear to him and go straight to finalize the divorce once she got home. Thinking about how she had gotten completely drunk last night, Zhao Manman steeled her heart. Everything was just a fleeting dream. Seeing Zhao Manman about to call Ji Yunhai, Li Jian didn't stop her. This matter, it was indeed the right time to inform Ji Yunhai in advance. He wasn't worried at all about him transferring assets or anything like that. What he needed to focus on now was making sure Ji Yunhai spent a few years behind bars. There were many things Li Jian could tolerate, but transferring assets was something Ji Yunhai had done far too ruthlessly. He left no room for compromise. Ji Zhitan watched the two of them from the side and understood. Her mother was probably discussing divorce with her father. This was only natural. Even now, she still felt deeply disappointed in Ji Yunhai. Bringing this up sooner rather than later was actually for the best. But, Mom, don't mention anything about the asset transfer. Just talk about the divorce. The asset transfer, don't bring it up yet. I've looked into it. The illegally transferred assets will be fully awarded to you in the divorce settlement. The more he transfers, the better it is for you. Because that part of the assets will be 100% given to you. Li Jian had all the evidence of the asset transfers. so he wasn't worried at all about losing any of the assets. Let him transfer as much as possible. If it's severe enough, he'll end up leaving with nothing.
Zhao Man nodded. If there hadn't been this issue of asset transfers, their many years of family ties would still remain.
She had originally planned to part ways with Ji Yunhai on peaceful terms, but since he had been so ruthless toward her, she had no reason to consider his well-being anymore.
Hello?
The call quickly connected, and on the other end, Ji Yunhai was currently enjoying a moment of family togetherness. Spending time with his son felt truly fulfilling. Next, all he had to do was complete the asset transfers. And then he could focus on grooming his son into a successful businessman. After answering the call, Ji Yunhai walked over to the balcony.
Lu Lanxia followed him.
What Zhao Man said next left him completely stunned.
Ji Yunhai, let's get a divorce. Li Jiyan had an odd feeling.
This sentence sounded familiar. But the reason behind it was completely different. At this moment, Ji Yunhai could not have imagined that Zhao Man would suddenly bring up divorce.
After all these years, although he wasn't exactly a decent person, he had always known that Zhao Man was deeply moral and an excellent wife. But today, she was actually asking for a divorce? For a moment, a strange feeling of loss welled up in his heart. Could it be that Zhao Man had found someone else?
Wife, what kind of joke is this? We've been together for so many years, we're an old couple already. Why would we get divorced now?
Zhao Man calmly replied, I'm tired of this. This kind of life, never changing, I can't stand it anymore. When I return to Zhejiang, let's finalize the divorce. I've already made my decision.
Ji Yunhai instantly realized Zhao Man was serious. He knew her personality well. She was strong-willed and never spoke lightly. Anything she said, she would follow through on. Since she had decided to divorce him like this, there was basically no room for negotiation. Divorce was something Ji Yunhai had been planning for a while, it was inevitable.
But he hadn't expected it to happen right now.
He was still in the process of transferring assets, and that would take some more time.
If the divorce settlement happened now,
his money would end up in someone else's hands.
If all his assets were liquidated, they would total around 300 million yuan.
Thinking about how he might have to give 150 million to 3 outsiders, Ji Yunhai felt an unbearable ache in his heart.
What's wrong, wife? Why bring up divorce all of a sudden?
I don't know what's happened, but you should calm down.
Let's sit down and talk this through. Even if there's a problem, we can wait a bit before discussing divorce.
I hope we can take some time to think this over carefully. There was a pleading tone in Ji Yunhai's voice, but Zhao Man could tell. He wasn't pleading for the sake of their marriage. He was pleading for the money he wanted to transfer. He didn't want to split the assets with her and their daughter.
I don't want to think it over anymore. Once I get home, we're divorcing. If you refuse, I will file a lawsuit.
Then, she hung up the phone. Watching how decisively Zhao Man handled the situation, Li Jiyan finally felt certain. This was the strong and resolute woman he had always known as his mother-in-law. She was completely different from the woman she had been last night. With this, he'll panic and speed up the asset transfers. And that will pretty much ensure he ends up with nothing. At Yuhang, Ji Yunhai was in an extremely bad mood.
What was going on? Why did Zhao Man suddenly say she wanted a divorce? What exactly is happening?
She suddenly told me she wants a divorce.
Beside him, Lu Lanxia also became anxious.
If the divorce happens this quickly, most of the assets haven't been transferred yet.
Wouldn't that mean she could take half?
That won't do, this is your son's money. Ji Yunhai lit a cigarette, took a drag, and finally calmed down a bit.
Don't worry.
The assets are still ours. We just need to speed up the transfers.
In the next few days, we'll move a large sum.
Right now, she's in Suzhou with the kids, having fun. By the time she comes back from Suzhou, most of the assets will already be transferred. Besides, I can stall her, negotiate first, until she files a lawsuit for divorce. A contested divorce takes at least 3 months to process. Plus, with the time we have now, that's enough to leave her with nothing.
This woman.
At this moment, there was already a trace of hatred in Ji Yunhai's tone when he mentioned Zhao Man. This had completely disrupted his plans.
That's good. Lu Lanxia didn't care about anything else.
All she wanted was to get as much money as possible.
As for everything else, it had nothing to do with her. In that case, the divorce doesn't matter. As long as we get the money, who cares what happens to her? Tell me, why did she suddenly think of getting a divorce? Did she find out about us? Ji Yunhai muttered, that's impossible. Could it be? Suddenly, he thought of a fatal flaw.
His affairs weren't entirely without loose ends, there was one person who had always known about them.
That person was Li Jiyan. Last time, he had even talked to Li Ziyan, offering him 1,000,000 yuan to keep quiet, but Li Ziyan had refused. At the time, Ji Yunhai had thought he understood him. After all, they were both men, so he assumed Li Ziyan was helping him keep his secret. But thinking about it now, Li Ziyan had never intended to keep the secret at all. He was just waiting for the right time to expose it. Li Ziyan. At this moment, Ji Yunhai gritted his teeth. He never expected that the seemingly insignificant Li Ziyan would ruin everything for him at such a crucial moment. If his plans were disrupted, it was definitely related to him. Slowly, Ji Yunhai figured out the entire situation. Li Ziyan had gone to Suzhou with Ji Zitten and Zhao Manman, and Zhao Manman brought up the divorce while she was in Suzhou. It was definitely because Li Ziyan had exposed him. There was no other possibility. And there was something else. Ji Yunhai didn't dare to think further. Alright, Lao Ji, don't be scared. It's just a divorce. The important thing right now is transferring the assets. Since we're the ones initiating the divorce, we still have the upper hand. Ji Yunhai took a deep breath and stopped overthinking. Alright then, we need to speed up the asset transfers. No matter what, we can't let them get away with anything. And Li Ziyan, he absolutely cannot get a share of my assets. Ji Yunhai knew that if Zhao Manman got the money, she would definitely split it between their two daughters. The thought of an outsider like Li Ziyan getting his money was what he absolutely could not accept. Alright, I told him. Zhao Manman regained her usual noble and elegant demeanor. As if she was talking about something trivial. Li Ziyan speculated, I think after hearing your words, he must be panicking. Right now, he's probably busy transferring assets. That's exactly what we need to see. Zhao Manman smiled gently, looking exceptionally beautiful. Actually, I don't care about money. All these years, I've never really managed the finances. In my heart, money has never been as important as family. I just never expected that Ji Yunhai would be so ruthless to me. Li Ziyan knew that Zhao Manman truly valued family more than money. It was a pity. She had originally wanted to spend her life with Ji Yunhai, but in the end, she ended up like this. If it weren't for him, Li Ziyan didn't even dare to imagine what kind of future Zhao Manman would have had. Don't worry, Mom. He will pay the price for what he has done. I'll go with you for the divorce. Zhao Manman didn't agree to Li Ziyan's offer. She was afraid of letting her children see her in such a miserable state. Divorce was not a pleasant matter. What lay ahead was inevitably Ji Yunhai's true nature. Let's not talk about this. You have to trust that I can handle it myself. Li Ziyan didn't know what to say, but there was no way he would let Zhao Manman face Ji Yunhai alone. Ji Yunhai might look refined, but in reality, he was a ruthless man. Now that things had come down to money and interests, Li Ziyan couldn't let Zhao Manman return alone. I can't agree to that. Let's discuss it again when we get back. Zhao Manman rarely saw Li Ziyan disobey her. At this moment, she felt that this matter was something she wouldn't be able to keep him out of. Besides, I can actually help you. Don't forget that. Zhao Manman suddenly recalled Li Ziyan's connection with Su Jinan. Indeed, she had always subconsciously treated Li Ziyan as an ordinary young man. But in reality, he was not that simple. He could really help her with this matter. Alright then, we'll discuss it later. Meanwhile, Ji Zitten was chatting with Zhou Mengmeng about Li Ziyan. Zitten, do you think Brother Yen could ever be a loyal man? Ji Zitten looked at the distant scenery but didn't dare to answer the question lightly. I don't know, but I will try my best to make him loyal to me. Hearing this, Zhou Mengmeng felt a sharp pain in her heart. She had always thought Ji Zitten liked Li Ziyan, but hearing her say it out loud now made Zhou Mengmeng feel truly powerless. Ji Zitten was a rich girl, beautiful, with a figure comparable to hers, but 3 centimeters taller. In terms of looks, she had no real advantage over her. She liked Li Ziyan. What did Zhou Mengmeng have to compete with her? Are you and Brother Yen together? Hearing Zhou Mengmeng's question, Ji Zitten secretly glanced at Li Ziyan, who was not far away. No. Getting together isn't that easy. I confessed to him before coming here. Zhou Mengmeng's expression became very unnatural. She had also confessed to him before, but she couldn't be with him. Did he accept? No, but he didn't reject me either. Before we leave Suzhou, he will give me an answer. Zhou Mengmeng didn't ask further. But her heart ached. So it was true, when Li Ziyan had said those things before, it was because he couldn't let go of Ji Zitten. What should she do? The smartest choice for her would be to cut off contact with Li Ziyan forever. But it hurt so much. That evening, the 4 of them returned to the hotel. They had a simple dinner. Li Ziyan ordered the hotel's recommended cream puffs, which tasted surprisingly good. Shayan, you all eat first. I'm a bit tired. I need to get some rest.
Li Jian knew that Zhao Man had been truly exhausted these past few days. She should take this opportunity to rest well.
Alright, then you go rest first.
Zhao Man hummed in acknowledgement, left the restaurant, and returned to her room to sleep. Zhou Mengmeng also timidly said goodbye. She had been in low spirits all day.
How's my mom's situation?
Ji Zitten asked softly. She was naturally very concerned about this matter.
She already brought up the divorce today. I'm guessing your dad is transferring assets right now. We'll see what happens when we get back. But you don't have to worry about it. No matter what, it won't affect your life. I'll protect you. Li Jian gently patted Ji Zitten's bun hairstyle. His gaze was filled with indulgence. This girl, she was developing better and better. The future was promising. Mei Shem, I know. No matter what, I won't let you shake me off in this lifetime. Don't forget our promise. Time passed quickly.
During this National Day holiday, the four of them traveled to many places. They changed hotels at every destination, and sometimes rooms were scarce. Meanwhile, Li Jian had made another smart move in the market, expanding his savings to 170 million yuan. His confidence had reached its peak. His presence was especially attractive. In the blink of an eye, October 6th arrived. This year, on October 7th, work would resume after the holiday. So, since yesterday, crowds had already started returning to the big cities.
Mom, we can head back today.
The four of them walked through an ancient town, where the brief holiday bustle had faded into quietness.
There were far fewer people now. Zhao Man was in good spirits.
Having spent this time with the three children, enjoying the scenery,
it was as if she had momentarily forgotten about everything.
She had also erased the memory of getting drunk.
Everything would have a new beginning.
Looking at the small bridges and flowing water in the distance, Li Jian said, I'll take you all back to Shanghai first today.
Mom, wait for me.
I'll head to Zhejiang soon.
Before that, don't do anything.
Zhao Man knew that Li Jian was determined to help her with this, and she truly could rely on his help.
Alright then, Shayan, I'll be waiting for you at home.
Seeing that Li Jian had already arranged the return plans,
Ji Zitten grabbed his hand. Let's go over there for a walk. I have something to tell you. Without caring about anything else, she pulled Li Jian across the bridge. Zhao Man knew that Ji Zitten and Li Jian had a very close relationship, so she didn't mind. Meng, let's take a walk over here. Zhou Meng absent-mindedly followed Zhao Man. Was Li Jian finally going to give Ji Zitten an answer? She didn't know what his decision would be. Zhou Meng didn't dare to think further. There were many small flowers by the roadside that Li Jian didn't recognize.
In this ancient town, they looked particularly beautiful.
Have you thought about what we talked about before? Ji Zitten's pretty face was slightly flushed at this moment.
Bringing up this topic with Li Jian on her own still made her feel shy.
Let's be together.
Li Jian answered decisively this time.
He had already spoken about Ji Yunhai's situation. Now, there was nothing stopping him.
Of course, he didn't say to Ji Zitten what he had told Zhou Meng. Back then, he had his own plan. If he didn't tell Zhou Meng the truth and she later found out she had been deceived, she might have committed suicide.
That was something Li Jian couldn't bring himself to do. And if he was going to be with Ji Zitten, Zhou Meng would definitely find out. That's why he had to tell her in advance. But as for Ji Zitten, there was no need to say anything at all.
If Zhou Meng agreed to his arrangement,
she definitely wouldn't tell Ji Zitten about what had happened between them. And if later on, he got involved with Wu Yuxian, she wouldn't say anything either. Anyway, there was no way he would get caught. Hearing Li Jian's answer, Ji Zitten's face turned visibly red.
Li Jian had really agreed to this. He was now officially with her, which meant she was his girlfriend.
She could openly be with him. They could do many things. They could kiss, hug. There were no more restrictions.
At that moment, Ji Zitten's heart was filled with endless dreams about the future.
But for now, we can't tell anyone. We have to keep our relationship a secret. Ji Zitten didn't quite understand. I don't want to keep it a secret. I want to date you openly. Li Jian patted Ji Zitten's bun hairstyle. It wasn't as easy to grab as twin ponytails. You know, I just divorced your sister not long ago. If your mom finds out, she'll definitely be upset. After all,
Meng Ting is also her daughter.
She's already going through a tough time. So let's wait until this whole situation settles down before we make it public. How about that? Ji Zitten nodded seriously. Sorry, I didn't think about that. Okay, we won't tell anyone for now. But once we're back in Shanghai, we'll act like a normal couple.
Li Jian glanced at Zhao Man and Zhou Meng, who were too far away to notice them.
Then, he leaned in and gently kissed Ji Zitten on the cheek. Alright, little Tingbao, let's go. I need to take you back to school later. Back when he was dating Ji Mingting, he used to call her Tingbao. Since Ji Zitten was younger, she was little Tingbao. Ji Zitten really wanted to hold Li Jian's hand, fingers intertwined, just like how couples should. Now that she was officially with him, that was how things should be. But for now, she could only hold back. The four of them regrouped. Li Jian checked the time and said, Mom, let's head back now. They returned. Zhao Manman went back to Zhujiang first. Li Jian took Ji Zitten and Zhou Mingming to their school. After Zhao Manman boarded the high-speed train, Li Jian immediately had Su Jinnan send people to ensure her safety. At the same time, Su Jinnan introduced Li Jian to a contact in Zhejiang. The whole way back, Zhou Mingming kept secretly observing the way Li Jian and Ji Zitten interacted. She noticed that they were being discreetly affectionate. From Ji Zitten's behavior, Zhou Mingming finally understood. It was obvious they were together. Watching the person she liked being with her roommate, her heart ached terribly. When they reached the dormitory entrance, she spoke in a low voice, I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. After saying goodbye, she returned to her room, turned on the air conditioner, climbed onto her bed, and quietly cried. Meanwhile, outside, other students were slowly making their way back to the dorm. I'm heading in now, Brother Yen. Ji Zitten looked at Li Jian, who was now officially her boyfriend, and felt a strange warmth in her heart. Li Jian patted her head. Alright, I'll be back soon. I'll take good care of you. No matter what, he had to claim her first kiss. And truthfully, since his divorce, Li Jian had struggled in certain moments. There were things he and Ji Zitten needed to explore together. Bye-bye. Ji Zitten glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then quickly kissed Li Jian on the cheek before running off. This girl. Li Jian took a deep breath to calm himself. Then, he got into the back seat of his car and told Old Sun to drive straight to the train station. Zhujiang. Back at her villa, Zhao Manman felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. This used to be her home, a place that sheltered her from the world. But now, it was nothing more than a cold and desolate place. The man she had lived with for so many years had been so cruel to her, he didn't even leave her a shred of kindness. And all of this was simply because she hadn't given birth to a son. As memories flooded her mind, she began to tremble. Just then, her phone rang. It was Yang Xintao. For the past few days, Yang Xintao hadn't called her. Hello, Xiao Yang. Sister Zhao. Regarding this matter, Zhao Manman was still very curious. How did things go? Yang Xintao's voice carried a tone of happiness. This National Day trip was truly rewarding for me. What about you? Zhao Manman couldn't find the words to respond. Anyway, this has been the happiest time of my life. I decided I'm going to marry him. Zhao Manman hadn't expected Yang Xintao to have such a bold idea. A marriage, with such a huge age gap? That didn't seem realistic. Marriage? His family definitely wouldn't agree, right? And besides, Yang Xintao firmly said, I've already decided to get a divorce. From now on, I'm going to start a new life with him and marry him. As for his family, I can change my identity. My age, my name, everything can start over. Sister Zhao, really, thank you. One day, I'll let you see how happy I am. Zhao Manman felt dazed. I hope you find happiness. Her mind was filled with confusion. So, this was possible too. Changing her identity. Yang Xintao really had a plan. Around 4 p.m., Li Jian arrived in Zhujiang. He didn't ask Zhao Manman to pick him up. Instead, he called the assistant Su Jinnan had arranged for him in Zhujiang. Yunfei. On the other end of the phone, Gui Yunfei's voice was very respectful. Yes, Mr. Li, go ahead. It's like this, I need you to arrange a few people, preferably skilled ones, to stay with me these next few days. There might be some dangerous factors involved. Gui Yunfei immediately assured him that it would be taken care of. 10 minutes later, a Land Rover stopped at the high-speed rail station entrance. Under Gui Yunfei's reception, Li Jian got into the car. Once inside, he called Zhao Manman. Mom, I'm in Zhujiang now. In the villa, Zhao Manman was surprised. She thought he would come tomorrow, after all, traveling from the ancient town to Shanghai. Then taking the two girls to school, all that traveling must have been exhausting. But Li Jian had rushed over the same day. This really surprised her. Shayan, why did you come back so soon? You should have rested in Shanghai for a day, you must be exhausted. Li Jian said with concern, this matter concerns you, after all. I was worried about your safety, so I rushed back. I don't want anything to happen that I'd regret for the rest of my life. I'll be there soon.
Please arrange a meeting with Ji Yunhai at home so we can settle this matter. Zhao Manman felt warmth in her heart.
Alright, let's do it this way then. I'll call him now. After ending the call, Zhao Manman dialed Ji Yunhai. Hello? Come home, I'm back. Let's talk about the divorce. But Ji Yunhai's response surprised her. I'll be there soon, wife. Let's talk calmly and properly. Not long after, Ji Yunhai's car arrived at the house. He walked into the villa, planning to delay the divorce. Sit down. Zhao Manman held a glass of water, sipping it lightly.
Looking at his stunningly beautiful wife, Ji Yunhai felt an itch in his heart, but at the same time, hatred. Why was the problem with him? Only through certain, special methods. Could he feel normal again? But those things,
Zhao Manman would never agree to.
only Lu Lanxia would completely obey him. Wife, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cheated. Please, forgive me.
Let's live well together, okay?
He pretended to be pitiful. Now, Ji Yunhai had figured it out.
Why was Zhao Manman so determined to divorce him?
There was only one possibility: she had discovered his affair.
And this secret had to have been exposed by Li Ziyan.
Ji Yunhai knew that Zhao Manman had always cherished their marriage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tolerated so much for so many years, never once mentioning divorce. Seeing that Zhao Manman remained silent, he dropped to his knees, trying to reach out and hold her hand. At this moment, Ji Yunhai suddenly felt hopeful.
Maybe. Wasn't there a chance she would reconcile with him? But before he could act on this thought,
Zhao Manman splashed the glass of water directly onto his face before he even had a chance to touch her. Ji Yunhai, if you dare to touch me, I'll smash this on your head.
Just looking at you makes me sick.
Seeing the glass in her hand,
Ji Yunhai hesitated. He knew better than anyone how strong-willed this woman was.
She always followed through on what she said. If he touched her now, he would probably end up with a bloody head. Anyway, it had been years since they had any physical contact. What was the point now? His hatred for Zhao Manman deepened, but he still wanted to keep up his act to buy more time.
Zhao Manman didn't want to watch his pathetic performance.
His hypocrisy utterly disgusted her.
Enough with the acting. Let's talk about the asset division. I'm willing to leave you with a portion of the assets.
Ji Yunhai wiped the water from his face, momentarily stunned.
From her tone, it sounded like she wanted to take the majority while leaving him with a small portion.
This woman had no sense of reality.
Zhao Manman, are you insane? You want the majority? This is our joint marital property.
Seeing that playing the victim wasn't working, Ji Yunhai dropped the act and showed his true colors. During the National Day holiday, he had already transferred most of the assets. Filing for divorce would take time. He had connections, and if she wanted to freeze the assets, it would be a long and complicated process. The only reason he had begged her earlier was to buy more time to transfer everything smoothly. I don't care about the money for myself, but I have to fight for our daughters.
De Tingbao and Xiao Tingbao will stay with me.
Ji Yunhai never cared about his two daughters.
Dream on. The bulk of the assets should go to me. As for those two money-wasting burdens, take them if you want.
Zhao Manman's heart turned completely cold.
She forwarded all the evidence Li Ziyan had given her to Ji Yunhai's phone.
In that case, take a good look at this. These are all the records of your affairs and asset transfers. Outside the villa, Li Ziyan's men had already arrived.
Just then, the Land Rover carrying Li Ziyan pulled up as well.
Brother Yunfei.
Gui Yunfei waved his hand, and the others stepped back. Everything okay?
Li Ziyan asked.
All good, Mr. Li. We've been protecting Ms. Zhao since she got back.
We didn't let any strangers near her.
We checked Ji Yunhai's car and had people search him before he entered the neighborhood. Only after confirming he had no weapons did we let him in. Right now, they seem to be discussing things.
Li Ziyan knew that with Ji Yunhai's personality, he wasn't likely to do anything extreme, like committing murder. After all, it's only those with nothing to lose who act recklessly. Rich people value their lives. But whether he would lash out in anger and hit someone, that Li Ziyan wasn't sure about. Thinking of this, he stepped toward the villa. Ji Yunhai opened WeChat and looked at the evidence Zhao Manman had sent him. When he saw the proof of his affair, cold sweat started dripping from his forehead, as if he had seen a ghost. He had always been extremely discreet in his actions. That was how he had managed to hide everything perfectly for so many years. But now, the evidence was completely in Zhao Manman's hands. A regular detective could never have gathered such detailed proof. But when he saw the evidence of his asset transfers, his whole body felt as if his soul had left him. How could you possibly have this?
This is impossible. The asset transfers were his most tightly kept secret.
He had spent a fortune hiring top lawyers to plan everything.
Everything should have been flawless, with zero risks. And yet, Zhao Manman had all the proof. Do you have anything left to say? If you want, I can leave you a small portion of the assets, so you can be with that woman.
Zhao Manman had completely regained her composure. She was back to her usual strong and cold demeanor. Looking at her standing there so confidently, looking down on him, Ji Yunhai's fury exploded. 300 million, this time, he wouldn't be able to escape splitting it. Why should Zhao Manman get so much money? She didn't deserve it. He started cursing. You bitch. Stop acting so high and mighty. Have you forgotten how poor your family was? Do you think you deserve my money? I've had enough of your fake nobility and coldness. Who do you think you are? Filthy whore. Hearing Ji Yunhai's relentless and vicious insults, Zhao Manman felt an unbearable pain in her heart. Whore, it was such a cruel word, and yet he used it on her so easily. And he even added filthy. But what had she done wrong? If her family hadn't been so poor that they couldn't afford her education, would she have married him so young? His success, she had helped him so much. If not for her, Ji Yunhai's business would never have reached this level. And yet, now he was humiliating her like this. Looking at the proud and beautiful Zhao Manman standing before him, Ji Yunhai could no longer control his anger. Such a stunning woman, yet he had no control over her, he could only stand there and watch. He raised his arm and swung it toward Zhao Manman's face. His nerves tingled with excitement. Zhao Manman squeezed her eyes shut in fear. No matter how strong she was, she lived within the rules of a civilized society. Against a man's strength, she had no way to resist. Just then, Li Jian rushed in and blocked her. The slap landed on Li Jian's arm, making it go numb. Without hesitation, Li Jian kicked Ji Yunhai square in the chest, sending him tumbling to the ground. The men standing by immediately restrained Ji Yunhai. Seeing Li Jian only fueled Ji Yunhai's rage. He could already piece everything together, but he couldn't break free. All right, take him away. We'll go to court tomorrow. Ji Yunhai was dragged away. Li Jian turned to Zhao Manman, who was still shaken. He guided her to the couch. Mom, are you okay? Hearing Li Jian's voice, the fear and grievances in Zhao Manman's heart surged. At some point, this child had become her source of strength. Whenever she was with Li Jian, she felt safe. Without realizing it, he had grown up. I'm fine. Shayan, let me see your arm. She examined it carefully. His arm was already bruised. This made Zhao Manman panic. Stay here. I'll get some medicinal liquor for you. Her heart ached for Li Jian's injury. If not for him, that slap would have landed on her face. When she returned with the medicine, a cold wind was blowing outside. The temperature was dropping. She carefully applied the medicine to his bruises, treating him like her own son. My son. Li Ziyan replied softly. Yes, Mom? How did you manage to make him so angry? Good thing I arrived in time, or things could have gone really bad. Zhao Manman said sadly, I thought, after all these years, I should at least leave him some money. I sent him the evidence, but the moment he saw it, he started cursing me. And then he tried to hit me. Li Jian let out a cold laugh. A shameless person will always act this way. When their schemes are exposed, they turn around and attack others. It's nothing surprising coming from him. He's capable of anything. But Mom, in my eyes, you are always the most beautiful and purest woman. Hearing his comforting words, Zhao Manman felt much better. She was lucky to have Shaoyan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do. When facing a man in a violent rage, she had no way to defend herself. Shaoyan, I'm so glad you're here. Li Jian glanced at Ji Yunhai being taken away. He said seriously, Mom, let me handle this. You just sit back and watch, okay? If you get involved, things will only get more complicated. Zhao Manman was, after all, a woman. Her long history with Ji Yunhai made her vulnerable to hesitation. It was better for Li Jian to deal with everything. All right, Shaoyan, I'll leave it all to you. She no longer hesitated and handed the matter over to him. Then let's rest early today. Tomorrow is the trial. Zhao Manman gently massaged Li Jian's arm. Does it hurt? It's fine, Mom. She sighed with concern. Then let me make you something to eat. Just wait here. That night, Zhao Manman checked his arm several more times. Her heart ached terribly. Only after making sure he was fine did she finally go to bed. The next day, Li Jian officially sued both Ji Yunhai and Lu Lanxia. Zhao Manman sat in the plaintiff's seat. Before long, Ji Yunhai and Lu Lanxia were brought into the courtroom to the defendant's bench. Both of their faces looked extremely unpleasant. Lu Lanxia, feeling inferior, didn't even dare to look at Zhao Manman. In terms of looks and figure, she wasn't even on the same level. The only reason she had been able to make Ji Yunhai obey her completely was because she had given birth to his son. When it came to personal charm, she could never compare to Zhao Manman. Ji Yunhai looked at Zhao Manman, feeling a deep fear in his heart. In the past, he had never thought too far ahead, never considered that things would be exposed. He had only planned to transfer all his assets flawlessly. But now, sitting in the defendant's seat, he finally realized he was really going to prison. The evidence was solid. There was no way out. He hated himself for what he had done yesterday. He had always been good at controlling his emotions. Why, just yesterday, had he lost control and ruined everything? Why had he let things escalate to this point? He could have at least kept a portion of the assets for himself. As the lawyer presented the evidence, the verdict was reached quickly. The divorce lawsuit was upheld, and the divorce took immediate effect. Both children were awarded to Zhao Manman. Ji Yunhai, having committed major offenses such as asset transfer and bigamy, was sentenced to leave the marriage with nothing, no assets, no children. His crimes were also prosecuted under the law. With multiple charges combined, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Lu Lanxia didn't have a good ending either. For illegal asset appropriation and bigamy, she was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Before long, both Ji Yunhai and Lu Lanxia were taken away. When Li Jian and Zhao Manman returned home, her mind still felt foggy. Was everything really over? Mom, all the assets are back in your hands now. From here on, it's up to you how you want to move forward. Zhao Manman nodded, but she seemed distracted. This villa felt unbearably cold now. She had never imagined that one day, she and Ji Yunhai would end up like this. For so many years, she had truly believed they would grow old together. The beliefs and values she had upheld for so long now felt like a complete joke. Even she found it laughable. What had she been holding on to all these years for? What was the point of it all? The moment he had tried to hit her yesterday, that must have been his true self, the one he had hidden all these years. Shayan, this place, it's too cold now. It's been almost 2 months since the beginning of autumn. The weather is getting colder. Li Jian could feel it too. The daytime was still warm, but at night, the chilly winds came through. I think you should come back to Shanghai with me. This place may be cold, but in Shanghai, you have family. That's where you truly belong now. That way, I can also be there with you more often. Zhao Manman looked at Li Jian, her beautiful eyes showing a bit more warmth. You still want me to go to Shanghai? Li Jian moved a little closer to her. Of course. I've always wanted you to go to Shanghai. What reason do you have to stay in Zhejiang anymore? Li Jian felt that there was indeed no reason for Zhao Manman to stay here any longer. Besides, this place would only remind her of the past. Zhao Manman looked at Li Jian beside her. She didn't know what she was thinking. After a long silence, she finally smiled gently. But that noble aura of hers was still as strong as ever. Shayan, I've lived here for so many years. I grew up in this place. If I suddenly move somewhere else, I might not get used to it. Li Jian looked at Zhao Manman. His voice was a bit low as he said, Mom. Just one word, nothing more. Yet, it made Zhao Manman's heart ache. This child, he really didn't want to part with her. All right, Shaoyan, give me some time to think about it. I won't take long. When I've made up my mind, I'll send you a message on WeChat. Okay? Hearing this, Li Jian asked, Are you reluctant to leave this place? He was a bit frustrated. Zhao Manman saw the look on his face and understood his thoughts, finding it a little amusing. Don't worry, son. Do you think your mom is that weak? After everything he said to me, after he tried to leave me with nothing, how could I still care about him? I don't want to leave, not because of him, but because this place has been my home for so many years. You know as well as I do he was never around. She patted Li Jian's head. Their bond as mother and son was growing stronger and stronger. All right. I'll stay with you for a few days. Looking at Li Jian in front of her, she found herself liking this son more and more. With him around, she felt safe and protected. Everything that had happened during the divorce, she would never forget it. In the next few days, Zhao Manman's emotions gradually stabilized. She returned to her usual noble and indifferent self, and her state of mind was nothing like before. This finally put Li Jian at ease. During this time, he also made a trip back to the market, growing his savings to 1.8 billion yuan. After staying at Zhao Manman's house for a while, he finally returned to Shanghai. Today's Friday. Xiaoting should be coming home in the afternoon. Li Jian thought about buying a large apartment in the city for now. What he truly wanted was a super mansion worth tens of billions. But at the moment, he didn't have enough cash. A decent large apartment would be fine for now. Once he made a big profit in the market, he he would start considering those real luxury properties.
However, a Rolls-Royce, he could upgrade that now. Might as well go for the best.
As for other sports cars, he'd buy them whenever he felt like it.
Old Zhang drove him to finance university. It was still morning, and after the National Day holiday, the weather was no longer unbearably hot. Li Jiyan sent Ji Zitan a message.
These past few days, she had been messaging him every day,
sending selfies as usual. Ji Zitan never posted on her moments, but she sent selfies to Li Jiyan very diligently. Brother, I'm in class right now. Come outside, I can see you from here. Following her instructions, Li Jiyan walked to the window.
Ji Zitan, sitting by the window, smiled sweetly and waved at him.
Looking at her adorable expression,
Li Jiyan felt like he had gone back to his own school days.
Beside her, Zhou Mengmeng also noticed Li Jiyan's arrival. Her heart ached.
It was obvious he had come for his girlfriend, Ji Zitan.
Back at the ancient town,
they had already confirmed their relationship.
Ji Zitan hadn't told her yet, but she could guess. If she had been willing back then, she could have been Li Jiyan's girlfriend too.
But there were things she couldn't accept.
Finally, class ended.
Ji Zitan ran out of the building, but seeing so many people,
she didn't dare to throw herself into Li Jiyan's arms. Brother, let's go eat outside the school.
Li Jiyan patted her head, then took her hand. The only person they needed to hide this from was Zhao Manman, since her emotions were still unstable.
But since she was in Zhejiang, it didn't matter now. Holding hands with Li Jiyan, Ji Zitan was overwhelmed with happiness.
She had missed him terribly these past few days. They went to a restaurant, booked a private room, and ordered food. Soon, it was just the two of them in the room.
Looking at Ji Zitan's graceful figure and fair skin, Li Jiyan couldn't hold back anymore.
She was his girlfriend now. He pulled her into his arms. Then, he gently kissed her cheek. He hugged her tightly, but she knew she shouldn't refuse. At Li Jiyan's age, if he didn't do anything for too long, it could cause problems.
This was something she should do.
Then, all right. Ji Zitan's face grew hotter and hotter.
You better be careful. I don't want to get pregnant. You know.
Even now, Ji Zitan was still worried about that. Li Jiyan found it amusing.
All right then, I'll listen to you.
After class today, come home early.
Got it?
He used his FPS skills. Some dishes here were served surprisingly fast. But from now on, he wouldn't have to rely on FPS every day.
He was just a simple man.
He didn't want to be too sentimental, he just wanted to enjoy life.
I know. You better buy it, buy that.
Villa. Zhao Manman looked at the surroundings and felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness.
Ji Yunhai's room had been completely emptied by Li Jiyan. Many things had also been directly thrown away.
Zhao Manman did not stop this from happening. Ji Yunhai was someone who should completely disappear from her life. He had been too heartless to her. The prison time ahead of him was nothing more than what he deserved. At first, she hadn't felt anything unusual about living in the house. It was quite nice. But now, Zhao Manman finally realized, it was because the children had been with her. That's why she hadn't felt lonely. But now that she was truly alone, all that remained was endless sorrow. The lingering warmth of the setting sun shone on her black silk-clad legs. Yet she felt not the slightest bit of warmth. Let's sell this house. The thought suddenly arose in Zhao Manman's mind. And also, some businesses she had been managing, perhaps those could be sold as well. After converting them into cash, she could settle down in Shanghai. Her two beloved daughters and son were there. There, she could always feel the warmth of family. And, once the idea took root, Zhao Manman could no longer suppress it. I should leave. I should go to Shanghai. That's where I belong, not in this cold place. Zhao Manman had once thought this was where she would spend the rest of her life. But now, her perspective had completely changed. She also needed to let De Tingbao know about this. With that in mind, Zhao Manman made a video call to Ji Mingting. Baby. Upon seeing Zhao Manman, Ji Mingting immediately acted spoiled. Mommy dearest, what's up? I've divorced your dad. Hearing this, Ji Mingting's expression changed drastically. What happened? Weren't you and dad always doing well? How could you suddenly say you're getting a divorce just like that? Ji Mingting's voice was filled with anxiety. Your dad cheated. He even had a son with another woman. With just one sentence, Ji Mingting felt like her entire worldview had been shattered. Cheated and even had a son? When did this happen? Zhao Manman spoke calmly. Right after I got pregnant with Xiaoting. Not long ago, he transferred the family assets, not leaving anything for the three of us. I sued him for divorce. Now, he's been sentenced to prison for bigamy. Ji Zhitian had already known about the verdict when it came out.
so she had accepted it calmly. But now, Zhao Manman was worried that Ji Mingting wouldn't be able to cope with the family's collapse. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to her as well. However, Ji Mingting remained surprisingly calm. She didn't ask about Ji Yunhai. Instead, she asked about Zhao Manman. "Mom, are you okay?" "I'm fine. It's over now. Shayan has been helping out at home." Hearing this, Ji Mingting was utterly shocked. "Li Jiyan? He's been helping at home? But you're divorced, what does he have to do with you all now?" In Ji Mingting's mind, after a divorce, two people were just ordinary friends at best. She had no ties to him anymore, let alone her family. "Baby, don't say that. Shayan is truly a good kid. Even after the divorce, he still sees me as his mother. And he treats your little sister with great care. He's really a good person. Don't you have any feelings for him at all?" Ji Mingting fell silent. After being divorced for so long, she had gradually calmed down. Back then, she had pursued a lavish life full of luxury, letting vanity get the better of her. That's why she had started looking down on Li Jiyan, who had an unremarkable career. But after they separated, on many sleepless nights, she would recall how well Li Jiyan had treated her. Back then, he had chased after her for so long, never giving up. Even when she had explicitly told her sister to inform him she felt nothing for him, Li Jiyan still hadn't given up. Clearly, he had truly, deeply loved her. Thinking about all those years of feelings, Ji Mingting's heart ached. Seeing Ji Mingting's expression, Zhao Manman understood. The Tingbao still had Li Ziyan in her heart. She just thought that their lives were on completely different paths now. But now, it was no longer a question of whether she wanted Li Jiyan back. Given his current status, he probably wouldn't even look at De Tingbao anymore. If she intervened, though, maybe there was still a chance. After all, Li Jiyan was still single. Anyway, she hadn't noticed him showing any signs of dating anyone lately. "So, you still have feelings for Shayan, don't you?" After a while, Ji Mingting replied, "I do like him, and that hasn't changed. But what I want is a perfect life. His career doesn't match my expectations. I'm not planning to date anyone, I just want to live freely on my own. That's all." Zhao Manman understood. Ji Mingting wanted freedom. And a life with Li Jiyan wasn't what she was looking for. Silly girl. Some things are just your imagination. Is Shayan really as ordinary as you think? He's far more remarkable than you realize. Ji Mingting recalled the milk tea shop Li Jiyan had gifted Ji Jitian. It was true. He didn't seem to be the person she had imagined him to be. "Tingting, you've calmed down by now. Take some time to think about whether you still have feelings for Shayan. Some things, if mended early, may still have a chance. But if you wait too long, it'll be too late. Shayan is far more dazzling than you think." Ji Mingting lowered her head and remained silent. Deep down, she did miss Li Jiyan. After a long moment, she finally spoke in a low voice, "Mom, I'll think about it carefully when I have time." "I understand. Don't worry about Dad, I stand with you and Jitian. After what he did, I'll just act like he never existed." Zhao Manman felt deeply relieved. Her children were all on her side. After hanging up, Zhao Manman contacted a real estate agency. She wanted to check the current market value of the villa, to see how much it could be sold for. At the same time, she also planned to consult about liquidating some of her assets. The dishes were being served, interrupting their conversation. At this moment, Ji Jiting's delicate face was flushed red. She was a true young girl, completely inexperienced when it came to matters between men and women. Some things could only be imagined. Recently, she had been picturing certain scenarios with Li Jiyan, like the kitchen or the bathroom. After discussing the safety issue with Li Jiyan just now, she became so shy that she couldn't say a word. Li Jiyan looked at the bashful Ji Jiting and suddenly remembered. Back when he and Mengting were still together, during their first time, she had been the same way. She was also pure, having never dated anyone before. The two of them did look somewhat alike. But Ji Jiting was full of youthful charm, even younger and more beautiful. Actually, there's still that at home." After the waiter left, Li Jiyan started chatting with Ji Jiting. A young girl like her, who had just turned 18 and had no experience at all. She was completely clueless about certain things, which was understandable. He needed to gradually teach her many things to get through the adjustment period. That way, they could be more in sync in the future and better understand each other. "There's still some at home. I don't want it. I don't want something left over from someone else." Ji Jiting knew who had used it before. Li Jian couldn't help but find it amusing. This little girl was really good at getting jealous. "Alright, I'll go buy a new box this afternoon." Hearing Li Jian say he would buy a new box, Ji Jiting proudly nodded. the jealousy in her heart faded quite a bit. And also, you and I. The ones you bought with her, the ones to prevent accidents. Throw them all away. Don't use them again, and don't even think about them. In the future, I'll be the only one to accompany you in these things. Just make sure I don't get pregnant.
As she spoke, Ji Jiting leaned over and buried her head in Li Jian's chest. Even through his shirt, Li Jian could feel it. Ji Jiting's face was burning hot.
Alright, Tingbao. It's little Tingbao, not just Tingbao. Ji Jiting's jealous voice rang out. Li Jian had a feeling that in this house, Ji Jiting would never stop getting jealous.
Before they had taken this step, Ji Jiting didn't feel much.
But from now on, things would be different.
So, it was best to buy a new luxury house in the city as soon as possible.
Alright, little Tingbao.
Li Jian held Ji Jiting and placed a kiss on her burning hot cheek, comforting her like a child.
Then, when I get home, I'll give you my first kiss. I need to prepare properly. You have to make me something delicious tonight. After that, Ji Jiting left Li Jian's embrace and started eating.
She was indeed quite hungry.
Alright, just tell me on WeChat what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you.
Back at school, Ji Jiting was preparing for the last class of the afternoon.
After arriving at the dormitory, Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin were taking a nap.
Meanwhile, Ji Jiting started removing her makeup, planning to put on a light touch-up. Today was her first kiss and her first special experience. So, she had to be in her best state to face Li Jian. Beside her, Zhou Mengmeng, who hadn't fallen asleep, asked softly, shouting, "Why are you removing your makeup at this time?" She spoke in a low voice, feeling at ease when she was with Ji Jiting. Especially after their National Day trip together, their friendship had deepened significantly.
I have something to do tonight. Zhou Mengmeng couldn't help but ask, do you have a date with Yin Ji? Are you two together?
When she asked this question, Zhou Mengmeng felt an overwhelming sadness.
She also really liked Li Jian. But the distance between her and Li Jian was simply too great. I can't tell anyone about us for now. Mengmeng, you have to keep this a secret for me. Zhou Mengmeng responded with a soft
Her heart felt as if it was clogged by something massive, an unbearable pressure. Her first love in this lifetime, the first time she had ever bravely expressed her feelings. Yet, she couldn't be with him. At the same time, she was also very surprised.
Ji Jiting saying this could only mean one thing.
Li Jian must have told her the same thing, which was why she was willing to date him in secret. But for such a beautiful and proud girl to do this, was this really normal? Or maybe, something that she could never accept was actually not that hard for other girls? After all, Li Jian was just too outstanding.
Shouting, I want to ask you something. You're dating him like this, keeping it a secret. Don't you feel uncomfortable?
Ji Jiting, who had started putting on her makeup, answered softly, life is so short, even if it's not public, it doesn't matter.
As long as I can be with the person I love, that's what matters most, isn't it?
Recently, Ji Jiting had been thinking, if being with Li Jian would make her sister break down, then she could be his secret girlfriend for life. After graduation, she could secretly have his child. Zhou Mengmeng hadn't expected Ji Jiting to be so open-minded, accepting Li Jian's way of thinking. She was such a beautiful, rich, and proud girl, far better off than herself. Yet, she was willing to accept these terms.
Should she consider it too? A strange thought arose in her heart.
Very soon, she forcefully suppressed it.
In the afternoon, Li Jian went to Jian Investment Company. After informing Lu Yeping in advance, Lu Yeping arrived early to pick him up. Seeing Lu Yeping again, Li Jian felt that this follower was indeed quite capable.
Mr. Li, are you here to inspect the company's operations? I've developed a lot of business for your company, all guaranteed to be profitable. Lu Yeping always remembered one thing, as long as he could earn Li Jian's favor, he wouldn't have to worry about any risks in the future. And indeed, that was the case.
Ever since Li Jian returned, he had been steadily expanding his network.
Now, not only in Shanghai but also in Yanqing, he had his own people. Many things he wanted to do had become much easier. Come with me to buy a car.
You know about these things.
Hearing about buying a car, Lu Yeping immediately expressed his expertise.
Don't worry, Mr. Li, I know all about it. I also have plenty of connections. What kind of car do you want?
Li Jian didn't hesitate.
A Rolls-Royce. I'm tired of my old car. Might as well upgrade properly.
Lu Yeping agreed seriously. Indeed, Mr. Li.
I've always thought that $1 million car is a bit too low for someone of your status.
At the very least, you should be driving something like a Rolls-Royce. As they chatted, they arrived at a luxury car dealership.
This dealership belongs to a friend of mine.
Don't worry, you'll get the lowest possible price. Before coming, Lu Yeping had already contacted his friend.
So when Li Jiyan arrived, the owner was extremely enthusiastic. He asked Li Jiyan what type of car he liked. "Mr. Li, we have a lot of cars here. We carry almost all the luxury brands on the market, and we even have some rare models. For Rolls-Royce, we currently have a Wraith, a Spectre, a Cullinan, and a Phantom. Take a look and see which one you like. I guarantee I won't make a single cent off of you."
The dealership owner knew that making friends with Li Jiyan was the real prize.
As for profit, that wasn't as important.
"I'll take the Phantom." Li Jiyan examined the cars carefully and decided he liked the Phantom best.
Normally, a Phantom would cost over 10 million yuan after taxes and fees.
But for Li Jiyan, 10 million wasn't a big deal anymore.
"I'll give you the best price. Don't worry, I won't make a single cent off of you." The owner quoted an extremely favorable price. Li Jiyan could tell it was indeed cheaper than the market rate.
Without hesitation, he bought the Phantom on the spot. Once all the paperwork was done, Lao Zhang arrived and drove the Rolls-Royce, taking Li Jiyan and Lu Yeping back to Jian Investment Company. Both he and Lao Sun were in high spirits. This boss was truly extraordinary. Just recently, he was driving a $1 million car, and now he had already upgraded to a Rolls-Royce. The leap was truly impressive. After arriving at the company, Lu Yeping showed Li Jiyan many of the company's projects. Li Jiyan looked through them. They were all things that anyone could do. But at the same time, they weren't projects that just anyone could handle.
The profits were practically guaranteed.
"Mr. Li, you're here." Humunk, dressed in a black professional outfit with black stockings and high heels, walked in carrying a cup of tea. Looking at Li Jiyan sitting in the office chair, she was absolutely thrilled.
After successfully joining Jian Investment, she had originally thought that Li Jiyan would come to the company frequently.
That way, she could take advantage of the proximity to make something happen. After all, when there's work, the secretary takes care of it.
And when there's no work, well.
But unexpectedly, after working here for so long, she had never seen him once.
This was her first time meeting Li Jiyan here.
"Mr. Li, I won't disturb you any further."
Lu Yeping also knew that Li Jiyan had very high standards.
Humunk's hiring here was obviously not because of her professional skills. So many top university graduates had been rejected, yet Mr. Li chose her as his secretary clearly because she was beautiful and had a great figure. Now, it was best to let Mr. Li do as he pleased.
"Howdy Nissy, long time no see." Humunk placed the tea in front of Li Jiyan. "Boss, please don't call me Howdy Nissy anymore. I haven't sold orders for a long time. You can call me Secretary Hu."
Looking at the fiery allure of Humunk, Li Jiyan felt his instincts awakening. But since he had plans with Ji Jiting tonight, it was better not to think too much. "I'll still call you Howdy Missy, I'm used to it."
"Humunk, how do you feel about working here?"
Humunk sighed helplessly. "I don't even know what to do.
I'm bored to death. It feels like I'm just here waiting for you to show up."
She knew very well that as the black stocking secretary, this was essentially her role. In that case, keep an eye on the company's affairs more.
"If anything comes up, you can message me on WeChat." Li Jiyan assigned her something to do.
Hearing this, Humunk nodded seriously.
"Boss, will you be coming to the company more often in the future?" Li Jiyan thought for a moment and gave a definite answer. "Probably. I want to start handling some business myself." He had more money than he could ever spend. Doing business and investing in the future was just a form of entertainment for him.
"Then next time you come, let me know in advance, I'll be ready."
"Oh, by the way, boss, I have a bold question. Do you have a girlfriend?" Humunk asked cautiously. She was afraid of saying the wrong thing and upsetting Li Jiyan.
Last time, at the Ferrari dealership, her friend had casually joked about eating ice cream, and since then, Li Jiyan had completely ignored her. It was clear that he didn't like overly casual women.
"Why? Do you want to be my girlfriend?" Li Jiyan asked jokingly. "If you're willing, of course, I can. But I know you don't like easygoing girls." Li Jiyan chuckled. "For someone who's been married, I think certain things don't matter, it's only natural. But as for those who haven't married and go around eating ice cream every day, I don't like that." Humunk suddenly realized the key point. Her friend had a similar outlook to hers, both were gold diggers. But her friend was much looser. She had dated multiple boyfriends and even spent nights with male models. No wonder Li Jiyan didn't like her. "Then you should really consider me. I think I'm very good looking, and my figure is great." Li Jiyan glanced at Humunk's D36, it was indeed impressive. "And most importantly, boss, I've never dated anyone. My first kiss is still intact. I've never even held hands." Feeling Li Jiyan's gaze and sensing some subtle changes, Humunk felt hopeful. As expected, the boss was a normal man. This was exactly how a normal man should react. "You're about the same age as me, And you've never held hands? Li Jiyan was a bit doubtful. Wuen didn't hide anything. It's true. To be honest, I'm a gold digger. I love money. I don't even want to look at men without money. So over the years, I've rejected all the guys who pursued me. I'm completely untouched, absolutely clean. Wuen emphasized her sincerity. She knew that Li Jiyan could already tell she was a gold digger. For a moment, Li Jiyan was a bit stunned. This was the first time he had met a woman who openly admitted to being a gold digger. Well, at least you're honest. But I have a girlfriend. We made it official during National Day.
Li Jiyan decided to let Wuen think for herself. As a gold digger, she would figure it out easily. She could decide what to do and what price she wanted. If it was reasonable, as a scumbag, he didn't mind. After all, Wuen was indeed beautiful enough. But for now, the priority was leading Ji Jiting into a new world tonight. Alright, I have things to do, I have to go. Later, he still had to go home and cook for Ji Jiting. So, there wasn't much time left. I'll see you out. Wuen followed Li Jiyan, feeling a little disappointed. She hadn't expected to be a step too late. But for a man like Li Jiyan, wanting to be the only woman he publicly acknowledged, that didn't seem very realistic. She knew the kind of people around him and the people who came to the company. They weren't just simple businessmen, they were major figures. Outside the company, she saw the Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance. You switched to a Rolls-Royce. That must have cost around 10 million, right? Wuen's heartbeat sped up. Before, she already felt she couldn't see through Li Jiyan. And now, in such a short time, he had already changed to a Rolls-Royce. Just how rich was he? He must have at least several billion, right? Alright, secretary Hu, go back inside, it's a bit hot out here. If anything comes up, just contact me directly. Wuen formed a heart shape with her hands for Li Jiyan before turning around and walking back into the company in her high heels. She had a lot on her mind. After arriving home, Li Jiyan bought some groceries to cook for Ji Jiting. On WeChat, Ji Jiting had mentioned a few dishes she wanted to eat. Since Li Jiyan spoiled her a lot, especially considering what they had to do tonight, he didn't mind the trouble. While he was cooking, Wu Yuexian's video call came in. After answering, Li Jiyan propped up his phone and continued cooking. Wow, did I wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? Are you actually cooking? Li Jiyan understood why Wu Yuexian was surprised. Back when they were together, he had been a total giant baby. He had never done anything himself. Even his clothes, including his underwear, were washed by Wu Yuexian. Xiaoting is about to finish school, so I'm making her dinner. Oh, right, Wu Yuexian, there's something I need to tell you. His relationship with Ji Jiting couldn't remain a secret forever. So, it was better to tell Wu Yuexian now and let her prepare herself mentally. Wu Yuexian, not Li Yuexian. Did you hear me? What do you want to say, little one? Li Jiyan paused for a moment before saying, I'm with Xiaoting now. On the other side of the video call, Wu Yuexian felt completely blank inside. She often thought about the time when Li Jiyan kissed her. She had stopped a mistake from happening. But now, hearing that Li Jiyan and Ji Jiting were together, her heart felt incredibly heavy. Oh, that's nice. Jiting is young and beautiful. She suits you well. When Wu Yuexian was with Zhao Man, they had seen plenty of photos of Ji Jiting. That girl was really young, beautiful, and had an amazing figure. She was 6 years younger than her own 24-year-old self. These days, youth was such an advantage. With how outstanding Li Jiyan was, being with Ji Jiting actually seemed like a perfect match. You think she's right for me? I actually think we're a better match. But when I showed my feelings for you before, you weren't willing. Wu Yuexian tapped her finger against the phone screen. You silly thing, stop bringing that up, okay? Keep this to yourself forever. Don't tell anyone, got it? If Jiting finds out, she'll definitely argue with you. Li Jiyan felt deeply touched. Wu Yuexian always thought of him first, no matter what. So, Wu Yuexian, are you comfortable living in that big flat? Looking at the distant view of the lake, Wu Yuexian softly said, yeah, I'm used to it. What surprised Li Jiyan was that, this time, Wu Yuexian didn't argue with him over the Li Wu surname issue. He knew that she probably did have feelings for him, but she would never take that step. The hardest woman to get in his life was probably Wu Yuexian. And also, the environment here is nice, and the place is spacious. I can feel the breeze every day. It's really relaxing. Lu Xiaoyun envies me all the time. Alright, little one, enough of that. Your birthday is coming up soon. What do you want as a gift? Wu Yuexian ran her fingers through her nearly waist-length wavy hair as she asked. I want you. Wu Yuexian tapped the screen again. Li Jiyan, be serious. If you keep talking like that, next time I see you,
I'll really beat you up. Listen seriously, okay?
Li Jian replied earnestly, I am serious, Wu Yuexian.
What gift could I want? Just having you here is enough. Didn't you already give me a Mercedes C-Class last time? Wu Yuexian didn't seem very enthusiastic.
Then, little one, I'll just prepare something on my own for you.
But I don't have much money this time, so the gift might be pretty simple. Li Jian's heart warmed. That's fine, just come. I'll pick you up when the time comes. After ending the call, Li Jian continued cooking. Meanwhile, in Wancheng,
Wu Yuexian stared at the distant lake but had no mood to admire it anymore.
Shouyang, shouting.
She thought about the photos of that girl on Zhao Manman's phone. She was so sweet-looking, and even at 18, she already had an incredible figure. Young, radiant girls had a unique charm.
Who wouldn't like them? And she was already 24. With Xiaoyan's current status, he definitely wouldn't choose someone her age to date. This was actually for the best, since she and him could never be together anyway.
If he found a girlfriend sooner, he wouldn't have so many strange thoughts about her anymore.
Of course, what Wu Yuexian didn't know was that Li Jian didn't care about age. He only cared about beauty. Anywhere between 18 and 40, he was fine with it. As long as she was beautiful enough, with a great enough figure. Everything else didn't matter. Ji Zhiding arrived outside the residential complex. She felt as if she was trembling. Ever since Li Jian agreed to be her boyfriend, she had imagined this moment countless times in her mind, but theory was useless. Today, she was finally going to have a real-life lesson. That terrifying. Ji Zhiding didn't dare to think about it, but she still bravely went home. She entered the passcode and opened the door, seeing Li Jian in the kitchen finishing up his cooking. I'm back, baby. Ji Zhiding called Li Jian in a new way. It made Li Jian feel a little uncomfortable. This girl had grown up before his eyes. And now she was calling him baby. But since they were dating now, there was nothing really wrong with it. Come, wash your hands and eat. Li Jian glanced at Ji Zhiding's makeup today. It was clear she had put in extra effort. She looked much more refined compared to when he saw her at noon. She had probably removed and reapplied her makeup. But no matter what, Ji Zhiding was always beautiful. With her face flushed red, Ji Zhiding ran to the bathroom to wash her hands. Then she returned to the room and sat beside Li Jian. Baby, I want to eat that. Seeing Ji Zhiding looking shy, Li Jian picked up some food for her. He gently touched her bun hairstyle. This bun, you can loosen it a bit, let your hair down. It'll be easier to grab. Ji Zhiding responded softly, adjusting her hair. Very quickly, the bun turned into a high ponytail. Li Jian reached out and grabbed it. It felt just right. Her hair volume was almost the same as Zhou Mengming's. But Zhou Mengming's hairstyle was the ultimate test of hair quality. Feeding Ji Zhiding, Li Jian was filled with anticipation. As a man who had been married before, it had been too long since he had. He really couldn't hold back much longer. Meanwhile, Ji Zhiding was already trembling. Everything that was about to happen was unknown to her. Would she really be able to go through with it? After dinner, she nervously ran into the bathroom. She started brushing her teeth. I'll brush my teeth first. Her first kiss was definitely going to be taken tonight, so she had to prepare properly. Li Jian also walked in and began rinsing his mouth and brushing his teeth. Seeing Ji Zhiding trembling slightly, Li Jian affectionately grabbed her high ponytail. At that moment, the front door lock turned. Li Jian saw someone he wasn't particularly eager to see. Ji Mingting had returned. Mingting, why are you back? We're divorced. Isn't it inappropriate for you to just walk into my home like this? Ji Mingting looked at Ji Zhiding in the bathroom, then at the food on the table. At that moment, she realized that what her mother said was true. Li Jian was truly good to her family. Even after the divorce, he still treated them as family. Li Jian, can we talk? She looked at Li Jian, who was still brushing his teeth, and asked. At that moment, Ji Zhiding felt guilty and just quietly brushed her teeth, not daring to turn around and look at Ji Mingting. Forget it, we have nothing to talk about. Let the past stay in the past. Li Jian didn't know what she was thinking, but even if she wanted to remarry, it was absolutely impossible. He much preferred his current life. Once a certain path was opened, there was no going back. All right. Ji Mingting hadn't expected Li Jian to be so firm. She was a proud person, so she wouldn't shamelessly push the conversation further. Shouting, let's go out. I'll take you shopping. It's been a long time since I took you out. Ji Zhiding whispered, sis, you should go first. I'm going to sleep soon. I'm really tired. Seeing that Ji Zhiding didn't want to go, Ji Mingting didn't force her. Then I'll leave. She knew Li Jian well. At his core, he was a very kind person. So, Ji Mingting wasn't worried that he would do anything to Ji Zhiding. After the door closed, Ji Zhiding let out a sigh of relief. Even though Li Ziyan and Ji Mingting were divorced, she still had a guilty conscience, like she was doing something wrong. After rinsing his mouth, Li Ziyan looked at Ji Zhiding, who seemed nervous. "What's wrong, Xiaoting? Are you scared?" Ji Zhiding lightly nodded. But in such a narrow space, the atmosphere had already turned very ambiguous. Li Ziyan gently pulled Ji Zhiding out of the bathroom and into the hallway. He softly embraced her. "Xiaoting, if you get the chance, try to talk to Mom. Tell her to move to Shanghai. Zhujiang really isn't suitable for her anymore." Being held by Li Ziyan, Ji Zhiding clearly felt the instant change in his body. I know, baby." Then, Li Ziyan lowered his head and kissed Ji Zhiding's soft lips. This was Ji Zhiding's first kiss, so Li Ziyan was very careful and gentle. Meanwhile, outside the door, Ji Mingting still had things she wanted to say. But in the end, she found herself speechless. For a long moment, she just stood at the entrance, frozen. After a while, she finally turned and left. First kiss. Ji Zhiding had no experience at all and had never gone through something like this before. So, she could only passively follow Li Ziyan's lead. After a long time, she gradually understood a lot. Li Ziyan picked Ji Zhiding up in his arms. Then, he carried her to the master bedroom. Just as he was about to continue, Ji Zhiding stopped him. "Wait, did you buy it?" Li Ziyan slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about that. "Wait here. I'll be back in a few minutes." There were plenty of convenience stores downstairs, and this kind of thing could be bought anywhere. Li Ziyan went downstairs and walked into a 365 convenience store. He quickly grabbed a box and was about to pay. That's when he saw Ji Mingting approaching with a bottle of water. Ji Mingting looked at the item in Li Ziyan's hand. Her heart ached. "Got yourself a new girlfriend?" She had always known that with Li Ziyan's qualities, it wouldn't be hard for him to find someone. But she never expected him to find a new girlfriend so soon. I have something to do, I'll be going now." Li Ziyan didn't say much to Ji Mingting. He scanned the payment code, paid, and left immediately. Ji Mingting held her bottle of water and walked toward the exit of the complex, feeling a deep sorrow in her heart. After so many years together, how could she not love Li Ziyan? But there was no going back. Had she really made a mistake? Her career was more successful than ever, and she had secured large investments. But Li Ziyan seemed to be disappearing from her life completely. All these years, he had always been so good to her, but there was no turning back. When Li Ziyan returned home, he locked the door behind him. That way, no one could open the door with the passcode and come in. Of course, this little incident hadn't ruined his mood. He was not someone who liked to wait. If he wanted something, he would seize the moment. Returning to the master bedroom, he saw Ji Zhiding lying under the blanket, tightly wrapped up. Li Ziyan walked over and pulled her up into a sitting position. "Xiaoting, are you shy?" Ji Zhiding didn't dare to look at Li Ziyan. After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl. At a time like this, she couldn't control her shyness at all. Li Ziyan gently wrapped his arms around Ji Zhiding's waist. Then, he kissed her again. This time, Ji Zhiding understood much more. After a long time, just as Li Ziyan was about to continue, Ji Zhiding suddenly seemed to remember something. "Baby, let's go to my room. I don't want to do it here." Li Ziyan looked at Ji Zhiding's face, flushed red like a beautiful sunset. He gently picked her up again and carried her toward the room next door. This time, things went much more smoothly. Maybe, let's not use it. We've never done this before." Li Ziyan understood Ji Zhiding was completely lost in the moment, but this was perfectly normal. After all, she had never experienced it before. Just like in a game, if you add a buff, it doesn't count as real damage. The next day, when Li Ziyan woke up, Ji Zhiding was still fast asleep. A lot had happened yesterday. Even Li Ziyan was exhausted. Let alone Ji Zhiding. In the end, everything has settled. The morning sun had just risen in the distance, dyeing the white clouds with a crimson glow. The sunrise was breathtaking. Li Ziyan loved admiring such views. It was truly beautiful, and he couldn't help but look a little longer. Slowly, Ji Zhiding opened her eyes. After rubbing them, memories of everything that happened yesterday flooded her mind. She felt happiness in her heart, but also overwhelming shyness. Glancing at Li Ziyan, who was leaning against the bedhead beside her, she gently scooted closer and leaned against his shoulder. Li Ziyan softly ran his fingers through Ji Zhiding's loosened hair, full of affection. Meanwhile, in another place, Wu Yuxian had also woken up. She had gotten up early last night. She had many dreams. She couldn't explain why, but her heart felt inexplicably heavy. Li Jiyan, is he really dating Ji Jiting now? They were bound to face a lot of pressure in the future, but that girl was willing to endure it all. Why, can't I? Forcing herself to push those thoughts away, Wu Yuxian slowly calmed down. They can do it, but I absolutely can't. If she were with Li Jiyan, the pressure she would face would be far greater than theirs. All these years, wasn't this the best choice? Why even think about things that could never happen? That night when Li Ziyan acted that way toward her, it was just a moment of impulse. She should focus on preparing his birthday gift instead. How about knitting him a sweater? The weather is starting to cool down, and in a while, he'll be able to wear it. Wu Yuxian had learned quite a bit about sewing from Li's mother. Thinking of this, she immediately started shopping online for the materials she needed, planning to knit a sweater for Li Jiyan as his birthday present. Get up, I'll make breakfast, then we'll go look at houses. Li Jiyan called out to Ji Jiting. Ji Jiting blushed and looked at him. Baby, are you buying a house? Yeah, I keep buying more cars, and parking here is inconvenient. Plus, a lot of things in daily life are inconvenient too. I plan to buy a luxury apartment in this city to live in for now. Ji Jiting's admiration for him only grew stronger. Li Jiyan was far more outstanding than she had imagined. She had never truly seen the extent of his capabilities. A luxury apartment in the city. That's at least 100 million yuan, right? She was well aware of how high property prices in Shanghai were. Regular commercial apartments weren't that extreme, but luxury apartments were on another level. The price per square meter was unimaginable. Some top-tier luxury homes even cost billions. More or less. I'm looking for something around 100 million. We'll take our time looking. Once we find one you like, I'll buy it. Hearing this, Ji Jiting took the initiative to kiss Li Jiyan. A long time later, they finally sat down to have breakfast together. Li Jiyan sighed inwardly. Indeed, the second time is always easier. After systematic learning, everything becomes simple. Eat more, replenish your energy. We'll go out later to have fun and check out houses. Li Jiyan also had another plan. This time, he was going to get a few new license plates. Getting an A plate nowadays was extremely difficult. But for him now, it was effortless. Okay. Baby, I'll listen to whatever you say from now on. With her hair tied up in a neat bun, Ji Jiting obediently sat beside Li Jiyan, eating her meal. She really did need to regain some strength. Li Jiyan reached out and stroked her bun again. This girl had always listened to him, but now, she was completely devoted to him. Meeting Ji Jiting in this lifetime was truly his greatest fortune. Zhujiang. When Zhao Man woke up, she felt an overwhelming chill. Before, she had still been considering whether to stay in Zhejiang a little longer. But last night, sleeping alone in this vast and empty villa, she felt an unprecedented fear. This villa was now so dark, so cold. There was no warmth, no sense of home left. She constantly felt empty and miserable inside. Sitting up, Zhao Man made herself breakfast. Coming downstairs, she recalled the moment when Ji Yunhai tore their family apart. At that time, her son had firmly stood in front of her. That sense of security, she had never felt anything like it in her entire life. It's time to move to Shanghai. Zhejiang is no longer my home. She made a batch of milk puffs and took a bite. It was delicious, unlike anything she had ever tasted before. She had never eaten anything this sweet before. Just one bite, and she was hooked on the flavor. Thinking of this, Zhao Man dialed the real estate agent from yesterday. Hello. I've made my decision, I'm selling the house. How soon can you find a buyer? The price. I don't mind lowering it. She had made up her mind to sell the house, along with some businesses and assets that were difficult to manage. Then, she would move to Shanghai and live with her children. This place had nothing to do with her anymore. She planned to start a new business there, something she was experienced in. Miss Xiao, if you're really eager to sell and willing to lower the price, I can get it done within a week. But I'd suggest listing it higher. In a year or two, you could sell it for a better price. Zhao Man replied, just sell it quickly. She didn't like this house anymore, it held too many painful memories. She wanted to sell it as soon as possible. This was her way of cutting ties with the past. Besides, she needed cash to start a business in Shanghai. She had no intention of waiting 1 or 2 years. Shanghai, where her children were, was her true home. In that case, I'll find a buyer for you as soon as possible. I'll update you once I have news. Zhao Man responded with a simple and hung up. Then, she started handling the rest of her assets. Anything managed by Ji Yunhai, she sold it all. But for the companies she ran herself, which could be managed remotely, she planned to keep them for stable income. By the afternoon, Zhao Man had put all of Ji Yunhai's businesses up for sale.
She was determined to erase all traces of him from her life. Even his cars, she listed them on the used car market.
After everything was done, she felt inexplicably lighter. From now on, I'll be in Shanghai.
She had made up her mind.
At that moment, a message from Ji Jiding popped up on WeChat. Ji Jiding, dear mom, what are you up to? I miss you. When are you moving to Shanghai for good? At this moment, Ji Jiding was leaning in Li Jian's embrace.
Having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, she felt incredibly sweet. She had imagined this scene many times over the past few days. In reality, it was almost exactly as she had pictured it.
Zhao Manman quickly replied to Ji Jiding with a sneaky smile emoji. Chatting with Li Jian also made her feel very happy inside. That was also her favorite go-to emoji. Zhao Manman, baby, let mommy think about it. I'll give you an answer in a few days. Right now, she really was planning to go. But liquidating these assets would take a little bit of time. Only then could she fully convert them into cash. Ji Jiding, then, mommy, I'll come home to see you tomorrow, okay?
Since you're in Shanghai anyway, I miss you so much, mommy.
If I don't have mommy by my side, how pitiful am I? So I have to go home. I'm a mommy's girl, I can't be without mommy. Seeing Ji Jiding's words, Zhao Manman felt incredibly warm inside.
Her two little cotton-padded jackets, plus a jacket, were all so warm.
As for Zhejiang's matter, let's just let it be completely in the past. Zhao Manman, if you want to come home, then come and visit. Mommy misses you too.
As for going to Shanghai, mommy will seriously think it over.
Ji Jiding, it's not think it over, you have to come. Ji Jiding leaned into Li Jian's embrace.
She felt that Li Jian was truly good to her mother.
When her mom hesitated, he even urged her to persuade Zhao Manman to come to Shanghai. He was really, really good to her mom. Baby, do you think our mom will come?
Now, Ji Jiding felt there was nothing strange about Li Jian calling Zhao Manman mom.
She was with him now. Her mom was his mom too. Mother-in-law hadn't changed. Li Jian didn't exactly know what Zhao Manman was thinking,
but he knew that letting Ji Jiding persuade her to come to Shanghai was the best choice.
That, I really don't know. So, Xiao Tingbao, this is on you.
Get our mom to come to Shanghai.
That's your mission. That way, you can find your mom whenever you want in Shanghai too. Now, Li Jian was very clear about distinguishing between Tingbao and Xiao Tingbao. Yesterday, during
that moment, he called her Tingbao once, which made Ji Jiding insanely jealous. She insisted that he add the Xiao to differentiate her from the big Tingbao.
Li Jian could understand Ji Jiding's thoughts, so he was very careful about the way he addressed her. Getting mom to come to Shanghai. You're actually more suitable for this. I think our mom likes you the most. Li Jian pinched Ji Jiding's cheek.
He noticed that she had switched her hairstyle from a bun to a high ponytail.
That was quite interesting. A ponytail was just more practical than a bun. And twin tails were nice too. In the future, he would have to properly test that out. You should do it. After you go back this time, have a good talk with mom. If she doesn't want to come, then think of a way. My birthday is coming up soon too. Let's celebrate it together in Shanghai.
For his 24th birthday, Li Jian hoped that Zhao Manman, Wu Yuxian, and Ji Jiding would all be by his side.
I got it, baby.
Li Jian glanced at the milk on the table in the living room.
Xiao Tingbao, hand me the milk. I'm thirsty. Let me take a sip.
Ji Jiding's pretty face turned red with embarrassment as she leaned over the table to grab the milk.
Life was truly happy right now. Tidying up the house. Zhao Manman's heart was full of anticipation.
Even though they had only been apart for a short time, she still missed her terribly.
What had happened couldn't be changed. After all the struggle and reflection, Zhao Manman's heart finally felt a bit more at ease. This time, she was definitely going to hold her tightly. Just thinking about Ji Jiding's adorable face made Zhao Manman overflow with motherly love. This time, let's completely leave Zhejiang behind, once everything is sold off. Oh, right. Xiaoyan's birthday is coming up, isn't it? She had never paid attention to Li Jian's birthday before. But recently, their bond as mother and son had grown stronger. So now, she actually cared. For his birthday, I should prepare a special gift. But what should I get him? Zhao Manman sat on the sofa, lost in thought. A long time later, Ji Jiding had drunk quite a bit of milk. This new brand of pure milk really did taste good. Her body carried a faint milky fragrance. Tying up her ponytail, Ji Jiding stood up. She had been too exhausted yesterday, so today, even walking felt a bit unnatural. Just having been so deeply intertwined with Li Jian, leaving him to go home now, she truly couldn't bear it.
But persuading her mother to come to Shanghai was also very important. If she stayed in Zhejiang too long, her mind would definitely start to suffer.
Ji Jiting didn't want Zhao Man to keep living like that. Well, I'll head home today then.
Looking at Li Jian beside her, Ji Jiting felt a bit scared. She still hurt, but he didn't know that. If she stayed any longer, she really wouldn't be able to handle it. She needed to rest properly.
From now on, a few times a week should be enough. Li Jian could already tell what she was thinking.
Alright, I'll take you to the high-speed rail station.
Call Mom later and tell her to pick you up. Remember, don't mention our situation yet. Wait until Mom's emotions settle before we talk about it. Ji Jiting nodded. I know. She's my own mother. I care about her even more than you do. We'll tell her when she's ready. And also, my sister.
When Ji Mengting came up, Ji Jiting felt something unexplainable inside.
She and Li Jian were already a done deal. A reconciliation was impossible now. As for Meng Ting, don't worry about her. You don't need to deal with that. Just stay by my side. Trust me, no one can come between us.
Ji Jiting had given him her everything.
Of course, Li Jian would protect her. I understand, baby.
I'll head back to Zhejiang now and talk to Mom properly.
Li Jian took Ji Jiting out of the residential complex.
The Rolls-Royce was already waiting at the entrance. Such a luxury car attracted the attention of many passers-by.
Baby,
where's our car?
Li Jian pointed at the Rolls-Royce.
Ji Jiting jogged over but felt a slight pain. The number of rounds in their game had been too many. They were both too addicted to that feeling, which led to the current situation.
This is our car? Yeah. Li Jian took Ji Jiting's hand and patted her bun.
A high ponytail was no longer necessary, after all, he didn't need to grab onto it anymore.
Just bought it.
Ji Jiting looked at Li Jian, and the admiration in her eyes appeared once again. In her heart, Li Jian had always been a towering figure. And now, with him continuously showcasing his abilities, she found him even more mysterious. The man she had always liked was truly an extraordinary talent. The two of them got into the Rolls-Royce, and Ji Jiting felt the back seat. Compared to the previous $1 million car, it was indeed much more comfortable. Baby, this car looks so much better than the last one.
There are even stars on the roof.
Ji Jiting stared at the ceiling lights for a long time. Li Jian felt that Rolls-Royce really understood women. Most women probably liked this kind of romantic starlit roof. When no one was around, this place could even be used to practice yoga or something. Like trying to reach the starlit ceiling with high heels, for example.
It's definitely nice. Let me know when you're coming back, Xiao Tingbao. I'll pick you up. Ji Jiting scooted over and sat right next to Li Jian, leaning against him, reluctant to part.
When they arrived at the high-speed rail station,
Li Jian hugged Ji Jiting again for a while. I have to go now, baby.
Ji Jiting checked that no one nearby was paying attention,
then wrapped her arms around Li Jian's neck. Li Jian understood exactly what she meant.
What he had taught her, she was now quite skilled at using.
The two kissed deeply. Only when it was almost time did Ji Jiting give Li Jian a final peck on the cheek. Baby, I'm leaving. Seeing Ji Jiting on the verge of tears, Li Jian also felt reluctant.
But she had important matters to handle in Zhejiang.
Alright, go on, Xiao Tingbao. It's fine, you're studying here, I'm here, and we're in a serious relationship. We'll have plenty of chances to meet. When you get back, I'll check the thickness of your hair again.
Blushing, Ji Jiting ran into the high-speed rail station. Only after watching her disappear into the distance did Li Jian turn toward the car.
Let's head to the company. Li Jian planned to develop some small side businesses for fun.
With his connections, he was unlikely to lose money, it would purely be for entertainment. With a steady cash flow, there was no need to struggle too much.
On the road, Li Jian checked his WeChat.
There was a message from Zhao Man.
Zhao Man, son, how have you been lately?
Li Jian replied to Zhao Man.
Mom, life in Shanghai's great. But without you here, without an elder, we all feel uneasy. Li Jian was still urging Zhao Man to settle in Shanghai.
Now, Zhao Man replied to his messages almost instantly.
Zhao Man, sneaky smile emoji, hashtag. You really want Mom to come to Shanghai so badly?
Li Jian, of course.
Shanghai's absolutely the best place for you. The scenery here is beautiful. In the future, we can buy a riverview apartment by the Bund. What a wonderful life that would be.
Looking at Li Jian's message, Zhao Man's beautiful eyes couldn't help but fill with longing. A riverview apartment by the Bund, children by her side.
Enjoying family happiness. What a beautiful life that would be.
Zhao Man, Mom can't afford a riverview apartment.
but I plan to buy you an apartment in the city.
Zhao Manman replied to Li Jian.
She had already made up her mind. In Zhejiang, she had no family. Her only family was
Li Jian, De Tingbao, and Xiao Tingbao. As for others, they had nothing to do with her. To her, Li Jian was as dear as her own son. In Zhao Manman's heart, she was willing to do anything for Li Jian.
Li Jian, no need for that, Mom. I know you see me as your own son. But I don't lack money. As long as you come to settle in Shanghai, I'll be happy.
Nothing else matters, only you, being here, is important. Seeing this, Zhao Manman felt joyful. Li Jian truly treated her as his mother.
Zhao Manman, Mom will give you an answer soon, okay? Sneaky smile emoji. Li Jian, okay, then do it as soon as you can. Xiao Ting went home.
Have you picked her up yet?
Zhao Manman, I know, Mom's already in the car, heading out now. Driving is annoying. I can't wear high heels. Li Jian knew about Zhao Manman's two obsessions. Li Jian, be careful.
When you get Xiao Ting home, send me a message.
Zhao Manman, sneaky smile emoji. Okay, son. While chatting, Li Jian arrived at Jian Investments.
Since he had messaged Humunk in advance, she had been waiting at the company entrance for a while. You're here, boss.
Looking good, outie lady.
Looking at Humunk's slightly seductive face, Li Jian felt she was becoming more and more charming, perhaps as she aged.
Her femininity was gradually surfacing. Actually, it wasn't impossible.
It just depended on her thoughts. After all, she had never dated before. And for a woman with a great figure and high looks who had never been in a relationship,
Li Jian was quite interested. After all, he was a scumbag. Boss, it's hot outside. Let's head to the office first. Walking beside Humunk,
Li Jian glanced at her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings.
Something felt missing. Monk, the black stockings look good, but I feel like something's missing. Do you like Valentino?
Hearing this, Humunk was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Li Jian to suddenly ask that.
I do like it, but I've never worn it before. I'm 26 now. Maybe I can't pull it off. Looking at the undeniably elegant and mature Humunk, Li Jian said, I think you can definitely pull it off. You'd look great in them. Hearing this,
Humunk felt that maybe she still had a chance with him.
Even though Li Jian was indeed a scumbag,
in her heart, he was still the most perfect man.
Then wait a bit.
I'll go shopping and buy a pair.
Li Jian chuckled and said, let my driver take you. As for the shoes, just expense them to the company later.
Hearing that she could ride in a Rolls-Royce,
Humunk was delighted. Time spent with Li Jian was bound to be extraordinary. Sitting in the office with the air conditioning on, Li Jian received a message from Lu Xiaoyan.
Lu Xiaoyan, bro, there's something I need to tell you.
Zhou Mengmeng went to work part-time at a yoga studio. She seems to be trying to pay you back. Li Jian didn't expect that Zhou Mengmeng would take a part-time job. Li Jian, what is she doing at the yoga studio? Lu Xiaoyan, I haven't been there, but Song Jinjin went once. Apparently, she serves tea and cleans up for the women doing yoga. Hearing this, Li Jian imagined the fair-skinned, twin-tailed Zhou Mengmeng serving tea to those women. It made him uncomfortable. That silly girl was too stubborn.
If she had just agreed to him, she wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of her life. But then again, this was exactly what made her different from others.
It was also what he liked about her. Li Jian, got it. Send me the yoga studio's address.
I'll go check it out tomorrow. Lu Xiaoyan obediently sent the address over. She and Song Jinjin had benefited from Li Jian, so they worked hard to handle things for him. Riding in the Rolls-Royce, Humunk felt that many people were looking at her. Their gazes were obvious, full of envy. She even had the illusion that she was the owner of this multi-million-dollar Rolls-Royce. This feeling filled her with confidence. This seemed to be the real meaning of Shanghai. For most people, Shanghai was just endless overtime, struggling for survival. But for Li Jian, life was true indulgence.
Being with Li Jian, did anything else really matter?
At this moment, Humung's heart wavered.
If she could just receive some of what Li Jian had to offer, giving up something of her own wouldn't really matter, right? As for that woman, she could just stay invisible, unnoticed. No one would interfere with anyone else.
Lost in thought, the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the mall. Humunk walked straight inside and picked out a pair of genuine Valentino rockstud heels.
The sales associate complimented her. Miss, you look absolutely stunning in Valentino. It makes your legs look even longer and more beautiful. Humunk was already quite tall. Wearing Valentino, her black stockinged legs looked even longer.
I'll take this pair. Back at the company, Wuen was still immersed in the feeling of sitting in a Rolls-Royce, being envied by the girls and pedestrians around her. That sense of vanity was something she couldn't forget. She couldn't resist it. Some of her beliefs were gradually crumbling. When she returned to Li Jian's office, she casually closed the door. Aside from her, no one else dared to enter this place. Li Jian looked at the Valentino heels and suddenly felt a strange sense of detachment. A body-hugging skirt, black stockings, Valentino heels. For shorter girls, this kind of combination was out of the question. You had to be at least 165 centimeters tall to even try to pull it off. So beautiful. Li Jian couldn't help but sigh. This gold-digging woman definitely had what it took. She just hadn't found the right person before. "Boss, what do you think?" Wuen asked in a soft, delicate voice. It was her first time wearing Valentino. Walking in them felt unnatural, unlike someone who could handle them effortlessly. "Not bad." Wuen nodded seriously. Boss, I also think this outfit looks really good, but walking in these heels is exhausting. I might need some time to adjust." Li Jian thought. As a boss, it was only natural for him to care about his secretary. There was a saying, if something needs to be done, let the secretary handle it, which showed just how hard secretaries worked. After all, she had to assist him with work, make cream puffs, pick up deliveries, fetch milk. And she would definitely have to help out with more in the future. "Let me give you a massage." Hearing this, Wuen felt like she should refuse. After all, he already had someone. But she quickly convinced herself otherwise. This was just a boss caring for his secretary. It was about workplace culture, humanistic care. She was overthinking it. "Then I'll take off my shoes." Wuen reached to remove her Valentino heels. But Li Jian stopped her. "Monk, no need. You're on the sofa anyway, the heels won't touch the ground. You won't get the sofa dirty." Wuen obediently sat down on the sofa. Li Jian picked up her long, black-stockinged legs and placed them on his lap, gently massaging them to relax her muscles. Li Jian had studied massage therapy before. A doctor must have a benevolent heart, so he focused seriously, while memories of his past medical experiences resurfaced. A doctor must have a benevolent heart. As he lost himself in thought, Wuen noticed something changing in Li Jian. Her heart skipped a beat. Not only was Li Jian handsome and rich, but he was also terrifyingly powerful. A man like him was truly 1 in 10,000. If she let go of Li Jian, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Finding a man to settle down with forever? That wasn't as good as spending just 3 to 5 years with Li Jian. What he could give her in those few years was more than most men could in a lifetime. "Monk, since you don't have a boyfriend, why not be with me?" Hearing Li Jian's words, Wuen understood exactly what he meant. She knew Li Jian was interested in her, and she felt lucky. Thankfully, her parents had given her good genes. She was much prettier than the average girl. She had been the goddess in the eyes of her friends and classmates since childhood. If it weren't for that, in this reality-driven society, she would have never had the qualifications to interact with someone of Li Jian's level, let alone become his secretary. But he already had someone, and this clashed with her personal beliefs. She had always wanted to date a rich man who was also handsome. But Li Jian's situation was complicated. Still, she decided to follow his lead in the conversation. "Boss, if we get together, what about that person?" "You already have someone," Wuen asked cautiously. She knew Li Jian was a true playboy, with his background and power. He could have any woman he wanted. "Just pretend you don't know. Act like you're invisible," Li Jian said as he continued massaging her legs. Wuen felt uneasy. She thought about when she was riding the Rolls-Royce to the mall earlier, the envious gazes of the people around her. For a moment, she had felt like the daughter of a wealthy Shanghai businessman. But deep down, she knew that kind of life was far out of reach. However, with Li Jian, it wasn't completely impossible. If she could get just a small portion of what he had, it would benefit her immensely. And if she could even have his child. Wuen instinctively wanted to refuse. She was materialistic, but her ideal had always been to marry a wealthy man and change her life that way. What Li Jian was offering wasn't what she originally wanted. But that feeling of sitting in a Rolls-Royce, that vanity, it surged inside her again. And she remembered just how dangerous Li Jian was. She slowly came to her senses. If she let go of Li Jian now, she would probably never meet another man like him again. Looking at Li Jian, so exceptional in every way, she felt it was time to make a choice. "You don't want to?" Li Jian asked, resting his hand on her Valentino heels. Some familiar memories surfaced in his mind. His fingers trembled slightly.
Give me some time to think about it. I've always been your secretary, I won't run away. Li Jian knew that well enough. After all, when there's work, the secretary does it. She couldn't leave him. She still had to help him with all those things. No rush, take your time to think about it. Yesterday, Li Jian had done a lot of work. Hair quality testing, furniture durability testing. Right now, he wasn't in much of a rush. He could tell that Hu Monk, this mature woman, was already wavering inside. Once a gold digger's heart wavered, there was no turning back. So, should I always wear Valentino from now on? Li Jian, feeling the texture of the Valentino heels, nodded in approval. If you can, wear them. If it's uncomfortable, then forget it. Hu Monk hummed in response. Don't worry, at first it's definitely uncomfortable, but I'll get used to it. From now on, whenever you come to the office, I'll be wearing these heels. After chatting with Hu Monk for a while, Li Jian finally left the company. He planned to go check out the yoga studio, see what Zhou Mengmeng was up to. For such a socially anxious girl to take a part-time job, it must have been incredibly difficult for her. In Wancheng, after finishing work, Wu Yuxian had already started knitting a sweater. The raw materials she bought from Jingxi weren't cheap. The shipping was fast, and by the afternoon, the package had arrived. Once her work was done, she started knitting a sweater for Li Jian. As she knitted, Wu Yuxian had already pulled herself out of that vague sense of loss. Honestly, she and Li Jian were just fated in this way. She could only care for him like a younger brother, anything beyond that wasn't worth thinking about. He was dating Ji Zhiding now. That was actually a good thing. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoyun peeked over and asked. Knitting a sweater. Knitting a sweater in this heat? Wu Yuxian, did your brain rust? Lu Xiaoyun looked at Wu Yuxian, who was knitting so seriously, with a hint of tenderness on her face. She understood. This hidden admirer, she knew exactly what she was up to. Yeah, it's hot now, but in a while, it'll get cold, won't it? Lu Xiaoyun lowered her voice. I don't even need to guess. This is for Li Jian, isn't it? Wu Yuxian didn't deny it. Of course. This sweater is my birthday gift for him. Do you think it's a bad idea? If it were before, Lu Xiaoyun would have given her a whole lecture. But now, she could only envy her. Ah, being a hidden admirer is actually a great thing. If only I had a rich little brother too. Not long ago, that little brat asked me for money, said he wanted to buy a 10,000 yuan computer. I scolded him so badly he shut up. I've completely given up on that fantasy. He's broke, that's it. Hearing this, Wu Yuxian chuckled. Who knows? Maybe he'll have money in the future. As she knitted, images of Li Jian kept flashing through her mind. It filled her heart with warmth. Money? Even in his whole lifetime, he wouldn't be able to afford a G-Wagon or a luxury apartment. Oh right, for Li Jian's birthday, are you going to Shanghai? Wu Yuxian's face lit up with happiness. Of course. I'm definitely going to Shanghai. Lu Xiaoyun smacked her forehead. She felt like her question was unnecessary. Back when they were in Chuanyu, Shanghai was so far away. But Wu Yuxian never thought it was too far, she'd visit Li Jian every so often. Now that she was in Wancheng, there was no way she'd miss his birthday. Forget I asked. By the way, Yuxian, does your dear Li Jian have a girlfriend now? Do you think there's a chance? Before Lu Xiaoyun could finish, Wu Yuxian cut her off. Don't even think about it. No chance. His standards are high. His ex-wife was a total beauty, and he's dating someone now. His current girlfriend is even prettier. Lu Xiaoyun noticed the slight frustration in Wu Yuxian's expression. She teased, I was asking if you had a chance. Why are you turning it on me? Your last name is Wu, his is Li. Your household registrations aren't even in the same place. You're not related at all. Why not just be with him? Wu Yuxian pinched Lu Xiaoyun's cheek. What nonsense are you talking about? It's impossible. He told me himself he's really dating someone. As long as he can live a good life, I'm satisfied. But Lu Xiaoyun saw through it immediately. Wait, no way. You really do have feelings for him, don't you? I knew it. That's why you've never dated anyone all these years. Listen, if you really like him, just make him break up. Li Jian likes you so much. You could have him in an instant, just by deciding to. If nothing else works, pull out your ultimate move, Chuanyu's legendary Shu Dao mountain technique. I guarantee he'll surrender immediately. He's such a good man. If you let him slip away, even I will feel sorry for you. Watching Lu Xiaoyun dramatically clutch her chest like she was heartbroken, Wu Yuxian felt utterly helpless. This idiot. You're talking nonsense. Do you even hear yourself? What are you saying, you fool? Wu Yuexian's Chuanyu dialect wasn't very fluent, so her slang wasn't quite right. But she didn't care. As long as she insisted that she was speaking Yuexian-style Chuanyu dialect, then there was nothing wrong with how she spoke. Alright, Yuexian. Anyway, just think about it. I really think you two are a great match. Besides, to him, you're even more important than his own life. Where else can you find such a good man? Give it some serious thought, okay? Seeing that Wu Yuexian was about to unleash her Shu Dao mountain move, Lu Xiaoyun wisely ran away, not daring to stay any longer. After Lu Xiaoyun left, Wu Yuexian's heart felt heavy. Had Lu Xiaoyun really figured something out? Her knitting needles didn't stop moving, and a small section of the sweater was already taking shape. On the way to the yoga studio, Li Jian was still thinking about Humun's Valentino heels. He had to admit, those high heels were absolutely stunning. Before, he had only thought they were nice shoes, but after seeing them on a beautiful woman, he was completely mesmerized. Humun looked perfect in them, but the best part of the shoes was still the soles. Flipping them over and admiring them closely would definitely let him appreciate their craftsmanship even more. When the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the yoga studio, it quickly drew a lot of attention. The presence of the car was overwhelming, especially in a place like a yoga studio. It was even more eye-catching. Many women came here to train their figures just so they could find a wealthier boyfriend. As soon as Li Jian stepped inside, a beautiful manager walked over. "Sir, are you here to pick up your girlfriend?" "Yeah, her name is Zhou Mingming." The manager was clearly in disbelief. That plainly dressed girl, with no makeup, always covering herself up. She actually had a boyfriend who drove a Rolls-Royce? And the man standing before her, tall, handsome, and obviously rich, was a total high-quality catch. "You're talking about Mang Meng? I really didn't expect that her boyfriend would be so outstanding. I'll call her for you." Li Jian stopped her. "No need. I'll go up and see what she's doing." The manager was polite and didn't stop him. Wealthy people were treated well almost everywhere. Upstairs, Li Jian saw Zhou Mingming helping a young married woman in a yoga pose. She was sweating all over. The air conditioning upstairs barely seemed to be on, and in this heat, the work looked exhausting. So many girls are pampered these days. They wouldn't be able to endure this kind of hardship. Li Jian felt a pang of sympathy for Zhou Mingming. If she had met a loyal, devoted man instead of him, she might have lived a happy life. But now that she had met him, there was no way he would let her go. After all, he had to be a scumbag. "Zhou Mingming." Li Jian called out from behind her. Zhou Mingming instinctively turned around and saw the person she thought about every day. Immediately, she panicked and tried to run away. As she passed by Li Jian, she didn't say a word. The woman practicing yoga looked confused. Li Jian went downstairs and chased after her. Zhou Mingming ran ahead, but at 170 centimeters, her legs weren't as long as Li Jian's. After a while, he caught up and grabbed her arm. "What's wrong, Meng? You see me and just want to run?" Zhou Mingming stayed silent. She was out of breath, and now that he had caught her, she couldn't run anymore. Not even a single word? Still, she said nothing. "Call me Daddy. Daddy." Without thinking, Zhou Mingming blurted it out. She felt like crying again. This guy 5 years older than her always bullied her like this. "Alright, Meng, look at you, covered in sweat. Let's find a place for you to take a shower." Without waiting for her answer, Li Jian took her hand and led her away. He knew that girls like Zhou Mingming liked it when others made decisions for them. Sure enough, when he spoke, Zhou Mingming wanted to refuse, but her body obediently followed him to the bathhouse. When they arrived at a newly opened bathhouse, her heart started to race. Was he really talking about that kind of bath? "Sir, would you like a private room?" It was obvious that people like Li Jian, bringing their girlfriends here, had no need for a professional masseuse. "Yeah. Sir, you came at the perfect time. No one has used our private rooms yet. You and your girlfriend will have a great experience." After a few more words, Li Jian pulled Zhou Mingming into the private room and locked the door. Looking at the little white rabbit in front of him, he smirked. "It's so hot. Go take a shower." Zhou Mingming finally spoke. You're not going to shower with me, are you?" Li Jian looked at her. "Do you want me to?" Zhou Mingming quickly shook her head. "No, I can't shower with a guy. You're not even my boyfriend." As she spoke, all the frustration from the past few days welled up inside her. Her eyes grew misty with tears. Seeing her looking so pitiful, even Li Jian felt a little bad. Meng, it's not what you're thinking. Look, the showers are separate. You can go in, and I'll wait out here. In this heat, Aren't you uncomfortable? Zhou Mengmeng was feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Go shower first. I'll wait for you, and then we'll go for a walk. Hearing that they would walk together, Zhou Mengmeng felt a little excited. She really liked Li Jiyan. She just couldn't convince herself to be his girlfriend. Oh, right. I have to step out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Wait until I return before you shower. Zhou Mengmeng had no idea what he was up to, but she timidly nodded. About 10 minutes later, Li Jiyan returned. He was holding a black dress. You bought me clothes again. Zhou Mengmeng's heart tightened. She already owed him so much money, and now there was another expense. How many hours would she have to work as a yoga studio assistant to pay him back? If the studio weren't all women, she wouldn't have been able to keep this job at all. She was too socially anxious. Making money was too hard. Yeah. You can't go out on a date with me in sweaty clothes, can you? Hearing the word date, Zhou Mengmeng's face turned red. I'll go shower now. Taking the dress, she entered the bathroom. Then, she realized. The door couldn't be locked. He wouldn't come in, would he? As she showered, she kept worrying about whether Li Jiyan would walk in. The entire time, she was on edge. Only when she finished changing and stepped out did she finally relax. She sat at the hair-drying station, using a brand new blow-dryer. Before long, she had tied her hair into twin tails again. Li Jiyan walked behind her, gently grabbing her pigtails and leaning in. Mengmeng, you really love twin tails, don't you? Zhou Mengmeng's heart started to race. But she obediently answered his question. When I was little, my mom didn't take care of me or do my hair. A neighbor taught me how to tie twin tails. Ever since then, I've worn them. Li Jiyan felt a pang of sympathy. She had grown up completely starved of love. Her parents had been so heartless, ignoring such a beautiful girl, turning her into someone so insecure. All right, let's go for a walk. Zhou Mengmeng softly nodded. Her voice was always so small, so gentle. Walking along a quiet road, Li Jiyan looked at the streetlights that had already turned on nearby. He asked, Mengmeng, is your family not giving you enough living expenses? Working part-time at a yoga studio is too exhausting. Hearing Li Jiyan's concern, Zhou Mengmeng had a strong urge to throw herself into his arms. She had been longing for someone to care about her like this for so long. Li Jiyan was that person. But that one thing, she just couldn't accept it. I have to pay you back. I owe you so much money. I have to return it. Then why not just date me? You wouldn't have to pay it back at all. Zhou Mengmeng disagreed. Even if I were your girlfriend, I couldn't spend your money. I'm an adult now. I should take responsibility for my own life. I can spend money on you, though. As she spoke, Zhou Mengmeng's face turned red again. Saying something like that made it feel like she really was in a relationship with Li Jiyan. This girl was always so easy to make blush. Li Jiyan found it amusing, but also a little heartbreaking. Mengmeng, then why did you run away when I came today? Zhou Mengmeng lowered her head and answered softly. I was afraid you'd look down on me. My family was already poor, and now I have to work part-time. Her family had once been well off for a short time, but that didn't last. Now, they were deep in debt. Working at the yoga studio, drenched in sweat. This was when she was at her worst. She didn't want Li Jiyan to see her like that. It's okay, Mengmeng. In my heart, you'll always be the best, Mengmeng. Saying that, Li Jiyan gently took Zhou Mengmeng's hand. Then, he pulled her into his embrace. A delicate, pitiful little thing like her. He couldn't bear to let her go. Her beliefs might be traditional, but he knew. For a girl who lacked love like her, he just needed a little more time to break down her walls. Being suddenly hugged by Li Jiyan, Zhou Mengmeng panicked. What is he trying to do? We're outside. She nervously glanced around. A little relief washed over her. Thankfully, there weren't many people nearby. Li Jiyan lowered his head and gently kissed her. Zhou Mengmeng tried to push him away. This wasn't like the time he stole her first kiss, so this time, she didn't freeze up. She wanted to push him away, but she was too weak, even though she was 170 centimeters tall. Standing before Li Jiyan, she still seemed small. Besides, Zhou Mengmeng had always been frail. With no other choice, she could only passively accept it. As time passed, she gradually started to feel something, but her fear grew stronger. A long time later, Li Jiyan felt something cool on his face. When he let go of Zhou Mengmeng, he realized she was crying. Mengmeng. Zhou Mengmeng pushed him away and crouched down. Why do you keep bullying me? You don't even want to be with me for real, but you stole my first kiss. And now you're doing this again. Zhou Mengmeng felt so wronged. I can't bear to let you go. That's why I'm being honest with you. No matter what, In this lifetime, I've set my heart on you. If you won't be with me now, I'll wait until you want to be with me.
Hearing his words, Zhou Mengmeng strangely felt a bit of sweetness inside.
Even though it felt wrong, at least she knew. Li Ziyan did like her. No matter what, he wasn't willing to let her go. But that one thing, she just couldn't accept it. Either you only have me, or I won't agree to it. Don't kiss me anymore, or I'll really get mad. Even though she said that, her threats sounded weak. Li Ziyan stroked Zhou Mengmeng's twin tails. That's not possible. But I do really like you. You're the most important girl in my life.
Zhou Mengmeng lifted her head to look at him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with emotion.
Am I really that important to him? Maybe he liked other girls too. But among all of them, was she the most important one? If that were the case, maybe she could accept it a little? More important than Ji Jiting?
Li Ziyan played with her twin tails.
You're the most important girl. So, do you want to be with me?
Zhou Mengmeng still shook her head.
No, I have to go back to my dorm. It's late. She stood up and started walking toward the end of the road. Baby, let's go out tomorrow.
Hearing him call her baby, Zhou Mengmeng's tears almost started falling again.
As a girl who had always lacked love, everything Li Ziyan did hit her right in the heart. It made her want to cry. I'm not going. I hate you. I never want to go out with you again. Zhou Mengmeng didn't want to see him anymore,
even though she really liked him. But the way he acted, she just couldn't accept it.
My birthday is coming up. Won't you at least spend a day with me? Hearing the word birthday, Zhou Mengmeng stopped walking. After a moment, she softly said, Fine, see you tomorrow. I'm going back now.
Li Ziyan stepped forward and grabbed her hand.
Go back? No need. I'll take you. I don't want to. Call me Daddy. Daddy. Under Li Ziyan's pull,
Zhou Mengmeng obediently followed him back to the parking lot and got into the car. It was already past 9 when he got home.
Meng.
It's hard to imagine that she's the younger sister of that proud woman. Li Ziyan's mind drifted back to the white moonlight of his youth. She had an arrogant personality, completely opposite to Zhou Mengmeng. He opened the door and saw Ji Mingting sitting at the dining table, dressed in business attire and red high heels. She had clearly been waiting for him for a long time.
Mingting, why are you here? Li Ziyan closed the door.
He still had feelings for Ji Mingting, after all. They had been together for 5 years. He couldn't just drive her away.
I missed you. Can I come see you? Why are we so distant now? Didn't you used to call me Tingbao?
Hearing that name, Li Ziyan suddenly recalled how Ji Jiting had insisted he had Xiao in front of it, just to differentiate her from Ji Mingting.
Mingting, we're already divorced. After thinking for a moment, Li Ziyan decided not to dwell on the topic. It was in the past. Let the past stay in the past. So, why are you here tonight?
Ji Mingting took out that box of his things.
Your girlfriend isn't here?
The mention of his girlfriend made a wave of jealousy rise in Ji Mingting's heart.
It was unbearable. No. Li Ziyan spoke softly. What about cheating? Did she know something? But Li Ziyan wasn't worried. He was already divorced.
Now, whatever he did was his own business. Ji Mingting had no right to control him like before. She went home to see our mom. Hearing him say our mom so naturally,
Ji Mingting felt a pang of sadness. Your girlfriend, you haven't done that with her yet, have you? She suddenly asked. Li Ziyan didn't avoid the question. We have. Yesterday. Ji Mingting's heart clenched. You're lying. You didn't even use these. And Jiting is home, how could you have?
But next time, don't leave things like this lying around.
If Jiting sees them in her room, wouldn't that be bad? She's only 18. Ji Mingting slowly walked closer to Li Ziyan.
Then, she wrapped her arms around his neck. The warmth, the closeness, it made Li Ziyan's blood pressure rise a little.
Ji Mingting might not be as stunning as Ji Jiting or someone else,
but she was still a top-tier beauty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased her for so long back then. But Li Ziyan stayed calm. He pushed her away.
We're divorced. Let it go. Besides, I told you, I have a girlfriend.
Ji Mingting crossed her long, beautiful legs.
Only now did Li Ziyan notice she was wearing black stockings. She had never worn them before.
Her legs were already stunning. Now, paired with the black stockings, they were impossible to look away from. Seeing Ji Mingting in black stockings for the first time,
Li Ziyan suddenly thought of someone else.
A wave of heat surged inside him, hard to suppress. The weather really made it easy to get heated up.
Do they look good? It's my first time wearing black stockings. I wore them for you. Ji Mingting blushed slightly.
After being with Li Ziyan for so many years, It had been a long time since she last showed this kind of shyness. Only during the first 2 years of their relationship had she been like this. Before he chased her down, she had always been cold and distant. I know you haven't been with your new girlfriend for long. Your feelings for her aren't deep yet. You should break up before it's too late. Let's get back together. I miss you. I really, really miss you. Forget about this, I want to be with you. I want to have your baby. Ji Mingting tossed that box straight into the trash can. Looking at her like this, Li Jian almost softened. But as a scumbag, softness was fatal. Forget it, Tingbao. Go home. We're divorced. Ji Mingting saw the change in Li Jian. He was still as terrifying as ever. She held his hand, acting coy. You're lying. If you really didn't love me anymore, then why? The divorce was my fault. I only thought about living a luxurious life. But after all this time apart, every night has been miserable for me. Baby, I really miss you. We were together for 5 years. Every part of my life has your presence in it. I really can't live without you. Tears started falling uncontrollably from Ji Mingting's eyes. A woman as proud as her, crying like this. It was the first time Li Jian had ever seen it. But he still ignored her pain. He grabbed her hand. Ji Mingting thought he had finally relented and was leading her to the bedroom. But instead, he led her straight to the door. Then, he shut the door in her face and locked it. Go to sleep. Li Jian returned to the master bedroom and lay down. At the door, Ji Mingting sat weakly on the floor, staring at her legs wrapped in black stockings. Her heart was filled with endless sorrow. She never expected Li Jian to be so heartless. Maybe he really loved that new girlfriend of his. Or maybe he was still resentful about the divorce. Was that why he was treating her like this? A long time passed before Ji Mingting finally stood up and left. Zhejiang. In the villa, Ji Zhiting was lying on Zhao Manman's bed, refusing to leave. Mom, I'm sleeping with you tonight. Saying that, she wrapped her arms around Zhao Manman's neck and kissed her face several times. Alright, baby, we'll sleep together. Zhao Manman kissed Ji Zhiting back. I'm really happy tonight. Now that Ji Zhiting was back, Zhao Manman realized even more. The emptiness in her heart was because her children weren't by her side. With Ji Zhiting here, that deep loneliness completely disappeared. Then, Mom, you have to come back to Shanghai with me, okay? Otherwise, I'll miss you so much. As a total mommy's girl, I want to be able to see you in Shanghai whenever I miss you. Ji Zhiting really was a mommy's girl. Zhao Manman had spent much more time and energy on her than on Ji Mingting. Back then, when Ji Mingting was little, the family business was extremely busy. But when Ji Zhiting was growing up, Zhao Manman had much more free time. Okay. Zhao Manman agreed. Shanghai didn't just have De Tingbao and Xiao Tingbao. There was also Yanbao. Lately, she had completely made up her mind. She should move to Shanghai. Really? You really agreed? Ji Zhiting was overjoyed. Before she came, Li Jian had repeatedly reminded her to make sure Zhao Manman moved to Shanghai. She herself wanted that too. So ever since she got home, she had been pushing Zhao Manman to move. But her mother hadn't given in. Now, she had finally said yes. You can't go back on your word. Ji Zhiting was terrified that her dear mom would change her mind. I won't. In all these years, when have I ever gone back on my word? Ji Zhiting thought for a moment. It was true. When Zhao Manman promised something, she always followed through. Then, I'll call baby on video. Hearing that, Zhao Manman was a little confused. Baby? Who's baby? But when she saw Li Jian's profile picture, she couldn't help but smile. This girl, so casual, calling him baby? Very quickly, the video call connected. Xiao Ting. Li Jian was about to say Xiao Tingbao, but then he realized. Ji Zhiting was clearly with Zhao Manman. Now wasn't the time to mention that. He had to wait until Zhao Manman was emotionally settled before bringing it up. Guess what? Our mom is moving to Shanghai. Li Jian was pleasantly surprised. He had talked to Zhao Manman about this many times, but she had always had her hesitations, which was understandable. After all, she had spent half her life in Zhejiang. But now, she had finally agreed. At the crucial moment, it was Xiao cotton-padded jacket, Ji Zhiting, who made the difference. With Ji Zhiting's help, he could properly take care of his elders. His devotion to filial piety had always been strong. Really? Mom, is it true? Ji Zhiting moved the camera toward Zhao Manman. Zhao Manman looked at Li Jian and said seriously. It's true. Mom has decided I'm moving to Shanghai. Li Jian immediately sat up straighter. Then, when are you coming? I'll prepare everything in advance. Tell me if you need anything. Since Zhao Manman was coming, he had to make sure she felt at home. That way, she would enjoy living in Shanghai. And he also needed to learn how to make more delicious food, cream puffs, milk Oreos. That way, he could satisfy Zhao Man's foodie heart. Mom doesn't need anything, but, Xiaoyan, don't rush. I still need some time before I can come find you. This house is being sold, along with some other properties. It'll take some time, Li Jiyan asked. Then, will you make it in time for my birthday? Li Jiyan was looking forward to his birthday. Wu Yuxian would definitely come, and Zhao Man should come too. One was the sister he liked, and the other was the elder he respected. Spending his birthday with them by his side would surely be a happy occasion. Zhao Man also remembered Li Jiyan's birthday. She felt a sense of guilt in her heart. She had known Li Jiyan for a few years now. A few years ago, when she visited Mengting in Shanghai, Li Jiyan had a birthday as well. But back then, she didn't like him, so she didn't go. It wasn't until later that she realized how important Li Ziyan was in her life. Without him, she wouldn't have known how to get through everything this time. She would have been completely fooled by Ji Yunhai, skinned alive and left with nothing in the end. Don't worry, Xiaoyan. There are already buyers interested in the property. And as for the other assets, most of the profitable ones are of high quality. They'll be easy to sell. Anyway, when your birthday comes, Mom will definitely be there. I've never celebrated my dear son's birthday before. No matter what, I won't miss it this time. Seeing how much his mom doted on Li Jiyan, Ji Zhiding felt warm and happy inside. It really felt like they were a family of three. But deep down, there was one issue Ji Zhiding was afraid to face. Ji Mingting. Alright then, I'll be waiting for you in Shanghai. I promise you won't feel lonely anymore. Traveling, delicious food. I'll make sure your days are full and exciting. Li Jiyan knew that Zhao Man's current life wasn't great, so he had to spend more time with her, fill her life with warmth and happiness. Zhao Man felt deeply comforted. This was exactly the kind of child she needed in her life. Don't worry, Xiaoyan. Mom will definitely come. This time, I'm really going to Shanghai. When I get there, I plan to start a small business, find something to do. Li Jiyan knew that Zhao Man had experience in business, so he wasn't worried about her at all. Ji Zhiding leaned against Zhao Man's chest and said sweetly, "That's wonderful. Now I can visit you all the time in Shanghai." She could already picture that happy life, visiting her mom every day, and secretly visiting Li Jiyan, too. What could be better than that? By the way, Xiaoyan, have you seen Mengting recently? Zhao Man gently stroked Ji Zhiding's bun, a gesture that felt strangely familiar to Li Jiyan. I have. Hearing this, Ji Zhiding felt uncomfortable, but she couldn't say anything about it now. Did she say anything? Zhao Man knew that, despite Ji Mingting's arrogance, she was still a kind-hearted girl deep down. She had only been blinded by material desires for a while, and that was actually her fault. She had raised Ji Mingting too strictly when she was little, and later, when she gave her living expenses, it was only slightly above an average lifestyle. If she had raised her like she raised Zhiding, none of this would have happened. If Ji Mingting weren't a kind girl, she wouldn't have endured so much pressure just to marry Li Jiyan back then. She had fought with her own mother countless times over him. If not for her persistence, given their family's situation, Zhao Man would never have allowed her to marry Li Jiyan. She doesn't have any particular thoughts. Li Jiyan knew that if they were going to discuss this, it would have to be in private. After all, Ji Zhiding was right here, and she was definitely the jealous type. He had already learned that very clearly from the Shao Tingbao incident. Zhao Man looked at Li Jiyan's expression. A strange feeling rose in her heart. Some things were truly unavoidable. Once they happened, there was no going back. There was no turning back. Everything could only keep moving forward. Xiaoyan, do you still like? Zhao Man knew she shouldn't ask too many questions. But in her heart, Ji Mingting's happiness still mattered. Do you still like Mengting? She didn't notice the unnatural look on Ji Zhiding's face beside her. Jealousy was starting to rise in her chest. She and Li Jiyan had only been together for a few days. Even though Ji Mingting and Li Jiyan were divorced, they had been together for 5 years. Such deep feelings, would Li Jiyan waver? Was her relationship with him really secure? If he truly wanted to reconcile with her sister, then she would silently step back. She wouldn't interfere in his life. After all, no one even knew about her and him. Forget it, Mom. The past is the past. I want to cherish my life now. I don't want to go back to how things were before. Li Jiyan looked at Ji Zhiding. His eyes filled with emotion. He truly couldn't bear to lose her. so he had to treasure her. Hearing his words, Ji Jiting slowly felt reassured.
Zhao Manman felt a headache coming on. It seemed like Li Ziyan really had no intention of getting back together.
Once she got to Shanghai, she would do what she could,
But if he really didn't want it, then she would let it go.
even though her daughter was irreplaceable in her heart.
Li Ziyan was just as irreplaceable now.
She had to remain fair to both of them.
Otherwise, Li Ziyan would be hurt too.
All right, you young people should decide for yourselves.
We'll talk more when I get to Shanghai.
Zhao Manman wanted to continue the conversation, but it was already getting late.
Then, Mom, shouting, "Good night." Ji Jiting waved and said, "Good night, baby." After hanging up the video call, Zhao Manman kissed Ji Jiting's cheek.
Baby, how can you call Shayan baby? He's older than you. Ji Jiting hugged Zhao Manman tightly, unwilling to let go.
Hee, I was just playing around. After Zhao Manman lay down, Ji Jiting followed, curling up in her mother's embrace. It was warm.
Then, Zhao Manman called Ji Mingting to check on her.
Soon, Ji Mingting's tired-looking face appeared on the screen. Mom.
Seeing her eldest daughter looking so worn out,
Zhao Manman felt a pang of heartache. It was clear she wasn't doing well. Tingbao, do you miss Shayan? Ji Mingting didn't pretend to be strong.
After her impulse faded, she had gradually sobered up.
She truly missed Li Ziyan.
She had gone to see him today, even wore black stockings for him,
even told him they didn't have to use protection,
hoping to reconcile. But he still rejected her.
I went to see him today.
Seeing Ji Jiting curled up against their mother,
Ji Mingting didn't avoid talking about it. I went to see him today, wanting to get back together. But he didn't agree. He even threw me out of his room.
He has a new girlfriend now.
Hearing new girlfriend, Ji Jiting lowered her head.
That new girlfriend was her.
But Zhao Manman didn't believe it. Don't be in a rush.
I don't think Shayan really has a girlfriend.
I've learned some things lately.
When you divorced him, of course he held resentment in his heart.
So maybe, he only said that out of anger. Hearing this, Ji Mingting felt a lot better. That made sense.
If she had been the one divorced, she would have hated him too.
Even if she didn't say it, it was impossible for there to be no resentment. Mom, you have to help me with this. I know that Li Ziyan respects you a lot. She knew how much Li Ziyan valued Zhao Manman.
She had seen everything he had done for her before.
Of course. Once I get to Shanghai, I'll find a way. But I can't interfere too much in your affairs.
In the end, you'll have to work for it yourself.
Chatting with Zhao Manman made Ji Mingting feel much better. Mom, thank you. I've thought it through now. I'll take things slow.
After all, I have 5 years of history with him that gives me an advantage. I'll also focus on managing the company well. Seeing that her eldest daughter had calmed down,
Zhao Manman finally felt at ease. It's late, Tingbao. Get some sleep. Good night, Mom.
After ending the call, Ji Jiting softly asked,
Mom, are you really going to help my sister get back together with him?
You silly girl, of course.
Do you want your sister to grow old alone?
She loves Shayan so much, of course, I'll help her win him back. Ji Jiting lay down, closed her eyes, and said nothing.
Zhao Manman didn't notice her displeasure.
She turned off the bedside lamp and fell asleep.
At this moment, Li Ziyan had once again returned to the past.
Arriving at an internet cafe, he sent a QQ message to Xiaoli. Xiaoli quickly arrived.
Brotherly, which connections are we working on this time? Recently, Li Ziyan hadn't been too focused on making money.
He was mainly building his network.
Let's check the market first and make some money.
Then we'll go to Yanqing and take things to the next level.
Xiaoli felt a surge of excitement. The connections I've built here are usable now.
Ever since people got access to our resources, they've been rising fast.
In our local area, we can handle almost anything now.
I think in a few years, I won't have to worry about anything here anymore.
Li Ziyan kept checking the futures market.
Finally, he spotted a promising trend. This time, let's push our assets past 200 million. Xiaoli, standing beside him, was filled with anticipation.
After handling the futures trades, the two started playing games.
By the way, brotherly, in the futures market, I'm kind of a big name now. People are calling me the futures god, like a stock market genius.
A lot of rich people want to meet me. Should I start networking with them? Li Ziyan thought for a moment and said,
meeting them is fine, but don't do business with them.
Avoid getting played. The people we've already connected with are growing fast.
For now, we should focus on expanding our network and leveraging our financial resources.
After playing games for a while,
they went back to making new high-profile connections.
When Li Ziyan woke up, It was already past 10 in the morning. Sunday. I can go find Zhou Mengmeng today. Thinking about that cute little girl, he felt an itch in his heart. Checking WeChat, he saw a message from Humunk. Humunk, boss, are you coming to inspect the company today? There was also a message from Ji Jiting. Ji Jiting, baby, I'm heading back today. I should arrive around 7. I want to spend a little more time with mom. I completed the mission you gave me. Mom agreed to move to Shanghai. Can I visit your company today? Ji Jiting had always been curious about Li Jian's company. Li Jian, sure, I'll take you there later. I'll ask the employees to stay a bit late today and give them overtime pay. Ji Jiting, okay, baby, I miss you. As she texted Li Jian, Ji Jiting kept glancing at Zhao Manman, afraid her little secret would be discovered. If her mom found out now, she couldn't even imagine what would happen, especially since Zhao Manman was still going through a tough time. Mom, your cute daughter is heading back to Shanghai this afternoon. I'll miss you. Zhao Manman understood that school was a priority for Ji Jiting. Once she left, the house would feel empty again. But at least this time, she wouldn't have to wait too long before seeing Li Jian again. Mom will make you lunch. What do you want to eat? Ji Jiting didn't hold back and listed off some of Zhao Manman's best dishes. Mom, your cooking is amazing. And you're so beautiful, with such gorgeous legs. That scumbag didn't appreciate you, but someone else definitely will. Hearing that, Zhao Manman felt a strange emotion rising inside her. She thought of, Mom doesn't need anyone to cherish me. As long as you kids cherish me, that's enough. That afternoon, Zhou Lily also visited the university. Today was a company team-building event. At her new job, she had gotten along well with her colleagues. Recently, her supervisor had been pursuing her aggressively. It was clear that he was determined to win her over. A young man driving a BMW 7 Series was already considered very successful. But no matter what, Zhou Lily just didn't feel anything for him. Even though he was good-looking. If this had been before, she might have seriously considered it. But the image of Li Ziyan was always in her mind. That calm, indifferent aura. It kept surfacing in her thoughts. She had a feeling that Li Jian's true abilities went far beyond what she had seen. Sis, what are you doing here? In the dormitory, Zhou Mengmeng was surprised. Zhou Lily had never been that concerned about her. Although compared to their parents, she still cared more. I came to see you. Hi, everyone, I'm Zhou Mengmeng's sister. Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin politely greeted her, then went back to their own things. Unlike Li Jian, this woman had no connection to them. Sis. Today, Zhou Mengmeng had dressed up nicely, wearing a short skirt that covered half her thighs. She had even applied light makeup. She looked completely different from how Zhou Lily remembered her. You put on makeup? Do you have a date today? Zhou Mengmeng nodded slightly. Even though she didn't want to see Li Jian anymore, his birthday was coming up. If she refused to spend time with him, he would probably be really sad. No matter what, he was still her good friend. Is it that guy? Zhou Mengmeng stood up and pulled Zhou Lily outside. Sis. Once they were out of the dormitory building, Zhou Mengmeng still felt embarrassed talking about it. Mengmeng, is it that man? Yes, he asked me out today. Seeing how shy Zhou Mengmeng was, Zhou Lily realized her little sister had probably fallen for him. She didn't know the details, but it was clear this man was special to her. Zhou Mengmeng had always been socially withdrawn and introverted. Plenty of guys had pursued her before, Zhou Lily knew that. But Zhou Mengmeng had never given any of them a chance. If this guy had managed to change that, then he must be very good. Go ahead, but I want to meet him. I want to see what kind of person he is. Zhou Lily knew. Her sister was way too naive. If she got tricked, it would end badly. Even though she hadn't been the best sister, this was something she had to watch over. You want to come with me? No way. The idea of her sister meeting Li Jian made Zhou Mengmeng incredibly anxious. It felt like meeting the parents. And besides, she and Li Jian could never be together. Zhou Lily wasn't surprised by her refusal. I won't stay with you too. My company's team-building event is in that area today. Just bring him there. I'll watch from a distance. I don't want you to get hurt. I know I haven't done much for you before, but from now on, I want to protect you. Zhou Mengmeng's eyes turned a little red. She hugged Zhou Lily, but she was planning to separate from Li Jian. Better not tell her sister. Soon, a WeChat message popped up. Hearing the notification sound, Zhou Mengmeng immediately knew. It was from Li Jian. She only had about 10 WeChat friends. Mom, sister, her 3 roommates, a few close high school friends, and Li Jian.
Aside from him, no one else ever messaged her.
Zhou Lily tried to take a look, but Zhou Mengmeng instantly became guarded. As if she was terrified of her sister seeing something, that made Zhou Lily even more curious. She was hiding this guy very carefully. Alright, I'm going. My co-workers are waiting for me. If anything happens, tell me. Don't keep things from me. After Zhou Lily walked away, Zhou Mengmeng finally unlocked her phone with relief. Li Jian, Mengmeng, are you ready? I'm coming to pick you up. Zhou Mengmeng, come to my school.
Li Jian quickly drove out in his Ferrari 488.
He hadn't driven his sports car in a while.
On the road, heads kept turning, just as expected. When he arrived at the university gate, he sent Zhou Mengmeng a message.
Soon, she came outside. Today, she wasn't wrapped up in her usual layers. She was wearing a dress. She still remembered what Lu Xiaoyan had told her. A girl only wears a dress when she's going on a date with someone she likes. She really liked Li Jian. Mengmeng, get in.
After she sat in the passenger seat, Li Jian leaned over and buckled her seatbelt.
The closeness made Zhou Mengmeng's heart race slightly. This is my birthday gift for you. She reached into her bag. Only then did Li Jian notice. This was probably the first time she had carried a woman's handbag. Even though it was a cheap one from a street market, she had put in so much effort for him. A razor. Happy birthday.
Li Jian glanced at it. It was a high-end model, probably around 1,000 yuan.
Considering Zhou Mengmeng's situation,
giving him a gift like this must have been incredibly difficult.
Then I'll accept it. He didn't refuse.
He pinched her cheek and put the razor away. The deeper their bond, the closer she would eventually get to him.
He might be a scumbag, but he really couldn't bear to let go of little Mengmeng.
Starting the car, he drove toward Huaxi Garden to take her to see the flowers. Many flowers were still in bloom there, so there were quite a few visitors.
After parking the car, Li Jian took Zhou Mengmeng's hand and walked into the garden.
Walking beside him, Zhou Mengmeng felt an illusion.
As if she was really Li Jian's girlfriend.
His only girlfriend.
That would be such happiness.
Looking at the shy girl beside him,
Li Jian took her hand. Zhou Mengmeng wanted to pull away, but then she thought this was his birthday. So, she let him hold her hand. Hand in hand, they strolled through the garden. Li Jian spoke softly. Mengmeng, have you really stopped thinking about us? Zhou Mengmeng's heart ached. But this time, she was firm. No, I haven't. As she said it, it felt like needles were stabbing her heart, but she couldn't accept that kind of relationship. Li Jian could sense her inner struggle. He had to take it slow with her. He knew very well Zhou Mengmeng was completely in love with him. We'll talk about it later then. Still holding her hand, he didn't push further. Some things shouldn't be said too definitively. Otherwise, there would be no chance. He had no intention of letting her go. Hearing his words, Zhou Mengmeng secretly felt relieved. Look, these flowers are beautiful. Let's go over there for a while.
Zhou Mengmeng glanced over and softly responded.
Meanwhile, Zhou Lily was chatting with her co-workers.
The executive, Pei Mengyang, was full of confidence. He was the one who had organized today's team-building event. Even though Zhou Lily had never shown any interest in him, with his experience in relationships, he was confident that he could win her over. A BMW 7 Series, a house in the suburbs of Shanghai, a salary of over 400,000 yuan a year. This made him an elite. And because he knew Zhou Lily planned to check on her sister, he had deliberately chosen a venue near the university. Lily, how about a walk at the bund after dinner tonight? Her co-workers immediately jumped in to help. Sucking up to Pei Mengyang made office life much easier. Yeah, Lily, take a walk with the manager. You two look great together. Hearing her colleagues, Zhou Lily politely responded. Manager, I really have things to do. My sister might be dating someone, I need to keep an eye on her. So, I really don't have time. She found it strange. Pei Mengyang was handsome. Not as good-looking as Li Jian, but still decent. His income and character were solid. By her past standards, she should be considering him seriously. Marrying him would let her settle down in Shanghai. But somehow, Li Jian's image kept appearing in her mind. Maybe it was because of the way he had suddenly reappeared in her life, leaving such a strong impression. Alright, but no worries. We'll have time to talk during dinner. There's a lot I want to discuss with you. Zhou Lily still wasn't interested. By material standards, Li Jian and Pei Mengyang were about the same. But why did she feel like they weren't even in the same league? Looking around, she suddenly saw someone, Zhou Mengmeng, her sister. That dress was easy to recognize. Well, what a coincidence. But in this season, There aren't many good places to go around here.
It makes sense.
She looked carefully. A young man was walking beside Zhou Mengmeng. That made her feel relieved.
Zhou Mengmeng had said he was rich, so Zhou Lily had been worried. Was he some middle-aged man? That seemed very possible.
After all, her sister was so starved for affection. It would be easy for her to fall for someone older. But this guy, why did he look so familiar? From this distance, she couldn't see clearly.
I'm going for a walk.
After telling her colleagues, she quietly walked toward where the two of them were sitting on the grass with Zhou Mengmeng.
Li Jian grabbed Zhou Mengmeng's twin ponytails.
In fact, he had thought about such a situation before, but the scene he imagined was more domestic. For example, in the bathroom, kitchen, or living room. More filled with the atmosphere of daily life. With a slight pull, Zhou Mengmeng, unable to resist, leaned against Li Jian's chest. Although she knew she shouldn't do this, she liked Li Jian too much. Including the last time when Li Jian kissed her. Actually, she couldn't control herself and actively responded.
Her mind couldn't accept certain things, but her body was uncontrollably honest. Not far away, Zhou Lily quietly walked over.
She wanted to see what kind of person her sister's boyfriend was.
Li Jian. Zhou Lily's voice instantly made Zhou Mengmeng tense up.
She didn't want her sister to know about her relationship with Li Jian.
But unexpectedly, she was caught. Zhou Lily. Li Jian let go of Zhou Mengmeng and stood up.
After making eye contact with Zhou Lily, both of them were a little stunned. Lately, Li Jian had almost forgotten about his white moonlight. Ever since his life had undergone drastic changes, many beautiful women had frequently appeared around him. He had almost forgotten that Zhou Lily was in Shanghai. Unexpectedly, they ran into each other in such a situation.
Li Jian, the person Mengmeng was talking about, is you. Zhou Lily's body trembled slightly.
Her face was somewhat pale. She never imagined that he was actually with her sister. So, when he rejected her before, was it because he had set his sights on her sister? He was 5 years older than her sister, and he had once pursued her. Now he was with her sister.
Such an immoral thing.
How could he do it? She should make him stop immediately.
How did you end up with my sister? Did you do it on purpose? Zhou Lily thought of many possibilities.
Maybe he was with her sister just to get back at her. Her sister was only 18, and yet he went after her.
It's not like that, sis. It's not what you think. I'm his classmate. We met at the beginning of the semester. Don't blame him. It's me who likes him.
Zhou Mengmeng was not good with words and usually didn't speak much, but to protect Li Jian, she still tried her best to explain.
Zhou Lily regained her composure. Yes, what had Li Jian done wrong?
She had no relationship with him. Being with her sister was fair and open.
What right did she have to criticize him? Why did she care so much about Li Jian?
She couldn't stop thinking about him, even though Pei Mangyang, who was nearby, was much more outstanding than Li Jian. Yet she had no interest in him at all.
At this moment, Pei Mangyang also walked over.
Earlier, he had sensed something was wrong and came to see if there was an opportunity to get closer to Zhou Lily.
Lily, who are these two? This is my sister and my classmate.
Pei Mangyang glanced at Zhou Mengmeng. In his heart, he felt that compared to Zhou Lily, this girl was far more beautiful. She could be described as naturally stunning.
Hello, I'm Lily's supervisor.
Li Jian greeted Pei Mangyang. Zhou Mengmeng timidly moved closer and clung to Li Jian's arm. She didn't say anything to Pei Mangyang. Her social anxiety flared up again. She just wanted to leave this place. Seeing Zhou Mengmeng acting so intimate with Li Jian, Pei Mangyang felt a surge of uncontrollable jealousy. Girls born after 2005 had only just become adults, not much older than children.
All right, Lily, we're leaving now. Li Jian could tell that Zhou Mengmeng wanted to go. He didn't want this socially anxious little girl to stay in such an environment any longer.
Zhou Lily responded with an awkward mm. She wanted to do something about the situation, but she had no standing to intervene. She needed to have a proper talk with her sister. After walking a short distance,
Zhou Lily followed them again, intending to make Zhou Mengmeng stay.
She felt that Li Jian shouldn't be messing with her sister. She was still young and lacked judgment. Pei Mangyang followed alongside her.
Actually, you don't want your sister to be with that guy, do you?
She's just too young and inexperienced, so she easily falls in love. I can help you expose her to more of the world.
Buy her some high-end clothes and cosmetics.
Over time, she'll realize that this guy is just an ordinary person.
There was a hint of arrogance in Pei Mangyang's voice. Indeed.
Most people, in his eyes, were just ordinary.
Zhou Lily felt powerless. She didn't know what to do. She thought that maybe she liked Li Jian. But now, he was with her sister. He's not inferior to you at all. Zhou Lily's words instantly put Pei Mengyang on high alert. The two of them walked outside Huaxi Garden. There, they saw Li Jian leading Zhou Mengmeng into a Ferrari 488. As the car engine roared to life, Pei Mengyang completely lost his composure. No wonder that guy could date a girl from the post-2005 generation, while Pei Mengyang himself was still chasing Zhou Lily without a response. Looking at his BMW 7 Series parked not far away, he suddenly felt like his car was a piece of junk. Zhou Lily watched the Ferrari drive away, feeling somewhat dazed. At the last gathering, Li Jian's car was already a million-yuan luxury vehicle. Now, he was driving a Ferrari 488. His wealth and status were nothing like she had imagined. He had already far surpassed the level of an ordinary person. Looking at the side profile of her sister sitting in the passenger seat, Zhou Lily felt as if something important had been taken away from her. Her heart ached. She only snapped out of it when the Ferrari disappeared from view. "Sorry, Supervisor Pei. I'm not feeling well. I'll be leaving now." With that, she left on her own. She had once rejected him, but now he was with her sister. She had lost completely. Pei Mengyang felt a deep sense of inferiority. Compared to ordinary people, he was fairly successful. But compared to Li Jian, he was just a nobody. No wonder Zhou Lily had no interest in him. Compared to someone driving a brand new Ferrari, he was simply unimpressive. After finishing the meal, Li Jian sent Zhou Mengmeng back to Kai University. As they were parting, Zhou Mengmeng asked in a low voice, "Did you have a relationship with my sister?" Although she was introverted, she was quite perceptive about emotions. She could tell that there seemed to be some past story between Li Jian and her sister. "I pursued your sister, but she didn't accept me." Li Jian had long moved on from the past. Running into Zhou Lily today was purely coincidental. "I see. I'll go back now." Zhou Mengmeng turned to leave, but Li Jian grabbed her hand. Looking into Li Jian's eyes, Zhou Mengmeng seemed to realize something. After glancing around to make sure no one was paying attention, she tiptoed and kissed Li Jian. This time, it took Li Jian by surprise. This girl actually took the initiative for once. Was she starting to let her guard down? Li Jian responded, wrapping his arms around Zhou Mengmeng's waist. Her waist was incredibly slender. After a while, Zhou Mengmeng's face turned bright red as she ran away. She had originally planned to break things off completely with Li Jian today and never see him again. But deep inside, she just couldn't make up her mind. It was already 6:30. Calculating the time, Ji Zitten should be arriving in Shanghai soon. Since Ji Zitten wanted to visit his company, Li Jian naturally had to fulfill her wish. He took a Rolls-Royce directly to the high-speed rail station to pick her up. When Ji Zitten stepped out of the station, she quickly threw herself into Li Jian's arms. "Baby, did you miss me?" Ji Zitten thought about the milk incident. Her heart was filled with anticipation for the night. Some things don't seem like a big deal until you've experienced them. But once you do, it becomes impossible to resist. That was exactly Ji Zitten's current state. "It doesn't hurt anymore now, does it?" Li Jian interlocked his fingers with Ji Zitten's as they walked outside. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Tonight, we can continue." Li Jian naturally had a reaction to that. "Baby, are we going to your company now?" If you want to go, of course, I'll take you. I even told them to leave work a little later today." After getting into the car, Ji Zitten still squeezed into the same seat as Li Jian. Feeling the warmth of his body, she felt incredibly sweet inside. At the dormitory, Zhou Mengmeng sent a message to Zhou Lily, explaining the situation with Li Jian. She told Zhou Lily that, in reality, she and Li Jian could never be together. But all the messages she sent were like sinking stones in the ocean. There was no response at all. This made Zhou Mengmeng feel incredibly sad. Her sister had just started to show care and concern for her. But now, it felt like she was losing her. The thought made Zhou Mengmeng feel miserable. Would she never be able to receive love from others? She kept calling Zhou Lily, but on the other end, there was still no response. Upon arriving at Jian Investment Company, Li Jian gave Ji Zitten a tour of some of the company's departments. Ji Zitten's admiration for Li Jian grew even deeper. To have built the company to this level in such a short amount of time, only he could have done it. When they reached Li Jian's office, Ji Zitten saw Human waiting to greet them. She didn't expect Li Jian's secretary to be so beautiful. Black stockings paired with Valentino, she could effortlessly pull off the look. What a stunning and elegant woman. But her outfit was exactly the same as her mother's. If she hadn't seen her face, Ji Zitten might have mistaken her for someone else. "Boss, this must be your girlfriend, right? She's so beautiful."
Wuen admired Ji Zitten, but she knew that no matter what happened between her and Li Jiyan, she would always remain invisible.
I came to see my baby's company today. After touring for a while, Li Jiyan took her home.
Once they arrived home, Ji Zitten, feeling a little jealous, said, "Baby, your secretary is really beautiful.
Those legs and the Valentino outfit exactly like Mom's. She's truly a gorgeous woman." Li Jiyan didn't respond to that.
The more he explained these things, the more jealous she would get. Instead, he reached over and pulled at Ji Zitten's bun,
shouting, "Let your bun down. I want a high ponytail."
Ji Zitten's delicate face turned red with embarrassment, and she completely forgot what she had been thinking about earlier.
Then, be gentle when you pull my hair. Time passed quickly.
After the future's earnings were credited, Li Jiyan's savings successfully surpassed 200 million. After looking at several houses with Ji Zitten, he finally bought a luxury flat in the city center for over 80 million.
In the blink of an eye, it was the day before Li Jiyan's birthday. My birthday is coming up. I didn't expect to turn 24 so soon.
The living environment of the luxury flat was far better than his previous apartment complex. It also had plenty of parking spaces, easily accommodating his 3 cars.
Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Li Jiyan looked at the distant scenery. A wave of emotion rose in his heart. He now truly had his own home in the city.
For his past self, this was something unimaginable. But now, these things were easily within his reach.
Wu Yuxian should be arriving soon, and Mom too. Just as he was thinking about it, Wu Yuxian sent a video call on WeChat.
Li Ziyan missed her very much.
As soon as he answered, he heard Wu Yuxian's voice. "Baby, I'll arrive tomorrow. I still have some work to do today, so I'm busy. But tomorrow, I will definitely be there. No matter what, I won't miss my baby's birthday."
Li Jiyan leaned back on the sofa. The feeling of longing grew stronger every year. On his birthday, she was the one person who had never been absent.
"I miss you, Wu Yuxian. Come quickly. I'll come pick you up."
Hearing Li Jiyan say he missed her, Wu Yuxian felt as if her heart was melting.
"All right, baby, just wait for me there. Big sister will definitely come. Oh, by the way, baby, it looks like you're not at home. Are you somewhere fancy?"
Li Jiyan turned the camera to show her the surroundings.
"You'll know when you get here." Wu Yuxian suddenly became very curious. This looked like a luxury flat.
Having lived in a luxury flat in one city for some time, she was quite familiar with this kind of environment.
No way. Could Li Jiyan really afford a luxury flat in Shanghai? Even phone scammers wouldn't make that much money.
"You little troublemaker, keeping secrets from your sister. I'll see for myself when I arrive.
I still have work to do, so I'll stop talking for now." After speaking, Wu Yuxian ended the video call.
At that moment, she was knitting a sweater. She had been meticulously working on it, changing the design several times, and now the final piece was almost finished. She was rushing to complete it.
As for the fact that Li Jiyan was dating Ji Zitten, she had already come to terms with it.
Most of the time, she was very clear-headed. She knew very well that her fate with Li Jiyan was not that of lovers.
As long as he could live a good life, and as long as she could see him happy, that was enough. Everything else didn't matter. Her job was to work hard, manage the assets he had given her. And if one day he ever fell, she would be his strongest support. Watching Wu Yuxian tirelessly knitting, Lu Xiaoyun came over. "Xian, you're still knitting? You've had a lot of work lately. Have you finished everything?"
Wu Yuxian pointed to her computer.
It's all done." Back then, she worked overtime constantly just to make more money and plan for Li Jiyan. Now, her efficiency was high, so she had time to knit a sweater for him. "You're going to Shanghai tomorrow, right?" Wu Yuxian answered seriously. The nights are getting cold now. I want to give this to Xiaoyan in advance so he won't feel cold. Li Jiyan is so rich. He doesn't need your sweater, does he?" Wu Yuxian gently stroked the sweater she had knitted. "You don't understand. This sweater has big sister's love. It's really warm.
In games, this would be called a buff bonus." As she spoke, her face was full of happiness. She knew that when Li Jiyan wore her sweater, his heart would feel warm.
"All right, now I'm really jealous of you. I should start treating my little brother better too. Who knows, maybe he'll rise from nothing one day too." After chatting for a bit, Lu Xiaoyun went back to work. Wu Yuxian didn't stop knitting for even a second.
Her mind filled with thoughts of her trip to Shanghai. This time, she planned to stay in Shanghai for a few days, take care of Li Jiyan's daily life, and also see how things were going between him and Ji Zitten.
I really miss. After everything he had been through,
Li Jiyan now deeply cherished the people he truly needed to treasure.
Wu Yuxian was one of them. She was someone he had to cherish, someone he could never part from. Anyone else might leave him, but Wu Yuexian never would. This woman would always be by his side.
Then, he opened the WeChat message from Zhao Man.
Shoyan. Mom is already on her way. Sneaky smile, emoji.
Along with the message was a picture of a high-speed rail ticket.
Li Jiyan checked the time. She would arrive in about an hour and a half.
Li Jiyan, Mom, I'll go to the station to pick you up.
Just wait for me.
Zhao Man replied instantly.
Zhao Man, baby, no rush. Drive safely.
A warm feeling spread through Li Jiyan's heart. It was the first time Zhao Man had called him baby. She truly saw him more and more as her own son.
Li Ziyan, got it, Mom, I'm heading out now. After contacting Lao Sun, Li Jiyan took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. Lao Sun was already waiting for him there.
To the high-speed rail station. Sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce,
Li Jiyan set off to pick up Zhao Man.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.